Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 201 Chapter 18 Uzijian Chapter 18 Uzijian. For example, Huang Rong's moving sound line made Qian Rongzi stay for a while, and one of them laughed, "Go low. It's just a distant view, not going forward." #upload by friends == According to the agreement, Li Qingshan will be men related to the Danwei Weathered Rain Pill 9 bottles, as well as special love pills, Jinxin pills, etc. Not to mention, the thing that most valued her, but not yet, is a book called Huo Heart Secret Art, which is based on Comma, which is used by the men to enchant the human heart. Only men in the middle and upper levels, there is a chance to learn. Ordinary discipline can only learn some ordinary charm technique. Qian Rongzi took it out without hesitation. Li Qingshan wanted to give him 2 bottles of qi gathering pill as a jiao, but she refused and eagerly said, "I can also lead others out." Li Qingshan cut off, "You still think about how to stay out of it." The identity of the 2 men, Zhao Liang King and the others can compare, they are missing, will definitely cause the big action of men. And the action will become very careful. For the 2 Qi refining 9th levels, the odds are almost only 5 or 5. If you add the second master of the Qi refining 10th level, and the unpredictable positive master, it is almost 9 deaths. Qian Rongzi smiled and sighed, and also figured out this section. Once the men investigated the whereabouts of the 2 crickets, it is not difficult to find that they have contact with them. They need to be very careful to pass the other party. How can they go to risk? The plan seems to be easy, but in reality it is dancing on the blade. Thank you for reminding me. I am still a envy person. When I look at some small profits, I will be confused and my eyes will be short. Don't thank me, I am just for myself. Li Qingshan left 2 bottles of qi gathering pill in her hands, took little and lifted Tui to disappear in the woods. Qian Rongzi looked at qi gathering pill in her hand and also reflected on the gains and losses of this time. She believed that she was resourceful and arrogant, but when she encountered a major event, she showed a lack of capacity. But Li Qingshan. The distant mountains are covered with white snow, and the crystal snow is filled with wine bowls. A big hand, pick up the wine bowl and drink it. Li Qingshan licks his mouth, the taste of the wine is light, and it adds ice and cold. Don't have a taste. I couldn't see the sight of Millipede, but I couldn't wait to go back to Subterranean World. Thinking of the invitation of Millipede, he shook his head and wondered what was fun under Subterranean World. These days, with Millipede drinking so much wine, he knows that this is the order of Monster Marshal. Thinking deeper, is the first Monster King, Inxi's Dragon King of Verdant Province. If Millipede is turned into a true form, it is almost a vanity-class monster in the city of human race. This arrangement is intended to maintain peace between humans and monsters. Suddenly, a strong wind hit the back of the brain. Li Qingshan slightly tilted his head. A snowball wiped from his cheek, turned around and saw Little Un grinning. Li Qingshan said, "Well, you don't regret it." The voice did not fall, and a snowball flew over. He also had to sneak his head, and the snowball followed the turning, lying on his face. Snow splashed. Inside, a white rosary flew back to Little Un's palm. Li Qingshan wiped her face with snow and squinted. "I am angry." Little Un spit out his tongue and escaped from the dong mouth. Looking back, Li Qingshan really caught up and shouted, "Big snowball!" The snow that is still falling, gathered in the hands of Li Qingshan, condensed into a large snowball with a diameter of several feet, and pushed to Little Un. "Drive, drive!" The driver yelled at the whip, spurred the horse, and pulled the carriage on the snow. He was wearing the clothing of Wild Sword Villa. It was Yu Shukyuang's confidant Discipline, a moderate youth who was often sent something, named Yulian. Carriage turned over a forest and saw a manor surrounded by snow-capped mountains. He suddenly heard a strange noise, put his ear on the men, listened carefully, and the noise was getting closer and closer. Rumble. Not good. Yu Shukyuang picked up the lightness art and flew up. A white saball smashed the big red man, rubbed his soul and rolled down the mountain. Yu Shukyuang is still undecided. If it is hit by that stuff, this life will go halfway, but what seems to be a snowball. But I have seen such a big, so hard snowball. Li Qingshan stood in front of the court, far to look into the distance. See Yu Shukyuang, Lang said, "Great hero you, how come you?" Yu Shukyuang rushed forward and took a privilege. Looking around, the stunned say. The traces of huge snowballs rolling everywhere, a corridor was broken, and the firewood house in the east collapsed. "You! What are you doing?" Snowing. Li Qingshan slid the collar of Little An. "Let this little girl know that it is amazing." Little An is full of seal-like curled long hair, and the sly words are a little bit sloppy. Li Qingshan knows that she is most afraid of life, and when she comes to outsiders, she will become very seldom. Yu Shukyuang took a nap. Tiger Slaughterer really is tyrannical. Facing such a cute little child, he used such a big snowball to smash it in the past. In this squat, he had to make a living, and he did not dare to do it. He hesitated about the original plan of the trip. Li Qingshan said, "What are you doing?" Yu Shukyuang gnawed his teeth and pulled out an invitation from the sleeves. He asked Li Qingshan to go to Wild Sword Villa for dinner at noon tomorrow to celebrate Yu Zijian's arrival at Innate Realm and become a chi-refining warrior. Li Qingshan said, "Are you NV back?" Yu Shukyuang said, "Not yet. It is estimated that I will arrive this evening." "That's a congratulation." Li Qingshan asked Little An, "Would you like to go?" Little An looked at Li Qingshan hesitantly, seemingly guessing his mind. Li Qingshan said, "That is to want to go. I thought I haven't taken her out for a long time," and said to Yu Shukyuang, "Well, I am going, but I don't want to be violent. You can arrange a separate one for me." Yu Shukyuang is overjoyed and should be busy. At noon the next day, Xiexu was sunny, and there was no snow in the Lucian Square of Wild Sword Villa. It was cleaned up by the mountain village disciple. There were lights everywhere, and everyone's face was full of joy. For the people in Jianghu, the four joys of life, together, I am afraid that they have not broken the happiness of Innate Realm, which means coming to a brand new world, with the possibility of unimaginable crossing. The right to wealth may be just a glimpse of the past, but longevity is a long-cherished desire for all, and a senior chi-refining warrior can live for 200 years. Yu Zijian became the chi-refining warrior, and the status of the entire Wild Sword Villa will continue to rise, and these common disciplines will also benefit. Moreover, Yu Zijian is the jewel of Yu Shukyuang, but there is no arrogance of eldest young lady. Not only is the ordinary disciple generous, but also likes to be arrogant and arrogant. The people of Yanshan City are praised by Jiu. When such a person gets the favor of heaven, others are always happy to be happy for her. Yu Zhangman, you are here, please, please, please. Yu Shukyuang personally stood in front of the Mad Martial Arts to greet the guests, facing a group of Murim fellows, proud to head to heavens. Yu Zijian some are not unrestrained, sitting in the main seat of the hall, accepting everyone's congratulations. Seeing all the Murim names, uncles and uncles, congratulations to themselves. The feeling is also very wonderful. It turned out that chi-refining warrior is such a good one. Things. When the banquet was about to open, Yu Shukyuang sued the public and took Yu Zijian to the back hall. "Hey, where is this going?" Yu Shukyuang said, "Through you to see a distinguished guest. You will be polite when you arrive." Yu Zijian is a bit strange. In front, she wants to be polite, and Yu Shukyuang doesn't let her stay in the innate master. What kind of person is it, so that you are so solemn? In a room with a closed window and dimly lit, Yu Zijian saw an unusually tall and strong back with a big bucket on his head and a bamboo basket next to him. In front of it was a table full of banquets. Yu Zijian couldn't feel the temperament of any chi-refining warrior, or even the warrior, but it did not detract from his arrogance, and there was a little more solemnity on his face. Yu Zijian said, "This is Cow Two Bulls Heroes." "Hey!" Yu Zijian's seriousness on his face suddenly collapsed. "Dead gimmicks, don't laugh." Yu Shukyuang groaned, for fear that she annoyed Li Qingshan. Waiting for him to say, Yu Zijian apologized. Nuxiaxia, I am not laughing at you, please don't be surprised. She also laughed at the names of others. She also felt very bad, but it was really too much contrast, so I can't hold back. Li Qingshan's impression of Yu Zijian is only limited to the purple dress and V-next to her. He is now listening to her, and she has a three-pointed love and looks at her. I saw that her head was not decorated with pearls, and the blue silk became thick and thick, and the two hairs fell on her cheeks, and the cheeks became more beautiful. The body is still a bright purple dress, deep purple silk waist, showing a slim waist that is unique to NV. The temperament is natural and gentle, and the words are light and casual. Although it does not reach the level of love at first sight, it is also a lovely little NV that makes him tempted. There is a saying that the curtains are screaming and not lingering. This person is not crazy, but I am fortunate not to be ignorant! !@#. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 202 Chapter 19 Jianghu Grievances Chapter 19 Jianghu Grievances Make love really a clever and polite NV. I came here this time, it is worthwhile. Why? No ads, full text. More. Li Qingshan last time saw her, surrounded by a group of Murim characters, always worried about the outside of the West men, even if it is talking. Eyes are also placed on the body of Hua Chenglu. This time see Yu Zijian. There are some small surprises. There is a prize, and I have won the prize. Yu Shukyuang smiled on his face, but his heart was thoughtful. It is hard that Li Qingshan is interested in his own envy. The first thought is absolutely not good. How can he give envy? Zhao gave a killer butcher. But after another thought, I feel that if Li Qingshan really has the heart, perhaps it is not impossible. He has seen Li Qingshan's original appearance. He knows that he is only 16 or 7 years old. He and Yu Zijian are also in the same year. It is only this way to hide from a strong enemy. It has already been said that in the eyes of the old Jianghu, the appearance of Li Qingshan is more pleasing to the eye than the white-faced scholar. Plus, the ability is also amazing. And look at the thoughts of this girl. However, his thoughts are destined to have no results. When Ziqingjian was looking at Li Qingshan, Yu Zijian was also looking at Li Qingshan. The yin shadow that hangs down, almost completely hides his dark face, leaving only a chin without a beard. And he is a yellow shirt, although it has been specialized, but the mind is a gentleman, handsome, not such a super fierce. I am afraid that only hunger and thirst will be tempted by this type. When the sharp eyes that passed through the darkness swept past, she couldn't help but tremble slightly, and she was busy with her head down. The gaze seemed to carry some kind of dangerous aggression, which made people dare not look straight. This bow was not tight, and I saw the bones on the ground, full of pig bones. Obviously, when the cow hero was alone, his mouth was not idle. This is really truly Qingshan. Yu Shukyuang prepared the quality of this table banquet, to beat the usual, what roast whole sheep, crystal elbow, braised beef roux. The taste is delicious, is the most of his food I love, and even a steamed bear's paw, tastes great. He spread his belly and didn't eat much, but he rubbled without vomiting bones, but like a beast, smashed the bones and ate them together. The bones on the ground are all left by little An. She followed Li Qingshan, and the yu of the tongue grew a lot. She ate something, chewed it slowly, and looked elegant, but not much slower than the swaying Li Qingshan. She just never eats bones. Although she is tempered skeleton, she has no interest in the bones that the animals have cooked. In fact, the things she eats are not in the spleen and stomach. They are all refining with real fire, and they only taste to taste. Yu Shukyuang's respectful attitude makes her directly regard Li Qingshan as an uncle's elder, and it is impossible to produce a male envy. Zijian. Yu Shukyuang pulled Yu Zijian's sleeves. Yu Zijian returned, and said the cow heroes won the prize. Listening to Li Qingshan's thick voice, it is more like water, but the heart is faint. Right, this cow hero is a little familiar. Without thinking, where have we seen it? Li Qingshan shook his head slightly and smiled and said, can you have 100 treasure pouch on your body? No. Yu Zijian honestly said that Hua Chenglu had to send her one, but she was afraid that it would be hard to report and did not accept it. And I heard that as long as I entered the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, I was able to get my 100 treasure pouch. This is the first 100 treasure pouch I got, and I will give you a gift. Li Qingshan took out a somewhat damaged 100 treasure pouch, which was obtained from Qian Rongzi's deceased brother. Although he feels that this NV child is good, but it does not really cause any mourning, to send a very valuable gift to please her. But the gift is too light and not suitable, so it is better to use it together. It's just that he has a lot of 100 treasure pouch, which is indispensable for every chi refining warrior, and these 100 treasure pouch can't accommodate each other, they can only be stacked on the body, and he's getting into a helper, and still unprecedented more than a dozen bags of discipline. This happens to deal with one. Yu Shukyuang has a happy face and he is also famous for 100 treasure pouch. This is a rarer experience than spirit artifact. Li Qingshan was so generous when he shot, and he felt that the hard work of this time was not in vain. This is too expensive. Yu Zijian quickly resigned and yelled at Yu Shukyuang, thinking about the relationship between the cow hero and the scorpion. How he never heard it. Li Qingshan smiled and said, I am afraid that you are too old. If you don't like it, I have other things that can be exchanged. I don't mean this. Yu Zijian quickly waved his hand. Yu Shukyuang coughed twice. The cow heroes let you accept. You will accept it. Yu Zijian was pleased to accept the dilapidated 100 treasure pouch, which was similar to the original Li Qingshan, and because of the dilapidation, she was able to accept it. Li Qingshan said, there are still many people waiting in front of you. You don't have to spend time here, you should hurry. Yu Shukyuang said, we will leave now, if necessary, even if we tell the next person. They went. Well, Li Qingshan took the bucket down and took Little An out of the bamboo basket and placed it on the dew. Then eat. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes of 5 flavors. Yu Shukyuang is already drinking a red face, and is happy with friends. Before the big men, a hemp-face man raised the head and looked at the words of Wild Sword Villa, revealed a sneer full of hatred. He was 40 years old and up, but he wore a robes with a very beautiful waist and a knives hanging from his waist. It was a pure gold swallow, inlaid with cat's eye gems, and extremely grand. As if I was afraid that others would not know that he was rich and wealthy. Then go straight in. Who are you? No invitations, no entry. Shumen disciple just want to block. Ma Man's big sleeves, not yet touched the few disciplines. The few disciplines are involuntarily flying into the men inside. Innate master. Most of the people who came to the feast were Murim, seeing this scene and making a scream. It is not the innate master that can put true chi outside. The Ma-face man stood in front of the Madonian hall. Under the crowd of hundreds of guests, he said, Yu Shukyuang, you are banqueting. How to forget to invite me to this old friend. Yu Shukyuang heard the movement outside, and had already rushed out with a group of Murim. He looked down on the steps of the 10-second level and went to the Chu with a cold air. Madman. Murim, who was next to him, also changed his face. At the fit table, the young man asked, who is Ma Madman? Why haven't I heard it? Then there is the old man who knows Murim's sake, whispering, his life, Ma Kaku, is good at making a set of 36 roads of crazy magic, and it is extremely vicious to fight. It always seems to be with the enemy, and there are pockmarks on his face. So it was called Ma Madman. He has great enmity with great hero Yu. This Mad Sword Hall was originally called the Mad Knife Hall. In the past, the two decided to fight for the hearts of Wenvi Sun, gambling on each other's life. Ma Kaku lost a battle and broke into the mountain forest. Yu Shukyuang took the Envy Sun as his wife, and based on this crazy knife, he continued to grow his power and eventually unified Yanshan city. How can I expect that the old rivals of the past will appear again after many years, and it is already innate master? Yu Shukyuang got changed for a while, put on a smile, and said, Ma brother, I haven't seen you for many years, can you still be well? Ma Kaku is a glimpse, and laughs again and again. This is not like what Madman Swordsman said, your arrogance. Where is Zaya? Let her come out to see me. Suddenly yelling, Zaya, senior brother, I am back, I am already an innate master. But no one dared to laugh at his madness. The snoring filled with innate true chi, shocked Dang Hall. Everyone squeaked in the ear, revealed dumbstruck say. Yu Shukyuang sighed, Zaya she was gone years ago. Ma Kakun stunned, his eyes were red, and he gnashed his teeth. Is she already dead? It must be that you killed her. The root she likes is originally not you. Yes, you poisoned me. It was discovered by her, isn't it? What are you talking about? I will not be poisoned. Yu Zijian stood in the crowd and watched the words, suddenly ignored, separated the crowd, shouted loudly, Zaya? Ma Kakun grabbed it and looked at it carefully before he realized that he was a little older. Who are you? I am Yu Zijian, my envy child. Who are you? Dare to come to Wild Sword Villa? Ma Kakun looked blank. I am in front of everyone to expose the mask of this hypocrite. I was already a first-class master. You are just the top of the second class. How can his mad sword beat my madness? Knife, if it wasn't for you, can he win? Zijian. Yu Zijian is about to refute. Yu Shukyuang is holding her. Yes, I won't win you. Hey? Yu Zijian looked at Yu Shukyuang in disbelief. In the field, Yu Shukyuang is not as tall as Yu Zijian imagined. But it is also the mainstay of righteous way. Ma Kakun was a glimpse. I didn't expect Yu Shukyuang to admit it so cheerfully. He laughed and said, everyone has heard it. Little girl, you heard it. What are you? But this poison is not under me, it is under Zaya. Yu Shukyuang the next words, let the scene calm down. My mother? Yu Zijian stunned. She was not very impressed with the mother who died early. She only remembered a very gentle, but often sighing, beautiful envy person. Yu Shukyuang also often said that she is kind as her mother. Ma Kakun seems to have cast a huge stone in the heart of the lake, and set off a wave of Botao. Impossible. This is all your nonsense. Junior sister has been enamored with me. How can it harm me? How can it harm me? Brushing the chu out of the waist with a knife, pointing to Yu Shukyuang. The above aura is a low-grade spirit artifact! Exclamation mark at hash. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 203 Chapter 20 New Dabo Chapter 20 New Dabo. Yu Shukyuang smiled bitterly. You should have known this for a long time. I have no chance to touch your diet. This is a doubt that has existed in Ma Kakun's heart for many years. But I have never dared to look straight. I can't believe that the envy who grew up with him and gentle to the extreme will make such cruel things to himself. Suddenly confirmed at this time, his many years of painstaking cultivation, the belief of revenge, suddenly became so sad and ridiculous. Cannot help but see the crack, tears cross-flow. Yang Tan issued a madness. Yu Zijian was very annoyed with his heart. Hearing this desperate beast-like mourning, his heart couldn't help but feel guilty about his sympathy. He must love my mother very much, and the mother is too wrong. If you don't like him, tell him directly. That is, why bother to poison him? You don't feel sad. So many years have passed. You will find a better envy than my mother. Ma Kakun hearing this, stopping and screaming, looking at Yu Zijian. The beautiful face full of sympathy seems to coincide with the face in the heart, muttering, you are like her. My brother, after so many years have passed, we are all big bosses, and we should let go of these hatreds. Today is the celebration of Zijian becoming the joy-refining warrior. She will go to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy next year. You should not sit down and drink a cup. Yu Shukyuang hinted that they are not the ordinary Murim people who are now being slaughtered. Ma Kakun suddenly raised his eyebrows, showing a distorted smile, making him an ugly face, more ugly. I want to be more than you. Then Yu Zijian. The bet is her. Commonly King Shan cut off the chopsticks in his hand. This is too low. He was the first to hear the movement outside the men before everyone, and then while eating, he was always interested in listening to this Jiang Huanmati, and really tinged. He also tinged the sympathy of the sullen man, the betrayal of the person he trusted, fearing it was very uncomfortable. At the same time, I was extremely disdainful about the desire for the handsome guy. He sacrificed his ugly senior brother. It was too far from earthly Tao. These two are also considered to be Junji in the people, but they are so kind of envy's sons. It is really not very eye-catching. Fortunately, Yu Zijian is not like her mother. However, when I heard Ma Kakun's final decision, I couldn't agree with it. This is not only a revenge for Yu Shukyang, but also a revenge on the envy child named Zaire and even the whole society. Who do you think you are? Is cultivation base high enough for you? I want to be enlightening and I have to ask people to agree to disagree. You can't think about it. Yu Shukyang, who has always been calm, has a red face, pulled out his sword, and widened his eyes. Yu Zijian is his jewel in the palm of his hand. Whoever dares to move her Amao, he dares to fight with him. A burst of Anil Yuan, the sound of a knife in the field. Not only Wild Sword Villa disciple, guests here, although far and near, but can be regarded as friends of Yu Shukyang. Look at this situation. If it is not ribbed, it's not a good idea for Murim to make a difference. Anyway, there is only one person, even if it is innate master. True chi is not endless. Well, under the eyes of everyone, Ma Kakun made 3 consecutive voices and had no fear on his face. I have been taking on cultivation for many years in Jiddu Mountain. It is to wait for today, no one else, etc., to give me away. Who dares to stop me? Just wait for the revenge of Jidushan. When this statement came out, it led to an unanimous exclamation. One brain rushed into Li Qingshan's ear. He also had a strange expression. Is this the legendary Jidushan Count? Of course, there will be no such thoughts as Li Qingshan. No one has ever been to Jidushan, and I don't even know where Jidushan is. But as long as it is first-class master, I will not have heard of Jidushan. Green Vine Mountain, Jidushan, Grave Hill, are 3 powerful comprehension men's parties, all of which are impressive throughout the Clear River Prefecture and become a 3 mountains resort. Not only chi-refining warrior, but also the foundation establishment realm cultivator guarded by heavenly tribulation. Its power can be imagined. As long as ordinary people can join any of them, it is like a squid crossing the dragon. The identity is very different. No one dares to ignore the threat of Ma Kakun. Chi-refining warrior is like the higher level of the food chain for Jianghu people. Many people with a more general relationship with Yu Shukyang sneaked back, leaving only a few friends standing still around him, and his face was hesitant. Yu Zijian's face is red, and she can't speak with shame. Seeing this situation, she said, "Do you dare to kill Yuan? Isn't it afraid of Eagle Wolf Guard?" She has seen the prestige of an Eagle Wolf Guard. Extremely profound. Ma Kakun laughs. Eagle Wolf Guard, will they care for the lives of your group of Jianghu people? Li Qingshan gave a soft sigh of relief and knew that Ma Kakun was right. He was a person in the Eagle Wolf Guard and knew the way. The Jianghu people of the internal strength are a special group between the average person and the cultivator. The attitude of the Eagle Wolf Guard is very special. Blackwind Camp can show off the village and hang on the blacklist. And for many years there is no Eagle Wolf Guard to pay attention. But if it's a cultivator, it's a bad thing. It will be dispatched directly by the commander level. If the Jianghu people are destroyed, even if they die a few hundred, the Eagle Wolf Guard is at most casually investigated and will not be treated as a business. When Jianghu kills ordinary people, they use them as ordinary people to indulge, and when they are killed by chi-refining warrior, they will be ignored as chi-refining warrior. Under the gaze of Ma Kakunyin, men Yu Shukyang is surrounded by 4 hands. Today, Yu Shukyang, thank you for your support, but this is my grievances. There is no relationship with you. Who dares to be the enemy of my Wild Sword Villa? Look down on me, Yu Shukyang. Everyone has been revealed and moved to the say, great hero Yu is really a man and a cow, not to make friends embarrassed. Look at Ma Kakun again. I feel awkward. Quickly, the main open mouth Yu, or retreat. Yu Shukyang suddenly fell around, leaving Yu Zijian, pulling Yu Shukyang's sleeves. Admiration, and anxious. Hey, he is chi refining second level. First class master has a hey point win on chi refining second level, and she took in 8 dan not long ago. Although it is already chi refining first level, if the combat power is even Yu Shakyang, the first class master may not be worth it. It is not even the opponent of Makaku. Don't pretend to be a model, it's a man who will shoot it. I will let you 3 tricks. Makaku angered in the fire. This cockroach will use the false feelings to buy people's hearts, if not his clever tongue. Zaya how she will. A pain in my heart. And then look forward to Yuzijian. His eyes slow down. His hard work these years will not be in vain, will certainly compensate. Yu Shakyang gently pushes Yuzijian. Don't worry, go to the back. Blinking Yuzijian, turning his head to Makaku. Ma madman, come on, let's fight again. Sees your mad knife is amazing, or my mad sword is amazing. Yuzijian took a trip, just as life and death battled, but he told me to go behind. What does it mean? Suddenly, when the eyes are bright, and the head does not return to the mad martial arts, now that can save lives, there is only the cow hero. The room was pushed open, the light shone into the dark room, and fell on the wide back. And there were countless dusts floating in the air. Li Qingshan took a big fight and was holding a bowl of wine and pretending to drink. Yuzijian seems to have seen the straw, and said, "No Bobo, please help me." Li Qingshan almost squirted the wine. How suddenly he became an uncle, and it was the feeling of 40 years. The so-called man, even if it is against the envy who does not like it, I hope that she will be enamored of herself. Let alone that he is quite fond of this Yuzijian, and can't help but feel a little depressed. There was a very light laughter in the bamboo poles beside him. Yuzijian has also seen Yu Shakyang with a lot of worlds. He knows that he is close to some relationships and can ask for help. I did not expect this title of respectfulness to achieve the opposite effect. Not waiting for Yuzijian to speak, Li Qingshan already said, "I have heard everything outside." Nubo, I am. Hey, Li Qingshan put the wine bowl on the table, and said, I am not your cow, you don't want Liu An. Yuzijian feels wrong in the heart, straight. This cow hero is also afraid of offending Jadus Han, refused to help, but Yu Shakyang's Xing life is only between the day and night, in order to save the father, cannot care about the face of envy children. Loud voice, that I will call you Uncle Nu, okay. Beg you. Li Qingshan's head went down. Come on, whatever you want. Kicking a bamboo pole, Little Un's laughter sounded at him, and it was so loud. Yuzijian also replied that he had answered, and wiped away the tears in his eyes. Thank you, Uncle Nu, let's go. I can't wait to drag his arm. Li Qingshan said, you have heard it when you are embarrassed. This is your own business. I am not in a good position. Yuzijian's face is white, soft to the ground. That. What can be done? Li Qingshan said, but, aren't you also chi-refining warrior? Yuzijian looked up, a pretty face, like a pear with rain. Sword Jiao hit, fire hua splash, splash together, and a touch of blood hua. From the shoulder of Yu Shakyang. Makaku made a meaningless embarrassment in his mouth, and his appearance was almost mad. The sword in his hand danced like a squally shower. The chill was forced to a few feet away. The Murim people on the scene were all facing each other and retired. Yu Shakyang is also stepping back step by step. Each step leaves a footprint on the marble. He has attacked 3 strokes first. He has already applied the sword art sword to the pinnacle, forming a circle of heavy swords in front of him. However, Makaku broke into the sword circle with the first knife and injured him. Then he took back the knife and displayed the crazy magic art used in the same year. The pressure of the sword circle shrinks and shrinks to the front 3 feet, only back! Exclamation mark at hash. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 204 Chapter 21, The Battle of the War. Chapter 21, The Battle of the War. Your martial skill is always better than me. Makaku stepped over his shoulders. His right arm swayed like a willow, and the knives followed, swaying 13 knives from 13 different angles. Every knife is as fierce as the wind. and it really breaks open the air, and it makes a scream of screams. And in the trend of hatred, he played a blade art to the pinnacle, like a wind, full of the terrorist momentum of the enemy. The war-watching person, even if he is inferior to his actions, does not dare to infer his martial arts. In contrast, Yu Shukyang, without the power of the mad sword, broken clothes, left and right support, blade light often into the sword shadow, leaving a scar on him, and then returned. It seems that the iron rides on the borderline of the enemy country, shuttles back and forth, burns and looters, and enters the land of no one, but it is not a dead hand, and it is humiliating. Retorted, what else do you have except martial skill? Ma Kakun's face was white and was stabbed into a sore spot. He looked ugly and rude. In addition to a martial arts, it really has no advantages. It will be taken by Yu Shukyang to the heart of Xia. Lonely, drifting Jianghu, in addition to this martial arts, is still nothing. Voiced arrogance, death. True chi is infused. The blade light is like a mountain, and it is heavily pressed. The long sword he wants to support, but it is as scarred as Yu Shukyang, and it is broken with the knife mountain. Master. Brother Yu. Numerous shouts, no more than a blade, no one can stop. Yu Shukyang has no choice but to close his eyes. Xia, I am coming to see you. Outside the Wild Sword Villa, on a 4-marathon gorgeous carriage, two dressed in colorful silk gowns, proud of the two young men, sitting opposite, leisurely tea, as if not knowing Wild Sword Villa everything that is happening inside. But Ma Kakun, who was sitting in the two cars and coming to Yanshan City, came down from the carriage and entered the Wild Sword Villa. On the left, the youth said, the horse junior brother is really too slow, and I don't want to solve it quickly. His Xun mouth is embroidered with a lifelike male tail feather, brilliant and brilliant. It is the symbol of Jidus Han. Only chi refining 3rd levels above the official discipline are eligible to wear. His cultivation base is a chi refining 5th level. There are many years of grievances, you can understand. The young people on the opposite side are careless. It is the scorn of the strong. His Xun mouth is embroidered with 2 tail feathers, which is the symbol of the men disciple beyond the core of the chi refining 6th level. Hey, it's so embarrassing for an NV person. With his qualification, this life is also the second time for chi refining 2nd level. Chi refining 2nd level is enough. Regaining Yanshan City, he will be able to stay here to collect talents for Jidus Han, so that he is always the first to be taken by Green Vine Mountain. Senior brother wise. Okay. Stop. Yu Zijian screamed. Ma Kakun suddenly looked up and a flash of fire came over him. He screamed and the knife turned sharply and slammed up. A bang. The fire burst. Ma Kakun was saved from the disaster, but was also rushed out. The eyebrow Mao was baked, called red fire. Yu Zijian has raised Yu Shukyang. Hey, are you okay? Yu Shukyang saw her only one person. He refused to help. Yu Zijian shook his head and gave Li Qingshan his healing Dan Yao to Yu Shukyang, commanding the mad swordmen disciple. Then facing Ma Kakun, I will be your opponent. Little girl, do you think there are a few spirit talisman in your hand? Can you be an enemy of me? Quickly let go, let me kill you, and then take you to marry. Ma Kakun said, haha laughed. It was very interesting to think of it, but no one was attached to it, and he was glaring at him. Yu Zijian was a bit embarrassed, but when she saw Yu Shukyang's horror, she was angry. You are such a bad guy, no wonder my mother doesn't like you. The bad guy is a child's swearing, and it only attracts adults to make a small hair. But in the latter sentence, Ma Kakun is screaming, how do you know that she doesn't like me? She likes me the most. She has been a senior brother since she was a child. Calling non-stop. Saying, and a few tears. When you are sad and happy, you will be sad when you are angry. It is like a madman. Yu Zijian pinched a spirit talisman, and he couldn't bear it in his heart. He also remembered what the Uncle Nu had said. If this character comes out, you can kill him in one fell swoop. Don't be soft-hearted. Ma Kakun lifted the knife and pointed it to Yu Zijian. Well, I will take you down first, then kill you. Looking at the mad rushing Makaku, Yuzujian raised his right hand, from left to right, with a force stroke, a half-moon-like gold sailite arc appeared. Makaku Donkon shrink, golden arc slash. But never retreat, although the golden arc slash is a terrible gold magic spell, fast and fierce, but the low arc spirit talisman issued the golden arc slash. He is confident under the knife, but the golden arc seems to be much brighter than expected. I didn't have time to think about it. The golden arc completely disappeared into the line of sight. No, it's middle grade spirit talisman. The mind turned, the blood was splashing, and the pain came. Middle grade spirit talisman is equivalent to the magic spell from 6th level Chi refining warrior. Although there are a lot of meticulous count changes, the power is absolutely enough. It is not at all resistant to the 2nd level Chi refining warrior. Li Qingshan has a lot of middle grade spirit talisman in his hands. In addition to the spirit talisman, an auxiliary class that increases his speed power, this kind of attack on spirit talisman has little effect. The enemy he will face, no matter how strong or weak, is used not with this spirit talisman, but a middle grade spirit talisman, put in the fight of the low-level Chi refining warrior, is the divine artifact that can determine crossing. Makaku slammed into the ground and found himself still conscious. The golden arc slash left a terrible scar on his shoulder, but it was not fatal. At the last moment, Yuzujian's hand was biased and he was not killed on the spot. She gasped slightly and said to Makaku, "You lost. I will not kill you. Let's go." In the dark room, Li Qingshan shook his head slightly and said that he should not be merciful. Although he also sympathized with the horseman, his principle, as long as he was identified as an enemy, would never be merciless. But the heart does not blame her. So the envy child with a soft heart is a rare. Help her always help Qin Rongzi, to make people happy. Shaking his head and whispering, "There is no temper, no shots." Uncle Nu. Little Un has a crisp face. Li Qingshan's expression on her face was like a knife, pinching her delicate cheeks and pulling it to both sides. "You dare to call, see if I don't tear your mouth." Little Un has Hun's words. Dare to dare? Makaku's face say changed several times. The column stood up and stood up. "No, I have not lost. I will not lose again." "You, don't move." Yuzujian suddenly didn't know what to do, and took out a golden arc slash, and the words of Uncle Nu came to his ear, "Take one more, just in case." Seeing that she can't get a dead hand, Makaku is still moving forward, as if he is dying. He has lost one time and must not be defeated again. They have signs, don't we have it? Suddenly, a person outside the door rang out. A yellow light from the outside of the men is posted on Makaku's vest, actually a middle-grade spirit talisman. A glimpse of Guanwu from head to toe. Makaku felt the Jing gods, and the body grew infinite power. True Chi came from the vest constantly. He turned his head, grateful said, "Song senior brother." Yu Shukyuang face changed greatly. Jidus Han actually his expert here. In the carriage, the young man embroidered with a Ji senior brother, this middle grade primal Chi character, used on his body. Is there some lengthy? The other side his expert help. With her a little girl of Chi refining 1st level. Where are 2 middle grade spirit talismans? Let's wait and see. And we won't be able to get out of it. See who dares to do it with Jidus Han. Song senior brother face cold say. Li Qingshan slightly frowned. He felt the 2 breaths outside the men from the beginning. It was not accidental, they said. Shantu, this time cannot be merciful. The low and hoarse voices were soaring and high, and everyone felt that there was a wind whistling past, and the momentum of the Song senior brother outside the men was suppressed. Yu Shukyuang has a happy face and completely relaxes. Tiger slaughterer is dangerous, but if you stand behind, you become a backer, but you can make people feel very safe. Everyone understands why Yu Shukyuang went to the church with Yuzujian, and there is such an expert in the Wild Sword Villa. Makaku and Yuzujian, as if 2 puppets are fighting. They really dominate the victory and defeat, but they are the people behind them. Makaku screamed, "How dang!" True Chi propped up his clothes, and the knives were smooth and chilly, and the forced people stepped back a few steps. Uzigian did not dare to neglect, waved his hand and laid a golden light arc in front of him. The golden arc flashed and went straight to Markakun-san. Markakun got primal chi fuzzy, not only true chi increased, but even the sixth sense was sharp. Grasping the trajectory of the gold arc, the sword spit out 3 feet of knife, a knife. When there was a loud noise, Markakun flew out, leaving a big gap on the knife, and the tiger's mouth was torn, leaving blood, but his face was only happy. Not yet landing, true chi in the hands spit, pressed to the ground, people flew back, top down, one with the blade, Uzigian. Binocular red, like crazy. Uzigian, no talisman is available, and you will die under the knife. Hey! A series of sounds of wood and stone impact. A figure ran out of the mad martial arts faster than Markakun, came to the front of the stage, kicked a foot, and slammed into Markakun. Together from the air fall. Although Markakun has true chi body care, he also feels a pain in the vest and squirts blood. The figure was like no pain at all, immediately turning over. The movement was mechanical and rapid, and 2 sharp edges were ejected in the arms, and they were stabbed to Markakun. Everyone can see this. It is not a human race, but a flaw. Uzigian's eyes flashed, and I always felt that this flaw was also familiar. This is the embarrassment. It was at the beginning. Li Qingshan asked Hua to ask for a gift from Little An, which just played a role! Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 205 Chapter 22 Great Hero Bull Chapter 22 Great Hero Bull Puppet and Markakun struggled together. Markakun's knives were cut on the puppet, leaving only a deep nick, and there was a faint sound of gold and iron. Mohist school wood is 1,000 years of ironwood, tempered by a special method, is not comparable to ordinary wood. Although he has the help of primal chi, he is also losing ground. Senior brother, what should I do? Senior brother finally changed slightly, even though a few more middle grade spirit talisman, he even got it, but it was too expensive. Shouting, wearing the carriage, stepping on the men's room, skyrocketing, like a big bird, leap into the wide square. I did not pay attention to the following Markakun and the others, and fell on the mad martial arts hall, and then borrowed the force and went straight to the dark room where Li Qingshan was. The figure of Jiang Hu in the square, I have seen such a wonderful likeness art, all raised his head and stunned. Uzigian exclaimed, Chi refining 6th level. During her time at Clear River Prefecture, she learned a lot about Chi refining warriors' common sense. She knew the scariness of 6th level Chi refining warrior and worried about the uncle of the cow. Rushed to the Mad Sword Hall. Seeing close, senior brother grabbed a button, thick solid wood men, split, and saw the tall figure wearing one of the hats, as if nothing was noticed, still facing him. Among the 3 mountains, there is no such a tall robot man. Senior brother immediately judged, violently shot in the robot man vest. True chi mad. Uncle knew. Uzigian is coming over. Seeing this situation, Hua has lost say, and sadness has come from me. It's all bad for me. This uncle can let the bad guys die. Senior brother's face just revealed high. It disappeared without a trace, because the robust man not only did not fly out, it was simply not moving, still holding a wine bowl to drink. The true chi he spit out was like a mud cow into the sea, and he couldn't hurt the robot man. It was such a strange thing that he met for the first time. You. Who are you? Li Qingshan suddenly turned back. In the darkness under the fight, the red light flashed. Senior brother wants to chew, but it is too late. It was almost twice as long as the average person, and the big hand shrouded and clasped his neck tightly. He felt like he was caught by Jing Iron, and there was no possibility of breaking free. As long as the hand was slightly forced, his neck would break and become a dead body. Uzigian I saw that Uncle Nu finally stood up. The tall figure was full of incredible power. The top of the head seemed to be hitting the beam, stepping out, the ground vibrating, and the table dishes flew up. After one step, the arm retracted and snarled, "Call me Great Hero Bull." In the gesture of throwing a javelin, the Song's senior brother was thrown out. With a bang, Song's senior brother's figure disappeared, and it slammed into the eaves. The Murim character in the square saw that the figure went faster than the figure, crossed a parabola, and landed outside the door. The mouth unconsciously opened, obviously the great hero Bull then sighed, even more embarrassing. Senior brother, you are fine. Song's senior brother fell 7 or 8, but had a true chi body, but did not suffer any injuries, but it was really frightened. Who is the giant man? There was a feeling of inability to resist in front of him. If he had killed himself, he was now a dead person. I was afraid that he suddenly changed his mind and was busy. Hurry, go. Unable to take care of Ma Kakun, immediately boarded the carriage, and swayed and ran out of Yanshan city. Yu Zijian looked at Li Qingshan, and at that moment, the light outside the men hit him, illuminating his dark face. The face is much younger than she imagined. Angelus is self-defeating, her mouth is sulking, and it is extremely majestic. She is convinced that she has never seen such a face. But the familiar feeling has not only dissipated, but has become more and more intense. Is this the fate? In her heart, she suddenly came up with this strange thought and shocked herself. How could this be possible? This fate is too much. Thank you, Cow. Great hero Bull. Li Qingshan sat back on the bench and pressed the bucket. No thanks. Go see you. Yu Zijian turned back to the front of the hall, and the big square was silent. Everyone concentrated their eyes on her. It seemed that she wanted to find out the secret of the great hero Bull from her body. Ma Kakun face like a grey, Song senior brother in his eyes. In the entire Jidushan, is the presence of high above, actually defeated by the man inside. Even the hands are not there. The primal chi on the body is ineffective. The soldiers he clasped his arm and pressed him to the ground. Yu Shukyuang said, "What else do you have to say?" Ma Kakun struggled and twisted. It's still the same as last time. It's the same as last time. It's not that I'm not as good as people, it's you mean and deceitful. If you kill me, there will be vengeance for me. Slaughtered your wild sword villa. Yu Shukyuang suddenly burst into laughter. But it was not the winner's proud smile, but full of bitterness and self-deprecation. I really don't understand. You look ugly. Xing loves Jin, except martial skill is slightly higher than me. I have nothing compares to you. Wazir prefers you. Ma Kakun said, You. What are you talking about? Li Qingshan is also strange. How can there be envious in the world who will poison their favorite people? Because she knows that if I win, I won't kill you. But if you win, you won't be able to die, so it's the best policy. She told me personally that she would marry you, madman, regardless of victory or defeat. I have lost this battle. I just don't want to prove to her that Yu Shukyuang is fearless even if she died for her, but she can't bear to die for her. How can she let anyone die for her? Yu Shukyuang said, when I get here, I can't help but cry. Ma Kakun stunned. She had tried to persuade him not to fight with Yu Shukyuang, but he became more suspicious that she was empathetic and angry, and she must kill Yu Shukyuang. Yu Shukyuang continued, after the contest, you left without saying a word. Her heart is remorseful, although she can't help but marry me, but in a few years, she will be depressed. And since then, he continued, Beard, swear no longer, and concentrate on raising Yu Zijian. 2 young and stubborn men refused to take a step back. Envy had to do what he could, but he ended up in a void. Ma Kakun suddenly understood that the Envy, who was gentle to the extreme, did not betray himself, but he was blinded by slanders and doubts. At this moment, he suddenly hoped that she was really empathic, got everything she wanted, and lived happily in this world. I killed her! ! Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 206. Chapter 23, Inconsistent. Chapter 23, Inconsistent. Looking at the crying Ma Kakun, Yu Shukyuang, who is in tears, reads the softness that has long since passed away. Yu Zijian seems to have experienced the pain in the hearts of 3 people, but he does not know what to say. And people, suddenly listening to the voice of the great hero Bull in the ear, he is compassionate. Not a bad thing, but life is alive, you can do everything in your own way. Otherwise, harming others. You are kind and soft today, almost killing you and letting yourself be humiliated. If my cultivation base is worse, I am also worried about it. I hope that you can use this as a precept, and you must repeat the mistakes of your mother. Uzijian looked at the face of the people around him, apparently did not hear the words, and said to the sky, "What should I do?" Zijian, purple is the supreme say, the sword is the lord of the 100 soldiers, the holy monarch, the purple gas is coming, sweeping, killing millions, unifying the world, opening the world peace, becoming a great good. Li Qingshan said in the end, the sound gradually drifted away, apparently already gone. The word Zijian is originally taken by Yu Shukyuang to commemorate her mother. The sword naturally represents Wild Sword Villa. Yu Zijian is also clear, but I did not expect that my name still has such meaning, as if to reassign a new name. In general, suddenly, the subconscious mind is wearing a long sword at the waist. For the first time, there is a connection between this cold weapon and the cold weapon. Her beautiful face gradually changed, and she was a little weaker, but she had more perseverance. The maturity and change of people sometimes only requires an opportunity. Let the seeds sprout and let divine sword out. Li Qingshan at the moment, never want to. He believes in the philosophy of life. What kind of cause will be buried? Sudden changes. When a word becomes a slogan, she swallows a sword and kills a million. When she asks for the great goodness of her heart, can she regret it in his heart? I would rather return to this place at this moment, back to the innocent envy that is soft and kind. Or look up and laugh, praise, kill. Li Qingshan returned to the manor outside the city. For a few days, he served cultivation every day. The days suddenly became dull, but with little he was not bored. When I was drinking, I always felt that one person was drinking and some were lonely. The next day, Yu Shukyuang took Yuzijian to thank him and said that Ma Kakun had returned to Jidushan and said that he would not come back. Li Qingshan didn't give them a door after all, only said in the men, go. The appearance of the hermit expert was dressed up as a tenth. Just because I saw it, there is nothing to say. It's hard to say, marry me envy to me. Since that day, the daily banquet has been more abundant, but Li Qingshan picked up the wine cup, but put it down again. When I had a happy time, I suddenly felt that it was difficult to drink. Suddenly, his godsay moved to the big dong, only to see the darkness. A figure is slowly coming, long body, light head, but it is not Millipede. Li Qingshan haha smiled, you are finally here. Millipede saw Li Qingshan, opened his mouth and smirked. Seeing his appearance, Li Qingshan was shocked. What happened to you? Millipede's pink cockroaches were broken and there were many scars on his face. Millipede squatted into the jar and put it into a round table, then pulled out a red fruit from the sleeve and stuffed it into Li Qingshan's hand. The fruit is also in the shape of a long strip, round and round, and looks very flammai, emitting a scent of incense, and it is full of scent. Li Qingshan was busy looking for a bunch of Liuan healing Dan Yao from 100 treasure pouch. When Millipede ate, she closed her eyes and fell to the ground. The snoring sounded loud and she fell asleep. In the process, the wound on his body healed quickly, and even the pink cockroaches on his body were patched by bit, which was a means of self-recovery. Li Qingshan looked at the fruit in his hand and suddenly smiled. Isn't this the sweet potato? It is also called sweet potato and sweet potato. If it is elegant, it can also be called red dragonfly, but in general it is sweet potato. But the spiritual chi contained in it is 10 times better than the spirit ginseng that Li Qingshan has ever received. At first glance, it is a rare treasure. For a while, I was opposite to Little An. Li Qingshan has a question in his heart. Where did this sweet potato come from? Who can hurt him? But I have to wait until he wakes up to ask. Fortunately, Millipede felt that he was sleeping and waking up very quickly. When he was less than an hour, he opened his eyes and looked at his glamorous pink coat. He rushed to Li Qingshan. It's easy to use. Li Qingshan raised her sweet potato. What is going on? Eat, I please. Li Qingshan said, you tell me what happened first. I will not eat later." Millipede said a bit more than a hand-painted foot, although the mouth is vague and the words are upside down. However, Li Qingshan probably figured out the reason for the incident. The original sweet potato was produced under Subterranean World and should be under his control within the territory of Millipede. But over the years, another monster general has been continually embezzling his territory, and finally arrived at the root of this red dragonfly. So every time the local melon matures, the second monster general will have less to fight. Millipede was originally more powerful, but he was alone, and the monster general was very popular. Every time he was outnumbered, Millipede lost more and less, and this time he managed to grab a sweet potato. Millipede was still full of silly music, so happy, but the more I felt more uncomfortable. Suddenly burst into tears. Li Qingshan knew that Subterranean World was not too flat, and Monster General also had Monster General's troubles. He raised his hand and licked Millipede's bald head and said, "Don't cry, no interest. You beat me too." Millipede cried, crying more and more. Li Qingshan took the shoulder of Little An. "Let's be your man." Although he is the least willing to trouble friends, he will never turn a blind eye to his friends' troubles. "You guys." Little An refers to the sweet potato of Li Qingshan palm, grinning and laughing. "This is more like you." Li Qingshan grew up. "Go, let's go below." Bringing all the food and wine, the three went to the dark subterranean world, and Li Qingshan finally opened his way to Demon and entered a world of Demon. Under the lead of Millipede, constantly marching in the Dong Cave of the twists and turns, constantly down 10 feet, bzhang, until he cannot estimate. Li Qingshan never sneaked into Subterranean World, so deep, but the scene under Subterranean World is somewhat different from what he imagined. It is not desolate and poor, but instead is a mystery, with treasures that Li Qingshan has never seen before. Peas, usagi and karma planted. Li Qingshan entered Subterranean World, saying that dreamers are asking for monthly passes! Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 207 Chapter 24, Spirit Stones or Vein. Chapter 24, Spirit Stones or Vein. Hey, the sound of the water, the three involved an underground river. Li Qingshan revealed the sinning say, because he felt the faint spiritual chi in the river, and bowed his head, and monster chi had a very weak growth. On both sides of the river filled with spiritual chi, there are many unknown plants, including spiritual chi, which tells Li Qingshan that these are rare spiritual grasses. Li Qingshan pulled out a plant and put it in the mouth. Millipede is busy, can't eat, it's hard to eat. But it's too late. A very bitter taste spread in Li Qingshan's mouth. The tongue was numb, and the spiritual chi contained in the spirit grass, but it had a small conflict with the monster chi with the body, most of which was lost. Li Qingshan was busy filling the mouth and licking his mouth. Millipede looked at Li Qingshan's appearance, smiled straight, and the tears on his face were still appearing, and he became more and more stupid. He smelled the wine, his eyes were round, and he was renewed and hopeful. Li Qingshan gave the wine jar to Millipede, and he snorted and sipped a jing light and made a wine cellar, as if he had forgotten something sad. Li Qingshan has another idea in mind. Most of the world's spiral grass may not be directly eaten, but there is absolutely no use of spicy grass. The insulting grass growing on the riverside is probably the material necessary to refine a kind of spiritual pill. It is only that monster lacks the technique of refining yao, so it will be used as useless, but because of this, these spirits grass can be preserved and not picked. Human race, even the powerful chi-refining warrior, can't go deep into such a deep subterranean world. Although there is no monster on the way, Li Qingshan feels at least 7 and 8 strong feelings. They feel Millipede, the arrival, and far away, do not dare to approach. If it is human race, I am afraid it will become the prey of these fierce predators at once. In addition to the monster general of Millipede, I am afraid that I will not be indifferent to the inferiority of my own sight. Just a shot. What chi-refining warrior is only the second is killed. Monster can't go to the ground, and subterranean world is also a restricted area for human race. Li Qingshan, while he died, suddenly raised the head. There was a little blue light in the line of sight, as if the stars in the night sky blue say, quietly emitting brilliance, forming a beautiful halo. The light was so weak, but under the absolutely dark subterranean world, it suddenly fell into the eyes, and there was a beautiful and dazzling feeling. When I walked to the nearest place, I found out that it was a blue and small hua. It was quietly born in the cracks of the stone. The butterfly-like hua petals curled and sometimes stretched as if it were a living life. Little Un touched one of the plants gently, and the hua petals immediately contracted, and the light disappeared. Li Qingshan has never seen such a wonderful plant, and feels that the spiritual chi contained in it is richer than the spirit grass that can only be seen. With the advancement of the footsteps, the dark dong caves gradually widened, and the blue and white flowers gradually increased, and the 3 or 5 plants formed a cluster, which was exceptionally dazzling. The spiritual chi in the air is also more and more intense, and has already surpassed Jiangxi Dong. Millipede said, "It's coming soon." Needless to say, Li Qingshan also felt that a blue light passed through from the front, illuminating the road ahead, as if under the subterranean world, a moon with a blue say was waiting for him to explore. The long tunnel suddenly saw the end. Li Qingshan couldn't wait to go forward. The light became more dazzling. When he walked to the dong mouth, he suddenly stopped and widened his eyes, shocking the scene. In front of it is an open field of football field size, in which thousands of hua flowers grow. Blue light blooms in the dark, illuminating the entire dong cave. It is a shining hua sea. Many blue butterflies dancing at sea. It's like a dream. This is a sight that can only be seen in a deep dream. Little Un's sleeve touched a completely blooming blue hua flower, and the blue say hua flower suddenly flew away from the branches and leaves, and turned into a beautiful blue butterfly, which crossed a beautiful track. Those butterflies were actually born from this spirit grass. They are the Jing spirit of this spiral grass. Little Anne reached out and grabbed it. The blue say butterfly turned into an aura from her fingertips, recondensing not far away, flying away from the distance. Little Anne immediately caught up, wading through the hua sea that was about to drown her. A cluster of hua petals flying, turned into a butterfly of countless blue say, lingering beside her. Li Qingshan screamed, "Little Anne! Here is the home of Millipede." It's a bit polite for the first visit. Maybe this spirit grass is extremely important to Millipede. Little Anne looked back, and Blue Ray took her to the blue, and the face of Jing was like the legendary Jingling. Li Qingshan the next words, suddenly felt that not only how to open, but then look at the smirking Millipede, sighed and smiled and said, "You guy, the place to live is still good. More than just the beautiful Jing. The spiritual chi here is already rich enough to the point he has never seen before. If you meditate here, whether it is monster chi or true chi, I am afraid it will grow." Millipede said, "What is good?" Refers to the blue say butterfly. This can eat, not good. Li Qingshan knocked on his bald head. What else in your head besides eating? Such beautiful things, even if they are delicious, will not be able to breathe. Millipede Momo's head continue to smirk, without the majesty of Monster General. When Li Qingshan promised to go with him to subterranean world, his smirk had never been heard, and he would be forgotten by other Monster General bullies. Don't laugh, be serious. You look like this, no wonder people are being bullied and can't eat sweet potatoes. Li Qingshan scolded, since he was determined to help him recover lost ground. They were no longer just friends, but also comrades fighting side by side. The next step is to rely on the power of Millipede. If you don't look like a fool, you can't help but learn a few words. Millipede was busy with his mouth and said with a serious voice, "You stay, don't eat sweet potatoes, you can do it. But it is a rare idea to express clearly." Li Qingshan's mouth is hot. "I am very touched, my friend, how can I have no sweet potatoes to eat?" Millipede is not smart enough, but he is a sincere, cultivation base is high, but not self-satisfied. Then the group of chi refining 6th 7th level is a bully loaded by Seller, and I don't know how many times. It was his first life, playing a friend recognized in the heart, and he would never let his friend down. Friend? Millipede pondered the word. Li Qingshan patted his shoulder and smiled. Good friend, good friend. Millipede also patted Li Qingshan's shoulder as if he understood something and laughed. Friends, better than sweet potatoes. After smashing through the Huasi, I was surprised that I didn't know how many blue butterflies came to the center of the open space. There was a huge stone platform without Hua grass, which was 3 feet long and 2 feet wide, 7 or 8 feet high. Millipede lay on it, stretched his limbs, formed a large character, and the face of the wooden face was renewed with a relaxed expression, and puts out a breath, looked at Li Qingshan and Little An, and rolled to the side, leaving a space. Li Qingshan can't laugh and cry. You ask us to sleep. Then I only heard the snoring sound, so I have already slept first. Li Qingshan hugged Little An onto the stone platform, then tried to lie down, but sat up like a lightning strike, full of horror, and at that moment, he felt that he was not lying on the stiff stone, but Bodang's spiritual cheesy high. He rubbed the surface of the stone platform hard and looked at it carefully. He saw the brilliance of the glare under the stone platform. It seemed to melt the most beautiful gem in the world. This magnificent color, Li Qingshan, seems to be not the first time I saw it. All of monsters' first instinct is not to pursue eating and drinking, but to find a spiritual place to absorb more spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The principle, which is a deadly bird of death, is the same in the cultivation world. Spirit stones or vein, a natural form of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, is often condensed on spirit vein. Most of the stones on the ground, or vein, are in the hands of powerful forces and are guarded by powerful cultivators. But the spirit stones are not only equivalents, but also consumables. After thousands of years, many of them were exhausted by the human race, and even the fishermen, even the spirit vein was directly smashed. But in the depths of spirit vein's richest subterranean world, monsters don't have the habit of using sharp stones, nor do they push the spirit stones onto the formation, and magical artifact. These unspoken spirit stones or vein, it is recyclable, constantly drawing spiritual chi from spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and growing countless monster and spirit grass. Li Qingshan's heart is really stupid and stupid. This guy is a poor man. He came here to eat and drink. He didn't expect him to sleep on the spiral stones or vein every day. It was a luxury. Millipede came to him to eat and drink, and it was his turn to feel it today. Such a cultivation holy place, if you do not use it, is a shameful Langfi. Li Qingshan lie back on the stone platform, close her eyes, and lift up the spirit turtle sea, suppressing secrets to sink her mind like a spirit turtle sinking into the sea. ! Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 208, Chapter 25. The ninth layer is complete. Chapter 25. The ninth layer is complete. After eating a closed door, Yu Shukyuang was not angry at all, but instead he admired Li Qingshan. He see that he has already known from Yu Zijin that the stupid bird that flew in and flew out turned out to be a 6th level chi refining warrior. The semigenius that he was surprised at that time came back to God. What is the concept of 6th level chi refining warrior, which is completely beyond his imagination? I heard that as soon as the mind turns, the flying sword is around. He is the head of first-class master. It was cut off, and such a character, who did not walk under Li Qingshan's hand, was thrown out, and even the head did not dare to return. The heart is very embarrassing. This Li Qingshan is young. How is it practiced? Is it difficult to be a big family son, or is it a secret discipline of immortal clean men? He who see Liu An thought that now. He did not come up with a question. He only knows how lucky it is to be able to get in touch with such a big man. Hey, I always think that the great hero Yu is familiar, as if I have seen it. When Yu Zijin said these words, his face was a little hot. Yu Shukyuang was taken aback and laughed. How come? It must be your illusion. Li Qingshan reminded me that his true identity can't be known to Yu Zijian. Now, how can he violate it? Yu Zijian am I, is it? Yu Shukyuang suddenly said, let's go see your mother. Yesterday's business, let him be silent heart for many years. Once again, he has this idea. But yesterday, until late at night, only all the guests were sent away, and all the curious explorations were perfunctory. Yu Zijian gave a soft sigh. On the snow, the father Envy came to the east of the city. Under the beautiful hills, there was a small tomb. The cleaning was very clean, and the tombs were filled with fresh sacrifices. This is of course the arrangement of Yu Shukyuang. However, today, before the tomb, there was a person stalking straight, and the gorgeous silk robe was not stained by mud and water, but he did not notice it. Mark Aqua. Yu Shukyuang frowned. He didn't go. I don't know how to hear it here. Yu Zijian held the hilt and secretly warned that she didn't even notice it. Today, she is very different from the past. Yu Zijian said anxiously, I am not Xia, you are going to heal, and it will be dead in this way. Although there are some insights, no change will happen overnight. The goodwill in her heart will not disappear. Mark Hakun saw some of the self-deprecating smiles of the revealed people. After years of hatred, he has no strength to live. Yu Shukyuang coldly said, if you die, die somewhere else, don't die here. Mark Hakun looks cold and holds the handle. Yu Zijian said, hey. Yu Shukyuang pushed Yu Zijian, angrily said, why do she want to grow up with waste like you? You are looking for death. Mark Hakun brushed the chew out of the knife, face murderous aura. Yu Zijian is in front of Yu Shukyuang and anxiously said, you still don't understand it until now. My mother, she doesn't want to see you like this. If you die, if she knows what to do, I don't want to be sad again. These words are spoken from Yu Zijian's mouth, as if there is a magical power. Mark Hakun stunned. Yu Zijian softly persuaded, you have to live well, my mother will be relieved. Mark Hakun slowly lowered his eyes. Small little girl, you, right. Suddenly a backhand knife pierced the big Jew and then pulled out. His face became paler. Yu Zijian exclaimed, only listening to Mark Hakun, I told you a lot of crazy words yesterday. This knife is to be a gift to you. Oh, people like me mourn her, originally damn, but already you can't be tired of him anymore, and you'll be alive. Yu Zijian knows that his kindness is not changed. He sighs, you are different from others, but people's heart is better or worse than appearance. You will find it. Who envy who really likes you. Mark Hakun is just a sneer. This world envy, which does not love Junki Ulang Jun, with his current cultivation base. There is no shortage of beautiful envy people, but those envy people just like his money power, in addition to her, and then no one is really treating him. Even if you can't let go, I heard that there are many ways to cultivation that will cure your face. Mark Hakun gradually began a wonderful change, and there was a glimmer of glory in his eyes. He suddenly turned around and looked at the tombstone. He seemed to engrave every word in his heart and then limped going far away. Yu Zijian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, smiling and smiling, only to persuade himself to be effective. I didn't hear Mark Hakun's muttering. The cultivation process has many magical methods. There must be one that can save you. This slight help falls in the heart of his heart that is exhausted by exhaustion and despair. It is also like a seed. Although he is only the cultivation world, the lowest member, even if there is a magical method of returning to life, it is not accessible to the second level chi refining warrior. But human race's almost obsession, incredible mourning, is also the source of their strength. Yu Shukyuang looked at Mark Hakun's back, and looked down. He turned his head and pointed at the little tomb. Xia, have you seen it? He is still alive. Don't be sad again. In my heart, I remembered the words of envy. The horse senior brother is always 1,000, but it has always been excellent for me. I can't disappoint him. I can't help but sigh. If I didn't save for you, then I would die outside Yanshan City, just fine. Yu Zijian seems to have seen through his mind. Loudly, mother is sure to like you. I believe she is not forced to marry you. Yu Shukyuang smiled slightly, and the head of Momo Yu Zijian, maybe, but she can't pass her own. Although she no longer, she left the best gift to herself. Determined, no matter how, to get Li Qingshan to get the innate Dan. He is not old, can take care of her. When I think of it, I suddenly say a long way. I have never dared tell you that many of the stories I said about the martyrdom are fake. Yu Zijian was shocked and took a step back and looked at Yu Shukyuang unbelievably. Yu Shukyuang lightly coughed and concealed : "Hey, I want to tell you, in this world, good people are not allowed. You have to learn smart, bad. Hey, liar, I don't want to be a bad guy. Just beg you." "No, liar," Yu Shukyuang said, "even if I am deceiving, I will lie to you, and who else will not lie to you?" Yu Zijian, stunned, suddenly revealed mysterious smile. "Hey, I don't blame you." "Okay," Yu Zijian said seriously, "although you lied to me, it is a good thing for me to learn chivalry." This time it was Yu Shukyuang's turn to be surprised. "My envy child knows best when she can turn this corner." Yu Zijian is proud of laughing. "I want to be a good person." Deep in subterranean world, in the middle of the Huasi, opens the butterfly dance. In the big stone platform, the magnificent say color flashes. Li Qingshan got a glimpse of it, a cold and heavy spiritual chi, rushing into his mind after wind ponds, pouring his yin-yang. There are still some empty meridians filled with Jing, pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth, so that there is a slight sting in the meridians. If he is a demon body, the strength is very strong. This may be the end of the meridians. He instinctively runs innate chi refining secrets and wants to convert spiritual chi into true chi, but it fails. The amount of spiritual chi is so large that it cannot be easily mobilized. The stinging feeling in the meridians is getting stronger and stronger, but he can't feel it at all. At this time, the spirit turtle monster core automatically spins up, releasing the brilliance, while absorbing the spiritual chi while suppressing the excess spiritual chi. Innate chi refining secrets was finally put into operation, transforming spiritual chi into a true chi. The spatial ring between the fingers is also constantly playing its own role, and true chi once again smelts purification. Jing pure chi, like Jiao water, every breath has a new growth, increasing at a horrible rate. This speed is far better than the ordinary chi refining warrior, relying on chi condensing pills cultivation speed. A chi refining period can absorb the cultivator of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, a precious spirit stone or vein, a spatial ring that is qualified to be owned by a cultivator, and the 3R1, which is an extraordinary cultivation speed. Less than 2 hours later, Li Qingshan's body trembled again, and innate chi refining secrets was repaired to 8th layer realm. The speed of true chi's flow has been accelerated by a few minutes, and the amount has increased a lot. But cultivation continues, and time passes by. I don't know how long it was in the dark. When Li Qingshan opened his eyes again, he looked inside and found innate chi refining secrets, and finally completed the great 9th layer realm, reaching the peak of chi refining 3rd level. This is his first cultivation technique, and he has a faint satisfaction in his heart. He wants to share this good news with others. Look at Millipede next to me, still screaming and sleeping. It looks very safe. It seems that all the thoughts are put down in my sleep, but I think he has nothing to worry about. Little Un was also extremely rare, curled up and fell asleep. It seems that this spirit stones or vein is also very good for her. Li Qingshan didn't want to alarm them, raised his right hand, and looked at his dark hands. Every increase in strength will make him more confident and master all this. If he sneaked on cursive sword script now, he might be able to hit 9th level chi refining warrior. He can solve many problems as human race. Peas, Li Qingshan little rounded up, and immediately to the end of the month, let the little ones complete. Book Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 209, Chapter 26, Collecting the Demon Soldiers. This is extremely important. Walking in human race world, many times it is not suitable for demonic incarnation. The stronger the strength of human race, the better the chances of getting a lot of opportunities. Do you know the domain name? But if you want to continue your cultivation, you have to find a new culture technique. He feels that as long as there is chi refining secret art, he can immediately break through the cultivating chi 4th level and open yang linking meridian. Unfortunately, he did not get any of the 5 chi refining. Chi refining can only be suspended here, waiting for the coming day. In the Mad Martial Arts Hall, the 2 rows of discipline are divided into 2 groups, all of which are not squint, and the eyes are faintly eager. The weather was very cold, and Yu Shukyuang's forehead was floating with first-level sweat stains. He leaned over and watched with care. "You brother, our wild sword villa, there is really no decent disc you can enter your eyes." Sitting opposite Yu Shukyuang, it was Liu Fengrui who had only come a few days ago. He arrogantly waved his hand and Yu Shukyuang let everyone back. Liu Fengrui laughed at Yin's words. "I am not here for this time, Yu Lodi. Your happy event is here. I am in the empty home. What is he Zai?" Liu Fengrui said, "I have heard about the things of the past few days. Jidus Han is deceiving people. I am taking the industry of brother Yu. I still have the help of the older brother, but this is not a long-term solution. I specifically pleaded with the master. Incorporating Wild Sword Villa into the protection of Green Vine Mountain. Since then, who dares to provoke Wild Sword Villa is to challenge the majesty of our Green Vine Mountain." Yu Shukyuang was shocked. He had this desire to take Wild Sword Villa under a mountain. Although he had a master on his head, he always beats Chi Refining Warrior. But now that he knows Li Qingshan, Yu Zijian will have a bright future, and he is not particularly happy. But the reaction was not slow, and I got up and went to the ground. "Thank you for your brother Liu Yan. This is just one of them." Yu Lodi listened to the next one, only to be more happy. "Don't ask what is it." Hearing that love has reached an 8th realm, the master is very open, willing to give her income under Green Vine Mountain men. This time is to take her back to the mountain. Liu Fengrui proud of his heart. This double-edged plan, it was exactly what he came up with, that both the Green Vine's power in the mortal world and the inclusion of a discipline for Green Vine Mountain. Yu Shukyuang, I'm afraid, I'm happy to give him a kneel. Yu Shukyuang said, "This. I have promised to be a good friend of the Hua family. I will study at the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy next year." Don't wait for him to finish. Liu Fengrui's face sank, and he did not expect that Yu Shukyuang would not only thank him, but also the meaning of rejection. "Oh, are you talking about Green Vine Mountain, not the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy? Or do you want to scare me with the Hua family? How dare this? Isn't that letting love come out?" Under the roof, people had to bow their heads. Yu Shukyuang only had to call Yu Zijian. When Yu Zijian heard it, he immediately shook his head. "No, I have promised to take it." Liu Fengrui met Yu Zijian. The eyes are slightly bright, and the face is still yin. "My master is his old man, never open his mouth. But if you say it, you haven't taken it back. You should think about it." "I said that I don't want to be unwilling." Yu Zijian annoyed. When she first saw Liu Fengrui, she hated his pretense, and Yin was mad. Liu Fengrui's eyes are cold, and a first-level chi-refining warrior, who dared to violate himself in public, simply did not know how to live. Yu Shukyuang smiled at Liu Fengrui. "Please wait a moment." While pulling Yu Zijian to the back hall, Li Qingshan has to be the master. Liu Fengrui seems to have seen through their minds. But the threat is not enough. He added, "Jidus Han has already assembled people, looking for the great hero bull behind you, or stopped by us. One does not know where to run out." Loose Cultivator defeated a discipline of Jidus Han, thought it would be able to compete with the men's faction. Yu Shukyuang jumped in the hut and took Yu Zijian to the back hall. He immediately went to the manor to find Li Qingshan. Yu Zijian also looked forward to the giant godlike figure descending from the sky, grabbing the surname Liu outside, and also lost go on the face. But the final news is that Li Qingshan has disappeared. Yu Shukyuang sat down on the chair and lamented. How is this good? Yu Zijian once again realized the sorrow of no power, clenching the hilt. Hey, I promised him is. Yu Shukyuang said, how is this done? Yu Zijian went to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, and at least Hua Chenglu took care of it. 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy is also a place to talk about rules. Looking at Liu Fengrui's appearance, I don't think there is much in Green Vine Mountain. Love with men. Yu Zijian comforted Yu Shukyang. You don't have to worry. Green Vine Mountain may not be comparable to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Suddenly depressed the voice, now is also a stopgap measure. I write a letter to Chenglu, maybe she can help me. Yu Shukyang can't help but sigh. Envy is really grown up, helplessly said, this can only be so. It's not that easy. This little girl is obedient, but if not, I am afraid that she will not have her suffering. The king sent me to the mountain. Li Qingshan's singing voice, back to Dang in the quiet Dong cave. The king sent me to the mountain. Little An sat on Li Qingshan's neck and sang along. Watch the Nanshan patrol mountain. Li Qingshan turned his head and sang with a scorpion. Watching Nanshan to patrol the north mountain. Little An also turned his head and sang with a scorpion. Wrong is wrong. Li Qingshan suddenly shook his head, and the little Anon who was shaking moved. Where is it wrong? Little An clamped his neck and grabbed Li Qingshan's ear to balance. Li Qingshan said, it should be patrolling Dong. Little An thought for a moment. Yes. Li Qingshan has been in Subterranean World for half a month. He didn't make a mistake and let Millipede fight with Monster General. Instead, he is familiar with the situation under Subterranean World. He found that Millipede's territory was not only engulfed by the Monster General, but was ravaged by all the neighboring Monster General. Others had a lot of people under his command. He was alone, and his mind was not very agile. Bullying is simply not tolerated. Li Qingshan is also more aware of the important xing of the territory. Subterranean World is a big treasure house. Here, he can find the spirit vein Holy Land 10 times better than Jiangxi Dong, and he can quickly restore the spring of true qi and a variety of strange spirit grass. These treasures, scattered in the vertical and horizontal caves, lost to territory, lost to resource. One of the most important resources is the various monsters. In theory, all the monsters on the Millipede territory have to listen to his assignments, and as a Jiao change, Millipede does not feed on them. But Millipede lacks the skills and wisdom of leadership. Even if it is a command, those monsters are also yin and never give up. The so-called outside must first be inside. Li Qingshan is now going to visit these monsters one by one. Under Monster General's hand, how can there be no demon soldiers? Li Qingshan will do this to be the leader of this demon. If you like this work, you are welcome to register for the membership list. Your support is my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 210 Chapter 27 Blackwater Salamander. Li Qingshan took out the Subterranean World mind map from Taoist Jiangxi and took a look. This is completely beyond the scope of Subterranean World mind map. When he injected true qi into the Subterranean World mind map, the light flashed on the mind map, but did not form a pattern, but a group of ambiguous spots. I do not know what was disturbed. Little An whispered, because of Subterranean World primal magnetism. Li Qingshan said, how do you know? Little An hesitated, it seems to have been read, but I don't remember where I read it. Li Qingshan smiled, it must be the memory of the past. Otherwise, with her memory, how can I forget which book? Li Qingshan also silenced, and she thought of a place in the far south. I don't know where it is. Maybe when she suddenly jumped out of her mind and pulled her into the distance. It's not a bad thing to be able to find your own memories. Let me talk about Subterranean World primal magnetism. Millipede, I have never heard him say this. Little An's well-behaved nodded, hugs his neck. Subterranean World primal magnetism affects the performance of magic spell. The use of spirit artifact. The deeper the Subterranean World, the stronger the impact. Li Qingshan is free to use a simple magic spell, which is harder to perform than on the ground. It is really the home of Monster. Monster will also use magic spells but basically it is based on the powerful monster chi. It is hard to push the past, And there is no such effect as the delicate and meticulous casting process of human race. Nature is insignificant, so smart, little and smiled lightly, heavens and astral wind, the stronger the more up. The more you can blow true chi, spiritual chi, and let the people blow. Yes, great. And, heavenly fire burned the clouds. Li Qingshan moved forward, smiled and listened, and rarely heard that she had so much to say. They forgot the hidden troubles and enjoyed the moment. Let's stay at the late stage. There is really a banquet in the world, which is prepared for them. In this dark subterranean world, many of human race's methods have lost their effect, and only rely on the sense of smell, hearing, direction, and memory of biological instinct. Anyone who is more complicated than the me palace in the world is thousands of times underground cave. No one can be sure, where is the road ahead? When you go up with a mind and want to go back to the ground, the cave may suddenly bend down, or simply encounter a dead end, so that you are all planning to fall. You have to find a new way. Coupled with the ubiquitous monster threat hidden in Yin's shadow, it is enough to make the 9th level 10th levels big chi refining warrior too tired and even lost in the depths of subterranean world. The dangers here are terrible, and it's not just power. However, Li Qingshan is completely in the backyard of his home. His sensitive sixth sense makes it easy for him to find a way to release a powerful monster chi. Other monsters will maintain sufficient restraint and will not attack at will. The biggest horror monster here, the King of Millipede, is his strong backing. However, he came out this time, but did not bring Millipede together to suppress other powerful monster. Demon Dao, the strong is respected. There is no such strict order as human race, and the rule of devils is not as good as that in human race world. If you can't show enough power, how can you let those embarrassing demon obey his demon commander? In addition, he has a deeper purpose. Li Qingshan marched along the underground river with a faint spiritual chi, and the river gradually sank into the deeper subterranean world. He followed the dive into their water and swam along with the bow and swam forward. After half an hour, the field of vision suddenly widened, and I saw an extremely wide water region. I couldn't see the boundary, and there was no water surface. Some of them only had a quiet black water bow, as if buried in it. Black jade from subterranean world. Speaking of subterranean world, what ordinary people think of is of course boundless and thick soil. Who can think that the underground is rich in water? Li Qingshan thinking, the one that Millipede said should be here. The Blackwater's spiritual chi is already very rich, and although it is far from the residence of Millipede, it is also a rare cultivation sanctuary. According to Li Qingshan's observations these days, there is a spirit vein under subterranean world. This is the direction. It is likely that there will be crystallized spiral stones under the sand in the depth of the Blackwater. He is looking for those hidden monsters, of course not by random search, but by Millipede's narrative and the direction of spirit vein. But the powerful monster occupies a rich place of spiritual chi. Li Qingshan waited for little and to wait a bit, then snorted and turned into a full demon form. Tiger tail, bull hoof, bull horn, full head, scarlet hair floated up, as if a burning fire. His body shape has reached a height of 3 feet 3. Then he immediately started the cultivation tiger demon second layer. Cultivation tiger demon, not blindly swallowing medicine pill, muffled cultivation. It takes a fierce battle to come to the potential and break through the bottleneck. So, he released monster chi unscrupulously and made a provocative roar. Under the water, deep in the mud, suddenly a pair of lantern-sized eyes flashed with fierce light, a giant tail, a dang black mud, a huge body, agile out more than 10 feet, straight to Li Qingshan. The direction. Li Qingshan feels that in the distance, monster chi, who is stronger than him, is released. As Millipede said, this guy is very strong. Strong even Millipede is not willing to come to the water to find it. But Millipede 5 elements is a fire, but Li Qingshan is a water. This deep water is also his home. With a spirit turtle monster core, his movements are no less than the land, sinking his body under the water, the iron hooves stepping into the mud, stepping on the rocks, his eyes calmly looking forward. That monster chi is getting closer and closer. and he is also vaguely seeing a huge figure in a pair of eye-catching enchantments. I think the other party sees the same picture. The monster is not yet close, and the water is flowing in the first place. This is of course not only the water that it drives, but the monster power. Li Qingshan does not change, even without the spirit turtle dark armor. The water rumbling and rolling, like 1,000 troops rushing to the enemy line, slamming into Li Qingshan, a loud thunderous sound at the bottom of the water. The flame-like scarlet hair suddenly went backwards to the dang. Li Qingshan's figure was like a mainstay. He didn't move, and he had more pressure on his body, and he couldn't make his brow wrinkled. Zhidang's water bow, in his body, pulls out the tiny turbulence of countless white-say. A small color-safe fish, involuntarily by the water bow, slipped through a turbulent flow. The body suddenly cut neatly. Even if it is gentle as water, as long as it is enough speed and strength, it will become a terrible weapon. However, this is nothing but temptation and demonstration. Seeing the first temptation, there was no effect, and the Blackwater monster did not rush and watched from a distance. "It's me." Li Qingshan flashed in the red light. His arms stretched out and grabbed into the water, seemingly grabbing something extremely heavy. The spirit turtle monster core whirls, monster chi radiates outward to the pinnacle, and suddenly pushes forward. Li Qingshan is surrounded by a few feet of water, and Li Qingshan seems to hold up a big water ball to the monster. Go! The monster will slap the water and smash the water ball, as if 100 tons of explosives exploded at the bottom of the water, stirring the entire lake. But with the flow of water to deal with monster, who is also a water element, of course, there will be no result. It is like a wilderness. Ferocious beast meets, always yell at each other and show their power. As if confirming that Li Qingshan is an opponent with him, the Blackwater monster swims over, this time. But there is no water bow with it. When he swims, the Blackwater will automatically separate for him. The silence is like sliding in the void. Li Qingshan finally saw the face of monster. It was a dragonfly. The figure was 5 or 6 feet long. The smooth and dry skin was dark and inky. It was like a darkness. The ghost in the middle has an elegant taste that cannot be said. It is the ruler of this great lake. Li Qingshan is going to recruit the first man. Blackwater Salamander. 2 huge monster keys collided in the water, and Blackwater Salamander conveyed the clear meaning with the changes of monster chi. Who are you? Why are you invading my territory? Of course, it's not monster. It's about the language of human race. But every monster has mastered a way of communication during the long years of communication with spiritual energy of heaven and earth, using monster chi's bow movement instead of flapping his wings. Although not as subtle as the human race language, it is much simpler and clearer. Li Qingshan himself is demon. After learning a little from the road, he realized the way of communication exclusively with monster. At this time, he naturally understood the meaning of Blackwater Salamander. Li Qingshan's heart was slightly loose, and the monster of the strength fierce was quite intelligent. This Blackwater Salamander seems to be smarter than Millipede. I also replied with monster chi. I am recruiting you by the life of King Millipede. I am the head of the demon soldier. From today on, you have to listen to me. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 211, Chapter 28. The First Demon. Chapter 28. The First Demon. Blackwater Salamander swayed in the water and conveyed a ridiculous meaning. Millipede, you are the idiot. Only the idiot will obey his command. You are stupid. I am not. No ads, full text, more. Li Qingshan raised his claws. If I said, you have to obey, catch me, I will listen to you. Good. This is Li Qingshan's real embarrassment. Tiger demon killing howl, followed, wearing an empty dong in Blackwater, strangling to Blackwater Salamander. Blackwater Salamander didn't even have to flash, letting tiger demon killing howl fall on it, slipped open, folded to the bottom of the water, and wore a big dong without causing any harm to it. Monster chi once again ridiculed. superficial. Li Qingshan was shocked. He clearly saw that there was a first-level brilliance in the body. This guy's innate divine ability seemed to be able to slide magic spell. It is no wonder that Li Qingshan would catch it. Blackwater Salamander twisted his body and squirted a water arrow, screaming sharply and whistling, and in front of Li Qingshan. Although it is not as good as the momentum of the sea, it is a real killing trick, wearing gold dong stone. Li Qingshan also ducked, and the water arrow jish came to him and was blocked by the first-level blue say reticle, which is the spirit turtle dark armor. It doesn't hurt. The heart is slightly relieved. This Blackwater Salamander, although the culture is not low, but the attack method has been dominated by water element magic spell, it is difficult to break his spirit turtle dark armor, which belongs to water element. However, even the 9th level chi refining warrior, like the 4 or 5 West men, is a dead end in this deep water fight with Blackwater Salamander. Although this is not monster general, once it is occupied, it is extremely difficult to deal with. Blackwater Salamander saw that his attack didn't work, was taken aback, took a deep breath, sprayed hundreds of water arrows, and wore a straight white say track in Blackwater. As if the rainstorm hit the glass, Spirit Turtle's mysterious tremors, as if it would burst and smash at any time. But with a round of water arrows, it was still firmly supported there, leaving no trace. Li Qingshan only felt that monster chi was consumed sharply. I know that Spirit Turtle is not easy to be directly broken, but it is also the case of monster chi. It is not good to delay. When you step on the bottom of the lake, people are like rockets. Blackwater Salamander see Li Qingshan, and wait and see, open the mouth and revealed the white teeth, and waited for the work, biting Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan went to the top, but it seemed to be pulling his head to the other's mouth. But the 2 sharp bull horns made Blackwater Salamander not dare to slam and bite on Li Qingshan's shoulder. On 2 behemoths, suddenly entangled together. Blackwater Jidang, monster chi is full of. Li Qingshan had a pain in his shoulder. Blackwater Salamander's teeth had already pierced his skin. He didn't care. He held Blackwater Salamander in his arms and dragged it to the bottom. Although he is also a water element monster, he is used to life on land and not as flexible as Blackwater Salamander in the water. However, as long as he put his feet on the ground and force from the ground, he can suppress Blackwater Salamander with a divine power. Blackwater Salamander wanted to pull a on Li Qingshan's shoulder, but it was like biting into the toughness of the cowhide. You had to swing his neck, but he was hugged tightly. He couldn't get rid of it, and his heart was even more shocked. Monster chi was worse than the other. How can you be more powerful than yourself? Although the Blackwater is deep, but it is not the sea after all. Li Qingshan's tall figure is enough to sneak past most of the water region. In a flash, a pair of iron hooves once again stepped to the bottom of the lake. He screamed, Blackwater Salamander falling to the ground. The heart has to count. When Blackwater Salamander's dark skin, a piece of oily brilliance flashed, Li Qingshan felt a slippery heart. Blackwater Salamander slipped out like a ghost. Even the barbed tiger claws could not be buckled. You can't catch me. Blackwater Salamander sneered, disappearing like lightning in front of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's heart, this guy's innate divine ability is really hard to deal with. It's no wonder that the millipede monster general is not in the eye. Although its attack power is not strong, it is difficult for others to deal with it in the water. One thing. But this is his first battle. How can he give up? Also flew out and chased the monster chi. That monster chi suddenly disappeared. The water bow around Jidang, more and more intense, white Salang Tao in the Blackwater volume, this subterranean world deep, became a black and white world. Without any warning, and did not feel the movement of the water bow dang, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind Li Qingshan, smashed into his waist. Li Qingshan had a pain in his waist and his body was out of balance. He saw only Blackwater Salamander disappearing into the water. Before he could stabilize his body, Blackwater Salamander turned his direction and slammed it again. Blackwater Salamander draws countless black trails and is wrong in Li Qingshan. In a flash, Li Qingshan didn't know how many impacts he had, and he turned dizzy in the water, as if he had become a toy of Blackwater Salamander. He suffered from severe pain and lost his body fierce, and he was not killed by alive. The top monster, it is extremely difficult to deal with, but his heart is not at all discouraged. But the fighting intent is more and more blazing. He didn't hold up the spirit turtle dark armor because his monster chi originally didn't go with Blackwater Salamander. If you use the spirit turtle dark armor again, monster chi might soon be exhausted and only temporarily retreat. But how could he retire? He didn't let Little Ann help, and he wasn't ready to let Little Ann hide in the side to prepare for a sneak attack, but to use it as a test for himself. This is not the life and death of the omnipotent, but the service of the demon, so this battle not only has to win, but also wins the upright. There is not much difference between the strengths of each other. Except for monster chi, even his strength and divine ability are even better. The reason why you can't take advantage is that it is not enough. Li Qingshan Xuexing closed his eyes and gave Blackwater Salamander a few hits. In the midst of the waves, his heart was deep in the lake, but he calmed down. It seems that a drop of water falls into the period. Li Qingshan suddenly shines in their heart. It is water. Although he is a water element monster, he is not good at water warfare. The way of cow vertical water flow is also very clumsy. He does not make good use of the environment at all, and it gives the Blackwater Salamander a good place. He carried the floating load in the water, no longer deliberately controlled the figure, no longer thinking about letting the figure fall. He is like a creature born in the water, using water as his home. Monster chi is scattered and has a connection with the surrounding water. Instead of picking up the stupidity of the big water ball, it is as sensitive as the radar to monitor the surrounding water region. Blackwater Salamander once again broke through the water, such as the ghost lightning of the Black Say, although there is no dang from a trace of water bow, but touched the water flow controlled by Li Qingshan. It's behind me. Li Qingshan turned his head, but his actions were far less flexible than Blackwater Salamander, and even so close, even when found, it was difficult to dodge. Blackwater Salamander is proud of himself and is about to turn Li Qingshan into a group again. Li Qingshan's huge figure, but no sign of the left to the left. Li Qingshan cow longitudinal water, pushed him away, for the first time avoided the impact of Blackwater Salamander. At this moment, he finally felt like a monster in the water. As he noticed the movement of Blackwater Salamander, he clenched his fists, and at the moment Blackwater Salamander passed by, he squatted on Blackwater Salamander's head. A loud bang of the water bowlang spread to the entire water region. Li Qingshan no longer awaited violent rage hits. It is a joke. Even if it is a hard stone, but also a smashing, he is considering whether it is too heavy. Pain. Blackwater Salamander's forelimbs hugged his head and swung long tails away. At that moment, he showed off divine ability, which slid off the attack, and removed most of the power before he was Li Qingshan. I feel dizzy. Li Qingshan floated in the water at the foot and looked at Blackwater Salamander and Monster Chi. Bodang. You still don't admit defeat. Have you caught me? Blackwater Salamander was so angry that he was far away. If I can't win you, you can't catch me. Let me listen to your orders. Li Qingshan raised her eyebrows and adjusted her body shape. The body leaned forward and put on a freestyle style. The limbs jerked backwards and then slammed into the Blackwater Salamander. If you talk about water alone, how will Blackwater Salamander lose to Li Qingshan? And when the tail swings, he will swim 3 or 4 feet away. Even if he swims, he can't compare its natural agility. It was about to laugh at Li Qingshan again, and suddenly felt that the tail was tight. Li Qingshan grabbed its tail, but its tail was most slippery, and the brilliance flashed, and it was far away, and then dared not stop. In the vast expanse of the underground lake, 2 behemoths, one chasing, one fleeing. Blackwater Salamander's endless hiding, but Li Qingshan's speed is not enough. Even its tail is not. After 3 days and 3 nights, their speed is slow like ordinary fish. They are exhausted, but they still refuse to listen. Li Qingshan feels like a fish. How to use the body to dial water, how to cow longitudinal water, has a new understanding. Water war for him, no longer a weakness. Although he was exhausted by Jing, but with the bull-like endurance, he hangs Blackwater Salamander hard and never let it have a moment of rest. Blackwater Salamander hated to gnash his teeth, and the smelly fish rotten shrimp glared at Li Qingshan. Suddenly, he felt that his eyes were bright, and a group of bow was burning. In the quiet burning of the water, there was a small cockroach in the fire. I also learned monster and used the breath to convey a clear meaning. If you still kill it, take out the monster core and eat it. Beside her, two big skulls. Their mouths are one and the same, seemingly waiting for dinner. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Don't eat me, I will self-donation monster core. Blackwater Salamander instinctively felt a dangerous atmosphere, knowing that this passes too much, and the heart is mourning, but also a bit admire Li Qingshan perseverance. I am serving you as a leader. What are you? Exclamation mark at hash. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 212 Chapter 29, Determining the Territory. Chapter 29, Determining the Territory. Blackwater Salamander back in the strange Li Qingshan is what monster? Li Qingshan said, you are the thing. He waved his fist and hit it. Blackwater Salamander was exhausted and fascinated. Li Qingshan blinked. Do you dare to hide when you hit the head? You still want to live. Little Un's two skulls were intimidated, and Blackwater Salamander had no choice but to go and give Li Qingshan a sigh. Li Qingshan sighed and sat down on the ground, staring at the first demon soldier under his own heart. I didn't expect that. I had not mixed Dark Wolf Commander. I was the leader of the demon Dao Dao, and I led the first class. A powerful monster. The strength of Blackwater Salamander, if calculated according to the criteria of human race chi refining, is probably the 9th level 10th level, which is not far from becoming Monster General. Li Qingshan's Monster Cultivator strength, according to chi refining, can have a 7-8 level, which is far from the distance of Monster General. Nothing, Monster Cultivator originally is a super killer, to the extent that it is already the medicine pill has helped a lot. This victory is based on 3 powerful divine ability. Blackwater Salamander saw no danger, stopped to rest, looked at Little Un carefully, and said, head collar, that millipede. Li Qingshan said, call the king. Blackwater Salamander said, why did King Millipede want you to call me? Li Qingshan said, not just you, all the monster on the ground. I have to fight. If you want to listen to the order, if you don't listen to the order, all kill. Blackwater Salamander is not the most powerful monster on the ground, but it is the most difficult monster. Millipede's unwillingness to go deep into the water, even if it comes, it is not easy to surrender it. Li Qingshan regards it as the first. Aims. Blackwater Salamander Little Un, head collar, is this? Li Qingshan said, this is the deputy leader. The flame in Little Un's eye socket flashed and he became a deputy leader. Li Qingshan said, you know where the immortal cave of King Millipede is? No. This piece of ground, as long as a little spirit of the Mangster, I am afraid that I did not know. Li Qingshan said, well, after 3 months, I will hold a conference there. When you dare not go, this Blackwater Lake, you don't have to wait any longer. He doesn't just play these monsters one by one. If they surrender them one by one, his most basic purpose is to form them into a combatable force, so that Millipede will sum up the demon conference and condense all the monster core. Monster is all gathered. Blackwater Salamander had no choice but to promise. Li Qingshan thought about it. From 100 treasure pouch, take out an uncooked roast chicken and throw it to Blackwater Salamander. Blackwater Salamander swallowed it. It was rich in various seasonings, especially the taste of salt, melting in the mouth. It was excited to swim around Li Qingshan, looking at Li Qingshan, head collar. Still do you have? Li Qingshan's heart, really not what I expected, under the subterranean world. Although it is a big treasure, there are various spirit veins, spirit grass, but the food resources are far from being rich. Even the monster general like Millipede can't eat anything, let alone these ordinary monsters. Although as long as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is swallowed in this black water, Even if it does not eat for 10 years, it will not die, but the biological instinct will not disappear. Carrots and sticks have always been the only way to protect the royalties. Li Qingshan has been used properly and it has played a miraculous effect. HMPH. If you go the, how much you have to eat this kind of thing must go. Be sure. Blackwater Salamander suddenly infinitely longing for, if you can eat this kind of good thing every day, even if the demon is nothing. Li Qingshan left Blackwater with Little An, ate 100 grass pill, and restored monster chi almost. He asked Little An strangely, how do you become this look again? Little An explained that she was trying to hide her identity. They always have time to go back to the ground. If she is in the way, under this subterranean world, she will be remembered by too many eyes. When possible, Li Qingshan will be exposed. And in this subterranean world, the appearance of inhumanity is more accentuated than the appearance of human race. Li Qingshan is also very appreciative of Little An's cautiousness. The world of human race and the world of demon are not necessarily interlaced. Be careful not to make a big mistake. Anyway, you can communicate with the breath. The breath of Little An is the rising flame in her body. Go to the next place. Outside Yanshan City, after the quiet manor, the garden is in the big cave. Li Qingshan looked at the light above her head and felt dizzy. She turned to Millipede and said, I am going to prepare some hospitality food. You go back. Millipede reluctantly left. Li Qingshan came to the surface with Little An, and saw a hustle between heaven and earth. The snow covered the mountains and the mountains. Obviously, during the time he left, there were a few more snows. Li Qingshan has a clear heart and smiles at Little An next to him. The action of crusade against the group demon was much smoother than Li Qingshan imagined. In addition to the hard bones of Blackwater Salamander, there are several top-ranking monsters. One of the giant rock vipers, which is close to 10 feet, is even more powerful in Blackwater Salamander. It almost replaces the body with earth and stone, impervious to sword or spear, and blends into the soil, without any breath, suddenly attacking. Li Qingshan also almost injured. But when Li Qingshan spoke of his own intentions, the giant rock viper immediately expressed his willingness to obey Millipede's order and attend the demon conference. Blackwater Salamander is so eager to take Millipede in the eye, but even the giant rock viper does not dare to face Monster General. As a result, Li Qingshan did not take out the carrot stick, and charged the second powerful demon soldier. As long as the king has absolute strength, it is very easy to go out to the general of the campaign. Although there are several battles, they are basically shocking. Of course, this is also Li Qingshan's strength is strong enough. Otherwise it will not know how many times. The few strongest monsters, although fearing the power of Millipede, always have to test the contest against Li Qingshan. The reason why Giant Rock Viper could obey so quickly was because the attack on Li Qingshan was not successful, and Li Qingshan punched the stone with a fist. Although if there is a fight, Li Qingshan can't say that his chances of winning more than 50%, but without any monster, there will be no reason to fight with his own monster. Everyone thinks that human race is smart and sensible, and monster is bloodthirsty. But the fact is not the case. Even if the beasts in the wilderness are competing for the spouse's territory, they will not fight with their opponents. The losers will not even be hurt too seriously. They often decide the outcome by screaming deterrence. However, the human race often gambles on women's lives for women, power, and desperate. Even if they know what they are not, they must fight, and finally die. And they will not repent. Or because of a little friction, escalating from insults to fighting, and finally becoming the killing of your life and death. What you do is nothing but vain dignity. In the body of the beast, there is only the instinct to survive, without the complex emotions of human race, and this has not changed since their demonic incarnation. So Li Qingshan is faced with a group of surprisingly sane opponents. The powerful monster is still obeying, not to mention those weaker ones. Almost Li Qingshan monster chi was born, and the little demons went to worship, and even Li Qingshan did not think of it. It only took a month to complete, far less than he expected. Millipede is too dull, easy to be fooled, and has not called the consciousness of his men, to the point of today. When Li Qingshan made up for the shortcomings of Millipede's intelligence, he immediately controlled the territory. This time, Li Qingshan also counted dozens of demon soldiers. The identity of the demon leader became a real name. After the demon meeting, he completely established the rule, and he could dispatch these demon soldiers. There is also Millipede, the monster general friend. The door wants to deal with him again. That is, he is looking for a dead end. As long as he has not spent the expert of tribulation, he can eat it no matter how much. Even if the sect master dares to enter subterranean world, he is also told to taste the insect race monster general. With a beautiful vision for the future, Li Qingshan took the big fight and carried the bamboo rafts to let Little Un enter. Although he has been able to return to normal, he intends to maintain this huge figure and facilitate walking around the world. In order to make this demon conference a success, a feast is indispensable, and this matter will still fall to Yu Shukyuang. In the Wild Sword Villa, Yu Shukyuang excitedly took Li Qingshan's hand. "You can finally come back." Li Qingshan see Yu Shukyuang's look, and asked, "What happened?" Yu Shukyuang said that the matter was the case. Li Qingshan angrily said, "I am really deceiving. Can you inform Hua Chenglu?" Yu Shukyuang bitterly said, "The letter has been sent out, but there is no response." Li Qingshan knows that even if Hua Chenglu is acting, it is impossible to write a letter to Yu Shukyuang. However, I am afraid that this is not so simple. Hua Chenglu, even if he is interested, Hua family may not be willing to make friends with Green Vine Mountain for the friendship of children. The cultivator sect was arrogant, and he had seen it once in the door. Eagle Wolfgart also dares to kill, let alone force a discipline. Yu Shukyuang said, "What can I do?" "Oh, it's all useless for me." Li Qingshan advised, "You don't have to be too anxious. She is going to be a discipline, and she will suffer at most. It will not be dangerous. It is not a bad thing to experience the sinister world." Green Vine Mountain is also a serious sect, not a thief cave. Yu Shukyuang sighed heavily, though, but how can he let go of his heart? Li Qingshan is also somewhat worried. He also likes Yu Zijian's straightforward kindness and does not want her to be bullied. "I will go to Green Vine Mountain to visit her. You stay here and prepare something for me." Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 213 Chapter 30 Deep Mountain Downtown Chapter 30 Deep Mountain Downtown. Yu Shukyuang was overjoyed and deeply glanced, but there is a command: everything is okay. As long as Yu Zijian is safe, what he asks him to do is willing. Li Qingshan said, "Let your hand out." Yu Shukyuang suspected that Huo's reach out, a yan like ya, fell on the palm, and it's not exactly what he's dreaming of innate Dan. He's surprised and happy, and then a deep glance. "Thank you, Great Hero Bull." "Thank you, Great Hero Bull. What do you want me to prepare?" Li Qingshan said, "You will first take innate Dan to see if you can reach innate realm, give birth to a trace of true chi, and then say something else." Yu Shukyuang immediately took innate Dan, meditating to it, refining innate Dan. This innate Dan, if given to ordinary people, may not be able to get chi refining, but giving him such a first-class master is a sure thing. Yao's strength deep into every inch of the body, combined with the deep internal strength, has gradually produced a wonderful change. The original internal strength gradually became lighter, as if it was detached from the body's restraint, infinitely extending outwards. A kind of joy rose from the heart. Yu Shukyuang knew that this time was the most important thing, keeping the mind and preventing chi deviation. Li Qingshan sat on the side and took the little Buddha's usual Buddhist scriptures from 100 treasure pouch. After a while, he felt dizzy. What says was empty, there was no south in the south, and the end was not in trouble. I don't know how long her little head is, she can put such boring things into this. After a while, Yu Shukyuang was shocked and Li Qingshan turned his head and smiled. How? Yu Shukyuang has a slack body and a tired face, but she can't hide the joy between her eyebrows. This is like a recreation. Li Qingshan interrupted, the guest will be exempted. I have already said that for me, I will never treat you badly. I have a set of cultivation technique of innate chi refining secrets, which can also be taught to you. With your deep internal strength, you can get to the chi refining second level when it's not a problem. Yu Shokyuang was almost fascinated by this happy event, but in the end it was a long time, and it calmed down and settled up. I know that this time, it's not a few words that can be rewarded. Waiting for Li Qingshan to wait. Li Qingshan passed on the cultivation technique of innate chi refining secrets and then threw an empty 100 treasure pouch to Yu Shokyuang. What I want you to do is to use various kinds of wine, raw food. Fill this 100 treasure pouch and give it to me. You have less than 2 months to do this, and I want you to act like. Yu Shokyuang gave a slight glimpse, and the task given to him by Li Qingshan Jiao was simply too simple. However, when he injected true chi into 100 treasure pouch according to the method taught by Li Qingshan, it was finally renewed. Li Qingshan gave him 100 treasure pouch, which belonged to Dongman. The space is extremely wide, and it is worth a few large warehouses. It is not easy to fill it up, and it is still in 2 months. Inside, it is not enough to kill pigs and slaughter cows just outside Yanshan city. If you transfer from other places, I am afraid that there will be some time to catch up, and the noise is too loud. However, Li Qingshan did not want to be too eye-catching, so he helped Yu Shokyuang become chi-refining warrior, and then he used his extremely wide face to do this, which would save Li Qingshan a lot of trouble. Yu Shokyuang nodded. There must be no responsibility in the next. Although this task is somewhat troublesome, it can't talk about any danger. It is better to collect wine than to find an 8 dan. Li Qingshan also made some details. After all, monster's taste is not exactly the same as human race. Even many people don't like to eat cooked food and eat fresh blood food. Yu Shokyuang one by one in mind, Li Qingshan thinks that there is nothing to be Zhao generation. Then he picks up the bamboo poles, takes the bucket, walks outwards, and suddenly stops. Path of cultivation. Boundless broad, the swordsman of the past. I don't know how much madness is left. After a while, striding away, leaving only Yu Shokyuang standing in the same place, the beard on the face of the subconscious Momo. This is the old man who vowed not to marry his wife in the past. His eyes gradually firm, and suddenly pulled out sword, Jiangwen brush across the face. At this time, the gentle young man who often gave Li Qingshan a banquet came in and asked An, Master, great hero Bull. He was stunned by Yu Shokyuang's appearance. It was a handsome face. Although it had been honed over the years, it left a lot of small lines, but it added a vicissitude of charm. When I saw the horror of the discipline, he laughed a few times. Go to the wine. Give me practice. Unprecedented in the mood, as if returning to the original swordsman, life and death years out of time. But he is no longer young, no longer easy unrestrained, and there is something called responsibility. As a father, if you can't even protect your envy, what is the meaning of living? Li Qingshan has come to the outside of the village, looking back and looking at it. He smiles and can become a first-class master. No matter how good or evil, mental perseverance has nothing to say, and Yu Shokyuang is one of the best, to create this wild sword villa. He needs a few characters that can be used to help him deal with things in the human world. Such characters don't need to be too strong, but they should not be too weak. Now they may only help him collect food, but in the future, they will definitely. There are more benefits. He opened the Verdant Province mind map, his fingertips slid over it, his mind turned, his picture flashed, and eventually his fingertips rested on a tortuous hill with the words Green Vine Mountain. The tortuous brush stroke turned into undulating mountain, steep and sturdy, snow and white clouds across the mountains. It gives birth to a few points out of the air. What's even more wonderful is that in the snow-capped mountains and surrounded by snow-capped mountains, only this mountain peak has been planted with green grass and green leaves, as if it is a green pearl above the white snow. Li Qingshan stood in the distant snow-capped mountains and looked at this scene. lamenting the magic of heaven and earth. Although the formation of Green Vine Mountain played a little role, the real thing that made this mountain Longchun was a spirit vein underground. Not only is it not far from Blessed Peace City, it is not far from its hometown of Suncheer City. It is located on the back of a boundless mountain vein. Of course, this is not far away. According to Li Qingshan's current strength, the sinister mountain road alone is almost severing the possibility of mortals coming here. Even if you come here, the traversing clouds contain many mysteries. The ordinary people are not only not coming up to the mountain, I am afraid that even this kingfin cannot be seen. Although Li Qingshan can see it, he is still hesitating to enter. Is Yu Zijian somewhere on the mountain? Is it hard to work? Li Qingshan stood in the foothills and frowned, and stepped on the foot. True chi erupted from the bottom of his foot. Dang had a round of snow. His man had jumped under the Bzhanghai cliff and had already seen a horizontally grown lone pine. Once again, people have already reached the mountain next to them. He wants to go around Green Vine Mountain and see if there is a gap in the mountain. At this time, the sky has been darkened, the winter night is extremely long, and the night is conducive to Li Qingshan's action. It would be better if there was a little more snow. Perhaps it is really the day to follow people, and soon the snow will fall. Li Qingshan converges, but when he comes to the back of the mountain, he is slightly stunned. A small village and town, located in the foothills, is emitting bright and warm lights. Is there a village that can be built next to this cultivation site? Li Qingshan was born in a village, an ordinary village, or even a small town. At this time, it should be dark, only to save some of the lights. In the town, the head, the flow of people, is very lively. In the cold mountains, such a peaceful place is extremely unusual. When Li Qingshan approached some, it was even more amazed, because in the town, no one was walking, and all were ordinary people, all of them cultivators. Li Qingshan has never seen so many cultivators in this life. Although chi refining 2/3 level, 3/4 level, it occupies the majority. But after all, it is cultivator. Are these all chi refining warrior of Green Vine Mountain? Li Qingshan immediately shook his head. There are hundreds of chi refining warrior here. There aren't many chi refining warrior in Green Vine Mountain, and the people on the street are differently dressed, and the clothes have different emblems. They are not from the same men's party. And take a closer look, many chi refining warrior, like a small business hawker, on the street with a carpet, loudly to attract customers. Nothing more than the honor of chi refining warrior. Li Qingshan's curiosity suddenly rose to a point where it could not be suppressed, and knocked on the bamboo pole behind him. How do you want to go? The surface of the bamboo raft seems to be simple, but it is covered with thick cotton quilts. Little Un is sitting leisurely inside, leaning against a silk-woven pillow, and looking at a Buddhist scripture that Li Qingshan is bored with. Go and see. Her answer was very concise, and she couldn't understand Li Qingshan's mood at the moment. Li Qingshan walked out of the dark corner and walked toward the village. However, he was always on the alert. He was hurt by too many chi refining warrior. He also had a lot of chi refining warrior's life, so he was wary of this kind of similarity. Subterranean world monster is more vigilant. When he set foot in the village, everything was as good as it was, and everyone was doing what they were doing, and the people who paid attention to him with his tall figure were far from being in the ordinary market. Li Qingshan's huge body shape still attracts a lot of tricks. This fellow Taoist. Do you want to see the golden silk on the sewing vest? Just 3 pieces of spiral stones. Li Qingshan smiled and refused, but turned to see a house outside, a 2nd level chi refining warrior treble, innate chi refining secrets by 5th level chi refining warrior, only a piece of spirit stones, a spiral stones, save you 3 years. The machine cannot be lost, the loss is no longer coming, not overdue. Li Qingshan instinctively erected the ears. The small house was surrounded by formation. Let you listen to it, and never hear what the people inside are talking about. 2 1st level chi refining warrior, disgust at the mouth of the mouth. Do you want to go in? Li Qingshan turned his face again and saw a familiar purple say figure! !@#. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 214 Chapter 31, Enthusiastic Chapter 31, Enthusiastic. Li Qingshan can hardly believe his eyes. He has considered many situations that Yu Zijian might face, such as carrying a few hundred pounds of firewood on a snowy mountain road, or looking at it with sorrow. The direction of my hometown, and her old lady Yu Shukyang. I am afraid that the imagination is 10 times more serious than Li Qingshan. No ads, full text, more. But in reality, Yu Zijian, instead of suffering any hard work, is laughing happily. Together with several chi refining warrior, she was happy to stroll around the market. The few chi refining warriors had men and envious, strong and weak, but all dressed in green clothes and embroidered green vine on the collar cuffs. Li Qingshan has seen Steward Liu and knows that this is the clothing of Green Vine Mountain. Yu Zijian among them, although it is not a star-studded moon, but everyone can see that everyone likes her, and kindly introduces her strange products along the roadside. In addition to the double scorpion becoming more compliant with the cultivator gas qualitative lingering, she has almost no change, no matter how bullied she is. Yu Zijian felt his gaze and turned his head. He saw Li Qingshan's majestic figure of the crane group, and opened his mouth with horror. Then he turned into a surprise and shouted, "Great hero bull! The people in the market have attracted attention." She ran to Li Qingshan. "How come you?" "I am jealous." "Did he come?" said while watching Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, "You didn't come. I came to see you." "You? Okay. As long as the eyes are gone, she can see that she is very good." "Yeah?" Yu Zijian continued. "Nod." "Zijian, is this your friend?" The few chi refining warriors also came over, headed by a young man of chi refining 6th level. Strangely asked. Yu Zijian glanced at Li Qingshan first. It seemed to be sure that he could call himself a friend. Seeing that he had no objections, he boldly smiled and said, "Yes." He glanced at him and saw if he would be angry. How can Li Qingshan refuse to be such a friend of a cute envy child? Yu Zijian introduced the two parties. Li Qingshan knew that the 6th level chi refining warrior was named Musican. Although the performance was still humble, it naturally had a faint sense of superiority. This is not only the superiority of strength, but also there is the pride of the monk, and the three men around him are more or less giving Li Qingshan the feeling. This sense of superiority is not only a bad thing for their men's faction, but a good thing, proving that they have a high recognition of the three words Green Vine Mountain, will be proud of the origin of Green Vine Mountain. Yu Zijian felt that introducing Nu was not very good, just said, "This is the great hero bull." The Green Vine disciple, which thought it was the name of Li Qingshan, said in his heart, "This name is really weird, but it is a bit apartment to accompany him." Musican was shocked and said, "Are you the great hero bull that throws Song Ming out of the wall?" Li Qingshan smiles by default, knowing that Song Ming is the so-called Song's senior brother, and the news is fast. "I know that the three mountains are allies, and they compete with each other. The ugly thing of the disciple between them is always the fastest. Otherwise, Liu Fengrui will not come to Wild Sword Villa so soon." Several Green Vine disciples suddenly respected Li Qingshan, and the face of Big Black on the bottom of the pot, the smiling smile of a line of white teeth, also seemed to be full of inscrutable deep meaning. The only disciple, Cheng Jiali, curiously asked, "I don't know which mountain fellow Taoist is cultivation. What is the cultivation base now?" Li Qingshan smiled and said, "My inborn divine strength. I accidentally got a body refining culture technique in the mountains. If I talk about chi refining, it is far from the Mulong Taoist. Loose cultivator, body refining." Several people quickly summed up these two words from Li Qingshan's words, and the attitude changed again. restoring the faint superiority of the famous decent discipline. Body refining is the same as the external art in Jianghu. It is always a contempt for people. Of course, it is one thing to be able to cultivate inside and outside. Li Qingshan is obviously not here. The loose cultivator without the men's faction is also a floating grass weed, which is often squeezed by the men. Although Li Qingshan's figure is tall, in their hearts, it has been faintly lowered. In particular, Musican, the dissatisfaction that Yu Zijian showed to Li Qingshan, almost completely disappeared. Although this guy is not weak, but it is a brute force Yufu. Chi refining realm cannot go up, the strength is strong and what is the use, but also born so ugly. I took him as an opponent, but I looked down on myself. Li Qingshan was keenly aware of the changes in these emotions. The smile on her face did not change. She sighed a little bit about the coldness of the world. She did not care about it. It was unusually human and it was not very dissatisfied. However, this is also Li Qingshan's strength is hard enough gas is enough, otherwise it will inevitably give birth to some mustard. The human heart Xan, originally is directly related to strength. People with low strength want to open their minds, often self-comfort. I came to visit her on behalf of his father. She was taken away by a senior brother named Liu. She didn't know how worried she was. Li Qingshan's words had a taste of inquiries. And the child was heartless. He can't help but take the lead for her. You are talking about Liu's senior brother? The master has already punished him. The young man frowned slightly and was slightly unhappy with Li Qingshan's question. Li Qingshan was even more surprised. Steward Liu had only seen one side, but he should also open Chi Hai's powerful Chi refining warrior. I don't know why this gimmick can make Green Vine blame her for her beloved disciple. Li Qingshan seeing these people is not an unreasonable generation. When I saw a tea house next to it, it was quiet and elegant. Then I watched the signboard on the man and wrote the words Qingshan Tea House. It is really true. There are not many people, very quiet. This is not a place to talk. Please have a cup of tea inside. I also asked Zijian's father about her. Yu Zijian listened to his name for the first time, and he felt strange in his heart. He thought that he would come to visit for his own sake, and his heart was warm. The ear was red for a moment, and he didn't know what to say. Just thinking about the great hero Bull is really a good person. Musican was the first to see Yu Zijian, and inexplicably gave birth to a bonfire, with a quirky smile asked, "You want to invite us to drink tea here?" After receiving a positive reply from Li Qingshan, with Men Xiao changing eyes, the face is revealed with a strange smile. Li Qingshan entered the tea house and realized why they laughed. They also knew why the tea house was so quiet. There were several bamboo cards hanging on the west wall, which read the price. The cheapest tea has 7 pieces of spiral stones, and the expensive ones cost 20 pieces. Which Chi refining warrior, there are spiral stones do not buy Danyo cultivation. Spirit Talisman body to drink this pot of tea. There is no small buddy in the store. There is only one owner. It is a clear-cut old man with a white hair. It is also a doctor in the store. Li Qingshan came in and didn't even lift his head. Several curtains hang down, and there are a few seats in the room. The people inside are talking about Zhao, but there is no sound coming from it. It is obviously the effect of formation. Li Qingshan said, "Hey, this tea is really not cheap." Yu Zijian took Li Qingshan and went out. "It's too expensive, or change one." There is a bun shop on the corner of the street. "Is it stuffed with the roux of the 3-color deer?" The 3 Green Vine Mountain disciple also smiled and added, "Yeah, this tea is nothing to drink." The face is not unexpected. Loose cultivator is basically synonymous with poverty. By Dan Yao are not enough money. Where the money please Qingming Tea Club's famous tea. Of course they are not so malicious, but it is always a pleasant thing to watch the ugliness of the country. And of course, a group of people can't go out like this. At this time, of course, there must be a generous man to save the situation. Musicians said, "This quiet tea house is very famous in the cultivation. It can be regarded as the enjoyment of life supreme in its middle grade. It is safe to come. Since it is a friend of Zijian, it is here." Under Vine Mountain, I should be the East. Li Qingshan doesn't even know this famous tea company. Of course, it is greatly ignorant. Cheng Jiali looked at Musican with a sigh of relief. That day we will let the senior brother cost it. Zijian, thank you very much for the senior brother. It's such a luxury, not to mention a small place. Just a few of us. I haven't tasted it a few times. Li Qingshan perceives that Cheng Jiali is hostile to Yu Zijian. This sentence clearly means that Yu Zijian is a countryman like himself. Human race is just that trouble. Monsters' hostility is on the body, but human race is in the heart. Yu Zijian couldn't hear the meaning of this kind of words. I am embarrassed, thank you Mu senior brother. Actually, I also want to taste such a delicious tea. Let's drink that cloud tea. Yunwu tea is the kind of the cheapest tea. The naive and straightforward envy is rare. It is even rarer to be kind and considerate. She seems to have gathered the advantages of her father and mother. The more she gets along, the more she can feel her cute and valuable. Where Musican's eyes are more gentle. Zijian, what do you drink? Drink what you want. Cheng Jiali's smile was a bit stiff. And the other two green vine disciple, looking at her eyes, seemed to have a hint of ridicule. Li Qingshan smiled in the belly. It was like the third-class master and the big chi refining warrior. In the meantime, a little Zhao Feng, Cheng Jiali was defeated. Cheng Jiali's appearance is not bad, but it lacks that kind of fascinating charm. Like the same song, some people sing in the middle of the rules, although they can't pick out the Mao disease. But it doesn't matter if they don't listen, and some people can sing and touch the heartstrings. Musican was about to call Dr. T, stopped by Li Qingshan, and grinned. We are a small place, but a cup of tea is still drinking. Is it Zijian? Yu Zijian suddenly reminisced about the meaning of Cheng Jiali's words. I said, no. I am anxious. You can look down on me, but how can you look down on the great hero Bull? Peas. I would like to ask everyone in the hands of the monthly ticket, hoping to keep more than 30 people until the end of the month. This heart is full! ! Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 215 Chapter 32 Lucky Chapter 32 Lucky Musican's face was unpleasant. Cheng Jiali immediately said, the cow locust, loose cultivator to earn points of spirit stones is not easy, or to buy medicine pill. The other two green vine disciple also followed. I have my own size. Li Qingshan said faintly, I killed a bunch of chi refining warrior like you, and it was really not easy to find such a home. But there is no reason to let a group of small characters take a nap. He himself is ridiculed for a few words, but he can't see her laughing at Yu Zijian. Dr. T said, old man, come to the most expensive pot. Just, what why free tea? Li Qingshan Darjan's knife sits at a tea table, and the shape is extremely explosive. Nothing, he is a few hundred pieces of spirit stones. Subterranean world is still guarding a spirit stones or vein, insisting that he is not a nouveau riche, then hypocritical. Dr. T finally raised the head and looked at Li Qingshan. In this kind of market where chi refining warrior is the main one, I can afford to worry about it, but not much, faintly said, some moments. Guz's cooking tea comes. Several green vine disciple are all staying, and the free tea is the famous tea of the quiet tea house. The pot price of 26 spiral stones in one pot is replaced by chi condensing pills, which is enough for 1 or 2 years. Even if Musican was reluctant to take out the pot of tea and laughed, he said, the cow is really good. Yu Zijian pulled Li Qingshan's sleeves and whispered, great hero Bull, that's expensive. Li Qingshan the beautiful wood carving tea stool next to the pat, drink yourself, fear what? This is his true heart, his life's ambition, originally tastes the taste of food. Although tea probably can't be counted in it, but anything that can satisfy the appetite, he must try it, since can't drink all the tea, then drink the best. And for strangers, especially those who are not very likable, his principle has always been no, oh, how can I drink tea that others have invited? Yu Zijian sat next to him and vaguely felt Li Qingshan's idea of going out for her. The mood was a bit complicated. The Green Vine Mountain disciple looked at Musican. I don't know if I should be seated. They also want to taste the taste of free tea. Musican said, since you have to swollen face and fat, then you are free. Li Qingshan asked about the experience of Yuzijian after the separation. It turned out that Yuzijian arrived at Green Vine Mountain. It was a real start from the miscellaneous discipline. The result of the introductory ceremony, Green Vine Old Man appeared, and the qualifications of the people were tested. Her qualification was the best. Green Vine Old Man asked a few words about her origins. If it was an ordinary girl, she was scared by the sect Basilica and the Foundation establishment cultivator. But Yuzijian said, I didn't want to come, he just wanted me to come. One-fingered Liu Fengrui, saying how he threatened to coerce, not letting her talk, and burst into tears. The children who were brought to the Green Vine Mountain by Wild Sword Villa by Liu Fengrui, originally close to the little senior sister, also raised their homesickness. For a moment, all the children cried in the Green Vine Mountain Hall. It's awkward to make a good starter. Green Vine Old Man's face couldn't be hanged, pointing at Liu Fengrui, and said, the others saw it and thought that my Green Vine Mountain's discipline was brought by the abduction. Liu Fengrui was busy swearing and pleading guilty. His character was not pleasing even in the same door of senior brother. No one spoke for him. He secretly watched his jokes. Green Vine Old Man squatting away. Yuzijian will be fierce, and even can be said to be defeated. But Green Vine Old Man didn't say that Yuzijian was gone. Nor did he say that Yuzijian joined Green Vine Mountain, and she left it unremarkably, becoming Green Vine Mountain's only non-Green Vine disciple. Li Qingshan suspected that when Green Vine Old Man wanted Yuzijian to enter Green Vine Mountain, he did not want to use forced means. Green Vine Mountain is a discipline, not an enemy, and only Liu Fengrui's self-contained person will be so arrogant. Under the door, disciple also saw the heart of Green Vine Old Man, and he was close to Yuzijian. She advised her to join Green Vine Mountain, and her personality was very pleasing. It was less than a month and she was familiar with everyone. And, with Musican, the admirers of this kind, the inner sect disciple, Liu Fengrui, did not have a way to take her. Senior brother, senior sister, all said that the guy is a bad guy, let me not be at heart. Musican said, Zijian, don't talk about it. Liu senior brother is just a little reckless, not a bad person. Although he hates Liu Fengrui, in front of outsiders, he still has to return to the same door. Li Qingshan is really crazy about Yuzijian's adventures. I can't help but sigh. Some people are born to be more fortunate than ordinary people. This kind of luck is not a powerful family, but the ability to smile at this world. World is like a mirror, you laugh at it, and he laughs at you. This ability is not born, but the gentlest care and the most correct education from childhood. Li Qingshan and Qian Rongzi are not so lucky. They are tempered by a fierce temperament. They use the claws and fangs called sinister and wise and coercive and decisive to fight in this world. This is what they rely on for a living. Powerful. Yuzijian has neither decision nor wisdom, and the cultivation base is lower and poorer. But it can make Hu Chenglu, a young boy, ask her for an innate dan, and let her hearth-hard Li Qingshan run for her hundreds of miles, which is also her power. At this time, Dr. T will sip a pot of incense, water into the cup, light and colorless, as if it is clear water, but it is full of strange fragrance, which makes people feel relaxed. Li Qingshan said, to drink wine, thank you for the care of Zijian. Tea is drunk, a stream of heat flows to the abdomen, spreads out, the body is warm, not only the lips and teeth, it is simply a scent of lungs. On this cold winter night, drinking such a drink is a wonderful experience. A cup of belly, it seems that even a variety of selfish distractions have been cleaned. The whole person has become lazy. Whether it is tea or tea, it contains pure spiritual qi, which is better than ordinary medicine pill. It has great benefits for both body and mind. Sure enough, good tea. Musican and the others are slowly drinking. The face cannot tell these, and then look to Li Qingshan, body arrogance dissipated, words a little more polite. The so-called shorthand, eating soft mouth, drank such a famous tea, and then laughed at Li Qingshan. They did not have such a thick face. Cheng Jiali looked at Li Qingshan's gaze, and it was a little softer. It was seen that Li Qingshan was not a poor loose cultivator with a swollen face and a fat face, but a man who did not put these 20 or 30 spiral stones in his heart, generous and generous. I always get the good feelings of women. Li Qingshan smiled and said, the tea name is Wei Free, and it is really worthwhile. Only Musician couldn't be happy. He was the central figure in this small circle. He was robbed of the limelight by the coward's pot of tea. He couldn't be willing to be in his heart, the way of drinking the cow's whey, but it is a bit ruined. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. How do you say this? Musician is waiting for this. A little smile, not a lot of talk. Talk about tea ceremony tea. Show his knowledge and knowledge. Cheng Jiali. 3 people cannot help but a few words. Li Qingshan and Yu Zijian, 2 villagers, hold a teacup and listen while drinking. When Musician's speech came to an end and wanted to drink a cup of tea and moisturize his throat, he found that Li Qingshan and Yu Zijian had smashed the rest of the tea, and suddenly disappeared. Yu Zijian admire, Mu senior brother knows a lot. Li Qingshan said, I also feel taught. Yu Zijian still had a slow drink, but he was really a cow, and poured a cup into his stomach. Drinking Losi's tea, there are so many nonsense, then you don't have to drink. Cheng Jiali. 3 people are glad that they are fast moving. Don't forget to drink tea. Grab a few cups from Li Qingshan's mouth and drink, which is worth half a month's cultivation. This spiritual tea is not like secular tea. It can be washed many times. Dr. T uses the technique to blend the taste of tea into the water. There is no waste, just a pot. Yu Zijian touching the stomach, it's warm. Li Qingshan said, no. The 2 looked at each other and smiled. Yu Zijian saw Li Qingshan's eyes black and white. Without the sharpness of seeing the first time, it was very quiet and clear. From fierce tiger to gentle cow, she looked at her. A little gentle. She suddenly realized that her gaze was even more so than her sharp eyes, which made her unable to look straight, her eyes to dodge, and her head lowered. Musician felt that he had all said something, and he said, biting his teeth, Niu Dao, now you know the depth of the tea ceremony. Li Qingshan smiled and said, I am a rough person, I can't remember so much. Turned to Yu Zijian and said, how, Zijian, would you like to go back with me? Yu Zijian hasn't had time to answer. Musician bluntly said, no, there is no master's will. Zijian can't leave Green Vine Mountain. Cheng Jiali whispered, senior brother. She couldn't help Yu Zijian go as far as possible, but if 2 men argue for something, it's not just the gains and losses of that kind of thing, but also their own face. It's not 1 or 2 words that others can persuade. Li Qingshan didn't look at Musician, only Yu Zijian said, what do you mean? Yu Zijian suddenly hesitated. These days, Green Vine Mountain's discipline was very caring for her. If she left, she felt that they had failed the good intentions of these people, and I am afraid that the great hero Bull will be embarrassed. You think about it. Don't worry about the other, just follow your own wishes. I believe that Green Vine Old Man is also a prestigious expert of the reasonable, and don't forget, I tell you the choice. Li Qingshan realized her mind, patted on her shoulders. She ignored the ugly Musician, and got up and paid for it in front of Dr. T. Just 100 treasure pouch took out 26 spiral stones. Dr. T proudly said, what is the way-free tea of the old man? The road may taste the taste, not the cow chewing the peony. He is specializing in tea ceremony, watching Li Qingshan a cup of cow drink. The heart is also unpleasant. At this time finally can't help but say a few words. 13 of Dangerous Insurance. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 216. Chapter 34, Condensed Ice Water. Musician laughed loudly. Is it a cow chewing a peony, and a cow playing a piano? Just kidding, Taoist Bull doesn't mind. Li Qingshan smiled lightly. Tea is a good tea, but water is normal. Zijian, The same is true for making friends. You have to choose the water, otherwise you will ruin the famous tea. Euzygian is supposed to be. Music and face changed. Dr. T first annoyed. The kid doesn't know how to pretend and talk nonsense. My water is taken from the blue falls of the Blue Mountains. Musican said, Taoist Bull is afraid that I have never heard of the Blue Springs. There are 97 in the Verdant Province Spirit Spring Manual. This ranking is not very high, but in the 30,000-year-old Verdant Province, can be ranked in the top 100. It is very bad. The front of the 96 is not occupied by the big names, which is a small loose cultivator can taste it. Dr. T screamed, you have a little knowledge of this kid, it's Green Vine Mountain. Li Qingshan said, what about that? Dr. T said, how? If you can come up with better water, this pot of tea is even if the old man asks you, if not. The breath came out. It was the chi refining 7th level. Euzygian is busy. You don't want to be angry with your predecessors. My friend said casually. Li Qingshan stopped her and smiled and said, the world-famous spring. I am afraid that it is not a famous spring spectrum. If the seniors want to ask, then I will respect it. Take a water from the 100 treasure pouch and put it in front of Dr. T. This is Li Qingshan under subterranean world, along the Ling River, traced back to the source, looking for a glance. The water is cold and sweet, and it is awkward. Although he does not understand the tea ceremony, he can feel that the spiritual chi contained in this water is much higher than the blue water. In the world of Linquan, most of the source is under the deep subterranean world. In the process of rushing to the ground, spiritual chi is dissipated and the water quality will be worse. But there are a few people in the world who can go deep into subterranean world. And a few people go deep into the dangerous subterranean world, just for a jar of spirits, to make a cup of tea. That Eiffel Spring is guarded by one of the strongest monsters. Even if chi refining warrior is there is no life. And Li Qingshan, the head of the demon soldier, wants to drink saliva. Can he still refuse it? The altar is just the ordinary porcelain jar. And Musican stands by and waits to see Li Qingshan ugly. Euzygian is worried about his face. Dr. T opened the porcelain jar and looked in. The anger and sneer on his face suddenly condensed. This water? The first level white fog floated on the water, and the jar was just taken out, and it was condensed on first level. Water drops. Musican came over impatiently. How is this water? The face is also a bit. And the spiritual chi, which is in the clear water of the altar, is not under many medicine pill. Dr. T was busy with a cup of fine copper to drink, and had a cold war. This water seemed to be colder than the ice. He still refused to believe it. He used the copper to hold his own water and put it in the altar. Kung Fu, the water in the copper gongs actually freezes into ice. Yes. This is condensed ice water. Li Qingshan did not think that the water that he had taken out of the underground spring had such a doorway. How can it be better than your water? Dr. T said, the 52nd condensed ice water, of course, is much better than the blue water. I looked down and didn't expect you to enter the Ice Palace. I haven't heard of Ice Palace. I said that the world's famous springs are not the best ones in the district. Thank you for your hospitality. Li Qingshan said, he would take up the water. Slow. Dr. T was busy blocking Li Qingshan. Why, do you want to go back? Li Qingshan said, a cup of tea? The old man still invited. The old man Luzu, how many spirit stones do you want to sell this altar water? Luzu eye is burning, looking forward to Li Qingshan, or looking at the altar condensed ice water. Green Vine Mountain did not expect that there would be such a change. The great hero Bull actually took out the spiritual water that was far better than Blue Spring. This time, the pot of tea, which is extremely luxurious, not only has no penny, but also earning money. Musican was surprised. Are you a good old man? Although Luzu is not high in cultivation base, but he's good at tea ceremony. He is quite famous in tea refining warrior. It is said that he has been cooking tea for many foundation establishment cultivators and was regarded as a guest. I did not expect to appear in the city, presided over this quiet tea house. Losers nodded. Musician disagreed. I heard that this condensed ice water is suitable for castings or refining, but has not heard of suitable tea. Luzu said, the ignorance of condensed ice water is extremely low. Everyone thinks that it is not suitable for cooking tea. Wherever it is known, only the combination of ice and fire can bring the taste of tea to pinnacle, but it requires the tea master to have a very high skill. Of course, he is such a tea master with a very high skill. How can he let go when he sees such a good water? Musician's face is blue and red, but it can't be attacked. Li Qingshan said, please ask the seniors to open a price. Luzu said, 30 stones. Cheng Jiali exclaimed slightly, this altar is more expensive than a pot of tea. 30 pieces of spiral stones, for her little tea refining warrior, but a huge sum of money. Li Qingshan said, if you want to be a predecessor, don't bully me. Then 30 pieces of spirit stones. Luzu did not expect Li Qingshan to actually counteroffer, and his heart was dark and happy. Mo with a beard nod said, the scorpion can teach too. However, I have a small request. What? Please use this water to cook a pot of whey-free tea for me. Luzu narrowed his eyes. The kid is not too greedy. He wants to abolish his water and waste his tea. He uses condensed ice water to cook a pot of whey-free tea, and at least sells 50 spiral stones. Li Qingshan said, I don't want to be a senior, I don't just have this altar. A slight meal. I also want to see the senior tea ceremony of the predecessors. If the seniors refused to agree, I will only drink this water. Sighing, you have to put up the water. Wait. The old man tickles today and meets your small request. Luzu gnawed his teeth and promised that if it was only cost, the price seemed to be reluctant to accept. Listening to Li Qingshan's words, not only does it have more than one altar, it seems to know where the spring is. If you can supply this condensed ice water for a long time, it must be of great benefit to his tea ceremony. Luzu can't wait to make tea. Every action they are all elegant and natural, but they don't use an open flame. Instead, they use a handheld teapot to cook with their own true chi. They precisely control the temperature and have no other things in their eyes. After a while, Luzu took a breath and opened the lid of the pot. A strange incense rose and swayed. It was far better than the whey-free tea of Fang Kai. Several guests behind the curtain suddenly stopped their movements and turned their heads. A few tea refining warrior on the street outside the street stopped to smell. What is this taste? Good fragrance. In the eyes of several Green Vine Mountain disciple, Li Qingshan put the teapot into the 100 treasure pouch. This teapot also sent me. This pot of tea, of course, was reserved for little An! Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 217 Chapter 35 Detecting 5 Elements. Luzu took condensed ice water and couldn't help the other. You have water, you have to send it to me. Li Qingshan perfunctory, went out, did not expect to find some water under subterranean world. Can sell such a good price, for the development of subterranean world resources. He is just getting started. Lulao too, there is such a good tea, how to hide it? Don't give us a taste. A man shouted at the bamboo curtain. This is coming. Luzu took off the bamboo card on the wall and applied it to the price, adding 20 pieces of spirit stones. Zijian, where can I sell cultivation technique? Li Qingshan sees you Zijian. I have to consider it for a while, and I am not in a hurry. It's rare to encounter such a market for cultivator trading. Naturally, I have to go shopping and buy some pieces for my own use. Something on it. Musician has confirmed his identity as a loose cultivator. Only the loose cultivator will need to buy cultivation technique. You Zijian is guilty. I don't know. Musician said. There is a front corner, Taoist bull. It's not too late. We have to go back to Green Vine Mountain. Let's not go too far. Well, Zijian, you will think about it more. I will probably stay here for a few days. If you think about it, just go down and tell me. Li Qingshan said with a good heart, since he is safe and sound, Yu Zijian is nothing to worry about. Even if you really decided to join Green Vine Mountain, you can't. And with Musican, he almost turned his face and it didn't make much sense to get together again. Li Qingshan was so refreshed, but Musican was surprised. For a moment, it was unclear whether he was interested in Yu Zijian or not. Li Qingshan is interested in Nine Heavens. Although she sees a beautiful and lovely woman, she will be heart-wrenching and give birth to the heart of admiration. But she will never be too entangled in these children's sentiments. Yu Zijian said, "Thank you, great hero Bull, I have already considered it." Li Qingshan means external way, is it? Rarely you have such a decision. Then you are going to stay? I decided to go to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Yu Zijian calmly changed the indecisiveness of the weekdays. Musican's face rose red. Zijian, you have to think clearly. My Green Vine Mountain is better than any of the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Yu Zijian sincerely said, thank you Mu senior brother for taking care of me these days, but I promised to be Lu, to go with her to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, and to repay her intimacy of innate Dan. Smiled to Li Qingshan, great hero Bull, this is what you call a choice. Li Qingshan praised him, exactly. You are not Green Vine Mountain disciple anyway. Don't let me go now. Musican hurriedly said, you can't think of it, without the command of my master. Yu Zijian shook his head and said, I still can't go. I am a letter from Lu. I will definitely find a way to come to me. If I am gone now, I am not letting her go empty, and I can't just go. It has been a month now, and your friend will not necessarily come. Li Qingshan expressed doubts about the friendship between the two little girls. It will definitely come to Lu. Yu Zijian is very positive. I hope she will not let down your trust, otherwise it will be her loss. Li Qingshan smiled, who said that the weak people, they have no persistence, can trust others, but also a great ability. If Hua Chenglu can really come and take the right path to solve the problem, then of course it is best. I will stay here for 2 days. If you change your mind, come down to me. Li Qingshan glanced at Musican. At that time, I am afraid that she would not want to go down again. It is not easy. On Green Vine Mountain, for the previous Foundation establishment cultivator, what heroes to save the United States, people must be responsible for their choices, even if it is a kind and lovely girl should be aware. Li Qingshan went away. Yu Zijian looked at his tall back into the crowd, and said thank you with a very light voice, thanking him for respecting her choice. Li Qingshan from 100 treasure pouch, take out the pot of free tea, stuff it into the bamboo basket behind him, take a small hand of whiten, and Xiaoan squats on the cotton pad, leaning against Erlang Dewey, holding a Buddhist scripture in one hand, carrying a teapot in one hand, reading a book with a spout and drinking tea. Li Qingshan also sighed a little, and he still didn't like to deal with those who are in the disorder. He is a tiger walking through the jungle and has long been used to the loneliness. Walking in the square market, on both sides of the booth, all kinds of goods, exquisite. In addition to the common spirit artifact spiritual pill, there are some cheat fragments left by the certain great cultivator, or the treasure of the mysterious immortal cave figure. Although most of them are fish heads, they occasionally have 1 or 2 pearls, which are obtained by a lucky one and fly into the sky. Such a story always inspires every chi-refining warrior, but wants to find a pearl in it, which requires a high vision or luck. Li Qingshan naturally can't talk about it. He is indeed a countryman in the cultivation, and he did not like to rely on luck, and took a turn around the scene, only to the bookstore that Musican said, and the revealed look. What he lacks most is a chi-refining secret art. I didn't expect to find such a place. It is also a good person to have a good report. The black plaque simply says 2 big characters, Book Mountain. When he walked into it, he almost suspected that he had walked into a tea house. There was neither a bookshelf nor a book, and the only book was in the thin hands of the owner. An old man is sitting in a rocking chair, next to the small one, and there is a pot of tea. He turns another page before he puts down the book in his hand. Slowly, he said, "This fellow Taoist, what book do you want to buy?" Li Qingshan said, "Old man, I want to buy a cultivation law. Can I have it here?" The old man smiled and said, "If not." The old man also opened this shop to do what? From the 100 treasure pouch, take a roll of bamboo slips and throw it to Li Qingshan. All the cultural techniques are on the top, you choose slowly. Then continue to bury your head and read. Li Qingshan will be suspicious of the bamboo slips and inject true qi into it. There are several ink words on the bamboo slips: body refining, qi refining. Try to focus on the word qi refining. The original ink, it seems to be soaked in water, recondensed, and turned into the words yin-yang, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Just choose a fire word. It is to show more than a dozen culture technique, and this is only the first page, together with only 100 law decisions, in addition to third fire burning chi secrets. The other one has not heard of it. Choosing third fire burning chi secrets, the bamboo technique shows the evaluations of the cultural technique, from the difficulty of cultivation to the power of the enemy. Even Li Qingshan, a layman, can basically estimate the quality of this cultural technique. This volume of bamboo slips is a catalogue of cultivation laws. It is no wonder that no books are placed here. Li Qingshan humbly asks, "Old man, I am a loose cultivator, I don't know what the cultural technique is. What can you recommend?" The old man smiled and said, "It depends on which culture technique is suitable for your physique. Do you know that you belong to the yin-yang 5 elements?" "I don't know, but it should be water." The old man said, "The shop can detect physical fitness. One piece of spiral stones, fellow Taoist can detect it." Li Qingshan paid a piece of spirit stones, and the old man pulled out a scroll from 100 treasure pouch. The book painted many profound mystery rune, and the lines of the zigzag loop outlined a simple array. The old man shook his hand and shook the reel into 7 feet wide and laid it on the ground. "Sit on it and concentrate." Li Qingshan gently put down the bamboo pole. "Sit in the center of the map. Do it, eyes closed. First measure yin-yang." The old man buckled the reel, and the picture suddenly released a light, projected on Li Qingshan's body, and his head formed a tiny yin shadow. The old man shook his head. "Fellow Taoist-born cultivation is not a yin method. It is extremely difficult to condense the yin true qi. But fellow Taoist does not have to be discouraged. I look at the physique of fellow Taoist. It is the masculine, the number of roads. The night say is deep, but the flow of people in the city is still a lot." Suddenly, the bookstore shines brightly, and the pedestrians cover their eyes. They are surprised. What is it? Why is it baby born? A chi-refining warrior squinted and looked into the bookstore. "What do you know? This is testing yin-yang is crossing." "What?" "When I first tested it, the light was only the size of the fist." Several chi-refining warrior broke into the bookstore and saw Li Qingshan's head, suspended with a head-sized blazing ball of light. The old man praised, "Fellow Taoist has a very good qualification in the Black Yang way. Cultivation Black Yang true qi, baker half the work, twice the effect." Li Qingshan said, "What kind of cultural technique does the old man recommend?" "Don't worry, then test 5 elements." This yin-yang too derived from the culture technique, although including myriad forms, but the difficulty of cultivation is not low, and the teacher's advice. The old man generally does not recommend loose cultivator cultivation. The old speaker said that he measured the 5 elements for Li Qingshan. When measuring the wood, Li Qingshan only condensed a small grass on the top of the head. The old man shook his head, which is far worse than the ordinary chi-refining warrior. During the gold measurement, Li Qingshan condensed a small sword on the top of the head. The old man only slightly decapitated. When the soil was measured, Li Qingshan showed a huge stone at the top of the head. The old man's eyes were bright, and it was nod. "This earth is more in the yang." On the other hand, a set of 5th earth is enough. During the fire test, Li Qingshan condensed a small fire on the top of the head. The old man secretly thought. Unfortunately, the fire is a mediocre one. If it can be as good as earth, it can be used for dual cultivation. Inferno Secrets is prepared for him, and it is a bit strange. Generally, people with strong yang are not too weak. Is it? The old man immediately thought that 5 elements would be in harmony with each other. Water and fire would restrain each other. Just as yin is yang, one side is strong and the other side is weak. Then, the water of this part is xing, which should be good, because Li Qingshan feels that he is a water xing. The old man finally measured water for him. A piece of blue light overflowing the bookstore, and the old man is well informed, but also full of surprise. The 2 days of work are a bit messy to adjust. The update time may not be so stable. Please bear with me. And finally, anger for the monthly ticket to encourage! Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 218. Chapter 36. Cultivation Technique. Chapter 36. Cultivation Technique. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and thought nothing, but it seemed to be in the Blackwater. 3 days and 3 nights chasing with Blackwater Salamander. The heart is condensed into water, front to back, left and right, in all directions, all flowing. Just as there is a real qualitative wave, the source is constantly rushing around, the chi refining warrior in the store, subconsciously retreating, transporting true chi to resist, until the waves pass through them, only to discover that it is just a phantom of blue light. The water waves even rushed out of the shop and filled the street. Chi refining warrior was very surprised and looked dumbstruck. What is going on? How to detect 5 elements? How can you produce such a strong illusion? I don't know how many innate skills are different in this world. You and I don't want to come. Don't waste time. Hurry to buy medicine pill. Prepare for a treat. This collection of herbs, we must make a comeback. Chi next to him refining warrior, once again looked into the shop, took his companion and left. The old man said slowly, "The road can get up." Li Qingshan stood up and respectfully said, "How, old man, which kind of culture technique is it for me?" For the cultivator, choosing a suitable culture technique is 10 times more important than a mortal to get a suitable wife. If a mortal wife is wrong, he can divorce, but he can't do it at best. But the cultivator chose the wrong cultural technique, and it may take a few hundred years to live, or die in the fight. Li Qingshan is also cautious about this. He has not seen much about himself. Of course, he must seriously consult experts. The old man slowly put away the map and said, "The old man has tested many loose cultivators for so many years of physique. In innate 5 elements, there are so many high innate skills, there are only a handful. If the cultivation 10th water true chi, it can be brave and daring, and with water element magic spell, the power will be far better than ordinary people." Li Qingshan knows that he is not a genius of innate skill. This is mostly the function of Spirit Turtle C suppressing secrets. When he builds a divine ability of demon, it seems to have the kind of demon. Spirit Turtle is divine beast in the water, and manipulating the sea is as easy as a child playing in the tub. Li Qingshan, even if it is only contaminated with Spirit Turtle, it is normal to have such an innate skill. And his innate skill in golden soil, I am afraid that it is also related to the divine ability of Bull Demon Tiger Demon. In this case, the cultivator next to it is afraid and will not believe. Except for a very small number of spiral grass, it has never been heard. Which culture technique of cultivation can change people's innate skill? Innate skill is the ability of innate skill. Although the efforts of the day after tomorrow cannot be enough for mending heaven, but cannot grow innate skill. But Green Bull taught Li Qingshan several divine ability, which completely changed his body and race. The so-called innate skill became a trivial matter. Water element cleaning technique. I only know 1/10 water condensate chi technique. I don't know if there are other better cultural technique recommendations from the old man. Who doesn't want a stronger super divine ability than the road technology technique? In the eyes of the old man, the light flashes. Actually, with your qualification, It is not difficult to find a sect that specializes in 10th water true chi. It is not necessary to buy the cultural technique with the old man. For example, in 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, specially asked for discipline specializing in 10th water true chi, I just met her patriarch Li Qingshan admire. The old man is really a man of heart, and he is a reader, but I am free to use it, and I don't want to be restrained. Looking down, I went to look at the bamboo slips, my mind turned, and many water element cleaning techniques, all listed. Come out, these cultural techniques are not too expensive. A few more expensive pieces of spirit stones, a cheaper one, more than a dozen spiral stones can be bought, and the stones that are sold in exchange for water are enough to buy one 10th water condensate chi technique. After all, the chi refining period is only the initial stage of the cultivation. The chi refining cultivation technique is not a divine art cheat, and certainly not expensive. And also Li Qingshan, the upstart, will feel that dozens of spiral stones are not expensive. Ordinary loose cultivator, I don't know how many years to accumulate. So the catalog, as well as the price of a few spiral stones, split a set of cultural technique to sell, such as the 10th water condensate chi technique before the 3rd level. As long as 5 spiral stones is enough. The few chi refining warriors in the store exchanged their eyes and whispered a few words. In this case, let the old man think about it. You must first swear by yourself. The old man lowered his eyes, as if Li Qingshan had to buy his cultural technique. He felt disappointed, but he seemed to be relieved. He did not want to sink such a piece good material jade. As long as you choose the culture technique, it is the future of Boundless. Li Qingshan is rich, and immediately found the most expensive one of the water element cleaning technique. The most expensive one is not necessarily the best, but it is never too bad. Boundless Sea Art, worth 110 spirit stones, is very demanding on qualification. When testing 5 elements, at least the tide must be clarified, and the difficulty of cultivation is extremely difficult, but after the success, true chi is in full swing and there is no end to it. However, the word disrupted is marked in the back, and even the residual volume can be repaired to the foundation establishment realm intermediate stage. This cultural technique is more than just the chi refining technique, so it will be so expensive. This price is already sold out. Li Qingshan thought in my heart, my monster cultivator is spirit turtle sea suppressing secrets, and chi refining is practicing this boundless sea art. Old man, how about I repaired this boundless sea art? This boundless sea art, this is a nuclear heart law named as Azure Sea sect, repaired to 9th layer realm, can be integrated into the Azure Sea pearl with the body, also with Taoism golden core. Buddhism Sarira almost. Li Qingshan's eyes are brighter and she spends the 2nd heavenly tribulation. In this world, it is the big expert. It doesn't say that it is rampant and free to travel. I didn't expect to encounter this in this small shop. The culture technique, this kind of luck, is the legendary street vendor to buy divine artifact, the roadside divine beast. However, the old man does not recommend you to cultivate this culture technique. Li Qingshan was surprised. Why is this? Even if it is a scrap, you can find a way to get it. When you get to the foundation establishment realm, his monster cultivator strength must be stronger. Just find the Azure Sea sect, whether it's a clever take, or a plunder, don't believe it can't get the bottom half. The old man seems to see through Li Qingshan's mind and sighs. Azure Sea sect has been annihilated in the cultivation path as early as 1,000 years ago. Otherwise, how can the old man sell his sect cheats? When is annihilation? Why is it destroyed? It's not so much that it is destroyed, it is better to say that it is unable to recruit the appropriate discipline, break the incense inheritance, and sell this half of the cultural technique to me. It is a descendant of Azure Sea sect. His qualification is not enough cultivation. Door culture technique, I don't know where the 2nd half of the stream is. I have been interested in inquiring over the years, but I have found nothing. Otherwise, The value of this is 10 times higher. Li Qingshan felt disappointed. Even the old man who specializes in buying and selling said that he wanted to find it and he was not worried about finding a needle in a haystack. But he still had a little expectation. Maybe I can try to use this scrap to repair foundation establishment realm. It's a big deal to turn to other cultural techniques. The power of this cultural technique is really heartwarming. At this time, among the chi refining warrior in the shop, a red-faced, middle-aged man in a robes of the color said, "Tao, this is what you don't know, and it is hard to say how difficult it is to achieve foundation establishment realm. Cultivation. The stronger the technique, the more unique its true chi attribute is. At that time, you will want to change other culture techniques, but it will be difficult." Li Qingshan is also not a stupid person. He immediately understands what he means. It is also water. There are both the water of the sea and the water of the clouds. Although it is also derived from the word water, it is like a big tree. The many branches that are separated. The more you stretch, the farther the distance between the branches, the easier it is to jump from one branch to another. It's like profound yin true chi, the door's embarrassment. If you want to learn refining corpse, it's not fun. Thank you for reminding me. Dare to ask the name of the surname? The red-faced man said, the name of the surname is not dare to be taken. The road first selects the cultural technique. If you want to go and have a few drinks, don't deny it. Li Qingshan, slightly decapitated, only listening to the old man, also said, this is the case, and the more advanced the cultural technique, the more the guidance of the predecessors, the people who look no shortage of spirit stones. The old husband has a cultural technique recommended. In the directory of culture technique in Li Qingshan, choose a culture technique to give Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan, at first glance, couldn't help but laugh, but it was still a 10th water condensate chi technique. But a closer look, this 10th water condensate chi technique price is actually 95 spiral stones, than the ordinary 10th water condensate chi technique is more than 3 times more expensive. The face is marked with the word General Ginseng. It is not allowed to raise the head and look to the old man. The old man said, 10th water condensate chi technique has been improved by countless people. It is considered a kingdom cultural technique. It is not only easy to cultivate, but also the 10th water true chi is the most moderate and peaceful. If the road can be repaired to the highest realm, based on this, almost all advanced water element cultivation technique can be transferred, and the road is loose cultivator, there is no teacher pointing. It is not a disadvantage for innate. This 10th water condensate chi technique, which records the experience of many great cultivator cultivation, will definitely help the road. Li Qingshan nod. It turns out that this is not only a law decision, but also a cultivation note. Walking along the path of the predecessors, of course, it is much easier and safer than finding a way. Moreover, the old man is also very long-term. If Li Qingshan can repair the cultural technique to the highest realm, his eyes will no longer be limited to this store, and he will have the opportunity to encounter more advanced culture technique. But this price is too high. The red-faced man also agreed, yes, who will buy such an expensive law? He and a few companions put together, and cannot make so many spirit stones. The old man smiled and said, knowledge is priceless, and this General Ginseng has 7 more water element magic spell than the usual 10th water condensate chi technique. Whether it is going to collecting herbs adventures or fighting with others, great and useful. Espresso does not add sugar, bitter. Code Outer Chapter, Music Pole. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 219. Chapter 37, Nature Myriad Forms Book. Chapter 37, Nature Myriad Forms Book. The red-faced man shook his head. If you learn magic spell too much, you will be distracted by him, but it will not be beneficial to cultivation. #_. The old man said, ordinary people do, but with this fellow Taoist in the water element's qualification, mastering these magic spells is much easier than the average person. Of course, this also depends on fellow Taoist's choice. The old man also removed here. these versions magic spell, as long as 60 spirit stones. If more removed cultivation notes, 30 spirit stones is enough. The red-faced man suddenly has nothing to say, and genius and ordinary people can't wait. Li Qingshan thought for a moment and decided, okay, this is it, I bought it. Immediately count the 95 spiral stones and hand them over to the old man. He is not bad for these dozens of spirit stones, but the cultivation technique is related to his future development, and he is not tempted to be stingy in such places. The red-faced man and his companions are all stunned. Nearly 100 spiral stones are said to be taken out. This kind of watch is not like a loose cultivator. No, even if it is a sect disciple, it is rarely so bold. Looking to Li Qingshan, the more earnest the eyes are, the more determined the determination to make friends with them. The old man also smiled. He took a jade slip from 100 treasure pouch and handed it to Li Qingshan. No store owner didn't like the refreshing guests. He didn't hesitate to spend a lot of thoughts on the doorway. Jade slip is white, slightly yellow, engraved with many prototype mystery rune. Although it is only a thin piece, it feels heavy when you start. Li Qingshan tried to sink his mind into it, and 10th water condensate chi technique appeared in the 10 hearts, which corresponds to the chi refining 10th level. Among them, first layer is used for laying the foundation for those who directly cultivate 10th water condensate chi technique. The content is similar to the simplified version of innate chi refining secrets. The real core heart law is still behind the 9th layer, which corresponds to the classic scripture. 8 meridians and 12 series. He took a general look. This 10th water condensate chi technique really is more complex mystery than innate chi refining secrets. He has a general understanding and a play in culture. If there is no comment, I want to understand the meaning of it. Easy, this step, he is right. Yes, this is exactly what I want. Thanks to the old man. Li Qingshan first took the jade slip into the 100 treasure pouch. Just wait for it to go back and compare the notes of the logicist school and take a closer look. Fellow Taoist is very polite. The old man is also very satisfied, and his heart is moving. The shop is not only cultivation technique. There are other kinds of books, even mind map. I have a few here. Fellow Taoist can see if need a travel adventure. This mind map is indispensable. Li Qingshan chose the culture technique for the next cultivation, and the heart settled down, thinking about other food things. After listening to the old man's words, he asked, "Can I have Verdant Province mind map?" The old man gave a slight glimpse and smiled. Fellow Taoist is not a small ambition. The old man here only has mind map of Clear River Prefecture. The chi refining warrior generally does not use the big mind map. This is generally enough for fellow Taoist to use. If it doesn't, then that's it. Li Qingshan also wanted to inquire about the value of this Verdant Province mind map that Guyanyin gave him, so that he would like to return this person in the future. He doesn't like to owe people, no matter what. The old man is busy. If fellow Taoist needs a big one, you can stay here for a few more days. The old man can find a way to enter a Ruai County mind map, but this price. Li Qingshan smiled and said, no need. He already wanted to understand that for Guyanyin, this thing is just a matter of hand. Now I am afraid that I have forgotten everything. If he wants to repay his feelings, can he still take the stones and go back? But it is plain enough to be underestimated. Looking back now, outside the Suncheer city, the bag of spirit stones that Guyanyin specially handed over to Wang Pushi is definitely not the various grades spirit stones. It is very grateful to the Foundation establishment cultivator, and even dare not accept it easily. Its value is probably better than Li Qingshan is a lot higher when it comes to family. But one day he will stand in front of her. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, it seems that the far-reaching goal is not to let him down, but to make him full of infinite fighting spirit. At least, now it has taken a solid step. Li Qingshan said again, I am new, and I am only ignorant of the cultivation. What is the Spirit Spring Manual? Is there any book here that is dedicated to writing this knowledge, so that the loose cultivator can also make up some common sense? This time, Li Qingshan became more and more aware of himself. In this respect, the Spirit Spring Manual is still a trivial matter. Under the subterranean world, there are so many spiral grasses, but he can't name them, and they don't know their value. How to use it, and encounter such a good opportunity. Of course, it is also good to make up for it. The old man smiled and said, "You can find it right." I took out a roll of bamboo slips and handed them to Li Qingshan. It is also a catalogue of books. In addition to the Spirit Spring Manual, there are also Spirit Artifact Chart and Monster Beast Manual, which makes Li Qingshan an eye-opener and a record. Spirit Grass. The appearance of materia medical scripture is what Her Qingshan urgently needs. The importance of this knowledge to Li Qingshan is no less than a cultivation law. But these books are far more complicated than the cultivation of the technique. There are dozens of books in addition to the materia medical scripture. Each author is different. Even for the description of the spirit grass, there are many differences. What can be recommended by the old man? It is best to be the general manager. Of course. So Li Qingshan spent nearly 100 spiral stones and bought a piece of jade slip. The name of this jade slip is Nature Myriad Forms Book. In addition to a detailed introduction to the various spirit grass spirit artifacts, the book also records the knowledge of human geography, the detailed history of Daxia dynasty, the various celebrity anecdotes, and even the gossip messages such as the beauty genealogy. Myriad Forms. With a book in hand, Li Qingshan feels that the road ahead is more invented. The future refining warriors were even more shocked. The red-faced man said, "Fellow Taoist is really a big hand." He took out 200 spiral stones without changing his color. Is he really just a loose cultivator? The smile on the old man's face is even stronger. This big single business, he does not often meet. This time, there is nothing wrong with coming to Greenvine Mountain. Fellow Taoist can have any needs, but the old man can't think of it. What else can be sold to fellow Taoist? Li Qingshan said, "Can there be a book that records Buddhism?" Yes. The old man immediately took out a piece of jade slip from 100 treasure pouch. The name of this book is called Zhangjing. It is compiled by the masters of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple to compile the world's Buddhist scriptures and give it to fellow for free Taoist. Thanks to the old man. Li Qingshan took the jade slip and was about to leave. The old man suddenly grabbed Li Qingshan's sleeve and stuffed a paper qualitative book into Li Qingshan's hand. Li Qingshan opened mouth. The old man said, "Don't ask anything, go back and see." The face is slightly unnatural. Li Qingshan shines and puts the book in the 100 treasure pouch. Peas. The head is getting down. The afternoon tea is obviously not coffee, but the taste is really much better. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 220. Chapter 38. The Oath of All Kings. Li Qingshan ignored the curious eyes of those chi-refining warrior, only, "What's the matter with you? Please tell me." The red-faced man is also not interested in asking. The atmosphere is a wave of hands. This is not a place to talk. Go to the tea house and say it. Drinking tea is tasteless. Is there a place to drink here? I am doing it today. Li Qingshan solved a few important things in his heart, and he was in the right mood. The red-faced man also smiled and said, "I also like wine more. It is not far from the Beiwai building. But if you do this, fellow Taoist can't grab it with me." Li Qingshan held the jade slip of Nature Myriad Forms book in his hand, and immediately revealed a lot of information about Beilu. This is a famous restaurant in the Clear River Prefecture Cultivation Road. The chefs are all chi-refining warrior. They cook vegetables, just like Lizu's cooking tea, using only the means that chi-refining warrior knows. Cooking is a rare dish that is often seen by ordinary people. Li Qingshan smiled. This thing is really easy to use. It is like collecting dozens of know-hows knowledge reserves into this thin jade slip. For him, The loose cultivator of the initial entry path is simply heavenly frost. But it is extremely rare to ask for nearly 100 pieces of spirit stones to buy this loose cultivator. The discipline of sect's origin is the common sense of the professor's cultivation, and it is even more impossible for Hua to have such a big price. On the upstairs of Baiwai, a long table with a window, and people are seated, the red-faced man said, in Hansung, "These are my friends." Li Qingshan introduced one by one, and several chi refining warrior salute. Li Qingshan took the lead and returned to the house. In the afternoon, fellow Taoist Han invited me to come. Why is it? He also thought about it, claiming that Nu were a bit too perfunctory, and Xixing relied on Yu Zijian. The words, called the great hero Bull. Are you the one that defeated Chicken Mountain in a sect disciple Song Ming? Han Xung was awe-inspiring and could not help but use honorific words. Li Qingshan didn't expect to be so famous. Humble said, "It's just a lucky one." The other three chi-refining warrior, but a little surprised Miuo, less than Han Xung's insight, asked, "Han brother, what is going on?" "What you said, but the golden rooster, Song Ming." Li Qingshan almost laughed. "What golden rooster Lang Jun? Is harder to hear than the tiger descending the mountains." Han Xung explained it to several companions. Li Qingshan is not good at interfering with the restaurant. This restaurant, like other buildings in this town, is a pure wood structure that exudes the unique aroma of wood. The decoration is not luxurious, but it is very simple, not even a calligraphy and painting. When people sit here, it feels like they are coming to eat and drink. The store obviously has absolute confidence in their cooking. Just at this time, a small tent plate came over, wearing a square hat on the head, a white towel on his shoulders, and a handful of wine and a few stacks of delicate dishes were put down, and the mouth was full of enthusiasm. The name of the dish comes from the language of action is extremely standard, but it is somewhat mechanical. Li Qingshan took a closer look and found out that this is a small too. It is clearly a puppet. It is only very delicate. It is dressed in a small dress. The revealed skin is coated with some pigments. It looks like a human skin. Generally no, it is obviously not the type used for combat. Presumably, this square city is not allowed to enter or leave the ordinary people, but chi-refining warrior is not willing to do the work of this dish. So I ordered this little girl from Mohist school. At this time, Han Xung said Li Qingshan's brilliant achievements. The few chi-refining warriors and Li Qingshan's eyes are already in awe. Their strongest Han Xung is just chi-refining 5th level. One piece, cannot win any of the 3 mountains in a sect disciple. Originally thought that Li Qingshan is a fledgling little chi-refining warrior, which once thought it was such a powerful person. Han Xung stood up and sipped for Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan sat still, picked up the wine cup, gave a slight gesture, and drank the wine. He smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Han can now say what it is." Han Xung is also busy drinking the wine in the cup. We several people are members of the Seeking Truth Society, and this time I invite Taoist Bull to join. What is the sect of Seeking Truth Society? Li Qingshan was busy sinking his mind into the Nature Myriad Forms book, but he did nothing. Han Xung said, Taoist Bull doesn't bother, Seeking Truth Society is just a loosely organized association, not a big sect. Nature Myriad it is impossible to record in the Forms book. Loose Cultivator Association? Li Qingshan was the first to hear this organization, and was curious. In fact, I have never understood. What is a loose cultivator? It's Taoist Bull. You don't know? Loose cultivator is not just a cultivator of cultivation alone. As long as it is not a family, sect, it is a loose cultivator. Li Qingshan said, with the cultivation base of fellow Taoist Han Chi refining 5th level, it is more than enough to set up a family and form a chi-refining warrior gang. Han Xung smiled bitterly. Without your own background and inheritance, I dare to call myself the family sect. In general, there is no foundation establishment cultivator oversee in the family sect. You are the 100,000 chi-refining warrior poly together, or the loose cultivator, recognized by the cultivation road. I really want to say that my Han family in one's Han city, 500 miles northeast, is almost like the soil emperor. But in the entire cultivation, it is not worth mentioning at all. Often sect disciples exclusion and bullying, so it will form a society and jointly protect itself. Li Qingshan said, with the strength of fellow Taoist Han Qi refining 5th level, can't you find a sect and join? One finger outside the window, like Green Vine Mountain. Han Xang sighed, I am so old, and there is no such intimidating innate skill as the cow brother. Which sect will receive? You can only rely on your own little bit of how? The great hero Bull can come. Let's take a look at the Seeking Truth Society. Li Qingshan thinks about it too. The sect disciple he sees now is young and has the strength of the 5th level 6th level. Looking at the appearance of Han Xang, it is said that there are also 40 or 50 years old, and qualification is definitely not good. He remembers Zhu Wenbin saying that sect generally only recruits young disciplines, grew up in the mountains, was supervised by the master, the care of senior brother senior sister, and the feelings of various relationships, will identify sect and a sense of belonging. This is also the foundation of a sect. For the invitation of Han Xang, Li Qingshan said, I am afraid there is no time, and I will definitely join sect. See, Li Qingshan did not expressly reject. Han Xang is more enthusiastic. Seeking Truth Society is not sect, will not ask fellow Taoists to do anything, but occasionally meet once, exchange ideas about cultivation, or exchange resources, never waste what time. The 3 Qi refining warriors next to him echoed, yeah, everyone gathered together to drink and talk, not so happy. We also organized a hand into Boundless Mountain a year ago and found hundreds of pounds of black iron elite. Li Qingshan knows more about the Seeking Truth Society. Han Xang said, this bar, after a while, we have a party in the Valley of the Springs, fellow Taoist can go and have a look. If you don't like it, we will never force it. Let me think about it. Li Qingshan picked up the wine cup. No more words. Han Xang exchanged eyes with 3 companions, no longer saying, come, drink. Li Qingshan looked out the window, the brightly lit square market, the streets training Qi refining warrior, the wonder, have been so busy here. Han Xang said, how is it possible? It is not the 10-year-old 3 mountains collecting herbs. It has attracted so many Qi refining warriors and is ready here. Li Qingshan does not understand. 3 mountains collecting herbs. What is the relationship with the ordinary loose cultivator? Han Xang said, 3 mountains disciple strong. They go to collecting herbs, attract the attention of the monster. We loose cultivator have the opportunity to drown mo fish. Did we not be used by 3 mountains to attract the beasts of the beasts? Li Qingshan turned her head and saw the 4th level Qi refining warrior named Zhu Wei, who was near. Han Xang said, in general, there are more people. It is safer. Safe? I don't think it is necessary. Every time you collect the herbs, there are countless Qi refining warriors under Subterranean World. And how many are dead in the monster? Subterranean World? Not Boundless Mountain Island? Li Qingshan was surprised. However, put down the wine cup. Han Xang smiled and said, you don't know anything about the cow's brother. The spirit grass of Boundless Mountain has almost been picked up. If it goes deeper, it will attract a monster general. Qi refining warriors have to die. Who dares to go deep? Li Qingshan had some ominous premonitions in his heart and continued to ask, is there no monster general under Subterranean World? Han Xang said, this is of course, to say, some Subterranean World is more dangerous than Boundless Mountain, but from entering Subterranean World, going deeper in the southeast is much safer. This is not the territory of Millipedes rule. Li Qingshan was busy asking, why is this? Answer: his heart has been faintly expected. Han Xang is happy to show off his knowledge. You have to ask others. Others may not be able to tell you the answer, but the president of the Seeking Truth Society, there is a friend who is the core disciple of Grave Hill, so I know. Collecting herbs elsewhere, if you kill monster and hunt monster core, it will definitely lead to the monster general attack. 10 people can survive if they can survive, but this place will rarely attract monster general, and this collecting herbs, it will take a month or two to really start. You know why? Why? Because it is time to get the coldest weather. It is said that the monster general will go into hibernation at that time. It is a good time to kill the monsters and pick the spirit grass. It doesn't matter if we turn the subterranean world down. Li Qingshan suddenly, I do not know what to say. He knew his life millipede 2 hobbies, ate and slept, and, if not winter, most of the time I am afraid he is lying motionless on a stone platform, which gave Chi refining warrior who can take the opportunity. But why have you only heard that Millipede talked about the oppression of other monster generals and never said the threat from the ground? Why is the vital point afraid of monster general? 3 Mountains sect leader. Not all Foundation establishment cultivators, as long as they join forces, even monster general can kill it. Han Xang said with wide eyes, Taoist bull, you don't even know the oath of all kings? A sudden amplification of the sound, alarming the neighboring table. Chi refining warrior, cast his gaze, looking at Li Qingshan, are somewhat surprised and contemptuous. Li Qingshan if not do not know what the oath of all kings but do not know the sun is round. Zhu Wai Road, Taoist bull just coming out, heard no surprise that this nature myriad forms book. In the middle, there is a very detailed record. You might as well take a look. Li Qingshan took advantage of the jade slip and thought that he would get all the messages of the Oath of All Kings. The message was very complicated. If he looked at it, he couldn't finish it for 3 days and 3 nights. But after a general review, I know a general idea. I understand why other Chi refining warriors are so scared. Chi refining warrior, who doesn't know about it, can really say that he has not even entered the door. The Oath of All Kings, originated from the Diexia Saint Ancestor Emperor, is said to have monster ancestry in its own right. When it was in the world of cameras, it was the help of many powerful demons to build Diexia dynasty. After the establishment of Diexia dynasty, the most important and most prominent of the world is the 8 provinces and 10 sides monster king. Under the auspices of Saint Ancestor Emperor, the kings will meet and negotiate for 100 days to sign a covenant, dividing the boundaries between demon and human, so that the 2 families will never invade. Let Millipede not dare to step on the ground, not the monster marshal above the head, not even the Inxis dragon king of Verdant province, but this covenant thousands of years ago. But wicked limited low-level intelligence, while Chi refining warrior also much too complicated, difficult constraints, so it is evil out of the ground, or Chi refining warrior entered subterranean world, tolerance and are within the scope of acquiescence. Of course, being killed in the other's territory is also a way of self-seeking. The covenant, the real constraint is to spend more than a person and demon above heavenly tribulation. Whether the Foundation establishment cultivator enters subterranean world to kill demon, or monster general comes to the ground to kill human race, the best result is also to destroy the covenant and be strangled by the 2 communities. The worst result is to rekindle the battle and involve all human race and monster. Today, 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, deep into subterranean world to kill a monster general. Tomorrow, may have monster marshal appear, Green Vine Mountain, with all the Chi refining warrior in the city, killing all the killing. Rao is Li Qingshan daring, thinking about the scene, I feel chilling. However, I heard that the Foundation establishment cultivator will not enter subterranean world. He also has a little bit of relief, but his heart is even more fascinating. As a leader of the demon, monster is his man, and he can't be slaughtered. And under the various resources under subterranean world, he also has absolute dominance, and he will never let go. If he is a pure monster, of course, he will immediately return to subterranean world to call the cluster demon, put a trap, kill all the invaders, and get a lot of 100 treasure pouch. But in the end he changed from human race. This decision was not so simple. For a while, even the rice didn't have any thoughts. He also resisted the Xing Sun and inquired about Han Xang about more of the collecting herbs. He had to leave. Han Xang saw Li Qingshan's interest, but he did not stay strong. But he advised him to go to the Valley of the Springs. After Li Qingshan asked about the time and place, he finally promised it, not only for the sake of augmentation. The Fountain Valley is not far away. Before the gathering of the collecting herbs, no matter what his decision is, he must always pay attention to the changes here. Coming downstairs, Li Qingshan ordered another table of wine and took it in the 100 treasure pouch. Late at night, Li Qingshan found a hotel to stay. Hua had 5 spiral stones, booked the best room, under the boss's lead, opened the old door. The space inside was much larger than expected. The mind knows that some form of space is used. Although it is winter, the room is warm as spring, and the room is covered with thick silk carpet. The above Hua pattern seems to be more than just a Hua pattern, but a kind of formation. Let the spiritual chi in the room, a little bit thicker than the appearance. On a jade painting screen, embroidered with exquisite beauty, holding the Yaoyogin, the boss knocked on the screen. It sounded the sound of the starter. Room in a futon is said to converge spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It is said to cultivation of great help. There is still a huge bath in the room. Not only can collect the water flow by itself, but also can use 2 rune to regulate the water temperature. Li Qingshan did not even think about the gadgets made by various chi refining warrior. I didn't even think about it. It couldn't be said that it was technically high, but it was definitely very comfortable. The boss came out of the door and suddenly stopped. The smiling men all smiled. Fellow Taoist, if I feel lonely, I know a few beautiful female cultivators, just a few spiral stones. The big hacker who has not seen the world in a big way. Li Qingshan suddenly laughed and laughed. This situation, another inexplicable feeling of crossing, just don't know if there will be a police check. No, it is the Eagle Wolf Guard to ward round, busy swinging hands, the rejection of righteous words. No, I have to rest. The boss was revealed with a little regret, and he was not willing to say, the sound transmission is in the room, fellow Taoist. If necessary, even call me. Li Qingshan closed the door, puts out a breath, put the bamboo pole down and opened it. You can come out. Little An rushed his hand out. Li Qingshan said, don't you come out. But she has already hugged her. Get up, set up the dishes on the table, open the meal. I took the classic jade slip and handed it to Little An, then sat on the side and held Little An to eat on the cheek, but I didn't know where I was. Even the 10th water condensate chi technique thoughts come up to see. Little An Zhao said, do you want to eat? Li Qingshan said, I have eaten. Little An has sent a piece of fish to his mouth. It's getting more and more disobedient. Li Qingshan said, eating the fish again. What do you say I should do? Little An strangely said, what do you do? Li Qingshan said, of course it is the shit collecting herbs. Little An was full of surprise. Don't you kill them? Li Qingshan, when did I say that I didn't know them? They didn't come to me, so it's not so good. Little An bowed his head, but I don't talk to them either. No. For her, this reason is enough. No, no reason should be said. No one can die except this man. The wonderful thing is that because of each other's existence, they can't be the big devil for what they are. I feel much better today. Whoever says that writers stay up all night, how can I not swear? Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 221 39 Chapter 1 Yellow Book 13th Chapter A Yellow. Li Qingshan touched her cheek and said seriously, hey, people who don't know, can't kill. After this sentence, he felt that the whole person had been sublimated and felt that he had fulfilled the obligations of the educator. It turns out that I am such a kind person. Little An squinted and didn't know if she understood it. However, Li Qingshan has already made a decision in his heart, so he no longer has to worry about it. When he walks behind the screen, he will take off his clothes and reveal the strong physical fitness of the stone casting, shaking his shoulders and screaming, jump into the pool-like bath. The hot water rushed out of the bath and rushed over the chest. Li Qingshan developed it and comfortably leaned against the bath. He took the 10th water condensate chi technique from the 100 treasure pouch and studied it carefully. First layer is a simplified version of innate chi refining secrets, and you don't have to worry about it. But starting from the second layer, it was a bit of a struggle. I thought it would be fine to convert true chi with the body to 10th water true chi, but after careful study, I found that things are not that simple. The same is to repair yang heal meridian. But it is not just simple to go through the meridians. The 5 internal organs correspond to 5 elements, the kidney lord of water, and the 10th water condensate chi technique will induce the kidneys to induce the 10th water essence. But how to induct the law, is a mysterious ancient text. If there is no basis for innate chi refining secrets, he will be the second monk cannot figure out. Although it is better now, I feel very obscure. Fortunately, he bought an annotated version. The notes made by the predecessors should be easy to understand, so that you can explore the progress. However, the contents of these handwritings are 10 times that of 10th water condensate chi technique heart law. After watching it for a while, I feel dizzy and have to admit that I have no money relationship with talented people. The head was immersed in the water, and in the ups and downs of the water, the mind calmed down. His heart was moving, his understanding was not good, but was there a genius child around him that Green Bull also appreciated? Li Qingshan said, "Little An, have you finished eating? Come to take a bath." He will not forget her from tea to dinner and any comfortable enjoyment. Little An came to him immediately and took off his clothes and jumped into the water. Li Qingshan handed jade slip to her. "Help me study it." Then the shopkeeper, the one who gave him the most prudently, took it out. At that time, he took the rush, and he didn't even have time to look at it. There is some faint expectation in my heart. What is the old man who is so cautious? It's not that the special culture technique is intensive. He looks at his own innate skill and takes on the responsibility of saving world. He did not accept the spirit stones and gave it to him. The binding is extremely delicate, the seams are meticulous, the faint ink fragrance, the paper used, etc. Feel a little weight in the hands. But the divine art cheats standard is a bit too new. No matter what, first say, the bright and vermilion cover, the words with the flower sleep, 3 elegant words, and Li Qingshan's imagined cheats name slightly different. Open a page, see the headline and write the first time, Hwasanyang wrongly recognized the lover, and then it is an opening poem, Shi Yun. The world is never free, thousands of love for a moment of hatred. Lovers who are willing to love die. First get married and gather at home. What is this thing? Li Qingshan glanced, so that the old man gave such care and concealment. It was only one. He did not believe this evil, looked at the temper, and then it was just a very boring story. If it was just boring, the more you look at him, the more he feels wrong. The description of the house is very bold. Of course, for Li Qingshan, the white-headed, purple bacon, there is really no stimulation at all, but resting on this era should be considered quite special. Over a dozen pages, all the male characters were almost with all the female characters, but did not let the boring degree of this book be reduced until the 15th page. A beautifully painted erotic palace. The picture appeared in front of Li Qingshan. This pair of erotic pictures, not only the lines are meticulous, but even the look is vivid. Even Li Qingshan, who is well informed, feels that this painting is very good. And then there is no patience on the page to see. Slap the lazy. Back there are many such pictures of the erotic palace. Li Qingshan finally made up her mind that it was indeed a yellow in her hand. But this doesn't make sense. The old man, who looks very respectful and treats others, is careful to give him a yellow one. Even the weakest chi-refining warrior is a high-ranking power among mortals. If you look at the stuff, just look for a brothel name. Isn't it simpler and more direct? The old man is a loved one, appreciates some of the cultural connotations, so I want to share with myself, and I am afraid that I will look down on this because of the kind of content. This is the only reasonable explanation. But the content of this book is quite sloppy, and there is absolutely no cultural value to be discussed. Li Qingshan is confused. 10 times more than just watching 10th water condensate chi technique. If something is abnormal, it is a demon. In this case, there must be secrets that you do not know, but it is intentionally hidden in this kind of garbage. Li Qingshan touched it with his hands, without a layer. Inject true chi, no response. Looking at the lights, there is no image. I took a water and poured it. It was wet. Inside and out. I tried it all the time, but it was just a normal one. Is it a certain password? But even if there is, he has no chance to see it right. The so-called wisdom is not enough to find Little An. He glanced at Little An, seeing that she is studying 10th water condensate chi technique and looking at her own hands. If she finds herself watching this, it is not a dead person. I immediately dismissed the idea. If it wasn't for Little An, he would do it almost in the posture of the erotic figure to see if there was some kind of luck. What are you looking at? Little An suddenly came over, wet long black hair, squatting on the white jade-like shoulder of the sheep fat, floating on the water, more and more like some kind of aquatic plants. Hey, Li Qingshan will be tightly closed, his face is unnatural. Nothing. Ah, have you finished studying? Inexplicably remembered the expression that the old man would give him. Little An curiously glanced at the hands of Li Qingshan, who had fully understood all the 10th water condensate chi technique second layer, and then taught Li Qingshan with straightforward words that could not be straightforward. Li Qingshan suddenly felt refreshed and took her a kiss and praised, "It's so smart, I didn't think of it." Little An's face was faint, and in the water vapor, it was vaguely revealed, and it was still a distant country. Li Qingshan was suddenly aware of the difference between men and women. He smiled and said, "When you grow up, you can't take a bath together." Little An looked up, "Then I will never grow up." "Don't say stupid things. How can people never grow up? I am not a human." Li Qingshan did not put this childish words in his heart. "Well, we are not human, but we should grow up." Little An pouted his mouth. Li Qingshan said, "But to say so much. The most important one you forgot, how to convert true chi into 10th water true chi." Little An said, "Are you not able to directly absorb spiritual energy of heaven and earth?" Li Qingshan scratched his head, "I was really not smart enough. His monster core is not a water element. How can he cultivate the monster core? How can he cultivate 10th water true chi? It only needs to be infinite heaven and earth. Why bother thinking about the little oneself?" He is not stupid, but just ignoring inertial thinking and using cultivation technique as a golden rule. But the predecessors who wrote their own notes have given various suggestions for ordinary chi-refining warrior. There is a chi-refining warrior that can directly absorb spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Li Qingshan said, "Right. The old man gave me a copy. I think it should be very mysterious, but I can't understand it." Little An is curious. "Is that one?" "Yes." "Can't you show it to me?" "Absolutely not." Li Qingshan shook his head. Little An said with disappointment, "Then you will ask him tomorrow if you are not good." Li Qingshan stunned again, and the shop would not run long. "I will not go to see you tomorrow." How suddenly did I become stupid today? It must be seen that this is broken, affecting IQ. Little An stunned and finally said that you haven't read this yet. Li Qingshan said, "Right, this is for you. Give the little jade slip called Zhang Jing to Little An." Little An was shy and high, and Li Qingshan took out the myriad forms and found the messages of several kinds of spirit grass according to the memory in my mind. As expected, every kind of spirit grass it can be used as medicine. The most valuable one is the immortal cave in millipede. The flower that turns into a butterfly, called blue butterfly flower, is an indispensable ingredient for refining a precious medicine pill. The name of the precious spiritual pill, called True Spiritual Pill. Li Qingshan also found out the information of True Spiritual Pill. Suddenly, True Spiritual Pill felt familiar and slammed, and True Spiritual Pill was not the too unknown medicine pill he got from the two shackles. True Spiritual Pill's efficacy is extremely simple. Turning true chi into spiritual chi, a must-have for chi refining warrior to impact foundation establishment realm. The 2 cockroaches are carefully collected, presumably to wait for the peak of chi refining, and then take it, but Li Qingshan is cheaper. The value of this kind of spicy grass, which Milupide rated as not good, is conceivable. Unfortunately, Myriad Forms is a brief introduction to the medicinal properties of true spiritual pill and the way it is used, but without the pill recipe and refining. The way that truly valuable information does not appear in this popular class. Hey, the last day, it's really no worse than 13. This little wish is to please everyone! Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 222 Chapter 40 Boundless Sea Art. Li Qingshan thought, maybe it was a change to a pill furnace, and the pill recipe was even more indispensable. But his pill concocting technique is just a superficial knowledge with Qian Rongzi, so don't worry too much. At least, he now knows how to use these treasures. The content of Nature Myriad Forms book is extremely complicated. Just picking a message can make Li Qingshan look at the sky for a long time. However, he also slowly discovered that the human geography information recorded in the Nature Myriad Forms book is no more than the scope of this Clear River Prefecture. Once this range is reached, the information will be extremely simple. However, it is not easy to record the many issues of Clear River Prefecture in the 3,000 miles. It is not an exaggeration to call it Myriad Forms. 9 provinces is so big, I don't know how many miles. Even the strongest cultivator can't go through it, and there's really a book that covers all of this. As with Mind Map, even if there is such a book, what is the value of a small chi refining warrior? There are tens of thousands of cultivators, and a few people can get out of Clear River Prefecture, and a few people can get out of Ruai County. But Li Qingshan believes that one day, he can use these eyes to see the world Myriad Forms. Unconsciously, the mind drifted back into the small village and recalled the arrogant vow. I want to travel all over the world of 9 provinces, taste the world's delicacies, drink the world's finest wines, repair the most fierce divine ability, the most powerful enemy, the most beautiful woman. It is worthy of this life. Now it seems that it is nothing but a person with nothing. The desire to get everything is probably very vulgar, but it is the desire to hide in every man's heart, the most primitive instinct. When a little sparks illuminate in a swaying heart, drive the weak body, conquer, destroy, and create the most beautiful woman. Li Qingshan grinned, but it was just a casual talk. But in this Nature Myriad Forms book, it seems that he really has a most. The beauty of the beauty is not surprising. The top one is the beautiful woman in white wins the snow, overlooking the female eagle of Qianshan. Although the above portrait does not show her 1% of the charm, but once again evokes Li Qingshan's past memories, sincerely praised. Hey, it is a beautiful woman. Little An took back the mind from the jade slip and raised the head. What beauty? Nothing? Li Qingshan took the jade slip off and saw the first, and determined that the target has not changed much in the future, so there is no need to look back. Hey, Little An, don't overdo it. Hey, you still learn to be angry. Li Qingshan smiled and pinched her nose. Little An shook his head and struggled in his arms, his face full of smiles. Li Qingshan hugged her tightly and grabbed her nose. My family, Little An, will be a big beauty in the future. Really? Little An had a thick nasal voice. You didn't listen to the dead old woman. What kind of Danxian country safe phase? The guarantee cannot be wrong. I think that the surname Gu can't compare. Last name Gu Yanning. Li Qingshan said. Do you know her? Little An gently nod. Li Qingshan held his cheek, but to be honest, the half moon is not bad. Forget it. The children can't understand this. First set up with spirit turtle sea suppressing secrets, then slowly absorb spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but run according to the heart law of 10th water condensate chi technique, with the true chi of the body. It will be transformed into 10th water true chi. At dawn, Li Qingshan has completed the second layer of 10th water condensate chi technique. All he has to do in the first few layers is just a transformation, covering innate chi refining secrets with 10th water condensate chi technique, so it won't take a long time. When Tanyiliang, Li Qingshan couldn't sit still anymore, jumped out of the bath, dressed, put a bamboo pole on his back, took Littlean, and went straight to the bookstore. The old man was still the old man yesterday, still lying on the rocking chair leisurely, looking at the book yesterday, seeing Li Qingshan coming in, like a surprise, jumped up. What else his fellow Taoist needed? Li Qingshan came to the door. Old man, the book you gave me yesterday. What book? How can I not remember? The old man's face is not natural. Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes and said slowly, I have used various methods to understand for a long time, and I can't do it, so I will ask you for advice. You will not be playing me. Not so polite. The old man coughed twice. I seem to think again. Then, what do you think? Li Qingshan said, the erotic paintings are still acceptable, and the writing of the shit is unreasonable. The old man smiled slightly. If you do, then you have never read this book. Junior brother, don't blame me for not helping. I thought he was a rough man. Maybe I can't see the book shit nowhere. So, you are really playing me. Li Qingshan thinks about the thoughts he spends, and the face is getting worse. The old man hit a ha-ha, fellow Taoist. The old man has something to send. I forgot to give you yesterday. It won't be such garbage again. Li Qingshan said halfway, the words stopped abruptly, and the old man gave him the cultivation of boundless sea art. He hesitated. The old man, this thing. Some are too expensive. I am not here to swindle you. The old man raised his hand and smiled and shook his head. In this city, who can swindle me? Isn't it the squad of miscellaneous school? This book, I really wanted to give it to you yesterday. Those two, this book can make me earn a lot. The valuable book, if not read, is also waste. The skinny big hand patted the book with the flower sleep. A book, because the writing is too bad, and no one reads. There is nothing. But a book is clearly written, but only because the world is not enough. And the fall is broken to such a point, as if the pearls are dusty. And it's a pity that it's a shame. Li Qingshan is also slightly touched. You are the real love of the book. Boundless sea art is by no means a poor cultural technique, but the reader requirements are too high, so that readers will come the less. The old man went on to say, I looked at you and thought that maybe one day, you can find the second half of this book. Let this extraordinary cultural technique reappear in front of the world. If you don't mind, then at that time, I will show me the second half and I will be satisfied. Li Qingshan took the jade slip and said, the old man, if I am lucky, I will return a whole book of boundless sea art to you. The old man is happy. The old man must live a few more years, waiting for you. Peas, okay. After finishing the work in August, plus the thoughts, and dreaming of the first, I feel more exciting next month. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 223 Chapter 41 Re-entry Golden Spear Shop. Sun Fu Bai is actually quite unexpected. The ordinary people get a rare cultural technique. They are all precious. Even if they are wives and children, they can't watch them. Li Qingshan got nothing but a roll of more than 100 spiral stones, and the value of the whole roll was at least 10 times more. This kind of generosity and pride, he really surprised him. Just because Li Qingshan focused on above the 9 heavens, and then the precious cultural technique, it was only a process for him. After this step, I still don't know how far the road is waiting for myself. The vision of vision determines the heart. Sun. Li Qingshan was in the bookstore, chatting with the old man for a while, and learned that the old man was named Sun Fu Bai. Sun Fu Bai is knowledgeable and knowledgeable. After a conversation, Li Qingshan also benefits a lot. When it comes to the rise, Sun Fu Bai has sent Li Qingshan a few books, all of which are paper books that have been ordered. The paper has been slightly yellowed and the edges are rolled up. Li Qingshan hesitated. Sun Fubai smiled and said, "Do not worry, this is not the kind of book, it is my favorite book, history." Li Qingshan put down his heart and opened the pages of the book. There are still many zapens in the blank corners of the book. They are all the books that Sun Fubai usually read. A person who loves books will give away his usual books. This is really a mystery. Respectfully, thank you for your help. Sun Fubai said. Now the young people, all of them are thinking about the divine art cheats that can get stronger overnight. Fierce, with a strong sense of ingenuity, and innate skills in chi refining warrior, will certainly be able to sway in the cultivation road in the future, but if you don't know the world, even if the strength is strong, you are also subject to the coward. You can carefully read these books. Reading it will definitely be beneficial. Li Qingshan said, I heard people say that reading history can be wise. The cultural technique cheats can only make people get stronger, but the real book can make cowardly people brave and make stupid people smart. This effect what is the culture technique can't match. This kind of power is really powerful. Sun Fubai is very pleased. You can understand this truth. The nose center of Fangxi City is a solitary third-level small building, not adjacent to any store. Although it is a relatively tall building in the entire market, the small building is still very inconspicuous, and the upstairs lacquer is recorded, which is extremely old. The bead curtains hanging at the door, each one, are precious pearls in the human world. It is a waste of curtains, and because of no one to care, the color say has been yellowish. Only the black say card on the grocery shop, 3 gold characters, still shining. There are thousands of groceries in the world. In a big city, there are dozens of grocery stores. It is not unusual, but it can only be opened in the market of this cultivated transaction. And it is only in one city. There will be no second grocery store. Li Qingshan, the moment when the curtain enters, it feels like entering another world. In front of it is a wide and incredible hall. The marble floor is seamless and light, and the buzz on the street is completely separated by the curtain. There are a few women dressed in palace clothes and elegant manners, sitting in the tea house in the hall, talking softly. Anyone who raises the voice slightly will form an echo effect in the hall. It is also the magic spell that expands the space. It is 10 times longer than the inn in the inn. The women in the palace saw Li Qingshan, exchanged eyes, and pushed each other, and some were unwilling. In the end, a beautiful woman got helpless and got up and dragged the palace to meet. What do fellow Taoist want to buy? The thin face of the powder, although the smile is brilliant, but at a glance it can be seen that trained, and difficult to cover the face willing. This palace woman is actually third-level chi refining warrior. The use of Jingle Xioji in Bailu is certainly clever, but it can make chi refining warrior welcome the young lady. Sure enough, it is the center of the city, the base camp of miscellaneous school. Li Qingshan learned a lot about Sun City from Sun Fubai. The name Drifting Cloud Street is not fixed somewhere, but it is constantly migrating in several places where chi refining warrior is dense. It seems that the mortal is the same, but the time spent staying is much longer. The square market will be located under the Green Vine Mountain. It is because the 3 mountains collecting herbs are near, attracting many chi refining warrior and preparing. Take a trip to Subterranean World. Before the ceremony, the added strength of the spirit talisman spirit artifact was sold very hot, and after the ceremony, the various minerals and spirit grass that chi refining warrior brought from Subterranean World brought a new wave. All of this is hosted by the miscellaneous school, which protects all chi refining warrior in the city and maintains normal transactions. Otherwise, senior chi refining warrior should talk to the low-level chi refining warrior about the price, and it is not faster to kill people directly. The chi refining warriors of the various tea clubs, although not from the miscellaneous school, are required to pay a spiral stone to the miscellaneous school every year to operate here. When Li Qingshan asked if it was more appropriate to buy spirit artifact, Sun Fubai immediately recommended this grocery shop. Although the price is more expensive than the stall, the quality is quite guaranteed. In Qingshan, there is no shortage of spirit stones, and there is no eye for eyesight. Of course, it is most suitable to go here. Li Qingshan said, I want to buy a weapon. The couple of tear-like women whispered, what weapon is it? That spirit artifact is not good. At first glance, it is the countryman who just came out of Jianghu. Don't come to buy the various grades spirit artifact. Ripping has earned this time. Although the voice was low, Li Qingshan still heard it clearly. This woman was originally called Ripping. It was really familiar. It turned out that these women's repairs are not only welcoming, but also sales, so it's no wonder so snobbery. Please come with me. Although Liu Ripping couldn't hear what his companions were saying, he knew that he was laughing at himself, and he was cold. Liu Ripping put his waist and climbed the stairs, and the twisted Tun let Li Qingshan remember the last night's innkeeper. I don't know if he introduced the accompanying woman, whether there is this one. Come back and go to the hall. Looked, maybe these are all the. A blue-shirted man walks into the door, regardless of his body robe or the ancient sword on his back. In the world of chi-refining warrior, Yun is the rich man. The appearance. The women in the palace dresses almost greeted together, a sweet and succinct look, it's my turn. Finally, she came forward, as if she had won the hen, and went to the person in front of him. Sincerely much more. Although there is no possibility of recruiting people because of Little An, he still can't help but rejoice. Fortunately, he didn't want to, or he felt too wrong, and he was so innocent. How can he ruin it? In the hands of women. Before coming to a room on the second floor, his gaze was immediately attracted to a plaque. The plaque was written with the words Golden Spear Shop. In Suncheer City, his tyrant spear was at the Golden Spear Shop, by in the middle. I did not expect to see the branch in this cultivator. However, most of the chi-refining warrior does not care about the yellow and white things in the world. Can you sell the spirit artifact store? Is it necessary to sell weapons in a remote town? It can be seen in the grocery store of miscellaneous school. Liu Ripping said with a professional smile, Golden Spear Shop is famous in our Clear River Prefecture and even the entire Ruai County. The weapons are master tested and the quality is absolutely first class. Unlike the small ones outside the stalls, the quality is uneven, said to be low-grade spirit artifact. And there are cracks in fighting with others. Then I have to look at it. Li Qingshan stepped into the store. His heart glimpsed, and his body was cold and straight, as if the army had entered the ambush of the 10 sides, and a fierce murderous aura came in. He instinctively stepped out. The body is squeaky, and the momentum rises sharply. It seems that the army is united as one, and the coach is leading the way. However, Li Qingshan immediately saw that there was no ambush in the 4 places. Only thousands of weapons were arranged neatly on the weapon rack. At first glance, a middle-aged man with an ugly appearance was standing in the middle of the weapon rack. I looked at myself. Fellow Taoist, what's wrong with you? Liu Ripping left Li Qingshan 3 steps away, watching him carefully. Only then, this moment is a special. But the man who feels very gentle suddenly became a certain a kind of beast, ready to choose people, and for the first time, this man may not be that simple. Li Qingshan realized the reason for the sharp murderous aura. It is these weapons. Convergence, strangely said. You did not feel it? Liu Ripping said, what do you feel? The rough ugly man came forward. The murderous aura on the human body is easy to feel. The murderous aura on the weapon is not easy to sense. It has not experienced a few life and death. There are not dozens of lifespans under the hand. How can it be so sharp? To Li Qingshan, he said, when I look at fellow Taoist, I know people, I don't know what to call. Li Qingshan said, my name is a cow. What do you call it? Good surname, good surname. Really is magnificent as a cow. In the next surname Jiang, fellow Taoist is not polite. Fellow Taoist called me Xiao Jiang. The palace girl smiled and said, you are not even guilty of Jiang Laotu. Xiao Jiang said, the cultivator is pursuing longevity for a long time. I haven't expected it in my life. I still can't let me pass the mouth addiction. You said it is not, Ping's sister. The shopkeepers who host the store here are mostly old, like chi refining warrior, the speed of their cultivation, and ultimately not faster than natural aging, basically no possibility of continuing to progress. Choose a more comfortable and comfortable day. Europing took a sip. Which is your sister? Don't talk nonsense. The guests I brought to you, help the guests to choose weapons. Li Qingshan is about to talk. Xiao Jiang raised his hand. Fellow Taoist does not busy. Let me guess. What weapon do you want? Now in Sanya, it is time to play, but one person stays in the apartment for one day, eat noodles at noon, and then send out 8,000 words, then come and send chapter. What is this mental illness? Wrath to buy a monthly pass. With your support, the character of the emperor will not die! Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 224 Chapter 42 Huge Whale Absorbing Water Blade. Li Qingshan smiled and said, okay, then you guess. I look at the shape of the fellow Taoist. The selection must be unusual. It is a spirit artifact for the utilize. It is a special weapon for the body refining cultivator. It is suitable for melee weapons. I don't know if I am right. Li Qingshan eyes one bright, smiled. Yes, Xiao Jiang, your eyesight is good. As his strength grows, the requirements for weapons will become higher and higher. The wind-stitching blade is completely unsatisfactory, and he has not reached the chi refining 6th level, and does not have the middle-grade spirit artifact. And even if he is at the chi refining 6th level, he may not use the slash sword as the main weapon, because at that time, his body will inevitably reach a new peak. Take the wind-stitching blade directly to hack people, all than sword controlling more profitable. So his demand for weapons is unusual. Xiao Jiang saw his needs at a glance and knew that what he wanted was heavy weapons, which means that they have such weapons here, and he would be unhappy. Xiao Jiang listened to Li Qingshan Ken, so he was also open-eyed, gently waving his hand, and the sound of mechanical friction in the room, the weapon's frame actually slipped, changed position, and suddenly stopped. A weapon rack slides in front of Li Qingshan, and it is really a big sword. Li Qingshan picked up a big shot and asked, is there no middle-grade spirit artifact? However, all of them are low-grade spirit artifact. Xiao Jiang smiled and said, of course. Chi refining warrior, ordinary, cannot afford middle-grade spirit artifact, so generally only take people to see a low-grade spirit artifact. A clap, and another weapon rack, slipped to the front of Li Qingshan, the aura of spirit artifact above, to be more intense. If you don't come to us and want to buy the middle-grade spirit artifact for melee, it's not easy. And Liu Riping's eyes suddenly lit up, and she sold under her guidance. She also had a diversion. Of course, I hope that Li Qingshan buys more and more expensive products. So when Li Qingshan came in, she was not willing to entertain and wanted to change her partner, because Li Qingshan was dressed up in the mortal world. It was not like the rich man, resting on the cultivator. In that is the standard poor ghost. From top to bottom, there is nothing like that, with a flash of light. At this point in the heart of the road, it really is that people cannot look at each other, the smile on the face, suddenly a sincere point. Li Qingshan looked at these middle-grade spirit artifact, and his face was also renewed and satisfied with the god say. You see this broken golden sword? The whole body is made with the fine gold, weighing 211 pounds, can send golden arc slash, it is a two-handed sword, but I can see that you can use it with one hand. You have the power to make it, and there is a lightness, it is not beautiful. Xiao Jiang patted a gold sage iron sword introduced. Li Qingshan asked, how much? Hui only sells 76 spiral stones. Li Qingshan had an estimate of the price of the middle-grade spirit artifact. If the standard was exchanged according to the Eagle Wolf Guard contribution points, it was almost the same price, but he shook his head. I don't know how to use a sword. Europing helped me. You see how beautiful this sword is. If you are on your back, it will be extraordinary. Xiao Jiang glanced at her. A man chooses a weapon, but it is more important than a wife. A woman should not interrupt. He can see that Li Qingshan is a real weapon to kill people. It is not the son of the sect family. Can live suddenly. Liu Riping snorted, but if you don't talk, you will sell it yourself. A middle-grade spirit artifact. And the old lady is not willing to talk about it. Xiao Jiang introduced several weapons, and none of them was less than 200 pounds. Li Qingshan is very heartwarming. If you can fight such a heavy weapon with such a heavy weapon, what kind of body protector True Chi is afraid to break? But after considering it for a long time, he suddenly said, "Is there a high-grade spirit artifact?" Xiao Jiang was slightly surprised. "Fellow Taoist, I have a few high-grade spirit artifacts here, but they are all treasures of the town shop. I don't want to say hundreds of spiral stones, but more thousands of spirit stones. Not for ordinary chi refining warrior, unless you really want to buy it." Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Don't show it. Where do you buy it? Do you think I am not really?" Liu Riping looked at Li Qingshan's gaze, and suddenly he was gentle. A high-grade spirit artifact, and the top 10 middle-grade spirit artifact, but a rare big business. Xiao Jiang looked at Li Qingshan up and down and smiled. "The same is true, fellow Taoist. Please come with me." The three came to a tightly sealed chamber, and Xiao Jiang took a piece from 100 treasure pouch. "Fellow Taoist, please see. This object is not gold and iron, non-wood non-stone, as your blues say, like ice, carved into the shape of a whale. The aura attached to it, it really is a high-grade spirit artifact. High-grade spirit artifact, suitable for melee-less. This one, worth 852 pieces of spirit stones." Li Qingshan has never seen such a weird weapon. He heard the price and his heart sank. The high-grade spirit artifact is so expensive. There are only 300 spiral stones on his body. Only a third of it can be bought. I still have to buy the pill furnace pill recipe. I don't want to make it up at the moment. I don't know how to use it. Xiao Jiang sees Li Qingshan. He really wants to buy it. He can't help but be more enthusiastic. He exchanged a moment with Liu Riping, but this time he met the hawker. "This item is called Huge Whale Absorbing Water. No matter how fellow Taoist likes it, let me show it for fellow Taoist." When he spoke, he took a great river tank from the 100 treasure pouch, which was filled with water. Xiao Jiang put the huge whale absorbing water into the tank, and the blue whale opened his mouth immediately. In a moment, the whole tank was sucked up. "Fellow Taoist, and it is good." He raised his hand, and the whale mouth spit out the water and condensed into the shape of a water knife. Suddenly it freezed and formed a nice blade. The whale became a knife handle, and the chamber was filled with cold. Liu Riping couldn't help but make a nap and said, "It's amazing." Li Qingshan knows that she is trusting, cannot help but nod agree. Such weapons, he could not help but never seen, even thought about never thought. "Now this is the huge whale absorbing water blade," Xiao Jiang said, and then waved his hand. The ice blade dissolved the water again, and formed ice sword again. "This is huge whale absorbing water sword. Whether it's a weapon, it's light or heavy, all in the fellow Taoist." Fellow Taoist thinks. "Good." Li Qingshan nod. The usual weapons are made of gold and iron. It is rare to have a water element with a pure water element. If you use 10th water true chi to control it, it will have a good effect, which is just for him. The weapons created. If the man chooses a weapon, really like a wife, then he is a love at first sight for this huge whale absorbing water, but he is worried. This ice blade is so fragile, it hits the gold and iron, is it not? Smash! Xiao Jiang said, "Fellow Taoist, don't have to worry, this huge whale absorbing water condenses the weapons, which is comparable to the black ice, and wins the steel." Not that fellow Taoist said that the ice blade made by huge whale absorbing water is made of it will be more fragile than the ordinary high-grade spirit artifact, but it is definitely stronger than the middle-grade spirit artifact. As long as it is not crushed by a single blow, no matter how many crack gaps, it can be recovered immediately, without the need for refining maintenance. Liu Riping said, that can save a lot of spirit stones and troubles. High-grade spirit artifact. If you fix it, you will get dozens of spirit stones. Xiaojiang is hot and iron, and if the water is poured into it, the power will be stronger. If fellow Taoist is willing to buy such a weapon, is he still reluctant to buy some spiritual water back? Li Qingshan is in the heart of his heart. Do you keep a watch on subterranean world? Raise your hand and force it on the blade. His life is like a gold and iron cross, and the loud noise is back in the secret room. And Liu Raping can't help but cover his ears. Xiaojiang Huku's huge earthquake. I saw a little white mark on the blade, and said, fellow Taoist is really divine power. Li Qingshan knows what he said. His bomb, not only used all his strength, but also used true chi, the smashing of the smashing knife, but only left a white mark on this ice blade. If it is again put on the condensed ice water, and don't worry about the level of solidity. It can also be hung around the waist for easy access. And he can completely condense the knife bigger and longer, to play his strength advantage. Even to condense a wolf fang club more than a kilogram, a stick down, what true chi magic spell body, with paper paste the same. For a time, Li Qingshan's mind was full of the advantages of this huge whale absorbing water, and he was very impressed with the refining division who made these weapons. In addition to this, what is the function? Li Qingshan's face is not moving, but Xiaojiang has read countless people. It has been seen that he really wants to buy, so he will be so careful and careful. And he will be happy. Open the Chamber of Secrets and bring Li Qingshan to the military field dedicated to demonstrating the use of weapons, pointing to distant steel targets. All the ice water was sucked into the belly of the long whale, and the whale mouth opened wide, and suddenly a number of tiny ice cones were ejected. The steel target was instantly penetrated into numerous black say holes. Regardless of power or momentum, it is more violent than the 1000 machine crossbow, and there are more than 30 rounds of ammunition, both melee and far-reaching. Li Qingshan has no choice but to take this huge whale absorbing water and use it for himself. Xiaojiang looked at Li Qingshan's look. His face was thicker and more intense, and huge whale absorbing water suddenly flashed into the whale's mouth. He slammed a water ball and hit the 1000 saws. The target of the hole. The target exploded and exploded. Li Qingshan said, 10th Water Divine Thunder. He visited 10th Water Condensate Chi technique last night, and the related magic spell attached to it, which is mostly a means of defense, treatment, and enemies, 10th Water True Chi and not very good at attacking, and among the many magic spells, 10th Water Divine Thunder is the most powerful and important magic spell. Xiaojiang is full of confidence. Taoist Bull, how do you look? Li Qingshan said, things are good things, but in terms of price, can you offer more? Waiting for Xiaojiang to speak, Liu Raping said, fellow Taoist, even though you ask, every item in this grocery store is clearly marked. You can find it in the general catalogue. Whether it is to overcharge your spiral stones, or less receiving a piece of spirit stones is not allowed, just to save the tongue. It is absolutely virginity. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 225 Chapter 43, The Price of Monster Core Chapter 43, The Price of Monster Core. Xiaojiang said, actually, I have already seen that fellow Taoist is a must-have for this. If it is an outside vendor, it is necessary to take the opportunity to increase the price. With fellow Taoists' love, most of them will suffer. Do you know the domain name? Li Qingshan is very convinced that no matter whether it is in his life or in his life, he has no innate skill in bargaining, and he does not want to take advantage of it, as long as he is not pitted. Well, I bought this thing. Xiaojiang's eyebrows open his eyes, and Liu Raping is more revealed and ecstatic say, this group of small lang hooves, you have to repent the intestines. Li Qingshan said, however, my spirit stones don't make up. Xiaojiang's face expression stiffened, fellow Taoist is really going to laugh. Liu Raping's face, suddenly cold. Li Qingshan said, I don't know if you can buy anything but sell things here. Xiaojiang said with a bitter face, Golden Spear Shop also collects some weapons, but the price is definitely cheaper than buying it. I don't believe that Li Qingshan can buy this huge whale absorbing water, but he can still take it. Is there a replacement for high-grade spirit artifact? It is the Big Chi Refining Warrior, and there is a high-grade spirit artifact in the hand. It is very rare. Li Qingshan doesn't look at it here. It's really a waste of thought. Li Qingshan does have high-grade spirit artifact. There is more than one. Men 2 Kums, plus cursive sword script is a total of 3, but he cannot sell now. Europing couldn't help but ridiculed. We are a grocery store here, but it is not a groceries. There is a pawn shop downstairs, and fellow Taoist can take a chance. Li Qingshan asked, I don't know how many spirit stones can Monster Core be. Xiao Jiang was a glimpse and then exclaimed, Monster Core? Do you have Monster Core? Europing, Monster Core is so easy to get, it won't be wrong with what jewelry, it is the so-called fish head hun beads. Li Qingshan then took it out of the 100 treasure pouch, the Monster Core from the white-headed general of Mole Mountain. I also want to ask the two to check if this is Monster Core. The Monster Core of the Earth Yellow say, there is nothing particularly awkward, but it contains a monster's heart's blood for hundreds of years. Xiao Jiang and Liu Riping, who stayed in this grocery store all the year round, although the cultivation base is not high, but their eyesight is unknown. It is seen at a glance, this is the legendary Monster Core. Europing couldn't help but reach for the want to take a look. Li Qingshan has taken the Monster Core back into the 100 treasure pouch. Then I went to the pawn shop and asked. Europing quickly grabbed Li Qingshan's sleeves and said, I just blamed you. Please have a large number of adults. Don't see them. Wait a moment, I will go and ask our big treasurer. Unintentionally revealed the snowy peaks inside the neckline. If she let the big treasurer know that she has driven away the guests who want to sell Monster Core, then she does not have to stay any longer, and in this Onisal, she can earn a spirit that may not be earned in a month. Stones raised the head looking at Li Qingshan with enthusiasm. The male fitness material seems to be full of male Xing charm. Even if there are any special requirements, she does not seem to be able to consider. Li Qingshan glanced at the neckline and knew that Voodoo Me couldn't make people bend, but a Monster Core is enough, maybe even more. Xiao Jiang also said, please fellow Taoist must stay, I have seen it early, this huge whale absorbing water, is prepared for fellow Taoist. In fact, I am interested in giving fellow Taoist some discounts, but I have to wait until the big treasurer comes to be the master. Li Qingshan Shenyin for a moment, I know that the value of this Monster Core, there are some estimates, I thought it would be worth a high-grade spirit artifact. But a high-grade spirit artifact is obviously not enough for the two to become like this. Li Qingshan is simply estimated by the spiritual chi contained in Monster Core. But I don't know, Monster Core is still a necessity to refine some precious spiritual pill, and to improve some kind of street Yao, which belongs to Xing True Chi and spiritual Chi. The thousands of years of peace between human race and monster race directly made this resource rare. Chi Refining Warrior went deep into the subterranean world adventure, not just to pick up the spirit grass. Otherwise monster would basically choose it if it showed enough strength. Run away. However, Chi Refining Warrior will probably lay out the formation and block monster in the nest. Of course, it is not a full-fledged demon slayer, just for this Monster Core. Li Qingshan Shenyin said, well, I will wait here. Liu Riping twisted his waist and quickly walked away. After a while, he brought back a wealthy old Fu person. True Chi has reached Chi Refining 9th level, full of smiles, no men's weird arrogance, and the lack of the female brothel owner's feeling of low and low, but an extravagant, laughing and welcoming old Shi Pei Pei, fellow Taoist. But Monster Core? Li Qingshan said, exactly. Shi Pei Pei said, can you give it to the old man? Li Qingshan hesitated, and gave Manpes Peep to Shi Pei Pei. Since miscellaneous school can set up such a big market and do so many businesses, it will not destroy its reputation for a Monster Core. Shi Pei Pei looked closely. Liu Riping is full of tension. A moment later, Shi Pei Pei said, "Fellow Taoist, this earth element monster core is very good." Li Qingshan said, "I don't know the value of geometry." Shi Pei Pei said, "Well, there is a suggestion for the old man. Fellow Taoist, you listen. Before the Yao ceremony, there will be an auction in the store. If this monster core is used for auction, it will sell more spirit stones. More, we only take half of them from Chu. At the miscellaneous school auction, even the foundation establishment cultivator will appear. If there are a few pieces of weight, it is not underestimated. The person who can take out the monster core at will, the hand must be ample, can participate in this auction, can raise prices, highlight the scene. This is one move, two gains." Li Qingshan hesitated, "But I am still eager to buy things with spirit stones. I am not willing to give this precious monster core Jiao to others." Shi Pei Pei waved his hand and said to Liu Riping, "Today, the fellow Taoist's huafi in the grocery store, as long as it does not exceed 2,000 spiral stones, even if he gets the goods directly for him. If fellow Taoist this monster core, the auction cannot be the price, it is also counted in our account." Liu Riping Ying Yinai, "Yes, big treasurer." Li Qingshan was amazed. "The value of this monster core is really unexpected, but I don't know what to think." The face is slightly sinking. Shi Pei Pei said, "What else is dissatisfied with fellow Taoist?" Liu Riping said, "Xiao Jiang promised this high-grade spirit artifact and discounted it for him." Xiao Momo knows. Shi Pei Pei asks, "Take a fraction of it, count fellow Taoist 800 spirit stones." Li Qingshan said, "If this is the case, then according to the predecessors." He was thinking, not this, but thinking, between human race and monster, "I am afraid that there will never be a peaceful day. His body there is also such a baby worth 2,000 spiral stones. The husband is guilty of sin!" !@#. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 226 Chapter 44, Sword Chi Book. Shi Pei Pei's wrinkles on his face, like the bow pattern. "Then I wrote the certificate with fellow Taoist. This auction, and get an important lot, will attract more chi." Refining warrior came to attend. "Fellow Taoist, is better to have some spirit stones left. At the auction, I will fellow Taoist prepare VIP seats. But when there are many rare treasures, if they are valued, they will miss it because they are ashamed." Unfortunately, Li Qingshan's heart, "I don't know what treasures are there." "Can there be a catalogue? Maybe you can find the second half of the Boundless Sea art." "Although I know that this hope is very good, I have also kept my heart." Shi Pei Pei said, "The specific purpose, Lu, we are not yet convenient, but some of them are extremely rare. We have propaganda, we must also add this monster core. You can ask Riping." "Fellow Taoist is asking me." Liu Riping smiled lightly, graceful and elegant, looking at Li Qingshan's eyes, but also the pulse. If Li Qingshan had seen her face changing, she almost deceived her. Shi Pei Pei handed a jade to Li Qingshan. "Fellow Taoist, remember, this thing must not be lost. We don't recognize people. If someone else signs it, we will give him the spirit stones." Li Qingshan sank his mind into the jade sign and immediately showed a credential. "I will take care of it." Then I reached out to Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang was busy putting the huge whale-absorbing water into the palm of Li Qingshan. It was extremely cold and comfortable. It was extremely comfortable. As true chi poured into it, there was a feeling of blood-connected health, only a slight delay, as if the blood vessels are blocked with blood clots. Xiao Jiang said, "High-grade spirit artifact, if you want to achieve the best results, it takes some time to use true chi refining, then it is really good and invincible." Li Qingshan nodded, "Not to be included in the 100 treasure pouch, but in the palm of his hand. Play with it, and let true chi infiltrate into it." This crystal-clear ice whale is as refined as a piece of art, and no one would have thought of it as a weapon. Shi Pei Pei left. Liu Riping said softly, "Fellow Taoist can have any needs, even though it is." Li Qingshan casually said, "If I want you." Liu Riping's face is blushing. How can fellow Taoist talk about it, and say, I have something good. Xiao Zhang's swaying spectator is obviously commonplace for this kind of scene. He can sell a high-grade spirit artifact. He is also very happy. He laughed and said, "Let's rely on the cost of fellow Taoist today. Let us Riping do what she can't refuse it either." Zhang Lao too, "You will nonsense, I will tear your mouth." Liu Riping glanced at Xiao Zhang, but did not see half annoyed. When Li Qingshan and Liu Riping got downstairs, several women in the palace, who were welcoming below, all heard about what happened on the upstairs, and they did not agree to raise the head. Liu Riping held his head and so Tsuchen. His temper was very different from the cold attitude when he went upstairs. He was interested in walking very close to Li Qingshan. He hated to stick his body on him, and his body was aroma of powder. Li Qingshan, itchy nose. Li Qingshan, although I have added up in my life, I have never heard of a woman's money, but when he became such a big money, he couldn't help but be surprised. The woman could do this step, so that with the woman, how many different. Those few women in the palace are all envious. How can such a good thing let Riping catch up, if you just greeted you? When looking at Li Qingshan, the eyes are much different. There is a reverence that can make all men intoxicated. Li Qingshan suddenly understood that this is the treatment of the strong. No matter in any era, any world, the strong will be promoted, and the weak will depend on it. The strong gets, the weak loses. The loser will feel the warmth, and the weak will complain about the cruelty of the society. The strong one just needs to bite the jaw and become stronger. Comprehending this, the feeling of not being unrestrained completely disappeared. Playing with ice whales, floating on the face with a smileless smile, falling in the eyes of Liu Riping. More people feel that he is extraordinary. Of course, this is also strong some charm. Li Qingshan took Liu Riping to the tea house and opened the chair for her. Liu Riping was naturally flattered and extremely reserved. Li Qingshan asked about the auction after taking a sip of tea. Liu Riping naturally knows everything, and tells him all the auction items. Among them, various kinds of spirit grass, spirit stones, strange animals, really have everything. Only high-grade spirit artifact has 7-8 pieces. Liu Riping is also quietly through the loo. The auction, the finale of the finale, is a top-grade spirit artifact. The low price is 5,000 spiral stones, is expected to shoot more than 10,000 spirit stones. Li Qingshan, though heartwarming, knows that this kind of thing is not something he can afford, that he can afford to buy it. He can come up with so many spirit stones, at least 3 levels of sect leader foundation establishment. Cultivator, from their tiger mouth to eat, is purely self-seeking dead. I am afraid that a square city will be smashed to the slag. Is there any cultural technique to auction? Liu Riping shook his head. Li Qingshan bowed his head and he didn't talk. He wanted to come. It was so easy for him to come across this kind of thing. Otherwise, Sun Fubai didn't feed the dog for so many years. But he is not discouraged, and the emperor is not worthy of his heart. His footsteps must be wider and farther than Sun Fubai. Liu Riping see Li Qingshan, disappointed, busy. Cultivation technique does not, but there is a calligraphy. Li Qingshan casually said, "What calligraphy?" Liu Riping said, "What is the sword chi book? It is said that it was left by the ancient swordsman, but I think it is only a pair of middle-grade spirit artifact, and it is definitely for the auction." The excuses that come out, only fools will be bought and sold. To use, of course, high-grade spirit artifact is easy to use. Li Qingshan looked at the green say water bow in the cup of Dang, and saw his god say slightly moving, and the head did not lift the road. It is indeed a fool to buy. But the sword chi book is a middle-grade spirit artifact. What can be used? Liu Riping disdained. Hey, like its name, it can send out a few sword chi. King T Dang stunned. Li Qingshan pressed the heart of the Ji move, and Liu Riping pulled a few words, but know that Liu Riping and Qian Rongzi's origins are very similar, also from a small family that is not a family. The qualification itself is limited, and there are not many resources available. and there are always complaints of size and size. Li Qingshan said, "It is said that the Eagle Wolf Guard is unrestricted, and Chi Refining Warrior can join. Why don't you try it?" Liu Riping was surprised. "Eagle Wolf Guard? It's going to be dead all day. And the wind and the rain in the bow." "I don't boast, I am in this grocery store, casually for a month, than the ordinary Eagle Wolf Guard earns a lot more." "It's also true." Li Qingshan knew that she was very different from Qian Rongzi, far from the woman's vision and viciousness, but if the world is such a woman, the man will not have to live. Liu Riping couldn't help but say, "If you want to buy something, it's better to cut a good set of clothes. I have a good eye for choosing clothes, so I can pick a few pieces for you." Li Qingshan interrupted with a smile, "No, I want to sell something more." Liu Riping is stunned. In the end, Li Qingshan sold hundreds of spirit talismans, including the high-grade spirit talisman and the top-grade spirit talisman, to the grocery store, and hundreds of spiral stones. When the value of spirit talisman was high, the price of the spirit talisman was not high. Li Qingshan had a heart to collect a pill furnace, and for the time being give up. Anyway, he is not in a hurry to open the concocting pill. If the sword chi is really as he expected, it is really part of cursive sword script, then he is bound to win. Never fall into the hands of others. The cursive sword script in his hands is basically between high grade and top grade. If you can find another piece to complete, you can get a top grade spirit artifact that is truly worth more than 10,000. And cursive sword script, the actual value, I am afraid it is far more than this, can make Green Bull appreciate a few words. He may not understand what it means before, but now it is very clear how high the Green Bull's vision. And a middle-grade spirit artifact, the general value will not exceed 100 pieces of spirit stones, but he can't dare to treat everyone else as a fool. It is hard to guarantee that no one will see the doorway, so he must be sure that nothing can be done. There may be more spiral stones, so be sure to take it down. After the incident, Li Qingshan disregarded Liu Riping's disappointing gaze. He walked out of the grocery store and prepared to leave the city. Walking on the winding street, I looked back at the green vine mountain, and I didn't know if Yu Zijian had waited for the flower. Not everyone is worth waiting for, so he chooses who does not wait. But he also hopes that she can wait for someone she wants to wait for. Carrying a bamboo pole to the bookstore to say goodbye to Sun Fu Bai, and then returned to the inn to retreat. The room, turned out of the inn, and suddenly stopped. Yu Zijian stood in the sunshine outside the inn, laughing more than the sun, holding a little girl in the hands of her. The face seems a little reluctant. "It is the flower." Li Qingshan revealed a smile. "Which is the value of human race trust, isn't it? If you can trust others bravely, even if you are deceived 100 times, you can always make a real friend." Although he walked away is a lonely road to courage, but also admire her courage and determination. Great Hero Bull, this is a Lu. Yu Zijian almost dragged the flower to Lu Qingshan, and introduced him with excitement. Hua Chenglu is still the cute appearance of the juvenile, so he made a slap in the face of Li Qingshan. "I didn't expect the people of Green Vine Mountain to be so bold. During this time, thank you for taking care of Zijian." Li Qingshan's tall figure, his heart is stunned, and I don't know how Zijian knows such strange people! Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 227 Chapter 45 Auction. Li Qingshan said, "Good to say, Zijian, since your friend has come, then I am relieved. I still have some things I have to take a step. I will tell you that you are safe." Without waiting for the two to return, Li Qingshan took a big step and disappeared into the crowd in a blink of an eye. Although Hu Qinglu is young, her mind is much more detailed than Yu Zijian. If she is too exposed to her, she is afraid of being seen by her. Hua Chenglu muttered, "Zijian, this guy is so rude. Is he really kind enough to help you?" However, the back seems to be a bit familiar. That's because the Great Hero Bull is very kind. How can he have a bad heart? Yu Zijian was busy defending Li Qingshan. Hua Chenglu shook his head. "You are young and ignorant. Beware of being sold." and also for the number of people. You are young and ignorant. Great hero Bull is a good person, how can it harm me? Zijian widened his eyes. But, I can't persuade you. Hua Chenglu turned and left. Zijian is busy. Hey, where are you going? Hua Chenglu raised his chin and pointed to the foothills not far away, of course Green Vine Mountain. Li Qingshan back to Wild Sword Villa. Yu Shukyuang is no longer there, going out to collect food and food. Li Qingshan thought that Yu Zijian would come back soon, and he would not be in the heart, but from the mountain village outside the city, into the depths of subterranean world. For this area, he is as familiar as his own back garden. Every decent monster in it, he knows and changes the real body of demon. Don't worry about any monster attacking himself without opening his eyes. Come out and salute him, and say, head, you are back. Li Qingshan's solemn daggers, keeping the majesty of his head, is in the mind, thinking that there are many horses in this group of people, because of the body of the monster core with the loss of life. Who is wrong? If he is still a human race, I am afraid that he will not consider such a problem at all. He will fight monster and hunt monster core as a matter of course. But when his body turned into a demon, he got help from the demon, became a friend and leader of the demon, and his mind was gradually changing, going through the deep caves. I don't know how long. The light of the blue say in front of the eyes flashes in the endless darkness, like the only bright star in the dark night. Li Qingshan is like a wanderer returning home, revealed to release the say, speed up the pace, go forward, not yet into the hole, they will hear the snoring sound. Li Qingshan shook his head, this guy, it's really a home to guess. Although hibernating, there is absolutely no need, just as there is no need for vegetarians. But he still maintained his original instinct, probably without feeling any danger. Millipede rolled over on the stone platform and didn't get up. Sleep now and sleep for a while now. Li Qingshan did not wake him up. He sat on the edge of the stone platform, and his back was against the cold stone platform. He felt the aura of the light and slowly entered the set. Little and took out the Nature Myriad Forms book to watch it carefully, and the information in the book was enriched, and it was not as good as the reaction of the human head. In the dark, the blue butterfly fanned millions of wings and slipped away in a month. In the quiet cave, suddenly a whistling wind blew, the butterfly drifted, and the sea of flowers floated. At the end of the wind, Li Qingshan took a deep breath and stood up. Internal view, renewed satisfied smile. He has converted all the true chi into 10th water true chi, and at the same time opened a meridians and promoted chi refining 4th level. True chi is more powerful than ever. He took out cursive sword script and injected it into true chi, sword chi ji, and silently penetrated into the stone wall. A blue butterfly, dancing in the air for a moment, suddenly split into two. This kind of power, the 6th-7th level chi refining warrior, can be hit twice. It is also facing the 9th level chi refining warrior, can also cause great danger. If you can really restore the cursive sword script to its original state, how strong it is, he is looking forward to it. Calculating the time, it is almost time to go to the auction. Little Un has voluntarily stood in the bamboo pole. Li Qingshan said, you will stay here this time. I am always carrying a big bamboo raft, and it is also troublesome. It is mainly too eye-catching, which chi refining warrior does not have 100 treasure pouch. He has to carry a big bamboo raft. Whether in the bookstore or you ripping, have been asked by the side attack, although most of them are only curious, but it is difficult to guarantee what the people know. Guaranteed, what is delicious and delicious, I will bring it back to you. Do you bother me? Little Anne snorted. That was not what I meant. You are obedient. No. Li Qingshan blinked his eyes, poured his breath. Calm down, communicated and communicated. Kneeling down. Why don't you? Why? I don't want to be separated from you. Little Anne lowered her eyes. Li Qingshan said, it's just a little while. Don't do it for a while. Then I don't care about you. Li Qingshan strode out of the cave, stunned a butterfly, took a few steps, and looked back. only to see that she was still standing in the bamboo raft, not crying, no straight, only straight looking at him, as if waiting for him to bring her. He knelt down. "I really don't care about you." When she walked to the cave opening, she couldn't help but look back, but she couldn't change her face. If he really left, she would wait for him like this. "Come back," he sighed helplessly, "come with me." Even people with bamboo poles, drums dang squally, flying together, falling in the hands of Li Qingshan, little Un face with a smile. Li Qingshan hates the face of her soften. "I know you can't be polite to you," little Un said. "If I am not with you, I can't protect you." Li Qingshan is speechless. Head leader, you saved me a bit. Hey. A frog, eager to jump, vomiting. "Less nonsense, beware that I baked you." Li Qingshan carried huge whale-absorbing water and placed it in the spring of condensed ice water. He swallowed it, and now he has sucked 3 tanks of water. Still not full of feeling, the frog, though anxious, is helpless. Until the long whale was full of water, Li Qingshan took it out with satisfaction, took out a beaded pill and threw it to him. "No, this is for you." It wouldn't really slow it down. This frog is under his hand. Among the demon soldiers, the strength can be ranked first. If other chi refining warrior dare to take the spring water, even if it does not die in its hands, do not want to bring back a drop of spring water. The frog has a roll of snakes and swallows the pearls into the abdomen. "Hey, thank you, the leader." Although Ling Shui is full of spirits, it is not comparable to the functions of these superior medicine pills produced by human race. You are here to keep it, don't forget the party. Li Qingshan confessed again and walked back into the cave. "Oh, don't forget," the frog cried, slamming into the condensed ice water. Li Qingshan strode forward in the cave, shaking the ice crystal whale in his hand, screaming, spitting out a huge long blade, and condensing the beautiful ice crystal hand. It is precisely because of the strength of Li Qingshan that is suitable for the length and size of his swing, and the weight is extremely heavy, even if Li Qingshan cannot be used with one hand. In these days, he continued to use the 10th water true chi and poured into the huge whale-absorbing water blade. The breath was completely penetrated, and there was no delay in it. It seemed to be an extension of his limbs. When he condensed the blade, he no longer had to spit it out. The water then slowly condenses, but completes the condensation in an instant. However, 10th water true chi of chi refining 4th level, if you want to play the power of high-grade spirit artifact, is still a bit lacking. Li Qingshan came to Wild Sword Villa. Yu Shukyuang had returned, and handed over a full 100 treasure pouch to Li Qingshan. What he wanted to say, but he said nothing. Li Qingshan took a look at 100 treasure pouch, revealed a satisfied smile and asked, "Why don't you see love?" Yu Shukyuang was surprised. She didn't go to Green Vine Mountain. How can she come back? Li Qingshan frowned. "So, she hasn't come back? Isn't that Green Vine old man really not even the face of the Hua family?" Yu Shukyuang said, "Isn't you not coming back? Have you seen her?" Li Qingshan will meet with Yu Zijian under Green Vine Mountain. Yu Shukyuang sighed, "Thank you for your troubles. As long as she is not bullied, I will be relieved if I am a slap in the face." As for whether it is into 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy or Green Vine Mountain, I am afraid that we are not in control. "It's up," Li Qingshan said. "I will go to Green Vine Mountain again soon to see what happened. You are waiting for my message here." And handed an empty 100 treasure pouch to Yu Shukyuang. "Food is still to collect, but not so urgent. Pay attention to it on weekdays. Be careful not to alarm too many people." Subterranean world monsters' demand for surface food is a steady stream, and it is also a great means for him to control his head. Naturally, someone needs to help him with this. Yu Shukyuang said, "This is to say, Wild Sword Villa has bought more than a dozen large restaurants and controlled several big grain merchants. It will be much easier to do this in the future." Li Qingshan smiled and said, "It's rare that you have the heart. It's not too expensive to spend so much on Yu Shukyuang's body. He is in need of such a subordinate who knows how to do the same. He has no time and energy to build his own network. But Yu Shukyuang has such a lot of power, otherwise it can build such a big wild sword villa. He handed over all the silver banknotes to him. If you do this, you don't have to worry about the silver. In the future, you want commander, not just Jiang Hu. Yu Shukyuang jumped in his heart and smiled. Isn't Jiang Hu character? Isn't she refining warrior not? With my qualification, how can I get into innate realm, and it's late to have chi refining second level? Li Qingshan's face is shin. If you are satisfied with chi refining second level, then I have never said anything. Chi refining second level, in chi refining warrior, is the existence of the bottom. Such a subordinate, not only I can't help myself so much, I'm afraid I have to solve the trouble for him often. And it doesn't make any sense. Yu Shukyuang looked at Li Qingshan's eyes. In the dark scorpion, it seemed to burn with flames. The ambition and self-confidence contained in it made Yu Shukyuang slightly guilty. In front of this person, he did not have to be hypocritical. On the contrary, he wanted. It takes a lot of ambition and self-confidence to look at it. And this happens to be what he is good at. Listen to people, chi refining and then chi refining. You can break through a certain level and step into divine immortal world. I want to give it a try. Li Qingshan just revealed a smile and put a spring rain pill into the palm of Yu Shukyuang. The realm, called Foundation Establishment, means that everything is just beginning. In the city of Fang, the voices are full of people, and the people meet and rub shoulders. The chi refining warrior, which is rare for ordinary people, is everywhere. Everyone's face is faint with expectation and tension. The 10-year Three Mountains collecting herbs ceremony is about to begin, and the time is set after 3 days. Subterranean world's big adventure is about to start. It is full of opportunities and dangers. Some people get rich overnight. Some people die from no name. Everyone wants to be the former, wish everyone else the latter, and prepare enough for it. The eyes that look at each other have become very cold. In the quiet tea house, which is usually very deserted, it is filled with guests. Luzin, who cooks tea, is almost busy with his hands and feet. Chi refining warrior above 6th level has become everywhere, and only they can drink this luxury. Other stores, almost the same. The business is very good. But only the grocery store is still the door to the door. When people flow here, they are pushed away by the first level invisible barrier and cannot get closer. Unless you have received an invitation, you will only have the big chi refining warrior above the chi refining 6th level, and you will be able to enter the building directly into the building with a look of admiration. Li Qingshan came very early, sitting in the VIP seat, waiting quietly for the start of the auction, looking out. Every room was covered with first-level smoke, blocking any gaze. At this time, Liu Riping walked into it with a smile. Li Qingshan immediately said, "You go out. I don't need you to serve." Liu Riping's smiling express stiffened, but see Li Qingshan is very determined, had to retreat, said, "You heartless will blamed me nonsense." The bamboo raft opened a gap, and revealed little and crystal clear eyes. "You don't let me come? Is it to follow her, Pa?" Li Qingshan held a bamboo pole. What do children know? A copper gong rang through the hall. Shi Pei was a purple silk shirt, and he stepped on the stage. He thanked everyone for his presence and introduced himself to the auction. One item, auctioned, from the original stack of low-grade spirit talisman to the middle-grade spirit artifact. The value of the item is getting higher and higher, and the competition is getting stronger. Li Qingshan waited for the sound of say, the only one he wanted, the Sword Chi book. The next lot is the Sword Chi book written by the ancient sword fairy, which can send brush-stroke sword chi, although it is only the middle-grade spirit artifact, but it contains supreme sword Dao, and this volume Sword Chi the book, should only be a residual. If someone can find other pieces, piece together, not only the middle-grade spirit artifact is so simple. Now start bidding, the price of 100 spiral stones. As the volume of calligraphy stretched out, Li Qingshan's pupils shrank. Yes, This is the case. Although he does not understand calligraphy, the twists and turns in it are exactly the same as in cursive sword script. Finally, I hope that Little Un is proficient in calligraphy sword technique, and certainly will not be mistaken. With Little Un gently nod, Li Qingshan revealed a smile. The price of 80 spirit stones, although more than the ordinary middle spirit artifact higher, but also auctioned as a middle-grade spirit artifact, he prepared more than 1,000 spiral stones, without any problems. As Shi Pei read the reserve price, there was a brief silence in the field. 100 spiral stones, by a middle-grade spirit artifact, it is not worthwhile. The few people who can sit in the field, except for Li Qingshan, are the well-informed chi-refining warrior. They have participated in more than a few auctions. For the ancient swordsman, it is already very immune. So many ancient cultivators, who does not pass on a few things. Even if this sword chi book was really shining, but now it is just a middle-grade spirit artifact. No one can expect to find other parts. Even if they find it, how can they be pieced together? This thing, like the boundless sea art, seems to have great potential value, but the value is too embarrassing, and most of the chi-refining warrior is practical. Li Qingshan smiled slightly, and was about to bid for the first time. He suddenly heard a vague voice in a seat not far away. 200 spirit stones. One shot is a must-have posture, directly dispelled. Many chi-refining warrior want to call the idea of asking for a price. Shi Pei said, well, this fellow Taoist has 200 spiral stones, but other fellow Taoists are willing to pay a higher price. This sword chi book was identified by her and was considered a strange thing. The goods, so she deliberately set the price higher than the ordinary middle-grade spirit artifact. If a strange goods can't sell the value of odd goods, then it would rather be streamed to wait for the coming day. Li Qingshan sighed, and as expected, it was not only him who could see the value of this thing. He also said, 300 spirit stones. The sound is distorted by the mist that blocks it, and even the male or female can't hear it. Shi Pei looked deeply into the box. She knew that it was Li Qingshan's place, and her face was smiling. It seems that this strange goods can sell its value. Sure enough, the other guest in the box was silent for a while, once again bidding, 400 spirit stones. Actually went up directly to 100 spiral stones. The first in the field is a quiet, then slightly stunned. 400 spiral stones, the high-grade spirit artifact that can already be bought is slightly worse. How can someone buy a middle-grade spirit artifact? Is this sword chi? Is there really a mystery in the book? Or miscellaneous school? Please care. High price. Although there are many people who are excited, no one dares to take the adventure stones in 100 treasure pouch. They only watch the two bids silently. Some people are surprised that the high-grade spirit artifact has not yet begun to appear. The first round of bidding has begun. Li Qingshan frowned and said calmly, 500 spirit stones. 600 spirit stones. Li Qingshan's voice did not fall, and the sound rang. Although it was distorted by the fog, everyone could hear the anger contained in it. Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 228 Chapter 46 Killing Intent. Li Qingshan also listened, but did not care. Continued, 700 spirit stones. 800 spirit stones. Li Qingshan said directly, 1,000 spiral stones. The scene is in a short stagnation. Even if it is a high-grade spirit artifact, the value of more than 1,000 spirit stones is rare. Is it true that the sword chi book really has such extraordinary? Everyone has this idea, but at this time, no one dares to ask for a price. If you call it, you really spend more than 1,000 spirit stones and buy this unknown middle-grade spirit artifact. It's crying and crying, not coming out. There has been no fellow Taoist to continue to increase the price. If not, this sword chi book is owned by the fellow Taoist. Shi Pei's eyes turned, wrinkled face, full of smiles. In the thick fog, no sound came out. I don't know if it's worth it, or I have other plans in my heart. Shi Pei is facing Li Qingshan. This fellow Taoist, Sword Chi is yours. A moment later, Sword Chi was sent to Li Qingshan's hand. Li Qingshan couldn't wait to unfold it. The brush stroke on the drawing axis was twisted and twisted. Sword Chi Ling Lai was only half the size of cursive sword script, so it was enough. Upper middle spirit artifact. It seems that this calligraphy was separated and not equal. The question now is, how do you integrate them into one? Li Qingshan tried to take out the cursive sword script and stack it with Sword Chi and shake it, but they didn't mean fusion, which made him slightly disappointed. But he immediately cheered up. His current cultivation base is too low, and the high-grade spirit artifact is very reluctant to refine the top-grade spirit artifact. Otherwise the cursive sword script is not just simple to issue Sword Chi. Only wait until the cultivation base comes up and refining the two spirit artifacts at the same time. Little An looked at her eyes. Li Qingshan handed the Sword Chi book to Little An, and Li Qingshan looked at it again. The Misty Box said to himself, who is this person buying this Sword Chi book? Little An immediately studied the Sword Chi book and squatted on the floor covered with thick silk carpet. The left hand is holding the chin, and the right hand is like a sword. In a very small range. In the fast movement, the small hand left a string of stagnation after image, which is like dancing swords, but also like writing. But it is very rhythmic and beautiful. Her understanding of the sword intent in cursive sword script is even higher. He heard the words of Li Qingshan, and Little An squinted his head, maybe like me. The sword suddenly stabbed dozens of times, tearing the air. Jadang gusts of wind, the box suddenly whistling in the wind, blowing Li Qingshan clothing hunting. Li Qingshan suddenly, yes, the biggest possibility is this. If you don't get a part, which Chi refining warrior, don't want to take a few hundred spiral stones to take risks. At this moment, hey, the door was softly ringing. Li Qingshan opened the door, and Liu Riping said, I just want to see you with the fellow Taoist. Li Qingshan said, well, I just want to see him. The heart is more and more sure of his speculation. Put together a piece of Sword Chi. Cursive sword script is 100% top-grade spirit artifact. If get another piece of debris, what will it be? The legendary magical artifact. Liu Riping retired from the rules and did not even wrap up. After she left the box, she smiled lightly on her face, but she was not in a hurry to pass the message. Instead, she turned to the direction of another box and knocked on the door. A young man opened the door, and it was Musican. When she came in, she asked directly, how come? Liu Riping Jiao said, the guest who just bidding, I want to meet the name of the cow, so it is a little late. Mu senior brother, don't be surprised. Musican didn't take this matter to heart. He turned his head and said, Song senior brother, I didn't expect this to be so rich. If I sold the monster core again, he said that there are 2,000 or 3,000 spirit stones. Senior brother, you can be said to be blessed in disguise. Sitting there, it was the Chicken Mountain Song senior brother, Song Ming, who was thrown out of the wall by Li Qingshan. Liu Riping helped. More than that, he just spent 800 spiral stones, bought a high-grade spirit artifact, and changed several hundred spiral stones with spirit talisman. Originally in miscellaneous school, customers bought and sold information is absolutely confidential, otherwise it will be severely punished. However, she climbed Li Qingshan and she felt resentment. At this time, Musican came to him to inquire about Li Qingshan. When she saw Li Qingshan, she immediately reported to him and promised her some benefits. Liu Riping see Li Qingshan stepping into the grocery shop and immediately turned his face to tell Musican in another private room. Musican, however, has another calculation. Song Ming sat still, and Musican said, you are interested in telling me this news. What is the plot? Musican came over and patted Song Ming's shoulder. Three Mountains disciple, with the same breath, senior brother, you are insulted. How can I look at it? Just happened to meet this thief some time ago. I want to kill and go to senior brother. Why don't I think senior brother? You are not the opponent of this. With my cultivation base, it is even more invincible. Now that you are in the near world, you have to revenge and hate it. It is a good chance. Although he smiled on his face, his mind was killing intent. Great hero Bull, we didn't have this step, but you dare to take Zygian. Then I am heartless. A loose cultivator in the district, even dare to be so arrogant, even if not in my hands, but also to die elsewhere. I will send you a trip in advance. Song Ming pinched his fist and his face was white. After the war, he became a celebrity among the Three Mountains. He was often ridiculed, and it was a shameful shame that he couldn't swallow. Now that the enemy is in the vicinity, it is red in the eyes, and the 3,000 spiral stones are enough to make any chi-refining warrior feel, no matter what Musican has, he will try it. He finally asked, this kind of good thing, don't you want Green Vine Mountain to share a piece of it? Musican said, our Green Vine Mountain is a landlord. If you are in front of the collecting herbs, you will join hands to kill the loose cultivator. I am afraid that it will be a trouble for the people, affecting the progress of the ceremony. I am not afraid to give me the courage. But if it's see people grievances, then there is nothing to say. Besides, Song senior brother cannot give me a cup of food. Song Ming face say changed, suddenly coldly snort, went out. Help me keep an eye on him. Musican said, ripping, you go to continue monitoring. After the event, you will not be able to benefit. Europing posted it. His face was charming, said in a soft voice, I know that Shuhan can't escape your calculations. Musican showed impatience on his face, pushed her away and walked out the door. Europing, a man, there is no good thing. Li Qingshan doesn't know the yin calculations outside the door. This auction has greatly increased his horizons. He has a rough estimate of the value of spirit artifact spirit grass, and his lottery has not yet come on stage. He would like to see that monster core can be worthy of geometry. A moment later, a monster core of earthy yellow was placed on the auction floor. The 7-step soil belongs to Xing monster core, which can be used to make a line of dandan. The price is 1,000 spiral stones. Shi Pei said a series of introductions about the function of monster core, and finally only reported low prices. Only low prices. The high-grade spirit artifact is higher, not only because it is more rare, but also for a wider range of applications. Shi Pei's gaze looks at the highest point, the best number of boxes. From there, from the beginning to the end, it has been silent, as if there is no thing that can make people in it. Consider whether you want to report a few prices, add to the monster core, but he soon found that it is not needed. The few rooms in the highest place, where there was no sound coming out, finally sounded the first offer, 1,200 spiral stones. 1,005. 1,006. The price of spiritual pill rose, and the smile on Li Qingshan's face became more and more intense. He embraced Little An and licked her face. Ha ha, we are rich. The lively venue, once again deserted, the auction was over, and the lights on the booth were bleak. However, Li Qingshan can clearly see the breath in the air, and the warm atmosphere seems to have not dissipated. Li Qingshan is still sitting in the box, not leaving, reminiscent of the battle. Of course, that doesn't have much to do with monster core, but a small bottle of top-grade spirit artifact. The reserve price is 3,500 spiral stones. The benchmark for each bid is 500 spirit stones. Each increase makes the chi-refining warrior blushing, and the foundation establishment cultivator is always calm. It's easy and self-sufficient, from beginning to end. No matter whether you win or lose, you don't have a trace of fire. There is absolutely no chi-refining warrior dare to participate in this dull auction. And finally, the price of the top-grade spirit artifact has 9,500 spirit stones, belonging to the guests in the West Bakery. The last winner, the old god is still saying, you let me win. This kind of style, Li Qingshan has not recognized himself, and does not care about Xun. It is purely the gap of strength. He feels more and more that whether he is a person or a demon, He only has to spend a heavenly tribulation before he truly enters path of cultivation. I am able to keep abreast and act freely. It is as if the child has learned to walk and talk, can walk towards his own goal, can express his own meaning, before the chi refining or the monster. It is just crawling in the teeth. Of course, Monster Core finally reached Li Qingshan's expectations. Without Shi Pei's expectation, the native Xing Monster Core sold more than 2,000 spirit stones and was sold at 2,600 spiral stones. In addition to the 800 spiral stones that bought huge whale absorbing water and the half cost of the grocery store, 1,670 spirit stones quietly stayed in his 100 treasure pouch! Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 229, Chapter 47, Cognitive Crisis. Together with his offering of spirit stones prepared by Spirit Talisman, the number of spirit stones owned by Li Qingshan reached another 2,000, which is even richer than before buying huge whale absorbing water. The reason why he is still sitting here is just waiting for the chi refining warrior who wants to buy sword chi. If he really has another cursive sword script in his hand, he uses these spirit stones and buys it from him. The footsteps sounded outside the door, and Li Qingshan opened the door, but Liu Riping stood there. Congratulations to fellow Taoist. Not only did Monster Core take a high price, but also got what they wanted. Li Qingshan looked at her empty back. What about that person? Liu Riping said. The fellow Taoist suddenly changed his mind. I am sorry to have kept you waiting. If there is nothing you want to buy, please leave. Li Qingshan was a little surprised. Didn't that person want this sword chi book? Still his own guess is wrong. The person was originally sent by miscellaneous school to raise the price. And Liu Riping's attitude changed, which made him even more suspicious. He said, there will be a period later. Passing away with Liu Riping. Ever since she saw this surname, she can be said to be a source of money. Whether it is the miscellaneous school reward he bought or sold, or the sale of his news to others, the income is very good. But she did not notice that Li Qingshan looked back inadvertently, looking at her back. The glare of the flash. There are many people who can be ruthless and faceless, but there are few people with wisdom and vision. Qian Rongzi counts one. But there are not many Qian Rongzi. At least she did not really see through Li Qingshan's love. The grace of a meal will be paid, and the enemies will be reported. The sun is weak, and it is far from offsetting the chill caused by the fierce wind. Although as long as it is chi refining warrior, most of them can ignore this degree of temperature change, let alone Li Qingshan's demon body. But he felt a deep chill. It was not about temperature, but about the crisis. This is his keen instinct after his demonic incarnation, and he became more and more keen as his cultivation base improved. This kind of sharpness is not only the so-called sixth sense, but directly benefit from spirit turtle suppressing secrets. The wizard is good at the turtle shell, predicting the future of the sky, and the turtle back is a 9 square gossip. It is more extraordinary. With the improvement of his cultivation base, this spirit is gradually revealed. Although it cannot predict the future, it can also perceive evil. Li Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief, raised his head, closed his eyes slightly, and the snoring of the surrounding disappeared without a trace. A faint sense of being monitored appeared in his heart. That monitoring not only the cultivation base is extraordinary, but also the means of restraining the spirit is very clever. Even if he does not raise the attention, it is difficult to detect. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and did not hide in a safe square, but went outside the city. The danger will not disappear with waiting, only the courage to face. Turning over a mountain pass, it disappears. Lin Mu rushed to the front, and quickly retreated. He sneaked off one by one. If he couldn't avoid it, he would slam it directly, but he would not stop at the foot, and did not use spirit turtle suppressing secrets to hide internal chi. 1,000 steps away, a black Meng noodles no longer hide the traces, and catch up. Li Qingshan glanced back. The pupil was shrinking, but it was not dangerous at all. It shouldn't have made him feel such a strong sense of crisis. Is that just the case? His footsteps kept going, but he rose to his full strength, body lean forward, and sometimes his hands on the ground, like a black fierce tiger, running between the mountain forest, showing the phase of tiger demon. Black Meng face people in the heart, he is the must-see for the Sword Chi book, did not expect to be inserted into a bar. He originally wanted to see Li Qingshan, regardless of the coercion. You must also that Sword Chi book is taken back, but after thinking about it, if it is bought, at least it has to spend thousands of spiral stones, which is simply cutting his flesh. I moved the mind of killing people and smashing the goods. In order to be afraid of playing the grass, I spent 20 spiral stones and bought Li Qingshan's information from Liu Riping. I didn't expect the kid to be so vigilant. When I went out of the city, I ran wildly, and the speed was amazing. But he sneered in his heart, "You are hiding in the square market, I still dare not move you." You ran out, that is to find yourself dead. Want to open him? Not so easy. Transport up the body. True Chi surround, like a black say's sharp arrow, directed to Li Qingshan. In a snow-covered valley, surrounded by trees and leaves, black say's spear-like, straight thorns into the sky. Li Qingshan seems to be the best, standing in the knee-deep snow, true Chi, which is naturally emitted from the body, as long as it is Chi refining warrior. He can see that he is Chi refining 4th level, and he is still very tired. Why don't you run? After a short pause, a cold and smug voice came from behind. Li Qingshan suddenly turned back, saw a black Mang noodle, walked on the snow, walked out of the jungle, not on the thick snow, leaving a footprint, coldly looking at him, although after dozens of miles, but he is a true Chi, with almost no loss. Li Qingshan turned and asked, "Why are you chasing me?" Black Meng face human Dao, hand over the Sword Chi book. Li Qingshan frowned, "I don't know what Sword Chi book." His identity information should be absolutely confidential. The first object of doubt is Liu Riping. I don't know if it is the rules of miscellaneous school. I became her exclusive guest, and she was invited to entertained in the grocery store. But he doesn't dare to be completely sure. But what if it is that woman? HMPH. Being counted as inappropriate. He is not as broad as Xun. The black Meng noodle screamed, "I still dare to lie to me. I said that you were you." In between the words, a cone-shaped chi flow formed in front of the body. Wu Xiao shot to Li Qingshan's Xun mouth. Li Qingshan flashed in the wolf and rushed into the snow, and cried, "Wait, it is me, I will give you." The black Mang noodle smiled, "I know you." Li Qingshan reluctantly took out the Sword Chi book and asked, "You have to tell me, who told you that I bought the Sword Chi book? Is that the woman who passed the message?" The black Mang noodle casually snorted, and some people looked at the Sword Chi book. I wondered if Li Qingshan got the Sword Chi book and thought of the same thing. Li Qingshan hates the words, "I will not let her go." Black Meng face people, "How can I let you go?" The words turn, and 100 treasure pouch on you, also handed it out. Li Qingshan called, "You can't think about it." Black Meng face human Dao, "Then I will come and take it myself." A waist shot, a small sword with a sleek shot, flew out and took the head of Li Qingshan. He is a little careless. 18 Chi refining warrior's flying sword. Dealing with 4th level Chi refining warrior is as simple as cutting a melon and cutting vegetables. The reason why I say a few more words is just to be cautious and try to see if Li Qingshan has anything. The powerful master relies on the mountain, so as not to provoke the characters who can't be provoked. After the temptation, it is determined that Li Qingshan is indeed an ordinary loose cultivator, and he will not hesitate to kill. A touch of crystal light maps the sun, reflecting the eyes of the black Mang noodle, illusion of a rainbow. Just a moment. The gold and iron cross. The fire is shining. The flying sword rotates high and flies up into the sky. A black cloud shrouded the top of the black Meng face. He looked up and saw a pair of killing intent boiling eyes, and then saw the knife, a long blade made of ice. In the meantime, he seems to see a giant tiger of black say, holding a long crystal blade, and rushing to himself. Between the heaven and earth, It is filled with murderous aura. All this was just in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan fell on the snow, and huge whale-absorbing water was quietly gripped in their hands. The ice blade was transformed into a shape. At the moment of flying sword and body, a knife was blown from the bottom up, flying the flying sword. Without any hesitation, the whole person fell forward and his limbs worked hard, like a fierce tiger, rushing to the Black Meng face. This kid hides the strength. The Black Meng face is 8th level Chi refining warrior, and instantly breaks free from the murderous aura restraint. Flashing this thought in his mind, hands overlapping several times, raising up, lifting the fire. The black say is strong and the whistling spins out. The blade and the black say slammed against each other, making a harsh sound, like a chainsaw cutting metal, and ice particles splashing. Li Qingshan screamed. 10th water true Chi was all poured into the knife, and there was no half retention of the giant force. It condensed all the essence, Chi, and spirit's knives. It seems that the volcano, which has been backlogged for thousands of years, has finally erupted. There is a feeling of great comfort in his heart. Under this knife, he has felt extremely happy regardless of the outcome. Ice crystal long blade is also very fast, a knife to break open black say cyclone. Black Meng face big shocked say, this is not the ultimate level Chi refining warrior. The strength. The blade cut through the guard true Chi, making a sharp whistle. A blood spattered on the white snow. Then the wind that was rolled up, with the snow inside the square, was dang, and the frozen soil below the black say. On top of the frozen soil, a deep knife mark is engraved. Li Qingshan stood with a knife and gently stroked the frozen blood on the blade and looked up at the forest. Black Meng face people licking the scars of Xun mouth, looking down. 4 eyes met, like an invisible sword, fighting in the air. Jilly collided numerous times. Both of them seemed to want to say something, but they didn't open their mouths at all. The flying sword slammed from the sky and became very fierce! Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 230 Chapter 48, Stunning a Sword. The black-faced masked man smashed his sword, his eyes filled with cold anger, and no longer half smooth. Although he is arrogant, he can scratch his enemies with a knife and must not face the attitude of 4th level Chi refining warrior. However, he is not worried. He wants to use a close weapon to fight the flying sword. Unless it has an overwhelming advantage, it will be slaughtered. Li Qingshan also knows this truth. He shakes huge whale-absorbing water, and the ice crystal long blade suddenly turns into an ice shield. After a while, the flying sword changes direction dozens of times. Dozens of hits on the ice crystal shield. Not only the ice crystal shield breaking, but freezing the 1st level frost. The speed has become slower. Flying sword. The speed is restored again, and the snakes and birds are constantly searching for the flaws of Li Qingshan. But huge whale-absorbing water is full of condensed ice water. The ice shield is half a foot thick and covers the majority of Li Qingshan. The flying sword is extremely flexible, but it is difficult to break through. Spirit artifact. Black masked people's eyes are colder and brighter. Listen to the woman said that even monster core is also sold by him, but this is a blessing in disguise, killing this child. The harvest will be very expensive. The hand takes a roll of the drawing axis from the 100 treasure pouch, and the shake is unfolding. The brush stroke is twisted and twisted. Sword Chi is the other sword. Li Qingshan was so cold and straight, a strong sense of crisis rushed into the heart. Such as a major disaster. Dozens of sword Chi vertical and horizontal, cut off the raging wind, pierced the snow drifting, and killed Li Qingshan. The vertical is the fastest, and the blink of an eye is imminent. It instantly fills Li Qingshan's eyes and penetrates into the ice shield. The horizontal is the slowest, but the atmosphere is majestic, including the strength, seems to traverse all vitality, leaving a deep mark on the ice shield, and the ice is splashing, and crossed a deadly arc, and actually detoured Li Qingshan, straight to his unprotected vest, almost horizontally and simultaneously, the most faintly fatal, but a hook, Mue hooked into the sky, You're hooked to the earth. There is no way to speculate on its trajectory. Suddenly hooked into the black frozen soil, Li Qingshan feels a cold murderous aura from the soles of his feet. He must hook off his life. The flying sword did not stop, and kept looking for the flaws of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan whispered. Huge whale absorbing water spit out all the condensed ice water and formed an ice orb, which was surrounded by his body and formed into the shape of the spirit turtle dark armor. Puncture, heavy blow, cutting, tearing, the mysterious ice orb of the steel, which is like the fragile soap under the impact of sword chi, sends out a kaka ice crack. The crack instantly fills the entire ice orb. Li Qingshan was amazed. For the first time in the hands of others, she saw the true power of the swords of the grass, and the true chi of the eighth refining warrior gave the absolute tyrannical destructive power and lethality of the swords of the grass. If Li Qingshan is not using condensed ice water, but ordinary spring water or even spiritual water, it is impossible to block this blow. On the other hand, the grass sword in the hands of the black masked man is slightly inferior to his own, regardless of the size or the aura, and is only equivalent to the spirit artifact. The black masked man was also slightly surprised. He used this volume of sword to kill the chi refining warrior, which is better than him. Today, he did not break the defense of a small chi refining warrior. Flying sword quietly floating in the air. Black masked human Dao, where is this spirit artifact in your hand? Where can I block my sword chi? No wonder you are sure to win sword chi. In your hands, there are really other fragments. It is not so easy to kill me. Li Qingshan shakes huge whale absorbing water, and ice orb once again turns into an ice blade, and there is no crack in the surface, but the consumption of true chi itself is extremely huge. Take out a spiral stone and restore true chi. The black masked man suddenly laughed. Li Qingshan said, what are you laughing at? Black masked human Dao, the more good things you have, the more happy I am, because these things ultimately belong to me. Li Qingshan said, is it? It seems that I have to smile too. The black masked man squinted. You have seen the tricks of the genius. Do you think you can escape a death? The plan of the arrogant soldier is really good. Even I was almost fooled by you, but little Huarik rooted in absolute in front of strength, it is useless. Touching the chest, the terrible wound, under the influence of true chi, has gradually begun to heal, and it will not take much time to be intact. The reason why he stopped to talk to Li Qingshan was to take the opportunity to recover the injury and use true chi to expel the cold. The injury basically healed, and he no longer talked nonsense. One finger Li Qingshan, his flying sword came out. Li Qingshan also recovered true chi by spin stones. He didn't change the demon body. He couldn't release the smell of demon here. The deserted mountains are surrounded by many preparations. Participate in the chi refining warrior of the collecting herbs. Those distant snow mountain peaks, maybe there will be secret sneak eyes. They just came to kill demon. When they felt monster chi, maybe even the Foundation establishment cultivator would be alarmed. He couldn't take the risk. The usual 4th level chi refining warrior, of course, is impossible to defeat the 8th level chi refining warrior, but he is not only the ordinary 4th level chi refining warrior, but he also has a real trump card yet. The flying sword stabbed in the shield. Li Qingshan took out the long-lost low-grade spirit artifact shield and turned it into a desktop size. In the other hand, huge whale absorbing water, has absorbed all the ice and water into the abdomen, pointing to the black masked man in the treetops. Hey, countless ice, screaming. Black masked people dismissed, cuffs raised, and a few feet in front of them, gave birth to a wonderful chi flow, although not so powerful, but just a light. All the ice are flying out. Dangling, shot into the dense woods, the crowns trembled, and the snow fell. A loud noise, as if a group of invisible giant elephants broke into the forest. The giant trees fell down, the ice rushed into the trunk, the cold current burst, the trunk was frozen, and the impact directly broke many giant trees. It can be seen that the power of this move is indeed not weak. If it is used against the 6th level chi refining warrior, it is a terrible killing, but it is not enough to deal with the 8th level chi refining warrior. Every time you open a meridians, true chi will double, and this black masked man has more than just a powerful true chi, and he has great skills. The black masked man seems to be somewhat intolerant, but only manipulates the flying sword to attack, and refuses to approach Li Qingshan. Instead, he is always prepared to be close to him. For the horror of the body refining cultivator, he knows deeply, never will give him any chance of violent injury. Only the whole spirit is condensed in the flying sword. The flying sword is getting faster and faster. It has long since disappeared from the blade. I saw countless swords and lightly intertwined into a sword around Li Qingshan. Inspired by a series of sounds like showers, Li Qingshan danced shields to the left and right. Every time the sword light passes, there will be a deep scratch on the shield. In a blink of an eye, the shield is covered with scars. Spiritual chi is faint to the extreme, and it is already on the verge of collapse. Li Qingshan stood in the same place and couldn't move. He knew very well that when he moved, he would inevitably show flaws, giving the flying sword a chance, and even if he could get close, he couldn't possibly be at an 8th level chi refining warrior. What is cheaper under your hand? But if you don't move, isn't it even more defeated? Like a beast lying in the grass, he waited for an opportunity to appear in silence, and if he did not move, he would kill. But the sword bit by bit oppressed. The more the opportunity was smaller. He made up his mind. He did not have the opportunity to create his own opportunity. Violently raised the shield in his hand, hit the flying sword a few feet. But this one also let his chest was wide open. The black-faced masked man showed a taunting color, and the flying sword went at a faster speed. With a bang, grass sword unfolded, blocking Li Qingshan's chest and rushing out dozens of singular sword chi. The flying sword collided with the same vertical, and then it was followed by a horizontal attack. It was completely impossible to stop the tide of this sword chi. The black-masked man glimpsed in the heart, looking at the sword bigger than his own, showing the color of horror, but then really want to laugh a few times. I did not expect that this kid, the reason why he is willing to buy sword chi at such a big price is because he has another scrap. If it is the ordinary 8th level chi refining warrior, in the face of this sudden sword chi killing intent, I am afraid that there is a worry of life, but for him, it is nothing. Shake the sword again. He is a deep chi than Li Qingshan. I don't know how many times I have to be more casual about this sword. I don't have to worry about it. When I use it, I run out of true chi. The two sword chi tides collided in the air, but they did not confront each other fiercely, offset each other, but merged directly into one, condensed into a cloud of black water, and the shape changed rapidly. Li Qingshan and the black-masked people all showed ecstasy. This kind of scene proves that these two methods are the same, and there is the possibility of integration. But this scene only lasted for a moment. The shape of the ink stretched to a limit, as if the internal pressure was out of control, and it bursted again, turning into a round of indiscriminate sword chi. Both faces are changed. Not dare to be sloppy. Sword chi has not been sent, the sword has been like an avalanche tsunami, overwhelming. This power has already surpassed top-grade spirit artifact. The black-masked man like a black arrow slammed into the sky. Li Qingshan had no time to dodge, half squat down, holding a shield on the left, holding huge whale absorbing water on the right. In front of it, condensing into a defensive surface is extremely narrow, but thick, a big hail of 7 feet. The sword wheel flashed away, the square was full of wings, the ice and snow disappeared. The black-masked man looked down from the sky, saw the white earth, launched a black circle, could not help but swallow a spit. The heart is excited. If you can master this, if you have the power, what other chi refining warrior can be against him? The sound of Li Qingshan's round shield, only half of it, the face of spiritual chi disappeared, has been completely scrapped. The large hail that is blocked in front of it is cut off from it, which is as easy as cutting paper. Li Qingshan is equally shocked. If this sword chi is not casually diverging to the four sides, but a little control, then he is now a dead person. Even if it is demonic incarnation, he has to be seriously injured. Even so, he also squandered a product, spirit artifact and a low-grade spirit artifact, to block this sword chi. Fortunately, huge whale-absorbing water's weapons, which are made of water, can also be used. Selfie bear, otherwise this is really a heavy loss. He looked up and looked at the black-masked man in the sky. The ice in the middle of the ice was cold, and the bamboo pole behind him had disappeared. The black-faced masked man looked at the bamboo poles that whistling and flew, and he was shocked. I don't know what the tricks were, but I didn't dare to sneer in my heart, and my hands were one point, and a black gas rushed into the sky, tearing the bamboo smash. A little cold flashing, like Liu Xing falling from the sky, tearing the air. The sword edge is not yet. Sword chi seems to have passed through the body. Black masked people look. The figure is slightly stiff. Not only is it insured by the sword intent, but also the fear of fear. This kind of sword intent is exactly the same as the sword. Is it true that someone is qualified to be able to comprehend the sword intent? What makes him even more convinced is that the sword bearer is actually a child under the age of 10. Li Qingshan wondered, when did this sword technique reach this point? From such a long distance, he can feel the horror of the sword intent, cannot help but think that if this sword is stabbing himself, how to deal with it, but cannot get a suitable answer. Of course, he was actually a real-life type, and he really was able to inspire all his potential during life and death. The huge life and death crisis made the black-masked man wake up instantly and wanted to dodge, but felt that there was no possibility of dodging. This is not to say that the air cannot borrow. 8th level chi refining warrior, just send a true chi. You can smash out. Little Un holds a sword, and the sword edge points directly to the black-masked man. The tip of the sword is not straight and the tip is constantly shaking. Li Qingshan felt extremely familiar, and suddenly remembered that in the box of the grocery store, Little Un was kneeling on the ground, and the small hand kept writing in the air. After getting sword chi, Little Un has completed a part of the sword intent of Curtain Sword, and while Li Qingshan is fighting the black-masked man, she hides in the bamboo raft but does not influence her to observe the outside world. At a glance, I saw the brush stroke of the grass-faced sword in the hands of the black-masked man, and the body will come to the release of sword chi. For the average person, it is just a matter of a moment, and it doesn't care at all, but for her, this glimpse is enough. Genius's world, just an epiphany. 3 grass swords, coincident in her heart, condensed into this sword, has got a trace of sword intent of the ancient sword fairy. The comet hits the moon, the electric flint. The flying sword is too late to rescue, the spirit talisman has no time to take it out. The black-masked man screams out like a madman, releasing the whole body true chi, black strength, spinning like tornado rushing out. Just like in the box, the tip of the sword suddenly no longer vibrates. All the brush strokes. The harvest is a little bit vigorous. Little Un passed the black-masked man and both fell from the sky. Li Qingshan, before she got busy, she put Little Un in her arms. She was sweating like a pulp. The taste of sandalwood became more and more intense. It was dull, but still clear, just off force. The black-masked man turned a turn, and landed firmly on the ground, pointing to Li Qingshan, pointing to Little Un. You just said a word. The throat spurted a blood arrow, and flew to Li in front of Qingshan. He trembled a few times and fell down. There was a loud bang in the rumble. Hundreds of giant trees, slowly tilting, dumping the ground, echoing thunderous sounds in the valley. At the same time, the sleep's sword in the hands of Little Un turned into a powder and fluttered in the wind. The power of that sword is beyond the reach of a low-grade spirit artifact, and it also exhausts all of her essence, chi, and spirit. The effect is to spike 8th level chi refining warrior. Little Anne stared at Li Qingshan and lifted her chin. Speaking of it, Li Qingshan scraped her nose and said, "Well, it makes sense to say that you. The flying sword fell from the air like a dead snake, and was thrown into the hands of Li Qingshan by True Qi. At the same time, the 100 treasure pouch and the sword of the sword were picked up. Little Un's fingertips gave off a raging fire and drilled into it. In the body was destroyed and the body suddenly recovered. Li Qingshan said, "There will be people coming soon, this place should not stay for a long time, let's go." In the unchanging state, he killed the powerful enemy and got the dream artifact that he dreamed of. But somehow, the sense of crisis did not dissipate, and it still shrouded the top of the head like a cloud, so he chose to leave immediately. The two disappeared into a messy valley. After a while, a group of Qi refining warrior came and looked at each other with horror, and they met each other. It was only the Foundation Establishment cultivator who fought here. Only the head of the Qi refining warrior is just a little frown. He is young and looks like a crown jade. He is already the cultivation base of the Qi refining 9th level. Although Qi refining can delay aging, it is also known that his age is absolutely small. Such age, no matter where it is, can be called genius. He faintly asked, "Song Ming, are you sure this direction?" He is wearing a chicken mountain like Song Ming, but he is embroidered with 3 color pots on his chest, one more than Song Ming, and all other Qi refining warriors are surrounded by him, all of which are sandwiches of Chicken Mountain. Song Ming's busy and respectful predecessor, yes, eldest senior brother, there are many people who see it with their own eyes. There will be no mistakes. Eldest senior brother said, "Where is he now?" The voice is still flat, but it comes from the absolute confidence in strength. Song Ming hesitated, this must be nearby. Eldest senior brother hasn't talked yet, and another Qi refining warrior next to him said, "Song junior brother, collecting herbs, the beginning of the ceremony, how can you find someone to accompany you? You want us to avenge you? You have to be a little bit." Song Ming's face is angry, but he doesn't dare to attack, because he speaks. It is also the core disciple of Chicken Mountain, and it is also the Qi refining 7th level. Eldest senior brother raised his hand and all the voices subsided. Bullying Song Ming is bullying our Chicken Mountain, all the disciples. I am eldest senior brother. I can't help but make a decision for you. This must not be reported. Look at my entertainment, don't forget the job. Come a few monthly ticket brothers, when others come back to sleep and watch TV, I am working hard on the code word. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 231. Chapter 49, Seeking Truth Society. Chapter 49, Seeking Truth Society. Eldest senior brother benevolence. It's no wonder that the future sect leader of Chicken Mountain will be decided. Our Chicken Mountain must be the first of 3 mountains. What is the top of 3 mountains? With eldest senior brother's innate skill, forming a golden core, makes Chicken Mountain a medium sect, and it's a breeze. In a burst of welcoming voice, Song Ming also said, "Thank you for eldest senior brother. I know very well, if not for the thousands of 100 treasure pouches spirit stones, how can the proud eldest senior brother be so loyal? A little time, used for cultivation is too late." The heavy snow began to fall again. The spring creaks and sways under the frozen snow, which is called the secluded spring. Surrounded by snow-capped mountains, there is a small valley with many exquisite huts. It looks like a fairyland family. The Qi refining warrior of several wide-brimmed belts walks in the air, making it easy to drink and drink. Suddenly, everyone turned back and looked at each other. A tall figure walked from the trees and walked down the stairs. There was no such thing as the smoothness of Qi refining warrior. It was like a ferocious beast coming out of the woods. "Who are you?" "This is the camp of the Seeking Truth Society." Li Qingshan rang. "I am looking for Han Xun." The sound rolled across the valley. Han Xun came out of a hut, and when he saw Li Qingshan, he was overjoyed. "Niu Dao, you are finally here." Li Qingshan slightly dagger, "I will take a look." Han Xun was busy introducing Qi refining warrior. Everyone listened to him as the famous great hero bull. They were all amazed, exchanged their eyes, smiled, and then joined Li Qingshan into one of the largest houses. in. The room was covered with wooden floors, and everyone sat on the ground, with a charcoal fire in the middle, cooking wine, aroma, and fumigation of the room. In this snowy weather, find such a residence, even Li Qingshan's nerves are slightly relaxed. Han Xang said, "Please wait a moment, I will ask our president." In a few moments, more chi refining warrior came in. Probably more than 20, and a group of chi refining warrior talked with Li Qingshan. All of them were very enthusiastic, and the two women also sent a bowl, hot wine and a broth full of meat. Li Qingshan sniffed and praised, "Good wine." Drinking the wine and eating it, but no more words. Chi refining warrior, seeing that he does not want to talk more, is not reluctant, talks to each other, talks mostly about collecting herbs. They originally planned to form a small team, together into subterranean world, but the eyes are not separated from Li Qingshan body. Li Qingshan seemed to be unaware of nothing, sitting in front of the fire like a stone statue, letting his figure sway and reflecting on the wall. In a short while, Han Xang came back with an old man. The old man was as thin as a monkey, wearing a large robe, as if he had stolen it. Han Xang had to hold his waist to speak in his ear. But the loose cultivator seemed to respect him very much. When he came in, he called out, "President." Li Qingshan also looked back, 7th level chi refining warrior. In this group of loose cultivator, this is a rare strong hand. In addition to the old, there are 2 6th level chi refining warrior. These 3, faint is everyone the first. Han Xang is busy. Niu Dao, this is the president of our Seeking Truth Society, Taoist Ku. See, Li Qingshan did not come to the ceremony, his face slightly stunned. "Hey, Li Qingshan is drinking, I don't know what to think about." Taoist Ku closed the door with his backhand, and the sound of the snow screaming outside the house suddenly subsided and disappeared. He closed the house into a locked world. Then he smiled and said, "This is the cow road, the poor road is the first." Not at all angry with Li Qingshan's rudeness. Li Qingshan slightly dagger, "Taoist Ku is good." Taoist Ku said, "The road is able to visit our Seeking Truth Society. It is really beautiful. Today, my Seeking Truth Society is also a group of talented people. I don't feel disappointed." Li Qingshan said, "I just take a look." Taoist Ku also sat down beside the fire. "Oh, it doesn't matter if I look at it. I will tell you about the purpose of our Seeking Truth Society, the so-called truth." The mouth is eloquent, and an impassioned speech is delivered. Everyone is a brother and sister, and how sect is abhorrent. To oppress our brothers and sisters, we must unite. This describes the wretched old man in his speech, and his body seems to be covered with the 1st level aura. He is full of charm, and his words are full of inflammatory. The loose cultivators are all looking up and listening. Li Qingshan is a hard-hearted person. It is not so simple to be touched. I just feel that this scene is familiar. Taoist Ku suddenly stopped talking to Li Qingshan and said, "Niu Dao, do you say this is the truth?" Suddenly, more than 20 pairs of eyes, all staring at Li Qingshan's face. Li Qingshan said, "Is this the truth?" Taoist Ku also said, "I cultivated for centuries and observed cultivation. The biggest problem is that the selfishness of the human heart is swept away by the culture technique. It is only passed to the disciples, and the result is many talented people are silent in the grass, and many good cultural techniques are lost. Loose cultivators, even nod. They are such talented people, all because they have not been passed down. They become a lost cultivator. If you can break the sect family, you can use the cultural technique to communicate in the entire cultivation, so that each predecessor is a teacher of the younger generation. How can the cultivation system not flourish, and the cultivation channel can be less and more difficult to fight? In 100 years, the cultivator will inevitably increase by 100 times in both quantity and quality. Will it be difficult to kill the world demon? This magnificent blueprint has made the loose cultivators very excited. Li Qingshan was also slightly surprised. "I thought it was just a mutual aid alliance of loose cultivators. I would think that they have such a great pursuit, and this pursuit is really a dream. If it can be realized, It is not far from the world. It is. Daist Ku said, it's not easy to do this, but as long as we work hard, there is no hope. Our Seeking Truth Society is the hope of the world cultivation. Then there was the exchange time of a lot of loose cultivators. A man stood up and said, I was just a chi refining second level. Since joining the Seeking Truth Society, I have benefited a lot from the communication process of the Tao. I have just made a breakthrough. Chi refining third level. There was a cheer around, and other chi refining warriors stood up and spoke one by one. Everyone finished, they all cheered, and the hut was immersed in a warm atmosphere. Finally, Li Qingshan shook his head and said that he had nothing to say. The loose cultivator is not arrogant, and the voice is neatly urging, say. Li Qingshan slightly frowning, Daoist Ku raised his hand, and the urge to stop immediately. Since the bulls don't want to say it, then I will say a few more words. Whether it is the whole cultivation or the individual wants to make progress, the most crucial thing is to break this selfishness. Daoist Ku to Li Qingshan, extend a fist and release. Open your fists. You can hold more things. You can give others a goodwill, others will give you a return. The most basic sentence, there is a home. Daoist Ku clap his hands, now it's time to share. Everyone takes things out. Nu Dao, as long as there is a need, despite the opening. The loose cultivators in the order just now, one by one to share the 100 treasure pouch, or spirit grass, or spiritual pill. It is a female loose cultivator. She suddenly untied the clothes, revealing a full and strong chest to share your body. As long as you need it, you can go to her room to find her. So Li Qingshan is stunned. The female practitioner saw the expression of Li Qingshan and said with pride, everyone is a brother and sister. In this lonely world, you should comfort each other. My body can satisfy everyone, and I can be happy myself. Why not? 4. Winning a lot of praise. She will be taller, as if there is a more noble spirit, instead of the vulgar concept of chastity, so that her whole person has been sublimated, like a saint. Li Qingshan swearing, not saying anything, just thinking about what I saw today is really a strange thing. The entire sharing process is carried out in a very harmonious atmosphere. There is no dispute, no noise, no temper. Sometimes 2 or 3 chi refining warrior value the same thing, they will immediately give up each other, and the brothers are probably not so good. Li Qingshan has never seen so many people who are humble and amiable. Every face is filled with a happy smile. In this lonely cultivation, it is great to be able to love each other and warm each other. Finally, it was Li Qingshan, who has been silent from beginning to end, said again, I have nothing to share. As if to give this warmth and happiness, poured a cold water. Everyone's face is changed. More than 20 pairs of eyes are coldly staring at him. Daoist Ku said, don't forget what I said. If you have a home, you can only give it to others, and others can give it to you. Han Xung said, no, you didn't buy the 10th water condensate chi technique general ginseng, and myriad forms. There is no loss to share it. The eyes of all loose cultivators are lit up. 10th water condensate chi technique is the sacred product of cultivation. 10th water true chi loose cultivator, and myriad forms can be said that all loose cultivators are needed together, but the value of these 2 books is too high. Generally no loose cultivator affordable. Li Qingshan shook his head firmly, I don't want to share it. These 2 he bought 200 spiral stones, and did not give it to others. If the world can share this, then Sun Fu buys shop I can't go on long ago. He didn't mind to exchange it, but the things that the loose cultivators took out were not very high. They didn't have the same value that they valued. At most, they were worth a few pieces of spirit stones. This is probably not their intention to hide. It was originally poor! Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 232 Chapter 50 is just like this. Chapter 50 is just like this. It is understandable that the weak want to unite, but the strong will never think about what the average is with the weak. At least Li Qingshan does not want to. This chapter is updated by friends for you. His lonely and arrogant heart does not need too many strangers warm. One of his family, little An, is enough. The expression of the loose cultivator has changed, and the envy-repairing anger that wants to share their own body whispered, "See from the sea." All loose cultivators follow, "See from the sea. See from the sea. See from the sea." The sound lang is like Zhao, and Li Qingshan is surrounded by the group. In the rising of the fire, the shadow on the walls of the people is distorted, as if a ghost wants to smash people. Li Qingshan picked up the iron and picked it up and asked, "What's in the fire?" Daist Ku was amazed. "I don't know what you are talking about." Li Qingshan said, "Your voice is also very unique, reminds me of some old things. Blessed peace cities, cloud and rain building, the singing, dancing, incense." After that experience, if you go to the second, it is an idiot. Daist Ku bowed his head. "Join us at Seeking Truth Society, I can make you a deputy president." The 2 6th-level Chi refining warrior wanted to say something and was stopped by Daist Ku. "Oh?" Li Qingshan smiled. "I can join, but I want to ask, when you take the Yao ceremony in 3 mountains, do you want to enter subterranean world?" Daist Ku smiled and said, "I am too old." The latest chapter of Saint Hall. Han Xang said, "The president is our father. It is the hope of cultivation. How can we get into such a dangerous place?" "We will find the spirit grass and bring it back to Xia." He was a Jing Mingyang, but there was a kind of fanaticism in his eyes, and this statement actually got a due. Li Qingshan is like a mirror. The strongest is not subterranean world, just waiting for the weak to take the risk of Yao, bring back to the strong. This relationship, where is the father's son, is clearly the master and the slave. Daist Ku used this Seeking Truth Society to enslave all the loose cultivators here, and even more terrifying is that this group of loose cultivators is still willing, as if the fanatic believers have been completely brainwashed. This is not something that can be done overnight. In the eyes of Chi refining warrior, Li Qingshan shook his head slightly. "You and I are not all the way." Daist Ku yin sense and said, "Since see, there is no qualification to live in this world." The murderous aura condenses like a substance. The flare bit by bit dims and eventually goes out. More than 20 Chi refining warriors, although strong and weak. However, as they say, their brothers and sisters, their true Chi entangled, all gathered in their father Daist Ku. True Chi of Daist Ku is constantly climbing, easily breaking through the 8th level, reaching 9th level, 10th level, and the powerful horror True Chi, surpassing Li Qingshan's perception of Chi refining warrior, and screaming at him like a lang compressed. Saint Hall latest chapter. This seems to be some kind of magical combination. It is no wonder that Li Qingshan can beat Chi refining 6th level and dare to oppress him. Li Qingshan feels like a thatched cottage by the sea. It will soon be shattered by the tsunami that has been dumped. Is it the feeling that he caress his forehead? Daist Ku said, "Look at how strong I am. You will not be able to let go of the heart of sea. You will only let go of the heart of sea. You will only have a dead end. Let us be happy, join us, integrate with the big family, you will get big family protection." When he said these words, more than 20 loose cultivators were also unanimous, thunderous slang, rolling in the hut, seemingly to destroy all the dissidents. The cabin is walled, flashing the aura of rune, burning some form, like a wall. Li Qingshan seems to be locked in a cage by the same monster. Li Qingshan leaned up, kneeling on one knee, holding huge whale absorbing water in his hand and shook his head, "But so, kill." Daist Ku snarled. Chi refining warrior rushed to the wild, magic spell, spirit talisman, spirit artifact, all kinds of, 5 light and 10 say, all rushed to Li Qingshan to kill. Booming fire photoelectric light for Shi. The arrogant Chi flow, the ash that will be extinguished, rises high. When the diffuse dust dissipated, I saw where Li Qingshan was, and formed a nice crystal ball. Li Qingshan shrunk and hides in the ball without any injury. As soon as Daist Ku raised his hand, The raging true chi condensed into a big hand and buckled the ice crystal ball. Kaka kaka, ice crystal ball is full of cracks. Blending the horrible power of more than 20 chi refining warriors, even the condensed ice cannot resist. The ice crystal ball was fragmented, and True Chi grabbed Li Qingshan and pressed him to the ground. Li Qingshan spit out blood and asked, "You haven't planned to let me go from the beginning. I originally wanted to control you. While using your strength, I used your things. I didn't expect you to be so ignorant. What do you want to say now?" Daist Ku stepped forward and looked at the bombs. Li Qingshan, a smug expression of the winner. Li Qingshan said faintly, "But so." Daist Ku big angrily said, "Give me death." In the snow forest beside the valley, Little An was unhappy and was there, drawing a tree branch on the snow. Because there is no bamboo raft, Li Qingshan will let her wait here. But from Li Qingshan into the hut, all the internal chi was cut off, and her heart was also a little uneasy. Suddenly, this feeling of uneasiness was strong and there was no reason. Little An suddenly got up and stared at the distant cabin, hesitating, and was about to go to the hut. Suddenly, I felt like I felt something. Re-shrinked my body, keenly observed around, wide cuffs, dropped 2 rosary beads, rolled and turned into 2 tiny skulls, one flew to the sky, one flew against the ground. Go out. Her glimmer of fire flashed, and the field of vision suddenly became very wide, overlooking the entire valley, and extremely detailed, to see the grass and trees on the ground. Beautiful skeleton. Dong illusion. She saw more than a dozen chi refining warriors on the road, quietly lurking from all sides. They all used the superior invisibility technique. The shape is almost transparent. In this white snow world, even the people with excellent eyesight, it is also difficult to find their tracks. But Little An, with divine ability, saw it very clearly and couldn't help but rush, but didn't know how to inform Li Qingshan. Daist Ku's smug expression on his face froze, unbelievably looking at the horrible scars of the Xun mouth being torn, Li Qingshan still lying there, looking at him coldly. At the hands of Li Qingshan, there is an unfolded cursive sword script. At the moment when Daist Ku shot, Sword Chi, who was erected in a vertical and horizontal direction, cut his protective body, True Chi, like a knife and a butter. Daist Ku can't believe it. This is top-grade spirit artifact? How can a small chi refining warrior have this kind of treasure? Li Qingshan stood up and gently pushed Daist Ku. I said it earlier, but that's it. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 233. Chapter 51, White Lotus Remnants. Chapter 51, White Lotus Remnants. Daist Ku crashed into the ground, and blood flowed from underneath, and his eyes were round and stunned. Do you know the domain name? The surrounding lone cultivators were all stunned, and Li Qingshan shook his head. This is indeed a terrible trick, but it is their biggest mistake to keep yourself in this hut. If you rely on True Chi and release magic spell from afar, Li Qingshan will feel very troublesome. But in such a close distance, the horror sword Chi released by cursive sword script can't be avoided. And even the opportunity to display magic spell is not. And Daist Ku is still 7th level chi refining warrior, not 10th level chi refining warrior. The reaction is only a little worse than the black mang noodle. And how can the resistance of True Chi, which has not undergone any condensed body protection, live? Sword Chi. President Han Xung screamed and rushed over to Li Qingshan. The ice blade broke into Han Xung within the body, the blade came out from behind, and Han Xung's eyes were red and still mad, trying to grab Li Qingshan's shoulder. However, under Li Qingshan's cold gaze, his body quickly frozen into an ice sculpture, and his face was white and white. Li Qingshan screwed the handle, crushed the ice sculpture, splashed it all over the place, and Han Xung's broken body covered the entire hut. The ice blade suddenly disappeared and appeared behind Li Qingshan, smashing a handheld sword and about to stab Li Qingshan's loose cultivator head. At this time, the whistling sound of tearing the air was heard. With the death of Daist Ku, all the loose cultivators fell into the violent rage. fearing life and death, and Li Qingshan was their father-in-law. Dozens of hands stretched out. Dozens of eyes glared. The hut seemed to be spinning. Li Qingshan stood in the center, feeling slightly dizzy. Is this feeling? Before his consciousness, the ice blade danced into a blue and white phantom. 7 hands flew and 4 tui broke. A young man was slanted in half, and the loose cultivator who wanted to share his body was directly smashed. Fortunately, they did not feel any pain. The cold blew deep into their bodies and frozen them. All the bodies were crushed on the ground. That kind of voice, like someone throwing a bunch of glassware on the ground. From birth to death, only in an instant, landing moments, turned into ice dust. A flying sword penetrated the knife and stabbed Li Qingshan's son. Li Qingshan didn't turn his head. He lifted his hand and pinched the flying sword. Flying sword flutters like a snake, but can't break away. Li Qingshan turned his head and released the 6th level Chi refining warrior. 4 eyes met. The flying sword came out involuntarily, and he was deeply nailed into the wooden door, and the sword tail trembled. Another 6th level Chi refining warrior panicked on the ground, and he was just about to start the formation to escape. If it was not responsive, he was almost devastated. The 2 of them are the core figures of the Seeking Truth Society, perhaps because they are strong enough and subject to shallow control. Far less crazy than the ordinary loose cultivator, Taoist Ku died, desperate to rush up. One wants to sneak attack, but one wants to escape. Li Qingshan also held the handle of the left hand and changed it to a double-handed knife. The tip of the knife pointed obliquely behind the body and the body squatted slightly. Li Qingshan's body shape disappeared, and the cold wind rolled the ice dust, like an ice dragon screaming, rushing to the 6th level Chi refining warrior. All the loose cultivators that are on the ice dragon's path are crushed and shredded into part of the ice dust. That 6th level Chi refining warrior is in a big heart, reacting quickly, taking out a high-grade red fire symbol to Jihair, arrogantly said, "Go to hell." Men's 6th level Chi refining warrior exclaimed, "Don't." The red fire has already ignited a fire like a fire dragon. The ice dragon collided with the fire dragon. Boom! A loud noise. The valley shook. The quiet lodge in the valley, the roof was shocked by a few feet, and it was disintegrated in the air. A white smoke rose from the hut. The house basically maintained the original structure because of the formation. But there are black skins everywhere. The dozens of figures that were quietly gathered around were busy with their bodies, and looked at the hut not far from the horror. I don't know what happened. Little An was relieved and he felt the breath of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's huge whale-absorbing water blade turns into a strange shape. The knife extends infinitely around and forms a huge ice orb. Li Qingshan is covered inside. Although it is thin, it is enough to withstand the explosion of the red fire. The narrow blade has nailed the 6th level Chi refining warrior to the blackened wall. This huge whale-absorbing water blade is very easy for him to use, and his ability to react with the enemy is enough to make the change of the knife work. However, because his Chi refining level is only the 4th level, he can't fully control the high-grade spirit artifact. If he is not the 10th water true Chi, and true Chi is extremely pure, it is impossible to exert this power. Li Qingshan Chu came out, and the Chi refining warrior slipped from the wall and slammed into the ground. Li Qingshan turned back. The living person in the room had only the 6th level Chi refining warrior in men's mouth, but he was also seriously injured. The wooden men he wanted to open had been completely blasted. The formation was completely dissipated, and he was difficult to climb out. The other loose cultivators, all in the explosion, turned into blackened dead bodies. Just like using Thunderbolt Talisman in thunderstorms, it can have superb effects. This is a closed house in the formation, completely the power of the red fire, the restraint in this small space, continuous cohesion, is the 6th level Chi refining warrior. If there is no defense Xing spirit artifact, it is inevitable to be seriously injured. Li Qingshan took the knife and walked slowly, and Chi refining warrior looked back in horror and tried to mobilize the only true Chi with the body. "No! Don't kill me, I am being by." However, Li Qingshan's footsteps were not hesitant, and there was no expression on his face. There was a hint of sorrow in the shackles, as if thinking about the incomprehensible problem. Went to the chi refining warrior body and raised his knife. Stop, Eagle Wolf Guard is running. A dozen lurkers jumped out of the snow, slamming a knife, wind-stitching blade in the sun. Reversed image Gwewa, pointing to Li Qingshan, 9 handles wolf's fang flying blade, suspended in the air, ready to go. The invisibility technique loses its power and shows that it is not a commander-level character. The man who is headed, in a red dress, is a scarlet wolf with no knife and a thin chain around it. The flash of light flashes. Ah! A short scream, Li Qingshan's hand fell, and the head of Chi refining warrior rolled down the cabin ladder. Bold. The man in red was angry, and the chain in his hand became thicker and longer, and he stretched straight, and the top of the chain turned into a snake head, biting Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan slightly turned to the head, let the snake head, but the chain suddenly turned around, circling a few laps, suddenly tightened. Li Qingshan wrapped around. The snake head is tightly bite on Li Qingshan's shoulder. Li Qingshan is a 10th water true chi. It freezes into ice and can't run anymore. The red man's heart was a joy, and his mouth was a little sneer. He was a python hoop chain, but he did a lot of tasks. How many contribution points he got, and a high-grade spirit artifact in exchange for a turn of the heart. The flying sword is much easier to use. Once the enemy is entangled, the enemy's true chi can be sealed. Without the Chi-Chi's chi refining warrior, there is no room for rebellion. With this spirit artifact, the lock has taken a lot of murderers. Other Black Iron levels, other Eagle Wolf commanders, are renewed and relaxed. Only one of them is a beautiful NV. Slightly raised her brows. She is wearing a dark wolf commander suit. The cultivation base is only chi refining 5th level. Among these people, it can almost be regarded as the bottom. But she looked at the tall, sturdy man different from ordinary people, and looked at the ruins behind him, full of doubts. According to the line report, White Lotus cult remnants Kuriliu should be there should be dozens of loose cultivators around. Kuriliu itself is the chi refining 7th level, which allows the Red Wolf Guard in fucking to send a Scarlet Wolf, and then mobilize several nearby Eagle Wolf Guards, all commander to assist. Although White Lotus cult is the deadly enemy of all Eagle Wolf Guards in the entire Ruai County, it can be seen that this Kuriliu is not easy to deal with. Now, these people seem to be dead and die in the hands of this man. And he keenly noticed that this man, even if he was entangled in the chain, did not reveal the panic. Give me over. The red man pulled a python hoop chain, and the chain was straight and tight, but he immediately renewed the horrified say. Li Qingshan did not move. Give me over. Li Qingshan grabbed the iron lock in one hand and pulled it hard. The man in red felt an irresistible amount of great strength. He passed through the chain and was caught off guard. He was pulled and flew up. Enthusiastic. All the power of Chi refining warrior comes from true Chi with the body. If true Chi is locked, how can there be such a terrible force? Li Qingshan mind, fighting power, I have not lost to others, but how can there be Eagle Wolf Guard here? Did you discover his identity and take him back? Looking around in a dozen Eagle Wolf Guards, I suddenly stopped on the beautiful NV Sun, and said, Qian Rongzi. I didn't expect her to come, but it didn't seem to recognize myself. That means, they are not trying to catch their own, and let go of their hearts. In addition to Qian Rongzi, the other commanders are all awkward. Although Wu Zhen is only Red Wolf Guard and not commander, it is also higher than the Black Iron level commander, and its strength is much stronger. It has reached Chi refining 8th level. The high-grade spirit artifact in their hands, Python hoop chain, made them yan stunned, but did not expect to be able to hold this unknown loose cultivator. At this point, I was busy with rescue. Flying blade Gish went, and the productivity blade could not be utilized. Qian Rongzi said, be careful, this person is inborn divine strength, maybe also body refining cultivator. Wu Zhen was in the air, but did not suffer any harm, but in front of many subordinates, lost such a big face, let his face say red, angry, the python hoop chain is utilized, tightly contracted, to live alive. Li Qingshan. For Qian Rongzi's words, I don't believe in inborn divine strength. I can get rid of his python hoop chain! !@#. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 234. The fifth Talisman chapter is like a mess. Chapter 52, Heartle Yuan. Li Qingshan felt a tightness and made a move. The chain did not move. He knew that with his current strength, he could not get away from high-grade spirit artifact, unless demonic incarnation is still possible. Domains. Please familiarize yourself with the domain name. In a blink of an eye, 9 flying blade Zhao hit it. Time seems to slow down. The flying blade is slowly rotating. The tremors and squeaking sounds are also pulled into a long tone, and the clear eyes bow out of the edge of the reversed image. Only half a foot. Li Qingshan leaned back to the ground, and the flying blade swept his face. Hey! Flying blade, drag the brilliance and sow a blade light on the head. If it is a hidden weapon, Li Qingshan will be a sneak peek, but this is the spirit artifact of 6th level Qi refining warrior utilize. The flying blade was parked at the top of Li Qingshan, turning the blade and falling down. Li Qingshan rolled on the ground. Hey! The flying blade plunged on the ground he had just rolled over and fell into a more dangerous situation. His expression is still very calm, but the meaning of me in his eyes seems to be heavier. Is this the crisis he feels? Why is he here? Why have you been besieged by these people? Being betrayed, being chased, being forced, being besieged. Things that were very clear, seem to be complicated. A group of Liuan Hemp, mindful, Hanson, nostalgic, has backhanded huge whale absorbing water to the chain, squirting condensed ice water, with the last 10th water true Qi, frozen 1st level thick ice. Li Qingshan will shrink and wait until the python hoop chain smashes the black ice. He has already left, and he has returned to true Qi when he is on the road. He forcibly reverses his body and again avoids the flying blade by a millimeter. He retreats into the hut. The material of the cabin is not ordinary wood. Although the formation is destroyed, it is still as hard as a stone. Huge whale absorbing water spit out the ice crystal blade. Li Qingshan brows and wrinkles, said, Eagle Wolf Guard can kill people? Wu Zhen was surprised. I didn't expect anyone to escape his python hoop chain and see spirit artifact in Li Qingshan's hand. His eyes flashed and he said, stop the attack, surround it. The Eagle Wolf Guards immediately listened to the orders, and the squadrons rushed out and surrounded the hut. Wu Zhen said, let's catch White Lotus cult remnants. Kuriliu, I think you are one of the white remnants of White Lotus cult. I dare to refuse to arrest. I really don't know how to live. Li Qingshan didn't expect Taoist Ku to have such a life experience. Now I want to come and see him speaking. It really is like a cult fudge. Kuriliu, you are talking about a skinny man? He has been killed by me. You said that I am White Lotus cult remnants. Is there any evidence? The Eagle Wolf Guards are shaking, and their goal in this trip is already dead. Is this true? Only you can kill White Lotus cult. I don't believe it. If there is any evidence, I will go back to the investigation and know that you are now shackled. And there is a Xing life. Our Eagle Wolf Guard will never marry a good person. Naturally we'll let you go back. Wu Zhen said that he did not believe, but he had already believed in a few points in his heart. He could get out of their siege. This alone is not something that ordinary Qi refining warrior can do. Such an enemy, if it can be taken by intelligence, is of course the best. After the author of the Eagle Wolf Guard is scared, and he is disarmed, then they will be dismissed. He has not known how many times he has done this. Li Qingshan said, jokes, we are all Qi refining warrior, will you be willing to support your talents? Wu Zhen snorted, there is nothing to say, give it to me. Do not believe so many people, cannot take him. And many more. Wu Zhen frowned and turned to Qian Rongzi, God say only slightly slowed down. Rongzi, what do you have to say? Wu Zhen frowned, envy people are envy people, the heart is still too soft, this person is obviously very expensive, first take him down, ask his history, if there is no powerful teacher, also belongs to this seeking. It's not better to kill in the Truth Society, but of course it's not good to say so many commanders. It's Yin. Senior brother, Rongzi said that it is not bad. We still ask clearly, do not want a good person. Gain Rongzi's side, a face of the square youth. Wu Zhen finally nod, okay, signal, let him come. This square-face youth, Blessed Peace City's newest Dark Eagle commander, was born in the same way as Wu Zhen to the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, so he called him senior brother. Compared with several other Dark Eagle commanders, he is much younger and he is considered to be very talented. It is not difficult to raise several layers in the cultivation base. After several years of experience, he will naturally be transferred back to Clear River Prefecture and promoted to Kai Copper level. Coupled with many years of feelings, Wu Zhen's opinions on him naturally have to be paid more attention to, and leisure will not be easily refuted. In a short while, a dark wolf guard drilled out of the woods and said on all sides, Zapei, who has seen you? Square-face youth said, Zapei, can you know this person? That big man? You come out and let him recognize it. Li Qingshan felt familiar when she heard the sound, but couldn't remember where she had heard it. She went to the mouth of the man and looked at the dark wolf guard. The two said at the same time, Zawai. Great hero bull. This Zapei. When he first met Han Xun, there's a refining warrior Zuwai who was not very fond of Han Xun, did not expect him to be only Night Eagle. The so-called Night Eagle, which does not see the eagle of the day, is a very special position in the Eagle Wolf Guard. It is lurking in various organizations with different identities and collecting intelligence to inquire about the news. In the mortal world intelligence, you can build a Jianghu guest with silver. But if you want to build such a network in cultivation world, you need a cultivator. This job is very hard because it is not only unspeakable, but also easy to have the danger of xing. So regardless of the cultivation base, it is called Eagle. Li Qingshan only heard about the introduction when I entered the Eagle Wolf Guard, but I saw this person for the first time. Zuai, also known as Zapei, immediately reported to the bookstore in the restaurant that day, proving that Li Qingshan was indeed deceived, not the Seeking Truth Society, and he stood aside and was amazed. He glanced at Li Qingshan, but he did not expect that he would destroy the entire Seeking Truth Society by himself. Daist coup could be considered a self-destruction. Everyone understands the truth of the matter, and changes each other's eyes, just waiting for Wu Zhen to decide. The square-face youth sighed. Fortunately, Rongzi reminded that there was no killing. Gain Rongzi said with respect. Commander praised it! Exclamation mark at hash. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 235 Chapter 53, Diva Battle Chapter 53, Diva Jiao. What Qian Rongzi thought was that the commander had just come out of 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, and his mind was really naive. He took the Diaxia law seriously, and all the rules were used by people. There is no reason to kill. I Group 4 8065. The reason why she did a good man is just that she is afraid of sheep becoming fierce tiger. From the first sight, she felt that Li Qingshan was familiar. If you Zijian and Hua Chenglu, the familiar eyes would be familiar and there would not be too many thoughts. Because Li Qingshan's huge figure is too impactful, it will cause misunderstandings in people's minds. I feel that if I have seen this person, I will never forget it. However, Qian Rongzi's mind is much deeper and finer. Although Li Qingshan has changed its appearance at this moment, the impression he left in her heart is too deep. This impression is more than just a form. The change of expression, the way of speaking, the attitude towards the enemy, the man who is in the same heart, and the one that stood on her face. She quickly concluded that this person has at least 70% maybe Xing is Li Qingshan. After arriving at this conclusion, how dare she let Eagle Wolf Guard continue to fight against Li Qingshan? Li Qingshan has the strength to kill 2 9th level Qi refining warriors. Now, months later, I don't know what he is strong. The degree, The reason why I don't want to do it is that I don't want to let my own cards be seen. If he really unveiled his cards, everyone who was present would have to be ruined. She doesn't think she has any special status in her heart. Wu Zhen's face is a little unpleasant, so there is no gain, and he can't find the face that he lost. As a Red Wolf guard, he doesn't dare to turn black and white in front of so many people, otherwise he will be told on the last one. He is also difficult to escape the law. Quite a bit unwilling to pay. You are doing very well. After you go back, you will have a contribution score. Zipei said, I don't ask for contribution points. I just ask the adults to take me off this Night Eagle and do the usual Dark Wolf guard. Wu Zhen impatiently waved his hand. Well, I know, I will report it to the top. And Li Qingshan said, you can go. Li Qingshan True Chi is a volume that brings all 100 treasure pouch into the hands. Wu Zhen blinked his eyes, leave things. With one hand pointing, the iron lock stretched like a giant python, wrapped around the hut, shaking his head and shaking his head, screaming, you wants to choose people. Other Eagle Wolf commanders, the face is not good. They come out to perform the task, not only to implement the DXE law. The enemy's spoils is a very important piece of income. How can you see others touched? Li Qingshan insisted, this is my booty. Wu Zhen said, this is the booty of White Lotus cult. There may be information about White Lotus cult remnants. I advise you to come out quickly, otherwise the officer will cure you a sin. Li Qingshan laughed and said, I will help you complete the task. You don't thank me, but are you going to frame me? Wu Zhen said, you also let us frame. If you are smart, just roll it, otherwise you will be heartless. The other commander also cooperated with the utility flying blade to pluck again. Li Qingshan feels that there is something in Xun that is surging. The thing that has been suppressed by him at the heart is screaming and snarling, and you is going to break out. I don't know how to live and die, but also have a limit. I don't want to accompany you to this group of idiots to die. Qian Rongzi bowed his eyebrows and snarled in his heart, but he said nothing in his mouth. He said lightly, and said it was white, but he was guilty. A large group of colleagues. Anyway, it is really a step. She also has a way to get out. The square-face youth said, senior brother, this is a bit wrong. And Li Qingshan said, hey, that man, you left Kuriliu's 100 treasure pouch, and there is a message about White Lotus cult. It's very important, it's got, and it's not a good thing for you. Enshang, you. Oh. Wu Zhen sighed helplessly. If other commander dared to make such a claim, he would have been angry, but Fang Enshang was very familiar with him at 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. The classmates said that the words were correct and he could not attack. When he first came out of the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, he was influenced by the legalist school for many years. He did not think about the righteousness of the law and maintained the dignity of the DXEO law. But only after going through some things can you understand that watching gods and laws do not fall into the spiritual pill spirit artifact in 100 treasure pouch. Nothing. I want to come to the group of small loose cultivator, there is nothing decent. Li Qingshan is slightly hesitant, and the heart is weighing, and what is really valuable? I am afraid most of them are searched by Taoist coup. If you turn your face, you need demonic incarnation to kill the people in front of you, not to go anyone. This includes the Night Eagle Zipei, the young man with the face, and Qian Rongzi. A voice in my heart hesitated. Do you really want to kill them? Immediately screamed another abominable voice. Kill them. Kill them. The face say God say is uncertain, the body actually shivered slightly, and understood what is called Divijiao battle. Wu Zhen is impatient, do not to a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Li Qingshan suddenly raised the head, Kuriliu's 100 treasure pouch is not here. Wu Zhen angrily said, do you dare to play with me? The python hoop chain was wrapped around. The wooden house was completely shattered, and the sawdust was splattered. Li Qingshan said faintly, I am telling the truth. When he checked 100 treasure pouch, he suddenly found that there was one less. Just now against the enemy. How many enemies there are? He has a few hearts, and the one that is missing is Taoist. The one of Ku. The body of Taoist Ku has disappeared. He thought it was completely destroyed in the explosion. Now I want to come. Even if it is blown up, it is impossible to leave no trace. There is nothing on the ground. Li Qingshan frowned, came to Taoist Ku where the corpse fell to the ground, left and right a few steps. A knife fell, opened the floor, revealed the empty dong below, black lacquered dong mouth. I do not know where to go. The formation in this wooden house, for others, is an indestructible wall of iron, but this formation originally is under the cloth of Taoist Ku, and naturally knows the export of the man. It turned out that he had already left the retreat. Although he had sword chi from cursive sword script in close quarter, he had more than 20 people's true chi guards at that time. Although he was seriously injured, he did not die on the spot. He knew that he was not Li Qingshan's opponent. He simply lay on the ground, closed the breathing heartbeat, play dead, fake play dead. This gambling, the risk is not too big. If Li Qingshan noticed that he could make up for a knife, he would not even have a chance to resist. But at that time, in the wooden house, a Hunlun, under the siege of many chi-refining warrior, Li Qingshan was not afraid, but the mind was also dragged. Finally, in that explosion, Li Qingshan was affected by hearing, smell and vision. At the time, Taoist Ku took the opportunity to open the secret passage and escaped. Li Qingshan can't help but be surprised that this White Lotus cult is cautious and cautious. It's no wonder that it is a powerful organization with Guyanning and even the entire Ruai County Eagle Wolf Guard Jiao. He turned his head and held the ice blade, ignoring the surrounding chain. If you don't believe it, then come. Qian Rongzi walked quickly to Li Qingshan. Fang Enshang extended his hand. Don't go. I wanted to stop Qian Rongzi, and I was afraid of rash action, and alerted Li Qingshan. The Eagle Wolf Guard has pinched the sweat for Qian Rongzi. This fierce giant is super strong. If it really hurts, Qian Rongzi will probably die on the spot. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Qian Rongzi passed Li Qingshan and looked at the land in the middle of the house. Li Qingshan frowned. Isn't this NV person who is taking such a big risk for business? Is it discovered? Qian Rongzi didn't even look at him at all. After careful inspection, she said the head. He said yes. There are very fresh footprints below. Kuriliu has run away and should be injured. Adults, we still hurry to follow. Let him run away later. The Eagle Wolf Guard is relieved. This conclusion is also in line with their expectations. Kuriliu is very cunning, and several coffers have not been successful. How could it be so simple to be killed by a loose cultivator? I am even more admired by Qian Rongzi. Although this NV person's cultivation base is not high, it is really extraordinary. At least they are afraid to come forward. Even Wu Zhen nod praises. There is such a person to support. Enshang, this Dark Eagle commander is easy, not always so naive, knowing the innocence of Fang Enshang. Let him save a dying. However, Qian Rongzi's so-called daring say is based on meticulous planning. Wu Zhen also has a clear prioritization, withdrawing the python hoop chain, flying first to the land dong, passing with Li Qingshan, coldly snort, you are a good life. A dozen Eagle Wolf Guards entered the land dong one by one, and the last one of Qian Rongzi gave Li Qingshan a look, smiled and disappeared into the land. In a moment, the Valley of the Springs resumed quiet again, and Li Qingshan stepped down the steps, sitting on the steps with his ass, holding his hands on his cheeks and falling into meditation. This time Diva Jiao battle. The end result is no longer but the bigger Diva Jiao battle, in the depths of the heart, is the division of the human immortal Buddha. The real contradiction, not from the outside world, but from the heart. One cannot answer questions, one cannot choose answer. But there is always an answer. Not all problems can be avoided. There is no way to escape and do not want to escape. Although the answer is not what he wants, he still has to make a choice. Life is not what you want, not your preference. It is in such a difficult and even painful choice that talent grows, from an ignorant child to a person who wants to be ready. Oh, I finally found you. Li Qingshan was tired of raising the head, and she put a young face in her eyes. The face was filled with hatred and hate, and she was coming out of the woods. Beside him, many people dressed in the same clothes, from out of the forest! Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 236. Chapter 54, Heavenly Heavy Snow. Chapter 54, Heavenly Heavy Snow. Li Qingshan sighed softly and stood up on his knees, like a boxer who had been forced to board another platform after he had not recovered from the previous game. Chinese. But in his eyes, there is no fear. It is this: when the sky didn't know when, the geese mouse snow fell, and the shadows passed through the snow curtain. The colorful silk robes fluttered and danced, and there was no trace left on the snow, like the ghost in the snow. The ghosts looked at Li Qingshan's gaze, as if they were looking for a prey hunter, full of relaxed emotions. If there is still 3 points of caution, it is worried that prey will run away. Eldest senior brother pointed to Li Qingshan and asked, "Song junior brother, this is what you want to find?" Song Ming complained, "Eldest senior brother, it is this person." Chi refining 4th level. Eldest senior brother licked his mouth and looked very disdainful. Song Ming, you are too useless, but you are Chi refining 6th level, and you are defeated by someone who is weaker than you. What do I think is a strong hand? Jidus Han disciple burst into laughter, only felt more relaxed and happy. Did not put Li Qingshan in mind. Song Ming's face is red. Eldest senior brother, although his chi refining cultivation base is not high, but it is a body refining expert, and it took me a hand, no harm, no care. Li Qingshan eyes closed. Induction, a chi refining 9th level, 2 chi refining 8th level, 5 chi refining 7th level, 10 chi refining 6th level. Is this a men's strength? Only demonic incarnation can fight with it, but here, it is likely to attract their elders. Look, this guy closed his eyes. Is it a fate? A Jidus Han discipline smiled. The voice did not fall. A thick fog rose. Bo was so turbulent. Li Qingshan turned and disappeared into the fog. No, it's a big fog. He wants to escape. Song Ming exclaimed. It seems that someone has taken the white clouds of heavens. The fog quickly filled the entire valley. The white mist is very strong, and the fingers are not visible, including water spiritual chi. Even the vision of chi refining warrior is greatly affected. Eldest senior brother coldly snort. Insignificant skill. The big sleeves waved, the technique condensed, the wind blew, and dang was foggy. In the valley, there was a whistling sound, and everyone blowing the clothes and hunting. Li Qingshan's figure suddenly appeared, and it has been plunging into the distant hillside and is fleeing at a very fast speed. Since you can't fight, you can only escape. The hurricane of eldest senior brother is amazing. It's too naive to want to get out of this little trick. Jidus Han discipline is a piece of praise. The action is not slow. One by one big wins, chasing away to Li Qingshan. At the beginning, Song Ming flew into the shape of Wild Sword Villa, which is already very cool, but there are at least a dozen people here, and above him, each flying is 100 feet away. Eldest senior brother's face appeared proudly. After the departure of the junior brothers, she shook her long sleeves and broke away. Afterwards, she caught up with everyone and took the lead. She quickly got closer to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan picked up Tiger Demon Mountain Climb, and jumped up the mountain. He heard the whistling sound and suddenly turned back. Eldest senior brother flew to a higher sky than the mountain, and shouted, "Golden G." The right hand smashed into the shape of a G head, facing Li Qingshan, like a golden G. Eating small on the ground worm, cannot tell the ease and weight. Weightlifting. Li Qingshan feels like a big disaster, just because he plays this little bug. A huge gold seji the jing of the senior brother used it, and I didn't expect eldest senior brother to be such a strong trick. The kid was dead. Saint Hall. Li Qingshan feels that no matter how dodging, he can't avoid this light glimpse. With his right hand, The long whale swallows the brilliance and squirts a fist-sized transparent water ball. Boom! 10th water divine thunder collided in midair with the light wheel blooms, and the wind blows against the woods, forming a lang-like scene. Eldest senior brother talks out, 10th water divine thunder. True chi dang, smashing the lang. But the shape is also slightly slower. How can the 4th level chi refining warrior use the 10th water divine thunder? Suddenly noticed the spirit artifact in the hands of Li Qingshan, and suddenly understood that high-grade spirit artifact Song Ming said it was good. This kid is really rich, it is worth a good prey. On the ground, those Jidushan disciplines, but not so easy, and several cultivation bases are not enough. They are gone to the dang by the wind. And the words of the aunt who just want to export have to swallow their faces. The faces are all surprised. A 4th level chi refining warrior, how can you block the gold L of eldest senior brother? Only Song Ming shouted, I said, this guy is not easy to deal with. There was a feeling of exuberance in my heart. But my heart was looking forward to Li Qingshan to show more tricks and support for a while under the eldest senior brother. It proves that it was not his incompetence at first, but the enemy was too strong. Li Qingshan, the nearest subterranean world Dong Mouth is only 30 miles away, below a mountain peak. If it is on the plain, it is only 30 miles away, but it is an instant. But between the mountains, every number of travels in it, it means going over a mountain. Although it is still the boundless mountain, it doesn't really enter the depths of boundless mountain, but the mountains are singularly pleasing, and you can't always think about it. Just a mountain, placed on Li Qingshan previous life, can be called it is a famous mountain. Li Qingshan, with Tiger Demon going over the mountain, the speed of travel was greatly affected. I also put a middle-grade breeze talisman on it, letting it go faster. Withered leaves, like a strain on the face, but even so, cannot open the distance. Every time you look back, the 9th level chi refining warrior, are closer to a few points. But he is not worried, what he thinks is just to escape. Eldest senior brother was also very surprised. A 4th level chi refining warrior was able to explode at such a speed. He displayed the golden flapping wings. Most of the time, he glided in the sky, not affected by the terrain, still could not as soon as you catch up. This loose cultivator is not easy. The two men went all the way to the mountains and gradually opened the distance from the back Jidushan discipline. Li Qingshan's killing intent was getting heavier and heavier. He left a piece of spirit stones that had exhausted spiritual chi and then took it. One piece, quickly supplement true chi. The cursive sword script has been taken out by him, put in his arms, and can be taken out at any time, causing the enemy to die. Li Qingshan glanced back and glanced at the eldest senior brother who was less than 100 feet away. His eyes crossed the eldest senior brother and looked at the higher sky. The sky was dark and the snow was filled, and no one except him had noticed. 2. In the sky high, a rapidly flashing red star. Little and stepped on a huge skull, dragging a scarlet tail flame, penetrating the blizzard, and the long robes of the robes danced with the wind. The red light flashed in the eyes, and the sight penetrated the snow and overlooked the mountains. Such a snowy night, such a mountain, such a scene, seems to have met. Unconsciously, it has passed for a year, but this time, she will not be so weak, no longer desperately looking at him alone. This time, she will help him. Just waiting for his signal to attack. Li Qingshan is thinking in my heart, go further and be farther away. Eldest senior brother is unaware that he has fallen into a trap of heaven and earth Jiao, and the identity of the hunter and prey is quietly transferred. He had never thought about what harm a district level chi refining warrior could do to him. Li Qingshan once again climbed an alpine mountain, and eldest senior brother took the opportunity to draw the distance to 30 feet. His face was alive, his right hand was raised, and a golden light came and went through the blizzard. Pull out a straight gold say light. Li Qingshan felt the danger, and it was too late to turn back. The backhand was placed behind the ice blade. Ding! Jingwen was deeply nailed into the ice blade. Li Qingshan took a giant shock, only to see clearly. The Jingwen is a gold seji, frozen by the condensed ice water. Compared to the high-grade spirit artifact, it will be pierced by this little Ji. Its power is even above the red thread of the West Men's. True Chi and Protector magic spell are not as fragile as paper. Even if you are defending spirit artifact, if it is not high-grade, I am afraid it will be pierced by a blow. Eldest senior brother was even more surprised on his face. He couldn't kill Li Qingshan when he saw Kim. He would never use the second, but he used this life-thinking spirit artifact, but he didn't expect to be blocked by the ice blade. This golden Ji is not like the ordinary high-grade spirit artifact, but the Ji Dusan discipline. From the beginning of Chi refining, a spirit artifact has been cultivated. It is constantly perfused with true Chi. Whenever its own cultivation base is raised, joining Jing gold forging, and finally refining such a gold Ji, which consumes heart's blood, countless. But the power is also really terrible, and I can only use this man's law to push. Li Qingshan did not jump down the dark valley, but stopped and turned around. The ice blade in his hand quickly deformed and wrapped the golden scorpion into a huge hail. Eldest senior brother, a lonely top, swaying with the wind and snow, smirked and said, "Don't you escape? Look around, it's a good place to be a tomb here. For Li Qingshan's actions, I don't care." Li Qingshan said. The original words are returned. Condensed ice water has been sprayed out, wrapping the gold into a ball and stepping on it. Eldest senior brother coldly snort, dead stubborn to admit mistakes. With this insignificant skill, I will let you see and see, Ji Dusan is amazing. Jin Ji Day. The golden Ji burst into a dazzling glow, turning the ice orb into a golden say, beautiful. Li Qingshan felt that Xuan Bing was melting rapidly, as if he was restrained by the power of Jin Ji, and could not stand this golden Ji. Eldest senior brother flew down, learning to be smart in the next life. Don't offend the Ji Dusan's discipline. Li Qingshan said with a sigh. Another year of heavy snow. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 237. Chapter 55. Stranding Eldest Senior Brother. Chapter 55. Stranding Eldest Senior Brother. Cursive sword script slammed. Eldest Senior Brother saw the twists and turns of the found mystery, the ink marks on the paper, but the sword is engraved on the cliff. 3txt ebook download. The huge sense of crisis, filled with hearts. The sound of the blizzard seems to have stopped. Compared with the speed of sword Chi-Jish, the speed of the wind and the snow is like a still picture. Eldest senior brother's pupils swelled and reached out. The golden Ji, dang dang dang, a burst of golden iron, screaming, sword Chi, rushing eldest senior brother into the sky. Eldest senior brother stepped on the golden Ji in the air, like a boat on the sea of Bo. The danger of overturning at any time, but with the flow of Bo, it formed a wonderful balance, a floating dang. You are not stressed. This Jinji is not only an offensive and defensive one, but also the way of defense, which Li Qingshan has seen. The most chic and free. The men's faction can be a self-contained family, and it must not be underestimated. Li Qingshan within the body of 10th Water True Chi, crazy into the cursive sword script. Urging a brushstroke sword Chi, while holding a spiral stones, a steady complement of spiritual Chi. In a blink of an eye, Li Qingshan 3 spiral stones were dropped at the feet. Top-grade spirit artifact. You actually have top-grade spirit artifact. Eldest senior brother stepped on the golden feet and shouted in the snow. Suddenly laughed. Ha ha, I didn't expect that I had this kind of luck. Boy, depending on your strength. Can't play the power of top-grade spirit artifact, it falls in your hands. It is a pearl cast, Jiao come out. It's the darling of heaven's favor Gu, I will step on your bones to reach a higher realm. If a high-grade spirit artifact can make every Chi-refining warrior blink, then the top-grade spirit artifact will make all Chi-refining warrior crazy, which is the treasure that the Foundation Establishment Cultivator will try to compete for. Go to hell. 2 huge skull hovered from the sky, breaking the wind, making a screaming scream, as if 100 knights cry, dang people heart. What? Eldest senior brother face say changed, utilizing gold J, flying in the snow, actually through the impact of sword chi, no signs of turning a few times, draw a tortuous gold say track, avoiding the attack of skull. Peng 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 broke open the air barrier and fell rapidly under the dark cliffs. My heart is not good, the trap of this kid. The whistling sounds like a shadow. Eldest senior brother looks around, two skulls, one left and one right to catch up, blood in the eye sockets swallow, jaw straight. Can't wait to tear his blood rue. Looking far away, I saw a gold thread, and two slightly thin red lines, falling straight under the abyss. The trajectory of the gold line is extremely erratic, while the two red lines are constantly circling, locking the range of the gold line. At this time, the two red lines slammed into the trajectory of the gold line. Two skulls rushed to eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother coldly snort, insignificant skill. Both hands raised at the same time, and they rose outwards. Two gold says squats in the forehead of skull. Dong dong two sounds, he flew to skull, but at the last moment, opened his mouth. In the blazing flame, two figures appeared. One tall, one petite, it is Li Qingshan and Little An, and jumped out of the shackles. Li Qingshan holds cursive sword script in his hand, but Little An holds a white rib in his hand as a sword. Sword Chi and Little An are stunned by a sword, and at the same time, two swords, a wonderful blend of one, no more Dong, Jiao woven into a celestial land. To the eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother feels that the whole world has been torn apart by this Jiao Rong sword chi. It is finally the first time to reveal the panic of fear and the hand to the 100 treasure pouch. This action, it was almost to the extreme, but compared to the speed of sword chi, it was so slow and slow. He never thought that to deal with a 4th level chi refining warrior, you also need the spirit talisman spirit stones. So there is no advance. Get ready. I am genius, the future of the Jishan, the future, boundless, can't die here. Eldest senior brother flashed this thought. Sword chi flashed away. Eldest senior brother looked down at himself, laughed. I am not dead, I will not. The words stopped abruptly, and the chin fell, showing a lot of blood and traces of the vertical and horizontal jiao. And the blood marks were staggered. A slamming sound, a burst of blood in the air. The broken body spilled from the sky, not yet landed, it was burned out by the flame. Losing the golden J of the cow control, it changed to the original size, and dang with the wind. Li Qingshan and Little An landed at the same time. Little An caught Jin J. Li Qingshan opened the palm, which contained 100 treasure pouch. The two looked at each other and smiled. There was an inexplicable sense of tacit understanding rising from the heart. Li Qingshan put a spirit talisman on his fingertips back into the belt. It was a top-grade spirit talisman that was seized from Ximon. He didn't know why it was used. I queried the Nature Myriad Forms book, but I didn't find the corresponding message at all. The low-grade spirit talisman is very well documented. Obviously, the preciousness of this top-grade spirit talisman is not recorded in the Nature Myriad Forms book. However, this book is not bought in white. Little An, by referring to other spirit talisman styles, concludes that this spirit talisman should be a fire-attacking spirit talisman. The lethality of fire in 5 elements is considered to be superior, and the power of the top-grade spirit talisman is beyond words. Li Qingshan is planning to launch the top-grade spirit talisman for the law if he and Little An can't kill eldest senior brother. If he fails again, he will leave the trace of monster chi, demonic incarnation, and also kill eldest senior brother. Common 9th level chi refining warrior's blood rue. The degree of deliciousness, far from the mortal. All sent them to the west. Li Qingshan's sly flashed red light, 3 consecutive battles, his blood xing killing intent, has been completely j. The feeling of exhaustion has disappeared without a trace, even that Mi's thoughts, Jida's Divajiao battle, no longer exist. He only needs more killing. In the face of the choice between life and death, there is no need to bother to choose. He wants to live and kill the enemy. It is as simple as that. Li Qingshan and Little An didn't even have a look of Jiao. quickly disappeared in the dark mountains, forming a corner, quietly waiting for the prey hook. Li Qingshan buried her body in the snow nest and held her breath. The second bow comes. It should be 2 8th level Chi refining warrior. If you can't deal with demonic incarnation, it's not easy. If you cooperate properly, it may be harder than 9th level Chi refining warrior. Deal with. You must sneak in the first time, kill one of them, the other will say, kill this bow, and then left. It is easy to deal with. Cursive sword script can completely kill 6th 7th level Chi refining warrior, little and with 2 skull rosary. With the sword art recorded in cursive sword script, there will be no match. When the power gap reaches a certain level, the quantity becomes meaningless. In this battle, he also has a 10% grasp. But somehow, the uneasiness in his heart is not only relaxed, but more and more intense. The heart is uneasy and beating faster and faster. Not good. Go. Li Qingshan bounced from the snow nest and called Little An, then immediately rushed to the reserved subterranean world Dong Mouth. Little An flew to Li Qingshan and said strangely, "What happened?" Li Qingshan said, "I don't know, but it is dangerous." Little An thought for a moment and suddenly looked up. "I understand, it is the Foundation Establishment Cultivator." Li Qingshan brow wrinkled. Foundation Establishment Cultivator? Yes. I am afraid that only Foundation Establishment Cultivator can give yourself such a sense of crisis and oppression. If it is Chi Refining Warrior, even if it is Chi Refining 10th level, he will fight against Lu, Change Demon, and confidently can kill a bloody road. And even have the opportunity to turn defeat into victory. But the Foundation Establishment Cultivator is an order of magnitude stronger, and the magic spell released is the power of the top-grade Spirit Talisman. Not to mention the effect of using Spirit Artifact. Li Qingshan is definitely not able to compete with Demon, but in such a snowy mountain, he just killed a Chi Refining Warrior, and he did not give him the opportunity to ask for help. How could he alarm the Foundation Establishment Cultivator? Attention! Little An sees Li Qingshan's suspicious hue, and the singer explains. The core disciple in the men's school in the Nature Myriad Forms book often has the existence of a life lamp. The life lamp is in the hands of the palm. If the discipline dies, belongs to his life lamp will be extinguished, and specify the location. Needless to say, 9th level Chi Refining Warrior, in the men's group, is definitely the core figure in the core figures. Li Qingshan still doesn't know that eldest senior brother is the future hand of Jidas Han. A few moments ago, 100 miles away, Greenvine Mountain Peak, 3 old men, sitting opposite, negotiating 3 mountains to pick up the Yao ceremony. They are the supreme rulers of the 3 mountains, Greenvine Mountain, Jidas Han, Grave Hills Palm, and the synthesis of 3 old. Greenvine Old Man is the east, and he is in the upper position. He is in Tsing Yi. His face is covered with hair and his beard is squatting down, almost with only a pair of clear eyes. On the left-hand side of Greenvine Old Man, sitting in a grey old man. His eyes are white and his face is expressionless. It seems that even his face is grey, and his body is faintly scented, and occasionally his eyes turn, but I don't see half of my anger. Ordinary people have met. I am afraid that it will be treated as a corpse, even if the eyes turn. They will be treated as scams, which is the head of Grave Hill, solitary grave old man. On the right-hand side of Greenvine Old Man, is an old man wearing a gold say suit. Naturally it is the palm of the Jidas Han, gold J old man, embroidered on his body, is not J. It is a gold seji. First the J crown is like a fire, and the J is like a knife. Compared with the other 2 old men, he has a high spirit of arrogance, as if facing the male of the morning sun. Sun always sighs with a sigh of relief, high and high, but inevitably appears to be somewhat stunned. ! Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 238 Chapter 56 Golden Rooster Old Man Chapter 56 Jinjai Old Man. On the table in front of the 3, a map was placed and the glow was released. Chinese. The Mimi Group 48065 condenses into a 3-dimensional figure in the sky. which is a subterranean world mind map, which is much larger than Li Qingshan. This subterranean world mind map is exactly the three mountains disciple, over the years, bit by bit has been thrown out, and countless Xing lives have been lost to determine a safer area. It is the territory of millipede. Kim Jai old man Ji claw like thin palm, one point of the map, our Jidus Han's discipline. It is the safest path from here. There are several spiritual fields growing spiral grass along the way. The value is also they are all extremely high. Green Vine old man looked at him for a long time and shook his head slowly. Not right. The grave old man quickly nodded, and then resumed the half-dead appearance. Kim Jai old man stood up impatiently. The old man is bothering you with this virtue. You can't hurry up, agree or disagree, and quickly come up with a charter. Every time it is so long time. Green Vine old man said, Gold Ji fellow Taoist, you are so old, Xing is still so anxious. The grave old man spit out a word again. Kim Jai old man squinted, is about to say something, suddenly a heart hop, face say changed, throwing two old man, straight out the window. In the square under the Green Vine Mountain, everyone raised the head and saw a little golden light shining from the peak of Green Vine Mountain, like the brightest star in the night. With the eye-catching chi-refining warrior seeing the true face of the golden light, it is a golden Ji dragging a long gold say tail feather, sliding the night sky at an incredible speed, like a gold sail yuxing. In the hearts of all chi-refining warrior, we can't help but give a sigh. This is the power of the Foundation Establishment Cultivator. After a quiet moment in the city, it was restored again. The faint ambiguity was even louder. All chi-refining warrior seemed to be revived. They don't know why the Foundation Establishment Cultivator, which has always been relatively aloof, will suddenly rush out of Green Vine Mountain, guessing that it is not three mountains. What happened? Li Qingshan suddenly looked back at the sky. The line of sight penetrated the snow, and a golden star appeared in the distant sky, in the direction of his direction, straight into the air. Because of the distance, the speed is not very fast, but Li Qingshan feels a huge sense of crisis like never before, just like a disaster. Life and death is just around the corner. This golden star is by no means what he can fight now. He converges on the whole body and changes direction to the mountains, but the golden star immediately changes direction. He knows that his hidden temperament is beyond the induction of the Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Soxing no longer hides the trail, using the last accelerated spirit talisman, rushing to the subterranean world Dong. This scene, overlapping with the snowy night a year ago, is strikingly similar. Unconsciously, it seems to have passed a reincarnation and returned again. But this time, there will be no more elder brother Bull to save. He must rely on his own strength, and Little Un. According to Li Qingshan, Little Un hides in the dark clouds in the sky, prepares to get the signal from Li Qingshan, and then supports it. If Li Qingshan is to suppress the hidden atmosphere, she has no breath, and it is between life and death. The special existence of non-life and non-death, non-death and non-death. Even if the sensitivity of the Jinji people is so sharp, it is impossible to find a hidden bone. The foreground of the eye is changing. Li Qingshan constantly conquers the boss of the earth, but the golden star in the sky is getting closer and closer. Li Qingshan feels a sense of oppression and no longer a sense of emptiness. Golden star is getting bigger and bigger in sight. The brilliant momentum, Li Qingshan feels thrilling 10 miles away. Kim Ji also found Li Qingshan, who fled, erected his head, unfolded his wings, and made a scream. Golden light. Like a golden jinn, the sun that fell into the west mountain once again rose to the sky. Jingwen clearly shows the form of Jinji, Ji crown, Ji are all unprepared, lifelike, but like a bucket, filled with violent rage. Among them, the gold Jai old man, also squinting like a bucket, must be sent, and beloved disciple is killed. His heart is full of sorrow and anger, vows to revenge. From the first sight of Li Qingshan, he knew that Li Qingshan was the person he was looking for. This is not because Li Qingshan was running away. the men disciple Song Ming was humiliated in Yanshan City. I don't know, but after the Wild Sword Villa was taken over by Green Vine Mountain, the matter was gone. Eldest senior brother went out for Song Ming revenge, and he had to report to his master before he dared to take the Jidushan discipline to do so. He never thought that he would be poisoned. The brightest gold Ji reported, shaking Dang the mountains, and constantly returning to Dang. For a while, between the snow peaks, it was the sound of jiming. Li Qingshan ear tingling, heart shock, with the body true chi, involuntarily moving Dang up, cannot help but horror. This is the power of Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Within the body spirit turtle monster core one turn, all the discomforts are taken down. The Dong cave is not far away, just turn over the mountain. The valley in front can't be close to the gold Ji, otherwise he will have a life threatening if he is a move. But at such a distance, Li Qingshan finally felt the amazing speed of the golden Ji. The speed of the eldest senior brother was already fast, but compared with the gold Ji, it was slow to climb on the ground. And Kim Ji's not a gliding, but a real flying in the sky. Li Qingshan just climbed to the mountainside, and Jinjit chased 3 miles away. He twisted his foot and forced the direction of turning, and swayed to the other side of the mountain. Kim Ji sings his wings and shakes off dozens of gold seji, and electric comes, as if the sun shines. Each one is more vicious than the eldest senior brother cow vertical spirit artifact. Li Qingshan had expected this move, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, and sometimes to pause, and even down from time to time, so that his actions became completely irregular. Huge whale absorbing water spit out not the weapons, but a huge ice shield that can protect him. So I don't feel relieved. I put a high-grade golden armor on my back. But just after doing this, the eyes are filled with golden light, and even did not have time to react. The ice shield is broken, the golden armor is broken, and Li Qingshan is covered by the Thunder Executor. A tiny hole dong appeared in his xun cavity, a golden light penetrated him, resisting the tough skin of spirit artifact, did not play a decent role. The gold seji pierced his 3rd level defense, deep into the mountains and rocks. Kim Ji old man frowned, but with his Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivation base, he couldn't kill a small chi refining warrior. He said that no one believed that the gold would have penetrated Li directly. The heart of Qingshan is, the defense laid by Li Qingshan was not useless. It brought him a moment of reaction time. At the last moment, he forcibly reversed his body shape and avoided the trouble of heartbreaking, but a sharp and burning atmosphere in him. Within the body, it suddenly broke out, like to tear his whole person to burn out. Kim Ji paused in the air. Kim Ji old man did not rush to pursue, even if it did not run through xun, which contained spiritual power, which was enough to kill him. He regretted it, and he did not stay in anger. This should have left him down, asked about his origins, and then tortured to death. Little and looks awkward. Li Qingshan has not sent a signal. Kim Jin Dong has a shot, and if he is shocked, Li Qingshan has no chance to send a signal. Probably not willing to let her take risks. In her eye sockets, the fire is raging, and she has to fly down desperately. Li Qingshan suddenly bounced from the ground, and the other side of the detoured mountain peak that flew away from the mountain was out of the sight of the gold Ji old man. Kim Ji old man stayed a little, his face smirked and snarled, "You will regret how you can't die." Li Qingshan turned a deaf ear, and he didn't know how many times he listened. The spirit turtle monster core, once again, played a role at the crucial moment, forcing the alien spiritual power with the body outbreak. Suddenly his face showed joy. The dong mouth recorded on mind map, just in front of him, was about to rush in. A piece of golden light shrouded his head. As soon as Jinji swayed his wings, he crossed the foothills and rediscovered the traces of Li Qingshan. With just one stroke, Li Qingshan was able to kneel down. Little Un squeaks his fist and wants to stay in the sky. If she can't stand it, she can show up at will. Not only cannot help Li Qingshan, but it is likely to kill his life. If she misses her hand, Li Qingshan will never escape alone. In the face of absolute power, the union of the weak is meaningless, but it will be involved in each other. Li Qingshan tried his best to jump into the dong mouth, half covered with ice and snow, and the body was overstretched, and the muscles and bones twisted. He turned around in the air, facing the sky, staring at the gold-sedgy claws that were quickly caught, and the sharp claws of the sharp eyes were not yet in the body, which made him feel a sting of the skin at this distance. He has been able to see the golden corner of a hook, the spirit talisman in his hand, shining, rupturing, turning into a red fireball, rising to the sky, falling in the claws of Jinji. The expression on the face of the gold-jay-old man becomes a horror, and blurs out. Top-grade spirit talisman. Boom. Red light shines through the sky. The mountains and rivers shake, the earth shakes. The boulder in the distance was blown to the sky, and in the center of the explosion, whether it was rocks or vegetation, it was all melted directly into a flowing lava, and then quickly condensed in the snow to form a black circle. The gold-jay-old man was unscathed, but Kim's right foot had disappeared and his expression was red and distorted, because Li Qingshan also disappeared with the explosion. Even the Dong cave was swallowed by fireballs, completely collapsed in the explosion, and covered with hundreds of tons of rocks! Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 239 Chapter 57, Tiger Demon Second Layer. Golden Rooster. Old man made a long shout. Golden Rooster waved his wings and swayed the wind, pulling up many towering giant trees. One and one. At this time, the Chicken Mountain disciple also rushed over and exclaimed, "Master!" Eldest senior brother. A group of waste. Golden Rooster. Old man raised his hand. The wind blew them out, slammed into the trunk, slipped down, but did not dare to complain. The master forgives. The master is forgiving. Golden Rooster. Old man. The undulating sun mouth is slightly calm and shouted, "Where is Song Ming?" Song Ming sneaked forward and squatted on the ground. Master suddenly felt an invisible force to press down and put his whole person on the ground. Golden Rooster. Old man said, "This is all because of you. If it is not because of your waste, you will not be a senior brother." He will not. Golden Rooster. Fellow Taoist. No one thought about this kind of thing. Why bother to anger the junior? A slow and leisurely voice, coming from the sky. I don't know when. Green Vine Old Man and Solitary Grave Old Man, suspended in the sky. Naturally speaking, Green Vine Old Man, they exchanged eyes. It seems to have a smile. Between the three mountains, both the alliance and the competition, this strong and weak, Chicken Mountain lost a genius disciple, for them, but a great good thing, even more happy than getting a monster core. Golden Rooster. Old man. The anger rises again, and the sun mouth rises and falls. This is my Chicken Mountain thing, it doesn't matter to your two old things. Golden Rooster. Fellow Taoist, you are not right to say this. We are 3 leagues. And we are all in the same league. Your enemies are naturally our enemies. After returning, we will immediately issue 3 mountains and order, and we must tie the murderer. Take the law. Green Vine Old Man. Hidden under the beard. I don't know if I am laughing. Yes. Solitary Grave Old Man first. Golden Rooster. Old man can't say the words of rejection. The idea of revenge for beloved disciple is better than the emphasis on face. But it has not been so insulted for a long time. The Tooth Fangs said, "If you find the kid, don't rush to kill him. Just let me know. I will take him to life and catch it, peeling and bones. I will hate my heart." Song Ming is still on the ground. If the face is grey, although he escaped, once he is disgusted by the master, his prospect in Chicken Mountain can be considered dark. Damn. How can this be? He couldn't imagine it. She refining 9th level's eldest senior brother, how can you die in the hands of such a small cornicay? I heard that the master gave him 2 top-grade spirit talisman. Even if I'm at the Foundation Establishment Cultivator, there is a way to save my life. How can I die in the hands of Xiao Jiaosei? Other Chicken Mountain disciple, although the head is low, is angered. But the thoughts in my heart are different. and those who are gloating and even ecstatic are not in the minority. Especially the two 8th level chi refining warrior, they have been pressed by the eldest senior brother, and they can't breathe. Now when eldest senior brother goes, they can get more resources and even have the chance to inherit the Chicken Mountain sect leader. Isn't this a great thing to fall from the sky? Think of it, look at each other and turn away immediately. As for what great hero Bull, being chased by 3 mountains, is already a dead person? Chi refining warrior, which is resentful by the Foundation establishment cultivator, wants to have a way to live. No one knows that Li Qingshan listens to these words quietly. In the middle of the mountain, deep in the soil, Li Qingshan converges all the breath, like a hibernating cockroach, buried in the soil. In fact, there is no need to deliberately converge, and his breath is already extremely weak, and it is difficult to detect and detect. The back is almost completely turned into coke, without any feeling. The tiny hole in the Xun mouth is being bitten by the bit by bit. The violent spiritual power is rampaging in his body, and the spirit turtle monster core is almost can't live. With the Foundation establishment cultivator, he walked away between life and death. With Spirit Talisman and his location, he managed to escape. He was still seriously injured. He was a mess from the inside out, and he was crushed by earth and stone. No. If it is the ordinary chi refining warrior, it is a dead end. However, he refused to be in danger and did not care about his injuries. He only concentrated all his spirits on his ears. With his extraordinary hearing, he listened to the words on the ground, focused on seriousness and solemnity, until the sound disappeared. His face suddenly revered and smiled, and the smile gradually expanded, revealing the white teeth. Although there was no sound coming out quietly, the meaning of the arrogance was more and more intense. Stretching sharp claws on the hands and feet, the hair of the hair becomes red, and spread all over the body. The black iron-like skin is covered with tiger-like lines, and even the eyelids become 2 points full of hostility. Beast, at this time, broke through the Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist second layer. The way of Tiger Demon needs to be realized in the Battle of Ji. Li Qingshan has experienced 5 battles almost without stopping. It is the first battle with the Black Mang Noodle, the second battle with Seeking Truth Society, and the Eagle Wolf Guard is the third battle, with the eldest senior brother is the fourth battle, with the Golden Rooster Old Man is the 5th battle. The first battle was more fierce than the first battle. The first battle was more dangerous than the first battle. After being seriously injured and exhausted, it took out a path of life and was oppressed to pinnacle. If it does not perish, it will erupt. Li Qingshan began to struggle, making a silent roar. The long dog's teeth were like sharp daggers. The body became bigger and bigger, and the earth and stone of the whole body was opened and turned into a demon form. Monster chi rolled, and the heterogeneous spiritual chi in the body was crushed and killed. The hole in the Xun mouth contracted, and the injury behind it quickly healed. It recovered as soon as possible. No, it was stronger than before. After suffering great damage, Bull Demon Skin Refining has been enhanced, as if black iron has been cast. The defense is at least doubled. Even if it is directly hit by middle-grade spirit artifact, there will be no damage. Li Qingshan laughed at himself, and it seems that he will suffer more injuries later. With the powerful vitality and resilience of the demon body, his injuries have fully recovered in a moment. Gently sighed, Li Qingshan relaunched the Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets to restore the human form, more accurately, the appearance of a half-human and a half-beast. His figure was restored to its original size, but with a fire, 2 reds, a fangs, and an animal print on his face. It doesn't look like human race. Li Qingshan can't take care of this. Find the right direction, pick up the claws, and work hard to dig underground. A nameless fire filled the heart and supported his actions. The dark earth seemed to become the face of an enemy. He struggled to grab it and tear it apart. Only in this way can he ease the incitement in his heart. The main kill of Tiger Demon has the greatest impact on heart crossing. But he no longer intends to control this influence, restraining this killing intent. but letting them burn like a fire. Suddenly, he finally dug into a cave that has not collapsed. He jumped down and lightly turned his body into the air and ran to the depths of the cave. In the barren hills and mountains, in the crater covered by the sea, a child waits silently. This is also an appointment with him. If it is scattered, it will meet at the entrance of another hole. She was expressionless, motionless, and if it wasn't a dress that danced in the wind, she went to look into the distance, like a marble statue standing on the snow. But her heart has long been like the magma under the ice sheet, and it is hot and burning. One looks like a bear, but he is 3 or 4 times more black than a bear. He is carrying heavy steps and foraging in the woods. It suddenly smokes his nose and a thick sandalwood, which comes with the cold wind. It passed through the jungle and came to the edge of the tanking. Looking down, I saw the child who was motionless, and the saliva naturally flowed down, but picking up again. The child seems to exude an invisible radiance, holy and noble, inviolable. Buddha. The group of demons bowed. High Monk Street, lion and tiger. But in the end, the sinfulness overwhelmed the sensation of spirituality, and it swooped over to the child, and the huge body seemed to be light and incomparable. Little Un turned his head in a blank expression, and the glazed scorpion looked at his vicious eyes, and it trembled. Innocent and pure, it is also deep indifference to the clear water, cannot accommodate a fish. She is not like a child, not even like human race. But she suddenly turned her head again, regardless of the black shackles that were already close at hand. In the middle of the day, Dang began to express her heartfelt joy. At this time, she suddenly became more angry, as if she was transformed from a beautiful doll. Child of human race. The eyes of the black scorpion are full of panic, and they don't care about the prey that is about to arrive. They turn and flee, and a terrible breath is approaching. The black eagle just escaped. A black shadow pierced the snow, 2 shiny scarlet eye, dragged 2 rainbow lights in the dark, appeared on the black skull, swaying the claws at random, and the black scorpion smashed the brain, choked, crashed to the ground. The black shadow seems to be unsatisfied, and the long arm stretches and pulls out, grabbing a hot heart. If ordinary people see this scene, they have to be scared by the vicious beast, even if chi-refining warrior is to be trembling in fear. But the child was full of joy, and said, "King Shan." The black shadow turned his head and looked straight at the child. The red light in the squat gradually dissipated. The strong murderous aura on his body seemed to fade too. Revealed a somewhat awkward smile. "Call my name once." In the face of little Un's worried eyes, Li King Shan smiled and said, "I broke through the second layer. How is it? Not bad." With a wave of hands, 3 deep claw marks were left on the stone wall outside the 3 feet. Little Un is serious nod and appreciates his new image. "It's still my family." Little Un has a taste. Li King Shan laughed, picked her up, put it on her neck and walked toward the hole. "Where are we going?" asked Little Un. "Of course, go to subterranean world to hold a conference." "Is it not a long time?" "We have to prepare in advance to meet the friends on the ground and do our best." "Can I kill them?" "Of course. Life is like a battlefield, and my generation will try hard to fight!" Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 240. Before the 58th chapter of the ceremony on "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could I fall into this field?" He was completely finished. Although the Golden Rooster old man didn't punish him at the end, the senior brothers all avoided him as a tiger and wolf. Even the few out-sect disciple that he often mixed with him stopped using him. He was in Chicken Mountain. It has become a loner. Musican opened his hand impatiently. "Song senior brother, isn't it that you want revenge? Is it forcing you to take revenge?" You, I don't feel bad, you don't think too much." Song Ming has no more subtle elegance, spits, like a madman, raising his hand to Musican. "You are crazy." Musican also felt a cold in his heart, and quickly retreated. Although he avoided this hand, Xun Mouth was also hurt by true chi. Song Ming also pursued, and Green Vine drilled from the ground and wrapped him tightly. He backhanded a gold say chicken music and said, "Don't forget, here is Green Vine Mountain. The green trees outside the window are red, like the spring and summer, but looking out, but the clouds are misty, snowy mountains. Here is the room on the Green Vine Mountain for the inner sect disciple, music and room." Song Ming was shocked and calmed down, and he closed up the golden rooster. Music and spread Green Vine, patted Song Ming's shoulder and advised, "3 mountains have been issued, at least senior brother, your vengeance can be reported. There is no hurdle in the world, as long as this collecting herbs ceremony. Senior brother, you can regain the master's favor, maybe you can find the spirit grass under subterranean world, and the cultivation is a new eldest senior brother." Musican was only afraid that Song Ming would really be offended, and he forced his dog to jump into the wall. Song Ming's face came out of the house, under a big banyan tree. Ma Kakun saluted him, "Senior brother." The sound of a loud slap, Ma Kakun slammed into the big banyan tree. The leaves fell. Song Ming said, "Do you dare to come to my joke?" Ma Kakun said, "I don't dare, it's all because of me. I can't help you with senior brother. The senior brother wants to fight and listen to it." Song Ming felt some surprised, sneered, "With your cultivation base, can't match me. Dare to talk to me, it is a man, it is a Jiang Hu, a bit of loyalty." After saying that he took two and walked away. He took a few steps and suddenly turned his head. "You will follow me in the future. Whoever dares to bully an outer sect, tell me. Senior brother? Ma Kakun, you can hold back for 20 years for revenge. Can I not compare with you? I want them to see, my Song Ming is not a waste of squandering." Music and saw the two disappeared on the avenue and said to himself, "I didn't expect this Song Ming to be a bit sturdy." And muttered, "Great hero Bull. I didn't expect the man to escape under Chicken Mountain's roundup, but also killed the eldest senior brother at Chicken Mountain." He wondered if it was Yin, and it was incredible. Is that guy really so strong? If he comes to find revenge for himself, what can he do? In the meantime, the tall figure appeared in front of me, and the body cast a shadow of Yin, covering him. But Musican shook his head immediately, and the surnamed cow wanted to break his head, and he couldn't think of the role he played in it, and he was in the 3 mountains, and he was hard to protect, let alone revenge. Thinking of this, Musican stood up and walked out the door and headed for the area where the outer sect disciple lived. Showing Lu, what are you talking about? Great hero Bull. He was really wanted by 3 mountains. Why didn't anyone tell me? Yu Zijian anxiously circled the room. Hua Chenglu is lying leisurely on a wicker chair. You are under house arrest. Of course no one will tell you. I heard that he killed the eldest senior brother of Chicken Mountain and was chased by the golden rooster old man. You don't turn. I am dizzy when I turn. That. What happened to him? Yu Zijian slammed his feet, his eyes wide open in horror, his eyes on the first level of mist on his meng. And his eyes were ready to roll. If it weren't for me, the great hero Bull wouldn't have enemies with Chicken Mountain, nor would it come to Green Vine Mountain, nor would it, stupid, of course, escaped. Otherwise how can it be wanted, compared to others, or care about yourself? Yu Zijian just calmed down and silently prayed, Great hero Bull, you should never have anything to do. This young lady is justified. A voice came from outside the door, and Musican stepped into the courtyard, standing with his hands on his back, standing in the mottled shade, and looking extraordinary. Yu Zijian said, Mu senior brother. Musican said, Zijian, it's the collecting medicine list right now, although I will take care of you by then, but you have to be prepared. Zijian is not a Green Vine Mountain disciple. I won't participate in your shit collecting herbs. I will get out of it. I will see people in Green Vine Mountain hate it. Hua Chenglu slammed up from the wicker chair and shouted. Hua Chenglu went to Green Vine Mountain to worship the mountain. To take Yu Zijian, Green Vine old man barely met her, and she refused her request directly, because she liked to be very mature. But it was still a little girl. If it is Hua Patriarch, or Hua Chengzhen, it will be no difficulty, but a little girl ran a word. Green Vine Mountain has to be released. It seems very afraid of Hua family. Green Vine old man. Also, I can't afford this face. Of course, Hua Chenglu refused to give up, and he stayed with Yu Zijin on the mountain. After staying for a while, I felt that my heart was full of anger. I couldn't take it anymore, and I would take the young lady's power. Come out. Young lady, don't think that you are a Hua family. You can be so gibberish. Don't think I can't teach you. Music and face say rose, raised his hand. Hua Chenglu raised his face. Come on, you have the ability to teach me. Don't dare to start the Turtle King. Music and blew his lungs, but his hands were hanging in the air. He really didn't dare to fight. When he got out, he would cause a dispute between Green Vine Mountain and Hua. This responsibility can't be afforded. Yu Zijian stood in the middle of the crowd and advised, you don't want to argue. Music and squats down the slope, hates to put his hand down. If it is not Zijian to protect you, I have to teach you this not to know the immensity of heaven and earth. Little girl, who do you want to teach? A voice came from outside the door. Brother. Hua Chenglu jumped from the cane chair. Music and turned his head and saw a handsome man, sitting on a green and delicate branch, swaying in the wind, ebony-like long hair, and peachy corners. If you don't have a clear throat, you will be afraid. Being regarded as a beautiful woman. Listening to the name of Hua Chenglu, Music and suddenly jumped out of a name, Hua Chengzhen. Clear River Prefecture, genius is countless, but this person is the leader of genius, the real pride of the sky, not only from the famous, handsome, but also the entire Ruai County. Only one is not Foundation Establishment Realm Scarlet Wolf Commander. This is not because of the relationship of the Hua family, or the caress of the White Eagle Commander, but because it is less than 20 years old. It has reached the Qi refining 10th level, and everyone believes that he will soon become Clear River Prefecture. The youngest Foundation Establishment cultivator. Although he has been in the Qi refining 10th level for many years, the aura of the head genius is a bit bleak, but for the ordinary Qi refining warrior, it is still bright and dazzling. Known as Clear River Prefecture, the first person under the Foundation Establishment. Music and is busy saying, I don't know if Hua Commander is driving, there is a long way to go. Not mentioning the Hua family, just as Hua Chengzhen Scarlet Wolf Commander, is enough to make any Qi refining warrior fearful. In the eyes of these sect cultivators, Eagle Wolf Guard is not just a bright and honest messenger of the law, but the imperial court hawks and hounds. Hua Chenglu ran to the bottom of the tree and jumped and cried, how come you come? Zijian and I are here, people are bullying and dead. Musicking smiled and said, I just made a joke with my sister. Then I will make a joke too. Hua Chengzhen face sinks, raises his hand. He controls the power of Clear River Prefecture, kills and interrogates how many Qi refining warrior, although it does not show a bit of prestige, but once cold face, the chilling meaning, as if to bring this garden spring say to the late autumn. Music and took a few steps back and was tripped by the rattan chair. He sat down on the floor and raised his hand like a woman to stop in front of his face. He exclaimed, no. But then, nothing happened. Music and let go, only to see Hua Chengzhen still sitting though with a smile, just the momentum, as if it was just an illusion. Hua Chenglu sneered, it's coward. My brother said it was a joke. Music's face is red, and it feels shameful and fearful. He was completely crushed by the momentum of Hua Chengzhen. Not only can he not resist, but even the courage to escape is lost. He can only beg for mercy and let the slaughter. If Hua Chengzhen shot at that time, killing him is no different from killing an ordinary person. If he fails, he has already lost. Mu's senior brother, Yu Zijian, wanted to help him up. Music and jumped up and said, I am going to report the master. I ran out. Hua Chenglu called, you still can't come down. Hua Chengzhen face helpless say, gently floating from the treetops, rushed Yu Zijian smile, you girl, long time no see. Yu Zijian is busy bowing his head, Hua brother, how come you? Hua Chenglu proudly said, of course I let him come. Hua Chengzhen also said at the same time, there is some errands here. The two looked at each other, and Hua Chenglu's face was angrily to lick his nose. It's not for me. Hua Chengzhen sighed, of course, for you, let you not rush to Green Vine Mountain, waiting for me to deal with it. Now things are difficult. The person's heart is very subtle, he is coming. I am afraid that will let Green Vine. Old man thinks that the Hua family is pressing people. If it weren't for me, Zijian was forced to join Green Vine Mountain. Also, Hua Commander is coming to visit, why not let the old man do the best in the mountains? Suddenly, a vast voice came from the top of the mountain! Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 241, Chapter 59. Before the grand ceremony middle. You come with me. Feasing Hua Chenglu raised the flower-bearing Lu, and the bird like a bird's crown, plunging toward the top of the mountain. Zijian, you are waiting for me. Hua Chenglu turned and yelled, but only saw a thick green, has left the courtyard very far. Zijian gave a sigh of relief. And Zijian gave a sigh of relief. If she didn't get the help of these kind people, she wouldn't know where she was going. No matter what the outcome, she would like to thank them. If you don't have these warm feelings, what do you mean? But if someone is hurt for her, she really doesn't know what to do. Great hero Bull, you don't have to worry about anything. Taking advantage of the gusty wind, the wind whistling next to the ear, Hua Chenglu asked, Brother, what is your mission here? Secret. Hua Chengzhen smiled a little, but the eyebrows were a bit heavy. This is naturally not a flower sister. This sister, dissatisfied with a grin, but did not ask again. In my heart, in addition to the woman, what is it, can make this omnipotent brother feel a headache? Is it related to the 3 mountains collecting herbs? Hua Chengzhen is undecided and flies up and overlooks the entire Green Vine Mountain. Hua Chenglu saw the square inches front of the main hall, engraved with the pattern of the 9 palaces and gossips. The 9 3-legged copper cauldron rose from the blue smoke. From then on, the mountains were covered, and there was a kind of independence. The meaning of dust. This Green Vine Mountain can be regarded as a rare blessing. Seeing Green Vine old man standing in front of the main hall. There are many 3 mountains disciple gathered in the square. I heard the movement and catch up with the mountain. I looked up and saw a handsome man with a girl. As the mountain wind flew up the mountain, it was like a white crane passing through the mountains without a trace of fireworks. Gas. The low-level chi refining warrior still doesn't feel anything. But the more the cultivation base is the high chi refining warrior, the more it is. The feeling of one with the heaven was only seen in the foundation establishment cultivator. The name of the first person under the foundation establishment is really empty. Hua Chengzhen and Hua Chenglu fluttered in front of the stage. Hua Chengzhen took the lead in archiving. The younger Hua Chengzhen, who has seen Green Vine seniors. No matter how good the family is, how high the innate skill is, this is a chi refining warrior's minimum respect for a foundation establishment cultivator. Path of cultivation. The strong is respect. Green Vine old man caressed and smiled, and also gave a half ceremony. Commander didn't notice. The old man was so welcoming at the foot of the mountain. So, it seems like I am leaning on the old and selling the old. However, it is the responsibility of Hua Chengzhen to go straight to the formation and board Green Vine Mountain without first going to the mountain. But I was amazed at the effort to pass through the formation without any sound. Hua Chengzhen said, because the little girl is worried, so I am in a hurry. Please forgive the sins of the predecessors. The younger sister has been harassing many days in the mountains. I am afraid that the words and deeds will be inconspicuous. Thanks to the predecessors' lenient care, not to care, they are Lu. Still don't thank the seniors. Thank you Green Vine seniors. Hua Chenglu did a reluctant act. Hua Chengzhen pats the head of the flower-bearing Lu, the face of the helplessness of the say, the younger sister is young and ignorant, and is very popular. I also have no way to take him, but also please do not blame the seniors. It's so innocent, how can I be surprised? Green Vine old man haha smiled, and even though he was a little unhappy, he couldn't be seen with a little girl, otherwise it would be too stingy. Hua Chengzhen, in a few words, dispelled the original contradiction. He smiled and said, I still have some business and want to meet with the 3 mountains sect leader. This is not a place to talk. Let's go in. At this time, He is no longer a brother who pleads guilty for the younger sister. He is no longer a respected descendant of the predecessor, but the commander of the Eagle Wolf Guard. It represents the majesty of the law, and the attitude is naturally changed to equal treatment, even to occupy the upper hand, leading the scene. Green Vine Old Man cannot help but look up. Cow. Please. I cannot help but sigh. This child is graceful, calm, and more powerful than each of his discipline, can be a big task. If there is such a discipline inheritance system, why is Green Vine Mountain not happy? Hua Chengzhen asked Hua Chenglu to wait outside the hall. Although Green Vine Old Man entered the hall, he was about to get started. He turned his head and looked at every face in the square. Then he was slightly revealed and disappointed, and he laughed at himself. If the person would appear here so easily, then he would not have to waste such trouble. In the hall, Golden Rooster Old Man and Solitary Grave Old Man were already sitting there, seeing Hua Chengzhen coming in, standing up and sitting down again, full of vigilance in their eyes, both to maintain the majesty of their sect leader and don't want to offend Eagle Wolf Guard. Hua Chengzhen seems to have been accustomed to this kind of treatment, and it is just a hand, not a younger generation. Commander came specifically. What is the order? Green Vine Old Man retired all the disciples of the disciples, in the vast hall, only to talk about 4 people. The voice in the hall gave birth to an empty dang echo. Zhongse's temple. It seems to be very lonely when it reaches into the darkness. Hua Chengzhen is indulging, pacing back and forth, as if he is organizing language, and he is thinking about something. He suddenly stops. I came to the 3 policemen. Some people are coming to win the 3 Mountains Foundation, and the 3 are going to be early. Prepare. What? Green Vine Old Man was surprised. Let's put you. Golden Rooster Old Man jumped up directly. He had a very bad mood in the past few days, and his swearing words blurted out. He said that he was forced to accept it. Oh? Solitary Grave Old Man rolled his eyelids, his dead face, and many more expression changes. Green Vine Old Man eyes down. Commander, don't be alarmist. We 3 leagues, after several generations, the Millennium Foundation. Where can we be so easily captured? Golden Rooster Old Man jiffiously danced his hands. With the 3 of us teamed up, who is afraid of it? Will it not be White Eagle Commander go to see our foundation? Yes. Solitary Grave Old Man. Their self-confidence is not unreasonable. Diaxia has been set up for thousands of years. The situation in 9 provinces is flat, and even the sect is not a lot of attacks, despite some undercurrents. The 3 Foundation establishment cultivators have teamed up and can almost resist. Golden Core Cultivator is not what they can fight, but Golden Core Cultivator is not a big family business. How can they look at their 3 mountains, and the attack between sect? Eagle Wolf Guard has always been not involved. It can be said it's too late for the hurricane to ignite. How can I be so kind to inform them? Hua Chengzhen deliberately silenced for a moment, giving the 3 men reaction time, said, this person, from Hidden Sword Palace. The 3 old men, like at the same time, were caught in the neck by an invisible hand, speechless, and they could not be said in one sentence. Hidden Sword Palace, the famous sect of the entire Verdant province, is said to be eligible to become the inner sect disciple only if it reaches the Foundation establishment realm. This is an irresistible name for all small and medium sects in Verdant province. After a while, Golden Rooster Old Man first responded and snarled, you are nonsense. Hidden Sword Palaces are decent. How can we arbitrarily attack other sects? What do we deserve to be valued? Green Vine Old Man smiled bitterly. Commander, if you are not laughing, we can prepare to change the flag. How can we compete against Hidden Sword Palace? Solitary Grave Old Man. The face is blue, and the body is already tight, more and more like a dead body. Hua Chengzhen said, isn't it the attack, but the control and the recruitment? In fact, the 3 don't have to worry too much. I got the accurate news. The only one is the Hidden Sword Palace, an inner sect disciple. It is the first time to go down the mountain, and as long as the 3 can beat him, naturally everything is safe. The three old men faces each other. Hidden Sword Palace's experience of a discipline is actually to deal with them. This is a shameful humiliation, but it is not mad, because it is Hidden Sword Palace, even a little reassuring. If it is only Foundation Establishment Realm initial stage, with their 3 cultivation bases, are you afraid of not being able to cope? Hua Chengzhen shook his head in his heart, and the knowledge of sect was still a story that was rumored to be word of mouth. It is impossible to have a detailed and inductive analysis by Eagle Wolf Guard. Hua Chenglu sat in front of the temple with her knees. No matter who wants to come up with her, she is fierce. Go away. Waiting for the boring, Hua Chengzhen walked out of the hall, and the 3 Mountains sect leader came out personally. This kind of courtesy surprised the disciples in the square. A group of female cultivators, even Murais, if you want to choose Dao companion, are looking for such a man. If it was the past, Hua Chengzhen might still give them a smile and spread the genre of his father. But at this time, he did not have this feeling. I am not at ease, my face is solemn, and whispered, I am in Shangxiafang City. If he appears, I will send someone to inform me. At that time, the 3 predecessors will definitely join hands to meet the enemy, otherwise the 3 mountains are dangerous. This clearly means that if they shoot one by one, they can still win a Hidden Sword Palace disciple. Golden Rooster Old Man. If you usually listen to this, you must swear, but this time, it seems very cautious. Even nod. Listen to Hua Chengzhen the analysis. They have not dared to have any contempt in their hearts. It is more important than the face, or the foundation of 3 mountains. Hidden Sword Palace, although it is good, but rather the chicken head is not the truth of the cow, everyone understands. Hidden Sword Palace. In the end. Think. What? Solitary grave old man. I don't know how many years have said such a long word. In a word. And this is the question that Green Vine Old Man and Golden Rooster Old Man most want to ask. What do they have to look at a big sect that is thousands of miles away? Hua Chengzhen hesitated. As for what he wants, I can't say it, but no matter what he asks, the 3 can't promise, otherwise the world is in danger. 3 Mountains Old Man, face to face. Although they each dominated one side, it is still very clear to them that they have a few pounds. The 3 mountains may not affect the world. This is too alarmist, and I would like to ask a few more questions. Hua Chengzhen arched his hand, stepped down the ladder, took the flowers and flew away, swept across the trees and swept over the outer sect disciple house. Hua Chenglu hurriedly asked, Zijian? Zijian? Hua Chengzhen said, don't worry, when I finish the matter, I will naturally take you back to Clear River Prefecture. He is not in a hurry to ask for Green Vine Old Man. Only when he feels sure, he will open his mouth. And when he speaks, the other party will not refuse. Of course, it is best to do things without having to open your mouth. If this can be done, Green Vine Old Man will probably thank him for his reminder. If he doesn't have to say anything, he will send you Zijian down the mountain, and he won't have to rush. Hua Chenglu said, but immediately is the collecting herbs. Zijian wants to go with them to Subterranean World. I don't know how dangerous. Hua Chengzhen said, you haven't seen anyone already willing to take care of her? There is no danger, but it is a good thing. But nothing, if there is danger, there will not be so many chi refining warrior drilled down to Subterranean World. As long as you don't go too far, no problem. Come to Green Vine Mountain for so long, don't make any profit and then go? Hua Chengzhen didn't know what to think, and said to himself, if it is dangerous, I am more worried about those monster. What? Hua Chenglu strangely said, it's nothing. The green is gone, and the snow is coming. Under the Green Vine Mountain, the most lively time in the city, the collecting herbs are just around the corner, and nearly 1,000 chi refining warrior is here. Which one does not want to wear a gun? It is the most lively time. But at this time, outside the north gate of the city, the noise was quiet, and the street where the shoulders were rubbed should be separated by a wide road, letting a group of chi refining warrior pass by. It is Wu Zhen, who is in a red dress, bright A's, behind the commander, black clothes floating dang, Why serious kill? How come the Eagle Wolf Guard is here? Is it also going to participate in the collecting herbs? No, there is never such a precedent. Wu Zhen's face sinks like a drip of water, and walks quickly into an inn, and Commander is also coming in behind him, and his face is not good. The innkeeper bowed his body and went forward to entertain. Wu, you can come back. Please, please, I will keep it for you. Wu Zhen said, close the door. The boss said, I have to do business. Close. Wu Zhen's voice is lower. The boss was busy closing the door, and Wu Zhen yelled, a group of waste. Even a wounded person can't catch it. One by one, it doesn't work. You let me go back. How do you cross? There is a door in the upper floor that slowly opens a gap. See below is a group of Eagle Wolf Guards, and the door is closed immediately. Fang Enshang said, Senior brother, subterranean world has complex terrain, caves crisscross, brothers can't find, there is no way. Other commanders also agree with Nod. Kuriliu's ground hole is not only a short secret road, but directly connected to underground caves. They follow the traces and trace all the way. Finally, they break the clue in an underground river and look for it again. Out of the clues, but led to a monster nest. Abolished the great strength gas to get out. The troubles of the face. Although they have different jurisdictions, there are many criminals on the blacklist in each place who have escaped underground and cannot pursue them. Wu Zhen is full of anger and nowhere to vent, and the rushing party, Enshang, said, don't you have learned tracking at 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy? Are you? Well, Fang Enshang bowed his head, yes. Why can't I find it? Fang Enshang whispered, Senior brother, have you not studied yet? The commanders all pouted, but no one dared to laugh out loud. Wu Zhen's face suddenly seemed to be a fire that was about to break out. Gian Rongzi was busy pulling Fang Enshang aside and persuaded, the adults don't want to be angry, so they finally smashed the branch of the White Lotus cult, Seeking Truth Society, Kuriliuet. This loss, for a long time, I dare not dare, even if it is Commander Gu, I have not found White Lotus Holy Mother. The beauty of the soft language persuaded him to compare him to Gu Yanying. Wu Zhen's anger was abrupt, and he stunned Fang Enshang. What he was about to say, and the floor was filled with a lazy voice. Hey, it's not good to talk about the boss under the sea. Wu Zhen turned his head sharply. Who is it? Dare to listen to us? It's a dog bag. Commander Hua Chengzhen leaned against the railing on the second floor and smiled. Wu Daren, the temper is long. Who is the dog? Wu Zhen's face is bitter. I am not a dog, can't you? How come you? Hua Chengzhen said, it's just that you lost a prisoner. You can't do this. The law is restored, not leaking, and you are afraid that there will be no chance in the future. As this Rongzi said, the old Gabort has not killed White Lotus Holy Mother. The eyes turned and fell on the face of Gian Rongzi. I just said casually, please Commander forgiveness. I didn't expect Commander to remember my name. Gian Rongzi's well-behaved salute, without the slightest clasping of the meaning of teasing, although only seen one side, but the Commander Huashi left a deep impression on her. And the conclusion is that it is difficult to use. She recognizes the position say charm technique, far from the opponent of Cloud and Rain Sect Master, and even if the Cloud and Rain Sect Master, it seems that this cannot be completely controlled, and at this step, take the initiative to send holding, it will make people look down. Hua Chengzhen smiled and said, as long as it is the name of the beauty, I remember to live. Yes. The one who entered the Eagle Wolf Guard with you called Li King Shan. Did you find it? Gian Rongzi said, to report Commander, although I entered the Eagle Wolf Guard at the same time with Li King Shan, but I am not familiar with it. I have no news for so long, I am afraid that he has already lost Subterranean World. Is it? I think I might see him. Hua Chengzhen raised his sleeves and threw a scroll of the picture, which was unfolding in the air, depicting a figure of a man in Tsingyi. The artist's technique is excellent. I saw that the man is very young. It seems that he is only in his 20s, but he is full of dejected. The thin body is supported by the wide Tsingyi, and even has a bit of a taste. This is your new mission. Look for this person. When he appears around Green Vine Mountain, let me know immediately. Remember, never give it to him. Headed by Wu Zhen, the Eagle Wolf Guard slammed, yes. Yu Zijian was alone in the courtyard of the unrestrained. Suddenly, the long sword at the waist snorted. She stopped in a strange way, pulled out the sword, and the sword of the autumn, and the image of her Mu-O. She looked at the sword and looked at it, but she did not know it. In the end, she had to return the sword. She was shocked, took a step back, pulled the sword out, and looked at it again. The scattered sunlight falls on the sword edge, reflecting the dazzling light, but it is as quiet as water, no sound! Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 242 Before the 60th chapter of the ceremony below. Before the 60th chapter of the ceremony below. The long sword is placed on the marble table in the small courtyard, and the sun on the west side burns the sea of clouds into a sea of sunshine, which is reflected in the narrow sword edge. The ordinary sword has suddenly had a brilliant brilliance. Yu Zijian squinted at the stone table and stared at the sword. The long sword is silent, motionless. Yu Zijian stood up fiercely, and the voice seemed clear in the ear, as if it came from the heart. She stood up, separated the threshold, and walked into the path of grass and green grass. She is fascinated, as if she is caught in a dream. Involuntarily, like something in her heart calling her. The trail was twisted and twisted several times before it suddenly became clear. It was a fragment of the wall, like a ruin of an ancient city. Supporting the stone pillars of the main hall, lying in the grass, the temple has already fallen down. The statue was stormy years. The corrosion is not the same, but still faintly can see the glory of the past. Is there such a place on Green Vine Mountain? Yu Zijian gave birth to a question in his heart and forgot it in a flash. The setting sun gives the ruins a first level, so even if you are numb and vulgar, you can't help but sigh. Strolling between the ruins that are about to be drowned by grass, she gave birth to a feeling of returning to her hometown, as if she was a princess in exile. Here is her home country. Turning over the white stone corridor entangled by the vines, she suddenly stopped. A small pond is surrounded by a green tree, and the western reversed image is dyed in a gorgeous color on the water. A Tsingyi man sits cross-legged in a round stone at the edge of the pond. The young, thin face is stubborn, and there is a vicissitudes of life in the elderly who have read the world. Like a lonely king sitting on the throne of his collapse, he still recollects the glory of the past, and is saddened by the current Sui and Tang dynasties. He is fishing, but it is not a fishing rod, but a long sword. He holds the hilt in his hands, and a line of blue silk hangs straight from the top of the scabbard, and is not in the mirror water. Yu Zijian didn't look at this scene. I didn't expect this person. I only looked at this sword. It was like an idiot. I didn't have a reason. I was sure that the wonderful man who I heard was from this sword. Have you seen this sword? Xing Yi turned his face and looked at her, showing some surprise. Yu Zijian seems to be suddenly awakened from his dreams, looking around, almost asking himself how he is here. And he looked awkward for a while. I haven't seen you. You are not the diversity of Green Vine Mountain. Look carefully, although he is also Tsing Yi, but it is very different from the service of Green Vine Mountain. It is very old, just like the sword in his hand. Tsing Yi human Dao, no, are you? Yu Zijian said, I am not. You are invited to the mountain. No fishing on the mountain. You are neither a Green Vine Mountain disciple. Why bother me? Forget it, you can catch it. I have to go back. Don't bother you to fish. The lonely man and the widow are here. Some are not suitable, but the eyes are not away from the sword. The familiar feeling is like it was the same as the great hero Bull. Xing Yi human Dao, want to see? Is it okay? Yu Zijian's voice did not fall. The sword fell in her hands, heavy, and the sage was automatically collected into the scabbard. The scabbard is dark blue, usually because of its own color, and the other half is because of the years of sedimentation. The material is like jade and wood. It is engraved with beautiful patterns. It seems to be a city silhouette, but it is broken. What is the name of this sword? Verdant Ruins. Euzygian took the hilt and pulled the sword back. The familiar squeaking sound, and it sounded in the ear for a long time. There is no glimpse of the light, but Jiangwen seems to have income from Chenghongku Shui. Good sword. The expression of the Tsingyi people was even more shocking when they saw Euzygian. When I finished reading, I should go. Euzygian returned the sword to the sheath and reluctantly threw it back to Tsingyi. The Tsingyi people stood up and said, "Can you wait for me here?" At this time, the afterglow of the horizon has begun to converge. "No, I still have something." Euzygian jumped away and said, "Who are you? I want you to wait for you. Really a weirdo." "What's your name?" "My name is Euzygian." Euzygian didn't look back. My name is Fu Qingjian." Euzygian has gone out of the ruins, entered the jungle, disappeared, and Fu Qingjian's voice fell, as if talking to himself. "I can walk out of the Verdant Ruins illusion and pull out Verdant Ruins sword." Elder of Heavenly Mystery is right. The first star shines on the sky, and his gaze is as bright as a star. The surrounding scene suddenly twisted like a mirage and disappeared. Only the pond was still there, reflecting the black shades surrounded by it. Fu Qingjian looked over the forest and looked at the main hall at the top of the mountain. In the dark and heavy hall, there is only a single lamp, illuminating the square. 3 mountains old man, sitting next to the lonely lamp. They remember Hua Chengzhen's reminder, "Do not dare to separate, so as not to be broken." Outside the main hall, the faction is waiting for the disciples, not helping, but once they hear the movement, they immediately report to Hua Chengzhen. A flash of blue light flashed. 3 mountains old man suddenly found that the surrounding environment has changed. They are in the ruins. The top of the head is the endless night sky, the stars are full of stars. When Golden Rooster old man was shocked. "There are 3 people who are waiting here, saving me a lot of trouble." A voice came from behind, and the 3 turned at the same time. I saw Tsingyi who walked down the high steps, young and old, lonely and noble. Green Vine old man said, You are. It should be said that Commander Hua is telling you. Fu Qingjian said calmly, and seemed to feel exhausted even though he explained the reason. On the 3rd day, it was a triangle force. Although it was a long-standing match for many years, it was also seamless. I didn't come for the 3 Mountains Foundation. My mission is not to win over 3 Mountains old man sighed at the same time. However, I still have to win before you can act. Rest assured, I will not hurt you. 3 Mountains old man no time to feel angry. That blue-green sword light, turned into a blue silk, scattered. After a few moments, 3 mountains old man walked out of the hall, and the temple door closed tightly behind them. "Master, do you still want to keep it?" "No, go down." Green Vine old man is a little tired. The 3 exchanged eyes. It seems that there are still fears that have never been exhausted. And there are still some sorrows. It is no wonder that Hua Chengzhen is coming to personally inform that the man's task is actually Hidden Sword Palace. It is as definite as the legend. But if this is really the case, it is not an alarmist. Green Vine old man said, 2, please go back to rest. Get ready. Collecting herbs. It's about to begin. The deep Tanking, like a huge hollow eye, looks at the sky. Nearly 1,000 pairs of eyes, looking back at this giant eye, full of excitement, longing, fear, the cold wind whistling, unable to hold the voice, everyone talked. Suddenly calmed down, 3 mountains old man, surrounded by the crowd, came to the Tanking. Green Vine old man took the lead and started formation. Everyone was faintly seen, and a piece of light was scattered. Golden Rooster old man licks the golden light in his hand, and the snow in the Tanking smiles. Shown below are a dozen darker cave openings. These cave openings are the entrance to the collecting herbs, leading to subterranean world. Everyone couldn't help but take a breath of air and cover the wind. Green Vine old man cleared a scorpion. Fellow Taoist gathered here, went to the 3 mountains collecting herbs ceremony. The old man and the Golden Rooster solitary grave 2 fellow Taoist. I am honored. A dozen of Eagle Wolf guards led by Wu Zhen shuttled between the loose cultivators, constantly looking at the people around them, as if to avoid someone taking the opportunity to mix into the ceremony. The three mountains disciple are divided into three groups, standing behind their respective sect leaders, and then freely combined into small groups. Because of the success of the previous collecting herbs, the three mountains disciple are almost all out. It is impossible to go through hundreds of chi refining warrior, and it will naturally be separated when they encounter a road under subterranean world. Yu Zijian was in the probe, and suddenly someone took a light shot on her shoulder. She turned her head and said, "Chenglu, how come you?" Hua Chenglu, the cat is wearing a body. Hey, don't be so loud, be careful to let my brother hear, I can't worry about you. Go with you. Musician suddenly said loudly, "Young lady Hua, you are not our Green Vine Mountain disciple. Please don't stand with us. If you want to participate in the ceremony, you can go to the team of loose cultivator over there." Everyone looked over. Hua Chenglu angered Musician. "You." Suddenly felt that the neckline was tight, and I saw that it was Hua Chengzhen, and reprimanded. "Don't mess. Pull Hua Chenglu and go," Yu Zijian said. "Good luck." Hua Chenglu shouted, "Zijian, you are careful." Musician said softly, "Do not worry, Zijian, I will protect you." Yu Zijian was about to talk, and suddenly saw a familiar figure standing in the crowd. That Xing Yi, who was fishing at the pond, changed his body to Green Vine Mountain, and the breath was the chi refining 4th level. So one person stood there, didn't talk to anyone around. Somehow, other people didn't seem to notice him. Felt Yu Zijian's gaze, turned his head and smiled. Yu Zijian strangely asked, "When did the senior brother, Green Vine Mountain, have a new discipline?" "What new discipline?" Musician with Yu Zijian's gaze, a green dress fluttering, Fu Qingjin's figure has disappeared. Yu Zijian touched his head. "It's weird." At this time, Green Vine Old Man's speech ended. Three mountains Old Man exchanged eyes and nod. From the beginning and the end did not look at Fu Qingjin, but did not reveal a strange look. Hua Chengzhen, who has been in the crowd and pays attention to their faces, is relieved. Three mountains Old Man at the same time. Three mountains collecting herbs officially started. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 243. Chapter 61, The Enemy of Human Race. Chapter 61, The Enemy of Human Race. Deep in the depths of subterranean world, a fierce demon, gathered from all directions. Moss microlights illuminate the vast caves, but the brighter ones are dozens of eyes, and most of them are thinly smashed into a line, which seems to be somewhat unsuitable for such a bright environment. Or vicious, or indifferent, or arrogant eyes, sparking in the air. The breath of gasping, one after another, is like the restlessness of the volcano before the eruption. Sometimes a low roar, like a thunder that rolled across the sky, echoed in the cave. Monster chi gathers in the dark, entangles and exchanges information, but there is always a warning distance between them. The huge figure, in the low light, outlines the black shadow, creeps, swings, and twists. In the past, they did not interact with each other. Today, they should come from the recruitment of one person. Suddenly, their eyes converge in one direction at the same time. Hey, hey, boom. Heavy footsteps, shaking the earth. Still far away, a violent monster chi took the lead to the cave. This is the way monster greets, but it is full of arrogant provocation. If it is on weekdays, it will trigger a battle. All monster converges on their own monster chi, and the head is low, as if the courtier waited for the king to come. They all feel that he has become stronger, such as a knives of the open front, shining the bloodthirsty light. A huge black shadow appeared in the dark cave opening. The cave opening was on the upper side of the cave, a few feet wide, but could not accommodate his body, but he only raised his head high. Two sharp bull's horn crossed the top of the hole and screamed a bunch of sparks. The black shadow jumped into the air. The huge body, not half awkward, like a downhill fierce tiger, landing on the scarlet. The scarlet hair was flying like a fire, and the red dragonfly blade swept over the group of demons. The monster general head was lower on his shoulder, one left and one right, sitting with Little and Millipede. Little turned into a skeleton form, and two skull rosary suspended above the head. Millipede was snoring against Li Qingshan's head, but the powerful monster chi, which was emitted from the body, still rushed around and smashed all other monster kis of monster. Li Qingshan waved his hands, bloody food, and a small hill in the center of the cave. After the cooking of human race, the fresh three animals, mixed together, raised the seductive fragrance. Almost all monsters shed sputum. They are so big, they haven't seen so much, so rich in food. This is, I promise. Now, eat. Li Qingshan's low voice, but like a metal trembling, sharp penetration. This statement is like a little spark falling into the explosives warehouse. The group of demons swarmed up. The body shape is more ferocious than a fierce, eating original is their innate instinct. After a few roaring temptations, the order is naturally divided. The strongest monster, the first to open the meal. Blackwater Salamander devours a bunch of fresh fish, and my heart is fortunate, but fortunately, come, otherwise you will not miss such a feast. Giant Rock Viper got up and swallowed a whole cow, swung his tail and swallowed a sheep. Ice Frog's way of eating is the most weird. The mouth is wide to a terrible degree. It squirts out the cold, freezes the dish into ice, and then sucks it hard. The body suddenly swells up and all the ice is sucked into the body, like how filled with a bottomless pit. Other monster is around, a restless parade. This scene is like an ancient and primitive ritual. They are like the ancestors of human race, and they dance around the campfire to start their civilization. Millipede smelled the scent of the food and slightly opened his eyes. Li Qingshan handed him the prepared food. He ate it, then softly licked Li Qingshan's shoulder and slept. Li Qingshan shook his head, and he had to let him out to support the scene, and then say a few words to invigorate the military, but it seems that there is no need. He didn't take all the food out. Hunger was the driving force behind the food. When he ate half of his three demons, he ordered them to stop and let other monsters eat. But monster, who is eating, is the most fierce time. How can I listen to Li Qingshan's orders and only eat and drink with his mouth open? Li Qingshan moved. Giant Claw clasped the head of Giant Rock Viper, pressed on the ground. Giant Rock Viper's body instinctively wrapped around, like a thick belt, surrounded by Li Qingshan waist, but found that the body is harder than the stone, and the sting of the head makes it wake up, and the claws that can penetrate the claws. The other hand grabbed Blackwater Salamander's neck, and although Blackwater Salamander was able to slide out, he did not move. Ice Frog also wants to take a few more mouthfuls and a bone sword is aimed at it. In Little Un's eye socket, the fire is burning. The origin of this bone sword was made from the bones of the eldest senior brother of Chicken Mountain. In the refining of Tao of the beautiful bones, although there is a sword named Murdering Buddha Sword, it is not the current Little and can refine, so this sword is not strong except for any other function. But for a peerless swordsman, a strong sword is enough. Ice Frog was suddenly caught by the sword intent, and he didn't dare to move. It felt that with a little movement, it would lead to a landslide and tsunami-like attack. The three strongest demon soldiers were all subdued, and the other monster did not dare to move. Millipede opened his eyes and asked, "They are not obedient?" Li Qingshan smiled a little, "Do you want to ask them?" The three demons were busy expressing their surrender, and Li Qingshan let go of the three demon soldiers, no longer saying anything. Just once again affirming the right to distribute food. The leader always has to affirm this right in the group and attack all those who try to provoke. The eating of other demon soldiers suddenly became orderly. All the food was divided, and all monster felt unfinished. Their stomachs that had not been eaten for a long time seemed to be more hungry. Human race cultivator has begun to enter subterranean world. Li Qingshan finally spoke, using monster chi and voice to deliver the message. All monster is alert to the head, and they are equally aware of the dangers of human race. In order to kill us, for us with the body of monster core, for the spiral grass of our cave, from today on, You have to listen to my command, no longer fight for each other, we must join hands and meet the enemy together. After that, I will redistribute food according to your own battles. Now, start, kill everyone." Li Qingshan raised his right hand and then slammed it. A variety of wild howl, smashing caves, vibration with gravel falling, monster legion. Li Qingshan stood at the end, until all the monster walked into the cave, and said to himself in a very low voice, "The code name of this action is called the enemy of human race." A strange smile appeared on his face. It seemed to be a cold sneer. It seemed to be a sad smile. It seemed to be a self-deprecating sneer. Then all disappeared and became silent. This is the path he has chosen, and he does not hesitate and does not regret it. Okay, go to sleep. Li Qingshan put down Millipede on the shoulder and entered subterranean world without the Foundation establishment cultivator. With his current strength, it is enough to kill any chi-refining warrior. Be careful. Millipede muttered and squirmed and climbed to his own immortal cave. His ass slamming, and the speed was extremely fast. Li Qingshan smiled easily, and the hand was slightly covered in the chest. "War for you." Then rushed to Little and a nod. "Also fight for you." Finally, I got up and said, "Come for me." The big step disappeared deep in the cave. The footsteps are silent, steady and fast forward. The three faction members have been dispersed under subterranean world, following their respective goals and roads. It is often a chi-refining warrior with a 6th level or higher, with a few low-level chi-refining warriors. This team was led by Liu Fengrui, who claimed to be Steward Liu, but his face was gloomy and he turned a deaf ear to the charming words of several junior brothers. These days, he was very unhappy at Green Vine Mountain. He didn't expect to bring back a little girl. He would have gotten so many things, not only provoked the eyes of senior brother, but even Green Vine old man didn't see him well. Face. He is not afraid of the cold eyes of the senior brothers, but in this small sect, once the master's favor is lost, it is extremely terrible. Yu Zijian couldn't help but gnash his teeth. I hope that she can die in the ceremony this time. If there is a good chance, he does not mind exerting a force on this matter. Senior brother, there is a wolf's nest in front of it. There should be quartz grass around it, but refining shigan, the essential spirit grass. A Green Vine Mountain disciple holding a small mind map in his hand interrupted Liu Fengrui's mood, dissatisfied. Quartz grass is what is superior spiral grass. Here is also very close to the surface, to find things better down the area of the beast. Even the monster core did not condense out. A few Green Vine disciple, the depth of the promise, the danger of the subterranean world. Monster core monster. How easy to deal with, although the monster does not have monster core, but the skin and bone, are refining spirit artifact good materials. Flesh and blood also have great utility. Go see. Liu Fengrui ordered, only with this collection of herbs, more mining grass back, to restore the impression of the master. The dark caves reach out and the 5 fingers, the pedestrians move forward quickly, and the eyesight makes their vision not too much affected. With their skills, the twists and turns of the stone forest cannot stop their footsteps. Suddenly, a green reefing 3rd level Green Vine Mountain disciple said, "Senior brother, so cold." Liu Fengrui also felt the chill of the surrounding area. Looking back at several junior brothers, his face was white and his lips were blue. He had an innate true chi refining warrior. It was not invaded by the heat, but it was like this time. It is the same as ordinary people who are afraid of being cold. This is unusual. I didn't say anything on the record. It will be so cold. I haven't been so cold last time. The underground cave has changed frequently. Is it a change? Should senior brother change a place? An elderly chi-refining warrior is cautious. He only has chi-refining 3rd level. I have to call Liu Fengrui as the senior brother. Liu Fengrui turned his eyes and said, "The master is watching us on the top. If you haven't encountered any danger, you have to go back." What is Green Vine Mountain's discipline? Going fast. It's not cold when you walk. Quartz grass is in front. They rushed in the cave. but the chill did not ease, but it became deeper and deeper. Even Liu Fengrui felt chilly bone chilling, and the junior brothers behind him couldn't afford it, and the movement slowed down. No, senior brother, get back. Hey! Liu Fengrui is about to order a retreat. A loud frog sounds, and it rang through the cave. It's a monster. Everyone reacted. Besides animals, there are animals that can survive here. Let's kill this monster. Let's go. Liu Feng's face is happy, with a few people to catch up. The cold mist filled the darkness, the first level frost condensed on the great quartz grass, and a nice blue frog leapt on a stone. Hey! Liu Fengrui can't help but be disappointed. The strength of the beast is often related to his body shape. The bigger the body, the stronger the strength, the more valuable it is. The frog is so small, apparently just from the beast to the demon. Suddenly my heart turned. A low-level monster. How can you release such a heavy chill? Who's there? In the cold fog, there are several figures in the vagueness. Liu Fengrui's pupils shrink, and he raises his hand and shoots a palm. It is no secret that Chi Refining Warrior fights against the spirit grass monsters. It is no secret, in subterranean underworld, human race is more dangerous than monster. What is even more frightening is that he did not feel the breath of these people. It is obviously intentional to hide and attack them, so he is unwilling to take a shot. But the few figures did not move, letting true chi hit the body, making a crisp sound, and the palms of the wind opened the cold fog, showing the face of the figure. Liu Fengrui suddenly felt that his blood was frozen. He finally understood why he didn't feel their breath. Because they have all become an ice sculpture, and of course the dead will not have any breath. They are all dressed in the service of Chicken Mountain. One of them is embroidered with 2 chicken cubs on the chest. It is the inner sect disciple before the Chi Refining 6th level, but now they are all dead, and the body still maintains the moment before the death, trying dancing spirit artifact, condensing magic spell, the look on his face, all the fear of freezing, and all in one direction. It is the ice blue frog. What a demon. A green vine mountain disciple stunned and waved a cyan stick to Ice Frog. Ice Frog opened his mouth and spewed a white chill, and the green vine mountain disciple immediately frozen into an ice sculpture. The cold rushed, and several senior brothers behind him immediately followed his footsteps. The coldness was like thousands of invisible small sharps, piercing their body. True chi. Kaka kaka. The air is filled with frozen sounds, like the notes of death. Liu Fengrui screamed for the flying sword, and then stayed in this position forever. The last thought flashed. They were not the monsters at all, but the real monster, or the strong one in monster. But how did monster appear in such a shallow underlying layer? Just like a 10th level Chi Refining Warrior, to kill a group of low-level Chi Refining Warrior, but it is a little effort. Hey, 11. Hey, 10 enough. Ice Frog opened his mouth and sucked it, and the ice sculpture was broken into ice, all sucked into his mouth, leaving only the spirit artifact in their hands and the 100 treasure pouch in their hands still intact. Hey! The leader needs this. Ice Frog collects them all and puts them in a cave not far away. This is the token of calculating contribution points. In the hole, ahead is a rabbit's huge monster, is shrinking, constantly shaking. I don't know if it is fear. Still cold, it was originally the object that these Chi Refining Warrior were looking for. Green Vine fellow Taoist, it seems that your discipline, too, can't beat demon there. Golden Rooster Old Man coldly. In the place where the collecting herbs ceremony was opened, 3 mountains Old Man lived together in a bamboo pavilion, enjoying the snow and drinking tea, waiting for the results of the collecting herbs. In front of them is the phantom projected by Subterranean World Mind Map, which flashes a lot of light spots, divided into gold, blue and grey, showing the position of the 3 mountains disciple, as used by the original Mohist school disciple. Pathfinding locusts. With the death of Liu Fengrui and the others, the light spots on them are extinguished. Before this, a group of golden light representing the Chicken Mountain disciple disappeared there. Green Vine Old Man said, there must be a powerful demon there, but it shouldn't be. It's just shallow. Solitary grave old man said, look at it. The giant rock viper walks through the soil, and the snake-catcher of the breath constantly senses the breath of the human race in the cave. It is worn out from the rock wall and sees the faces of several human races, all of which are very weak. A few chi-refining warrior saw a grey shadow passing through the top of the head, and even without seeing the true content of monster, he was smashed by the horrible monster chi. The first-ranked 7th level chi-refining warrior said, take Jiangshi. They are Grave Hill's discipline. Grave Hill disciple immediately danced the brass characters in their hands. Dozens of Jiangshi were distributed around them, and they surrounded them. The 7th level chi refining warrior called for 2 invincible iron armor corps. Each is stronger than the iron armor corps refining by Taoist Jiangshi. Giant rock vipers fold back, long snake body, coiled around, suddenly tightened. Dozens of Jiangshi and several Grave Hill disciple, in the low cave. Grave Hill disciple, escaped, feeling a huge force from all sides, and was twisted into a mass of meat, refining with them. Jiangshi, no longer separate from each other. The death chi on the face of solitary grave old man seems to be heavier. The faces of green vine old man and golden rooster old man are equally ugly. On the subterranean world mind map, the spotlights are extinguished. A team of collecting herbs, the subterranean world, and the momentary loss of chi refining warrior, more than the total loss of the last collecting herbs. Now, the collecting herbs ceremony is just beginning, and the chi refining warrior is only going deep into the shallow layer of subterranean world. You shouldn't have encountered any powerful monster. 3 sect leaders, what's going on? He has been paying attention to Hua Chengzhen here, and he walked into the bamboo pavilion with a heavy face. He also knows the meaning of these light spots. Green vine old man, the voice is dry. I don't know, this time, very unusual. Green Vine Mountain's discipline has lost 18. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 244. Chapter 62. The mountain is there. Chapter 62. The mountain is there. Golden Rooster Old Man Road. There are 11 in Chicken Mountain. Question mark. Solitary Grave Old Man said, 7. But they all know that this is not the strength of Grave Hill's discipline, but the ability to manipulate the body as a shield. Nearly 30 disciples, less than 2 hours, all died, although the loss of the inner sect disciple is not too much, but the roots of the 3 mountains have begun to shake. Hua Chengzhen's brows are wrinkled. No one has thought that the collecting herbs will have such a change. Is it that the demon ghosts under subterranean world are ready to wait for the ambush to enter the subrearing warrior of subterranean world? Perhaps the monster general in this area can't stand the human race at subterranean world and start reacting. If that's the case, then the death is just beginning, and the cultivator that participated in the collecting herbs ceremony is likely to be wiped out. He can't imagine how the waves of nearly 1,000 human race cultivators will cause waves. They can't help but sigh and look at the lead clouds that are surging in the sky. The world is really changing. 3 mountains old man, the heartache of the blood, all face chills, the killing intent in the eyelids. The person said, no mistake, monster dam. Brother, are you saying, Zijianhe? Hua Chenglu ran from a distance and anxiously grabbed the sleeves of Hua Chengzhen. During the speech, several light spots disappeared. Although Zijian is not a variant of Green Vine Mountain, he also wears a sensory spirit artifact, which is one of the many light spots. I don't know when it will go out. I can only wish her a good person. Hua Chengzhen pressed on the shoulder of Hua Chenglu. Nowadays, he is also helpless. If it is really monster general in action, subterranean world becomes the restricted area of chi refining warrior, although he claims to be the first person under Foundation establishment, but still only chi refining warrior. If it is Hua Chenglu in subterranean world, he naturally does not hesitate to enter it. But he cannot take such a risk for a strange girl. Hua Chenglu bit her lip and understand the consideration of Hua Chengzhen. She can't be willing to ask for anything. The black demon sits alone in the big cave, raises his right arm, stretches his index finger, and his fingertip is a sharp knife like a knife. gently on a teenager's forehead. The boy is also alone. It looks like he is about 15 or 6 years old. He has just had some soft beard on his lips, but he is already a 3rd level chi refining warrior. He is also a small genius. He is wearing a shirt, not a 3 mountains. It should be a loose cultivator from a family, to try its luck. He was terrified that only reversed image was dark, and the fierce murderous Ori monster chi had completely defeated his will to resist. But that monster did not immediately shoot, but also seemed to give him a glimmer of hope, pleading, "No, beg you, I." But the heavy blood suffocating, from the black demon's back, the boy saw it. It was a pile of chi refining warrior's body, but also the fear of the lips shaking, the turbid tears overflowing cross-flow. A moment ago, a group of Chicken Mountain's disciplines arrived here. With the experience of their predecessors, they are often easier to find the growing spirit grass and the spirits of the monsters than the loose cultivator. But this time, where it is a real monster, or the head of monster. The familiar clothes, hooked up Li Qingshan's memory of hatred, and the 7th level chi refining warrior who led the team seemed to have had a relationship in the valley. Ah! The first one to see Li Qingshan, the Chicken Mountain disciple, gave a scream and then stopped. Li Qingshan, the index finger has broken into his chest and abdomen like a big gun. The other Chicken Mountain disciple reacted and shouted together to take Spirit Talisman, pull Spirit Artifact, and Magic Spell. The fastest reaction was Chicken Mountain's inner sect disciple, 7th level chi refining warrior, but his special golden chicken cockroach had not had time to soar, and a giant hand appeared in front of him, his index finger and thumb scorned. Then there was a careless bomb. His head was shattered by bullets, brains and broken bones, and slowly spread to the ground. At this time, taking Spirit Talisman just put his hand into the Spirit Talisman bag, and the Spirit Artifact of Spirit Artifact just got aura, and Magic Spell just mobilized True Chi. Thoughts didn't even have time to react enough to what was happening in front of me. Li Qingshan waved his hand, strong blood, spewing out. No one survived. The battle started in a moment, and it ended in a flash. Li Qingshan was a little accidental. In order to deal with a Zibo 6th level chi refining, he didn't know how much effort he spent. Although he didn't get through heavenly tribulation, he took the legendary first step, but after he became a tiger demon 2nd layer, a powerful force turned into a horrible combat power, which was able to suppress the strongest monster, chi refining warrior. He is his opponent. Li Qingshan didn't like to kill his opponent's preferences, so they all died very painfully, without pain. The more direct reason is that he didn't know the Chicken Mountain disciple at all. Even if he was the leader, he only made a few noises to him, meaningless barking. But since it is the Chicken Mountain disciple, it is the enemy of life and death. There is nothing to say, kill it and kill it. But at this moment, the teenager standing in front of him is a complete stranger. Hey! Like a knife and a thunder, a cold flash, the body of a teenager who lost half of his head fell to the ground. The pause of the genius is not because there is still hesitation in the heart, but it is to be remembered, and to remember the things that will be thrown away. Just as a climber wants to climb to the top, he must empty the overheavy rucksack, take out the things and throw them into the abyss. But those things may have been important, and there is always some embarrassment in my heart. Everyone wants nothing to lose. They can climb to the top, just as anyone can succeed without paying any price, but this is impossible. This price is not just an effort. If Li Qingshan is willing to live a peaceful life, don't think about going out of Sunchia, or even the opposite of 9 heavens, then he can live a lot easier. But he can't do it because the mountain is there. Li Qingshan fingertips inserted into the body, thrown behind him, and landed on a small corpse, said, "Don't eat. These are all left for little and there is also a timid in the cave." The beast, even if attracted by flesh and blood, is also moving. Li Qingshan has not learned any art of war, but in the era of the big blast of the information of the previous life, he is no stranger to military knowledge. knowing what is the power of concentration to destroy the enemy. Arrange the two strongest soldiers in the team to be in the most likely locations to attract Chi Refining Warrior, and then wait for the rabbit, little N and giant rock viper, who have strong mobility. Continue to cruise on several major channels in Subterranean World to kill the weak Chi Refining Warrior. The rest of the monster, at least 3 or 5 in groups, gathered by a strong commander, prepared to encounter the strong Chi Refining Warrior. Just a simple adjustment, monster is almost invincible, not even more complicated than playing a game. Li Qingshan, as the head of the demon soldier, did not stay out of the game. Instead, he chose a spirit vein collection, the grassy land of spirit grass, and began his waiting and killing. Li Qingshan took a long breath and took 100 treasure pouch into her arms. Her hands held her cheeks and continued to wait. The feeling of killing strangers was not fun, but it was very happy to get 100 treasure pouch. After this battle, the harvest of spiritual pill is enough to provide him with great support for breaking through the spirit turtle sea suppressing secrets 2nd level. He suddenly looked up, sniffed in the air, through the thick bloody, familiar smell, recalled some of his memories, could not help but frown. How could she come here? Although it was only a month or so in reality, it took a long time to wait in the dark subterranean world. Go out for a walk. Li Qingshan stood up, walked outside the cave, took a few steps, and turned his head to the monster beast path. Don't eat. If the monster is crying, it is already scared and crying. The green-blooded hazelnuts danced in the darkness, and several huge monsters surrounded a few Chi-refining warriors, filled with fangs, and spit out a strong suffocation. Senior brother, what to do? Cheng Jiali is eclipsed. Music and full head is sweat, utilizes a flying sword, and wanders around, but with his strength, it is very good for the previous monster, and at the same time, there are no odds for the last few monsters. It's a little pitiful. How could this be? How could this be? It should be just the nest of the monster. How can there be so many monsters gathered together? And they are all different types. Music's heart is full of anger and doubts. This spirited last time to collect the herbs. It was cleaned up once. Or Green Vine Mountain's discipline kills. Even if a new monster is occupied here, it should be no better than the beast. He led the team here, but he was lucky. If he encountered a monster, he took a test and let Yu Zijian see his prestige. By the way, the junior brother junior sister warmed up and entered the deeper subterranean world, but did not expect to break into the nest of the demon and fall into the Jedi. Monster also uses monster chi, which has been communicated in ways that human race can't hear. This group is too weak, let's get off the hook. If it is not the idea of the leader, you will have been eaten by one. I want to eat the top. Go away, the one at the front is mine. Be careful, this human race is a bit difficult to deal with, don't be hurt by him. Don't let him run, human race has a lot of tricks. The strongest monster, giving orders. The other monster immediately listened to the orders. They kept the cautiousness of the beasts. They didn't have the enthusiasm. Just as the lions surrounded a bison, they would not rush to attack, so as not to be stabbed by the bullhorn. And the monsters have the wisdom that the beasts don't have, the constant low roar, the psychological defense of the Chi-refining warrior, the huge body, forming a perfect encirclement, just to prevent Musicking from being the strongest. Prey, run away. A scream, ahead of monster's monster, biting a Green Vine Mountain disciple and dragging it out. Peas, in the recovery of various states, I don't want to worry about it. Right, it seems that I haven't asked for a ticket for a long time. Carrot_carrot. Exclamation mark Deity. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 245. Chapter 63, Subterranean World Cry. Chapter 63, Subterranean World Cry. Splashing blood spilled on Yu Zijian, her eyes straight and squinting at everything in front of her, as if in an unreal nightmare. _. The Green Vine disciple made a panic scream, frantically dancing the weapons in their hands, barely preventing the defensive posture, and suddenly broken. Cheng Jiali suddenly felt a tight waist, A tongue from the darkness entangled her, and the other end of the tongue was a large mouthful of fangs. She put the sword on the ground, but she was still pulled by bit to the big mouth of the blood bowl. The pain in the waist was tearing. She desperately reached out and shouted, "Senior brother, save me." Musican really approached her. She showed a happy smile, and the senior brother really cares about her. Musican took a full shot on Cheng Jiali's chest. She slammed into Monster's bloody mouth, and the man was already dead in the air. The towering chest was now a blur and collapse of flesh and blood, and the unbelievable look remained on her face. Musican's body shrunk, and Cheng Jiali plugged the monster's mouth and jumped out of the monster encirclement. A giant dolphins-like monster leapt at a speed that was not commensurate with their huge body. Like the shells slammed into Musican. Musican, on the tip of the toe, stepped on the flying sword and slid 10 feet in the air. He only heard a roaring sound behind him. The giant porpoise slammed into the top of the cave, and the stone collapsed and the dust began. In the vaguely, I only heard a few desperate screams, "Senior brother, don't leave us. Senior brother." He didn't hear Yuzijian's voice from it. I don't know if it is hidden in these voices. He has a heart. You don't blame me. I survive. It's better to die with you. It's no way. I don't know why. Those monster didn't catch up, and the ecstasy of the rest of the life was still in the future. And he slammed into a black iron wall. Li Qingshan felt the small figure that had collided with it, almost instinctively grasping it. Kaka was crisp and his hands were drenched with blood. Looking at the 7-hole bleed, red and purple dead face, I realized that I saw this person where I saw it. When I thought about it, I remembered the name of Musican. He didn't know Musican's conspiracy against him. He felt embarrassed when he scratched his head. But since he came to this subterranean world, he was only embarrassed. For him, remembering this kind of thing, once is enough. Inducing the breath in the smoke, breathe a sigh of relief, but also rushed in time, as long as she is fine. When Musican left the body of Cheng Jiali, Yuzijian closed his eyes and picked up his lips. If he encountered something unacceptable and could not stop, is this the way of human race's instinct? She even wanted to put her ear on it, so she couldn't hear the screams from her side, but her hand held the hilt tightly, and the knuckles were white, as if to crush the hilt, but it was delayed. The sword was pulled out. At this moment, what is the use of drawing swords? The bloody burning atmosphere is blowing in the face, and death is close to the eyes. Many scenes pass by in the heart. The original saying is true. When people are dying, they will really remember their lives. Although her life is extremely short-lived, she is full of sunshine and joy, her father's love, and the same family's love. But it adds to the pain before dying. Without Musican, the monsters were almost 3.5, and they left the remaining green vine disciple. Just as the human race used chopsticks to hold the dishes on the table. Just when their sharp claws and fangs were about to reach Yuzijian, the action suddenly stopped, and a command came from the darkness through Monster Chi. The command was very simple. If you changed the language of human race, you would have 2 words. Get out of the way. Their claws and fangs did not dare to advance another inch, slowly retreating, rushing to flee. And the roaring disappeared deep in the cave. Li Qingshan shook his head and walked out of the darkness, repressing Monster Chi and restoring the look of the great hero bull. I don't want to die. Yuzijian violently pulls out the long sword and slams forward with all his strength. He is courageous to survive, even if he is unnecessary. He has to struggle. But it is no accident that when a sword stabbed, her hand fell into the grasp of the control. But it was not swallowed and shredded as imagined. A voice was vaguely heard, as if calling his name, Zijian. Zijian. She seems to wake up from a nightmare, and gradually sees the person in front of her eyes. The old face and tall figure are so familiar. She blinks her eyes and can't believe it. Great hero bull. Li Qingshan said, "Isn't it me? How come you come to subterranean world? Was it coerced by Green Vine Mountain?" It was always a good thing to know that before he appeared, participating in the collecting herbs. Yuzijian looked at the warm eyes and only felt that there was a very felting wrong in her heart. Finally, She wowed out in a wow and threw herself into Li Qingshan's arms. Li Qingshan gave her a slight glimpse, gently hugged her and patted her back until her mood gradually settled down. Go, let's go out, the bloody suffocation will attract the beast. The delicate body seems to make his instigating killing intent, and a little peace. She was infected by the extraordinary calmness of his body, stopped convulsions, raised the head, with red eyes, and looked at Li Qingshan confusedly. Where are we going? Li Qingshan's heart is still only a child. Today, she is probably more unbearable than ordinary people. Inexplicably remembered a word, the so-called kindness, but it is still not aware of the sinister world, the so-called purity, but it has not been contaminated by the world. Of course it is the ground. Li Qingshan let go of her and walked into the cave. Yu Zijian was busy picking up and grabbing Li Qingshan's hand, like a drowning man grabbing a driftwood. Don't be afraid. There is me. Li Qingshan said in a soft voice. Yeah? Yu Zijian was warm in his heart, biting his lip and gently nod. The two marched in the cave. Li Qingshan led the way ahead, and Yu Zijian immediately followed her. Not dare to leave. The deep caves are forced to suppress, and every rock seems to be a sly monster in the dark. She didn't dare to look at anything, just staring at the tall back, as if looking at the only fire in the dark. Li Qingshan walked in and walked without hesitation. The place where monster was guarded was arranged by him. He avoided these places and went to the surface. But because Yu Zijian's cultivation base is too low, it is difficult to keep up his footsteps. Even if he has tried to slow down, he suddenly stopped and turned to Yu Zijian and said, "Let's hurry up." Although this battle of subterranean world will almost win under his arrangement, his commander should always pay attention to the battlefield. There is always some uneasiness in his heart. Yu Zijian hasn't reacted yet, and he feels that the whole person is in the clouds and falls between Li Qingshan's arms. Is it okay? Li Qingshan asked, looking down on the so-called male and female, but she was light and like a fallen leaf. If she didn't want it, he could still carry it back, and he could resist it. Yes. Yu Zijian also lowered his head and sounded like a mosquito. Li Qingshan nodded. People are blowing like winds and rushing through the caves. Yu Zijian saw the still sinking caves, suddenly moved up, the speed of the left and right turns, constantly widening and narrowing, and occasionally called a giant big cave. They're like a giant beast moving in the stomach. Just as they were up, Fu Qingjin was constantly going down. He left the team of Greenvine Mountain from the beginning and walked alone to the ground, like a little blue light flowing in the dark. Just another chi refining warrior is still in the shallow subterranean world. When he picks up the spiral grass and kills the monster, he has reached a deep depth. I don't know anything about the wars and killings that happen at the top of my head. Even if I know, I won't be in my heart. He seems to have a certain clear goal. Go forward and move forward. For every choice of the road, there is no choice. Hesitate. On the road, I also encountered a few monsters that blocked the road, but those monsters did not even react, and I saw a blue light passing by, not to mention chasing, and the spiritual flower growing in the darkness. Spirit grass can't stop him. There is only one goal for his trip. Except for that goal, all other things are not worth the risk of leaving traces. Finally, a little blue light flashed in his eyes. He stopped and observed the magical flowers and danced in the air. Blue butterfly flower, it seems to be here. He continued to move forward, and finally came to the blue butterfly flower. See, always tired of tiredness, but also showed a shock. I thought I had read the world. I did not expect subterranean world to be so unknown. Holy land. His gaze crossed the sea of flowers and looked at the platform. The high-lying millipede, showing a smile, the smile of the prey hunter. Monster doesn't deserve such a place. Fu Qingjin crossed the sea of flowers, and countless blue butterflies danced beside him. Suddenly they fell back to the sea of flowers and turned into petals, and no blue butterfly flew in the air. Millipede, who couldn't sleep when he slept, opened his eyes and straightened up, looking at Fu Qingjin. Four eyes met. killing intent. Fu Qingjin did not rush to pull the sword, but took a scent from the 100 treasure pouch. The scent was not particularly thick, but once it was ignited, it immediately raised a strong smell. Millipede is a demon of poisonous insects, not afraid of any poison, but when it smells this fragrance, it is a very intoxicating feeling, like a person who has been hungry for 3 days, met a table of food. Fu Qingjin suddenly turned away and went faster than when he came. Millipede can't help but catch up. One person and one demon, one escapes and chases, and rushes to the surface. Fu Qingjin mind, this kind of insect scent works well. Insect race monster, even if it is incarnated by Monster General, is instinctive and foolish. Just bring it to the surface and you can kill it with 3 mountains old. Man will be sure to be sure! Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 246 Chapter 64 The Eldest Senior Brother Chapter 64 The Eldest Senior Brother Li Qingshan suddenly stopped and there were many human race cultivator breaths in front. In the human race form, the 6th sense was greatly reduced. I found it when I came here. It is very close to the surface here, but it still needs to go through the long and tortuous caves. This is almost the only way to go. If you turn around and go back, you need to go around a long distance. Yu Zijian said, "What's wrong?" Li Qingshan smiled slightly. "Nothing, there are a lot of chi refining warrior in front, let's go see it." Stepping wildly, the beast's intestines squirmed again. After a while, they saw another stomach, a square number. The big cave of Shishang. Dozens of chi-refining warriors, sitting or standing, different costumes, not only 3 mountains disciple, but also some loose cultivator. Everyone's face is shocked. Many people have injuries. Obviously costing great strength is escaping from Li Qingshan commander's demon paws and fangs, gathering here. At this point, it became a bird of surprise, and when they heard the sound, they all stood up and looked into the tunnel together. They saw 2 people, and many of them immediately fell down and were too lazy to take care of them. Li Qingshan kept on stepping, holding Yu Zijian and leaping high. He didn't just want to send Yu Zijian out, but he was ready to send Yu Zijian out of the cave, and turned his head to demonic incarnation to kill him. The eyes swept over the crowd, and the state of everyone was in full view. There was a 9th level chi refining warrior here. Look at the dresses. Grave Hill's discipline, pale, and death chi. It looks like he is in his 30s. But it seems to be in his 30s for 30 years, maybe it is also eldest senior brother. The 8th level chi refining warrior also has 3 or 4. The chi refining warrior below the 6th level only accounts for less than 1.5. It can escape from the encirclement of his monster legion, and it doesn't work without strength. Li Qingshan just jumped into the air and only listened to a cold drink. Give me down. His leap of action, but annoyed the 9th level chi refining warrior. Li Qingshan guessed well, that person is the eldest senior brother of Grave Hill. How to play a unique role in sect. How can you endure a 4th level chi refining warrior from the top of his head? He ate a big loss today, when he was angry. Without thinking, with one hand, a dark green corpse, flying out. The target is Li Qingshan in the air. This corpse is one of Grave Hill's absolute art. It seems to be inconspicuous, but it is a corpse collected from the centuries-old corpse. It is not only very poisonous, but also invades the body. Regardless of humans and animals, it is a dead end. Li Qingshan eyebrows picked him up. He has adapted to these chi refining warrior, a habit of not killing people, and did not feel any special anger. If this world is really a coliseum, he has become accustomed to playing the gladiator, or ferocious beast. The corpse poisonous ball, bursting a dark green corpse in the air, shrouded Li Qingshan and Yu Zijian. I don't know how to live. Eldest senior brother, a sleeve, a coldly snort, a stagnation in the heart, a little relief. The other sect's discipline, and the loose cultivator, are farther away from him. I heard Grave Hill disciple early, and my heart is hot, killing people, and today's World War I really is not empty. Eldest senior brother, who is tall and strong, seems to be suitable for refining corpse. A Grave Hill disciple, not as flat as the Chicken Mountain disciple, is full of flattery to satisfy the vanity of eldest senior brother, but one is Jiang's faceless face. Only when it comes to refining corpse, will it shine in the middle. It is the desire for power. In Grave Hill, the stronger Jiangshi is manipulated, the stronger it is, and even beyond the class of chi refining. Oh, isn't it? Eldest senior brother's voice did not fall. Hey, a scream. Hundreds of ice cones shot from the poisonous mist, and anxious and dense. Eldest senior brother was motionless and touched his wrist. He had an old copper ring on his wrist with a mottled blood mark. He immediately glazed when he touched it, and recruited a steel armor corpse in front of him. Steel armor corpse. It's bright, and it's surrounded by corpses. I don't know how many times better than Taoist Jiangshi's iron armor corpse. The ice cone hit the indestructible ice cone on the steel frame and landed on steel armor corpse, just a whistling sound, leaving a trace of white, freezing the first level ice. Li Qingshan was lightly ground, put Yu Zijian down, wrapped their thin ice layer, and immediately shattered and recovered from huge whale-absorbing water. Since the last World War, he went to the spring water again and replenished condensed ice water to huge. The use of whale-absorbing water is also more and more convenient. His eyes are calm and cold, not saying anything. There is nothing to say. Anyway, it is necessary to divide life and death in the morning and evening. Now it is only a matter of early or late. Yu Zijian but angrily said, "Why are you going to hit us? Under this subterranean world, she has seen monsters horrible, but more and more incomprehensible. It has reached this point, why human race has to attack human race." Eldest senior brother said with a blank expression, "Because I am willing." Yu Zijian couldn't speak. "Let's go." Li Qingshan patted her shoulder, grabbed her waist, grabbed it and left. "It's not far from the ground. Come back to demonic incarnation and pick them up." He decided to slow down to kill the eldest senior brother and let him see what I meant. It's not that easy to go. Several Grave Hill disciple recruited dozens of Jiangshi and surrounded Li Qingshan. Every movement was fast, and there were 13 iron armor corps with sect. For the inherited refining corpse, it is not comparable to Taoist Jiangshi. Li Qingshan said, "What do you want to do?" Eldest senior brother said, "Everyone has to stay against monster." He took Grave Hill's strongest batch of discipline into subterranean world. From the beginning, he was no longer a shallow subterranean world. And after many times of picking the grass, I chose a shortcut to go directly to subterranean world. The shortcut was an underground river, but in the river, it was attacked by a terrible monster. The monster was dark and flowing in the water, directly smashing a flood, 10 times more terrible than the ice cone. Water arrows, sing constantly. And their attack, which fell on monster's body, was useless, lost a few junior brothers, and a large number of Jiangshi, only to escape, and was attacked by various deeper subterranean world monster attacks, and escape. Returning to this cave in the distance, many other chi refining warrior fled here, and he only knew that the collecting medicines had a big change. But he refused to quit, but instead gathered the retired chi refining warrior to make a battle with monster. Li Qingshan is curious. "Do you really want to stay here and fight demon?" But I noticed that in the cave, those who are not Grave Hill disciple, I heard this, and all of them expressed hatred. It's daring to say number. "Of course, you must stay." Eldest senior brother said that those monsters are horrible, but for his 9th level chi refining warrior with steel armor corpse, it is not a deadly threat, even the strongest one. A few monster. He can also calmly recede. Before that, he had collected enough dead bodies. Grave Hill is different from the other two sects. The most important thing for them is not the spirit grass, but the body of monster, and the body of the person. This collection of herbs, all sect primal chi was seriously injured, but on the contrary, it is the rise of Grave Hill, completely over the Green Vine Mountain and Chicken Mountain. Just when you turn these chi refining warrior into Jiangshi, Then after refining a few powerful corpses, Grave Hill's strength is not reduced, and his position in the door is no longer shaken, because of the manipulation of more than a few Jiangshi battles over the years. Grave Hill's discipline is more strategic than the other two mountains. Eldest senior brother is one of the best, and they are accompanied by dead bodies for a long time. Emotional ethics. The words "one will become a million bones dry." The implementation of the fullest. Li Qingshan couldn't guess the complicated and dark thoughts of eldest senior brother. He only felt that he was not well intentioned. He waved huge whale-absorbing water blade and said, "I just want to stop me." Eldest senior brother is about to order a kill. Song Ming exclaimed, "You are the great hero bull." Li Qingshan jumped into the cave, and then fell to the ground by the poison of the corpse, but for a moment, after he carefully identified it, he finally confirmed that the person in front of him, it was the great hero bull that fell to this field. Song Ming was squeezed out by the whole sect. No one was willing to walk with him. Those recorded spiritual places couldn't take him anymore. Only Ma Kakun walked cautiously in the hole. Instead, he was blessed in disguise and didn't crash into the trap under Li Qingshan. In the middle, when I noticed that it was wrong, I immediately fled back. After being thrown out by Li Qingshan outside Wild Sword Villa, the speed of escape and the determination were the same. When this statement came out, it caused a burst of exclamation in the cave. The name Great Hero Bull, recently known as Impressive, was not much wanted by the Three Mountains, and it was rumored that it killed the eldest senior brother of Chicken Mountain. Li Qingshan heard the whispers around her eyes and swept over Song Ming and Ma Kakun. She smiled and said, "I have been wanted all the time. I don't know. Today, there are quite a lot of acquaintances. Anyway, I have already killed an eldest senior brother. It's not too much to kill another one." Eldest senior brother said, "Since it is the enemy of Three Mountains, can't let you go. Green Vine Mountain's discipline and Chicken Mountain's discipline are not up, and I join forces to kill this thief and his party." Ma Kakun said, "He is not a party, he is coerced by the surname, Zijian. You come over." Eldest senior brother said, "Is there a place for you to talk?" Yu Zijian loudly said, "You are the bad guys, I will not pass." At the time of the sword, a chi-refining warrior rushed into the cave and danced and screamed, "Monsters! Monsters are coming, run." "What monster?" Song Ming grabbed him. "Oh." Chi-refining warrior just finished the two words, blood spurting out of his eye socket, and instantly burned into a skeleton, scattered all over the place! Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 247. The 65th Chapter Group Corpse Flurry. The 65th Chapter Group Corpse Flurry. Everyone saw this. Behind the chi-refining warrior, stood a small cockroach, holding a skeleton sword, piercing the chi-refining warrior chest from behind. But everyone did not notice when it appeared there. It was like a dead thing, without a little breath. You must know that even Jiangshi would have a corpse. What is this monster? The scattered skeleton merged into a bone, and the skeleton sword are still just a very ordinary short sword. There is no strange place, but it is more sturdy and heavy, but now it is even as the sword embryo of murdering Buddha's sword. It is not enough. Little and burned the scorpion of the fire and scanned the crowd. All the people who had been swept by the sights felt a tremor in Zhao Xin, which was even more terrifying than when they faced monster. Li Qingshan hooked his mouth and shouted, "Everyone is running." Grabbing Yu Zijian rushed to the cave opening. Everyone has become a bird of surprise, suddenly seeing this strange monster. How can there be half a fight in the heart? Listening to Li Qingshan so shouted, immediately collapsed, all rushed to escape from the cave opening. Eldest senior brother was furious and pointed to Li Qingshan and said, "Give me kill." Dozens of Jiangshi are surrounded by long nails, like a gun, stabbing Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan slammed into the footsteps, and behind it, Iron Armor Corpse stretched his claws straight into his vest. However, He had already expected that he would not return to his head. He forcibly reversed his body shape and slanted into a group of corpses. He collided and smashed into a Jiangxi's arms. He was ordinary to pass an iron mountain, and he was exhibited by Li Qingshan. City Hammer, only listened to a burst of smashing bones. Jiangxi flew back, knocked down the back of several Jiangxi, all bones broken, cannot move, showing a path. He stepped forward and was about to break out. Two iron claws caught Li Qingshan's door. He didn't put this ordinary Jiangxi in his eyes. The only thing that could bring him some threats was the dozen iron armor corps. As long as he stops a little, he will be swarmed by these iron armor corps. Although it is not dangerous, it is also a trouble. He braked his footsteps, twisted his body again, and slammed his left and right in the corpse. He was as fast as a tiger. He chose the ordinary Jiangxi to start, and he tore the enemy in a few times. Iron armor corpse is powerful but slow in response. Can't touch him with a hair. Li Qingshan jumped into the cave opening. Before him, two loose cultivators had rushed to the cave opening, and a figure suddenly fell from the sky, blocking them in front of them. They had no time to react, and two claws were seen from their vests. Bloody steel armor corpse. Everyone was in the cold, and the figure was the brightly lit steel armor corpse next to eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother cold channel. Whoever dares to run me will kill him. Steel armor corpse is like a warlord, on the road of everyone's escape, looking at Li Qingshan with a pair of blood-stained scorpions. Huge whale-absorbing water blade comes out, ice crystal long blade. The steel armor corpse has a pair of claws that hold the ice blade in the hand and look out. Li Qingshan flew out, turned over in the air, and lightly landed, revealing the unexpected color. It was not a surprise to the power of the steel armor corpse, but the steel armor corpse seemed to be more than just ordinary Jiangxi. The iron armor corpse once again came round from all sides. His face, the pungent smell, and Yuzijian's nervous heart was about to jump out, but Li Qingshan's look was still calm, and his mouth even had a mocking smile. Eldest senior brother's self-confidence is not unreasonable. Little An has a hard time dealing with a 9th level chi refining warrior. Coupled with other chi refining warrior, it is hard to win, but it doesn't help. But Grave Hill's discipline, the green vines, born from the feet of Little An, entangled, but emptied. Two skull rosary rises and rises into the wind, turning into two huge skulls, jaws rushing into collisions, like a weird laughter, then like two fires, liuxing, slamming down. Boom, two impacts, a slam, the caves tremble slightly, the skull rolled on the ground and ran rampant in the crowd, causing a chaotic scream, but except for a bad luck, it was killed by skull, and no one else was hurt. Little An turned into a white shadow, passed through the crowd and went straight to the steel armor corpse. Eldest senior brother's face showed a sneer, and the monster was really ignorant. The strongest of the caves was not even his own, but the steel armor corpse he manipulated, even though he was on the top of the floor. Warrior also has the ability to tear it. If it is not the potential bottom of the Blackwater monster, he will not suffer such a loss. If this monster, at an alarming speed, like the great hero bull, smashing in the cave, killing the weak chi-refining warrior, can still cause him a little trouble, but now it is just looking for a dead end. Steel armor corpse waved down. The screams of tearing the air in the cave, its power, even Li Qingshan frowned. To deal with this steel armor corpse, must have demonic incarnation. These eldest senior brother, it is the top decitor in the three mountains. Everyone has an amazing means, but unfortunately met Little An. Little An didn't move, staring at steel armor corpse's eyes, and the eye sockets shot two thin flames. Steel armor corpse is impervious to sword or spear, and magic spell can't hurt him more, and how can he care about these two thin flames? With a bang, Little An was torn apart, and the crystal skeleton spilled over the ground. All chi-refining warrior was relieved and looked at the eyes of eldest senior brother. It was full of awe, and the heart, Grave Hill's refining corpse technique really got it. It seems that today is against this person. Eldest senior brother is proud of what he is saying. The skull flew up from the ground, and then the scattered bones pieced together, and the neck bones, ribs, and leg bones slammed and slammed to restore the human form. Li Qingshan also put down the heart and wants to kill her, unless it is possible to smash her. Now, there isn't a single crack on her skeleton, just to avoid taking too much power and intentionally spreading the bones apart. Everyone shot together. Eldest senior brother looked colder. Have never heard of such a monster? It's not easy to kill it, and at the same time manipulate Steel Armor Corpse. But Steel Armor Corpse still keeps his claws moving, as if he is stiff, motionless, and after a while, slowly rises straight up. But eldest senior brother's face was already horrified, and his face became paler and more like paper, and it turned out to be cold and sweaty. Because of his connection with Steel Armor Corpse, it has been interrupted, and now Steel Armor Corpse's action is not because of his manipulation. Eldest senior brother, what's wrong with you? Grave Hill's several disciplines, who have never seen the calm eldest senior brother, will show this look. Grave Hill's discipline, mostly heart-wrenching, is very cold, and eldest senior brother is one of the best. Even if the landslide is in front of him, he may not be so shocked, but Steel Armor Corpse is his equivalent. 2 lives, I don't know how many hearts blood, and all his powers and status rights are pinned here, suddenly lost, even though he cannot help but feel confused. At this time, Steel Armor Corpse stretched his arms and turned his head, as if he was adjusting, and finally turned to eldest senior brother, revealing red light in it, like a burning flame. Eldest senior brother fell to the bottom of the valley and snorted, but it sounded like a mosquito. Eldest senior brother, what are you talking about? Asked a Grave Hill disciple next to him. Flee. Steel Armor Corpse swooped up, eldest senior brother leapt like Jiangshi, and the questioning Grave Hill disciple was still confused. What did eldest senior brother let Steel Armor Corpse come over? Steel Armor Corpse's double claws clasped his shoulders and pulled him hard, tearing him in half, dripping blood and slippery internal organs. At this time, the 2 huge skulls formed by Skull Rosary rolled into the front of Jiangshi, surrounded by Li Qingshan. They opened their mouths and spewed out flames. The flames were self-conscious and poured into Jiangshi's eyes, ears and noses, all of Jiangshi. Like Steel Armor Corpse, they stopped their movements and then turned like a well-trained army and turned to Chi-refining warrior. Grave Hill's weapon suddenly became the nightmare of all Chi-refining warrior. The dozens of invincible Iron Armor Corpse is a nightmare. Magic spells brilliance flashed, but could not stop Jiangshi's footsteps. Screams, the dark underground cave, suddenly became a living hell. Those Jiangshi is the evil ghost in hell. What is going on here? Grave Hill's discipline. Do you want to kill people? No, I don't know. Ah. The Grave Hill disciple had not finished, and was thrown by the Iron Armor Corpse, who belonged to him, with a claw inserted into his heart. Grave Hill's discipline, which was operated by Jiangshi, did not have Jiangshi. It was like a tiger without claws and fangs. The combat power was worse than that of other Chi-refining warriors. Some of them were still trying to manipulate Jiangshi. All of them died. No one doubts that this is the ghost of Grave Hill disciple, because the eldest senior brother is being chased by his famous impressive Steel Armor Corpse, and he is embarrassed. A few staple corpse general, a middle-aged man, fell to the ground. The man felt a pain in his arm. He had been bitten by Jiangshi. He only died, and several Jiangshi spread together and flew to other Chi-refining warrior. The pain of the wound disappeared. He was amazed. The arm had burned into a flame. The flame quickly filled his body, burning all the flesh and blood. In the twinkling of an eye, there was only one skeleton, into the mouth of the skull. When Jiangshi bites it, he injects blood in his body, which is something more horrible than corpse. A line of golden light, slamming, piercing a dozen Jiangshi's heads, and returning to an 8th level Chi-refining's Chicken Mountain disciple, was a golden rooster, and he was barely calm. 3 mountains disciple are very familiar with each other's tricks. Knowing that they can kill Jiangshi, They are waiting for a sigh of relief. The dozens of Jiangshi are just a stiff action, and they are flooded to drown him to form a small corpse! Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 248. Chapter 66, Vibration and Impact. Chapter 66, Vibration and Impact. A burst of bang, the golden light is now, the corpse is scattered, and the Chicken Mountain disciple stands up again. As the 8th level Chi refining warrior, it is impossible to be hurt by such ordinary Jiangshi. Oh why? Suddenly, a horrible sword intent came from behind, and it was too late to turn around. He only looked down at the chest and revealed a sharp white sword tip, and he took it back. Little and looks like a ghost in the crowd, looking for flaws and killing the superior Chi refining warrior. As long as he found a flaw, the sword art that he went to school with cursive sword script is all a hit. In this chaos, Li Qingshan, with his stunned Yuzijian, has entered the cave opening. There is no such thing as Jiangshi coming to him. He is about to leave. He feels a little bit in his heart. He turns his head and sees eldest senior brother, who is also flying to the cave opening, is ragged and full of wolverines. Not far behind him, Steel Armor Corpse is chasing after. Li Qingshan smiled and lifted huge whale-absorbing water, condensed ice water, and instantly condensed into a thick ice wall. At the other end of the ice wall, eldest senior brother opened his mouth and seemed to be screaming at the mouth, and even smashed a mighty true Chi, like a roaring lion. Then he slammed into the ice wall, his face twisted and slowly slipped. Li Qingshan grinned. Condensed ice water's black ice, the degree of solidity, comparable to high-grade spirit artifact, which can be easily broken. Eldest senior brother, across the ice wall, stared at Li Qingshan and turned and disappeared into the dark cave. He couldn't get too angry, because Steel Armor Corpse's claws were close at hand. After the screams were sealed on the ice, they quickly pulled away. Yu Zijian widened his eyes and saw only a darkness. Li Qingshan not only sealed the eldest senior brother, but also sealed all Chi refining warrior. Retreat. Great Hero Bull. What's wrong? Li Qingshan looked down at Yu Zijian and seemed to know what she wanted to say, but she immediately shook her head. Nothing? I saw her frowning as if she was thinking about what she experienced today at Subterranean World. These things have caused a great impact on her simple mind. If she can understand it, it will be a valuable asset than any spirit stones, spirit grass. As the water flows into the deep Subterranean World, Li Qingshan stops and puts Yu Zijian down. The front is the exit. Go out yourself. Yu Zijian said. What about you? Li Qingshan said. Of course I have to go back to the ground. But the underground is very dangerous now. In the eyes of Yu Zijian, the underground is a hell, and there is a terrible monster. Listening to the great hero Bull is going back to that place, and suddenly anxious. For me, the above is more dangerous than the following. I am wanted by 3 mountains, the 3 old guys are afraid to be on it. Yu Zijian said, the dew is also on the top. You know, she is my good friend. He was a brother. It is the commander of the Eagle Wolf Guard. You have heard of the Eagle Wolf Guard. In short, it is a great person. Very kind. We beg him, let him tell you about love. Must. Sure. Her voice gradually weakened. Although she was simple, she was not stupid. After experiencing today's events, she understood the sinister heart. She was a little girl who was not famous. Why did she ask for help from the big guys? The big man is Ken. Help. Can you really guarantee the safety of the great hero Bull? Li Qingshan smiled and said, thank you for your kindness. She covered her cheek with her arm and cried with her head down. Li Qingshan said, what are you crying? I'm really useless. She sobbed. If you are useless, why should I save you? Rest assured, I have to deal with it. I can't die. Let's go. Really? Yu Zijian smacked his eyes with his sleeves and looked up. His eyes were red, his face was full of tears, but he was full of hope. Really? Li Qingshan saw her look, and she also had a tender feeling in her heart. She turned her shoulder and pushed it gently behind her back. Don't be a mother-in-law. She took a few steps and suddenly stopped and turned around. It was like a big determination. I want to stay and help you. She stood by the sword, and the light behind her gave her a plate. Going to the first level, there is a kind of grace. Snot. Li Qingshan helpless. What? It's coming out. Li Qingshan touched his nose. Yu Zijian hurriedly pumped his nose, and the little bit of the wind disappeared. Li Qingshan turned and walked to the ground. Yu Zijian shouted behind him, "Hey, I mean, don't go." Li Qingshan's figure has disappeared. Only the sound is coming from the air, echoing in the hole. Wait for your divine art. Big accomplishment. Yu Zijian chased a few steps forward, only to hear her footsteps. The suffocating feeling of depression and fear once again filled the heart. She swallowed a spit, slowly receded. That strange stone, as if it is a head monster. No, it is the whole person who seems to be in the stomach of the giant beast, who is helpless and alone. Subterranean world. Suddenly came a strong vibration, as if the behemoth had turned over, and the monsters seemed to have all come alive, screaming and screaming, and she turned and fled. Li Qingshan also felt the violent vibration and felt familiar. Yes, in the manor outside Yanshan city, when I first saw Millipede, I felt this kind of vibration. Isn't he sleeping? What happened? Li Qingshan stepped up and rushed to subterranean world. Before the cave, the ice wall had broken a big mouth and stained with blood. In the cave, there were only a few chi refining warriors, which were shrunk in the corner and looked desperate. Jiangshi has completely disappeared, and Iron Armor Corps has only 3 left. It is conceivable that the resistance of Chi refining warrior before the death, but Jiangshi, their bodies, have disappeared into bones, become a nourishment for Little An. Little An was holding skeleton sword and staring at the cave opening to subterranean world. Eldest senior brother was seriously injured and fled there, but she did not send Steel Armor Corps to chase it, apparently feeling the reason for the shock. Eldest senior brother squatting on the injured chest, urging True Chi to push the subterranean world, turning back from time to time, seeing that the monster did not catch up. There are other roads leading to the surface. As long as he can escape, he will be able to make a comeback. This hatred is not reported, and the oath is not for people. The vibrations are getting more and more intense. He has participated in many collections of herbs and knows that subterranean world often has earthquakes. Suddenly a blue light passed by him. He only looked vaguely. It was a cultivator dressed in green vine mountain, leaving a strange smell. Too late to make any thoughts. A bang. The giant shadow screamed on him! Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 249. Chapter 67, Ambuches and Traps. Chapter 67, Ambuches and Traps. The impact, how many times stronger than hitting the ice wall. The bones are no longer complete, only with a true chi scream, the wind whistling. He was slammed back by the giant shadow trying to open his eyes. He found himself back in the cave, saw a sly monster, and stood next to Steel Armor Corps, who spent countless hearts blood refining. Vertical bar. After finishing these 3 words, a pink gas swallowed him and lost the last sense. The body of the section is bright pink, and there are many legs on both sides. The rapid and rhythmic swing brings amazing speed. The blur only sees a flowing pink band, like a subway. The whistling passed, the raging wind blowing the clothes. Li Qingshan was the first time to see the prototype of Millipede, but he saw more than a form, but a river of monster chi. Li Qingshan was the first to feel the power of Millipede. On weekdays, the guy who slept and slept seemed to have no majesty, but his strength was not limited to Monster General, and it was strong in Monster General. By the rest of the chi refining warrior, all holding their breath, looking at this scene with a big, innocent gaze. If everything that was experienced before is a nightmare, then the feeling now is like something more horrible. Into a nightmare, let their thinking break instantly, under the impact of monster chi, directly fainted. Millipede rushed away. Li Qingshan and Little An face each other. They all saw the green shadow, can be easily chased under the chase of Millipede, is it? It's bad. Li Qingshan's look changed, and then went up to the ground. There, millipede will lose the protection of the Covenant and become the prey that the human race cultivator can arbitrarily hunted. Now, there are 3 Foundation establishment cultivators. Above, coupled with the blue shadow of the strength, he smelled a strong conspiracy. Euzygian fell on the snow, she couldn't open her eyes, and the light shrouded her from all sides, making her feel dizzy. In the vagueness, I heard people running and shouting, "Someone is out." She slowly opened her eyes, only to see a dozen chi-refining warrior fell not far away, blood-stained. Some look numb, and some still cry. They are all loose cultivators, because they can't choose the best route like the 3 mountains disciple. The best spiritual land, even the departure is backward, but it is a blessing in disguise, avoiding the few traps of death, but it is also a lot of experience. The sinister side has to escape and spend the rest of his life. She didn't have time to see these people clearly, and the 3 people were in front of them, blocking the sky. 3 mountains old man eagerly asked, "How about below?" Euzygian raised the head. I saw the look of the 3 of them, very similar to those of the surviving chi-refining warrior, full of darkness and decay. Solitary grave old man's mouth twitched constantly, golden rooster old man's wide eyes covered with full health silk, and the always steady green vine old man also lost the former calm. If the 3 mountains disciple that died at the beginning have already let their hearts bleed, then the back is simply bloody, and they can't stop. The light spots on subterranean world mind map, like the splash of spark. The large pieces of the extinction. Golden rooster old man wants to rush into subterranean world several times, are stopped by green vine old man and solitary grave old man. Hua Chengzhen is not in the distance. They must not destroy the Covenant in the presence of this person. In the end, there weren't a few spots left. From the loose cultivator, they finally learned that the collecting herbs had crashed into Demon's Trap. Although I have managed to maintain my appearance with many years of cultivation, but they are all dead. Only solitary grave old man can't see much change, but the thought is the same. It's over. It's all over. Euzygian didn't know how to answer. Hua Chenglu rushed up and hugged her. "Zijian, you're fine, really good. Let me worry about death." Chenglu, forehead, "I'm fine." Euzygian's gaze passed over her shoulder and saw Hua Chengzhen standing in the distance, but the common smile on his face had completely disappeared. Hua Chengzhen knows clearly that this collection of herbs has completely cut off the foundation of 3 mountains. A sect is not enough to have a foundation establishment sect leader. It needs a lot of disciplines, handles sect things, inherits the legacy, from the weakest outer sect disciple to the strongest sect eldest senior brother. Indispensable. Now, 3 mountains have at least lost 90% of the discipline, like a big tree with broken roots. Although the surface is still standing, it is not far from the decline. He has some bitterness in his heart. He tries to stop people from killing the demon, but the demon is also secretly planning, seize the opportunity, and give people a fatal blow. He even suspected that Monster General, which ruled this area, was not as stupid as the one recorded in the material, but rather a foolish figure, no, a demon, and so many collecting herbs in front of him, all of that Monster General, deliberately released bait. This is really human is harmful to the tiger is hurtful. The era of the Oath of All Kings has gone. How long can the order and law that the legalist school maintain? At this time, the vibration from subterranean world has become more and more fierce. Hua Chengzhen looks at the dark cave opening, and the brow is wrinkled. Isn't this like an earthquake? Looking at the 3 mountains old man, I have already given you Zijian. Looking at the cave opening together, and I can't help but conceal my expression. The anger and pleasure on my face are mixed, and there seems to be a kind of madness. A terrifying monster chi, straight out of subterranean world, is like a wave of waves. Not good. Hua Chengzhen's face changed and she jumped to Hua Chenglu and Euzygian, grabbed their shoulders, and rose to true chi and jumped out of the crater. The Tanking is more than 10 feet deep, but with the help of the wind, his figure is constantly rising, and in a twinkling of an eye he comes to the Tanking, a blue light 10 times faster than him, passing by him and disappearing into the sky. When he was chased by Millipede, he still suppressed the speed. It is also like a ray of light passing through Hua Chengzhen's mind, and instantly understands the cause and effect. His mission is still a failure. Fu Qingzhen not only defeated the 3 mountains old man silently, but also led Monster General from Subterranean World. A powerful monster chi rises into the sky, dozens of millipedes, which are worn out from Subterranean World, exposed to the broad daylight, and headed up to the sky with a sharp humming sound. The huge figure, covering the sky, the rest of the group, the rest of the chi-refining warrior, all face pale, 3 mountains old man vigilant to the extreme. What is that? Hua Chenglu's voice trembled. Even if he looked down from such a high place, the fascinating color and sly form were still chilling. Monster General true form. Hua Chengzhen comfortably touches the head of Hua Chenglu. In this era, there are very few human races that have seen Monster General true form. I hope that in the future, don't get more. Suddenly Yu Zijian looked straight down and asked strangely, "Are you not afraid?" Yu Zijian is awkward, deaf, and clenched his hilt. Monstrous talent is dead. Green Vine old man burst into a hateful anger in his chest, with his hands printed, such as lotus bloom, heaven and earth's primal chi, followed by mobilization. Slamming down, a few green vines rose up, each one thicker than the tank, entwining Millipede. On top of the green vine, vines are produced, and the strips, such as the thickness of the bucket, entangle him. Millipede couldn't move at all. It was a terrorist force, and it didn't make it out, and it made a squeak, and it released a pink gas. The green vine wrapped around him suddenly began to decay and withered. Pink gas was flooding the entire tanking, and those surviving chi-refining warrior had already seen the machine and began to jump to the tanking, but there was no speed like Hua Chengzhen. The eyes are close to the top of the tanking, and pink gas is coming up. Crazy all the protective body spirit talisman, the body protection magic spell are displayed, but only a black front, stiff, and then use a little strength, mobilize a trace of true chi, straight into the crater. 100 treasure pouch, which fell on the ground, was not easily corroded, and slowly fell down. It turned out that even the soil of the mountain rock was softened by the poisonous gas. In the sound of screaming, the white smoke was vacated, and the toxicity was fierce. It was shocking. Hua Chengzhen hovered over the tanking. Seeing this situation, he flew diagonally to the side and looked further. The tanking was like an erupting crater. The grey smoke was mixed with pink gas and turned into a dragon. Every day, hundreds of miles away, you can see. The heart is shocking. This is the power of Monster General. But Millipede was too late to break free, and more green vine was wrapped around, leaving only 3 mountains old man standing, each showing the body of magic spell, but also constantly being eroded by pink gas. The 3 people's true chi is a piece together, and it is far less than Millipede's monster chi. It is not worthy of a dream to win with a long-lasting battle. Green Vine old man shouted, to fellow Taoist, still not shot. When he said, a golden rooster vacated, letting out the brilliance, and the shining sun in the sky, adding brilliance. A squeaking, chicken feet stepping on the top of Millipede, squatting down. At the same time, a figure wrapped in black smoke, through the pink gas, a claw to the most vulnerable abdomen of Millipede. A golden and iron symphony of reverberated several times in the tanking, straight through the sky. Millipede gave a painful scream, and the huge body violently twisted, releasing more pink gas. Although the armor was strong and could not see the scar, it seemed as if an awl pierced the head. Then, with a loud bang, the figure punched Millipede's abdominal armor, leaving a dent, only in the black smoke, revealing the appearance of a general of human race, a broken bronze armor will covering the whole body. Even his face was hidden inside the helmet, only a pair of bloodthirsty eyes, but also a jiangshi. But it is not as empty as ordinary jiangshi, but like wisdom and spirituality! Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 250 Chapter 68 is only based on the heart. Chapter 68 is only based on the heart. Millipede was sharp and full of whistling, screaming like a gun, and Jiangxi was extremely sensitive to avoiding, and it was no different from a stranger. Solitary grave old man face yin cold standing not far away, refining corpse to this step. The refining is no longer ignorant and ignorant. Do not have to be careful. He dug thousands of graves, the body of an ancient military school disciple dug out from a general, and the body was almost turned into Jiangxi. He spent countless hours, suppressing his original consciousness, and finally refining an ancient bronze corpse general. Not only can you avoid the fire, impervious to sword or spear, but also retain the sense of fighting in life, worthy of a foundation establishment cultivator. When you fight with the law, as long as you call it, it is equivalent to two enemy one. Ancient bronze corpse general failed to work, and it was a boxing, like a loud thunder. The plastron is submerged and cracked, bleeding out. Millipede struggled to eat, slamming a green vine restraint and biting it at the golden rooster. Golden rooster's wings are about to vacate, and suddenly he feels tight behind him. Millipede bites the golden rooster tail feathers and slams his head to the rock wall. The power of the great irresistible, golden rooster old man was shocked. The power of this monster general was so great, the heart hatred. The strong man broke his wrist, the piece of gold feathers, falling from the sky. Golden rooster vacated, hovering on the tanking, tail feathers almost half have been lost, almost becoming a bald-tailed chicken. Golden rooster old man called, "Green vine, when is your magic spell so useless? Do you want to kill me?" You don't stand and talk without backache. The strength of this monstrous talent is too great. I can't support it for too long. You can kill him quickly. Green vine old man bit his teeth and squeezed a word from his teeth. With a flush of redness, he relied on spiritual power and millipede to withstand the most stress. Golden rooster hovered around the column of smoke and came up to the sky, smashing the golden light, constantly gathering the golden horns, gradually blurring the shape of the golden rooster, as if the sky had a little sun. Millipede instinctively felt a great crisis, bowed to the ancient bronze corpse general to spurt a pink venom, and the ancient bronze corpse general did not dare to block. 10 seconds outside, the front has been eroded by a venom out of a large pit. The main body of green vine, contaminated with venom, was instantly eroded by nearly half. Millipede took up all his strength and swung down at the same time, and he had to get out of trouble. The wood is long, endless. Green vine old man screamed, his face burst into a dazzling blue light, and he had to send his skin. It was all green by the blue light, as if he was not a human race, but a wood carving made of green wood. With the golden rooster old man in the sky, green vine is mad, growing from the ground from the cliffs and wrapping millipede in a big raft. The vines are old and dry. Change. All green vine was pulled away from the water and turned into a yellowish yellow. It seemed to be in the deep forests, cliffs, and the vines that had grown for years. The most tough is the same. Even if the sword is cut on it, there will be no trace. The rate of corrosion by the poisonous gas was much slower, and millipede was locked in the cage built by the vine. At this time, a lifetime of humming, resounding through the four wild, golden sun, falling from the sky. Golden rooster gathers the wings, the chicken is in front, the tail feathers are behind, dragging the long tail flame, and the millipede is impulsive. Goose corpse general returned to solitary grave old man, looking up at this scene, and felt shocked. He was fearless when he was alone with golden rooster old man or green vine old man, but the two together, even if he had that trick, is also sure to die. The three mountains have been hit hard, and they have the least impact on him. Except for the heart-like Jiangxi, he is now considered, and it is strikingly similar to Grave Hill's eldest senior brother. If you can smash Monster General's body into a corpse demon, his strength has grown tremendously, overshadowing the golden rooster green vine, and it has not been possible to combine three mountains. Hua Chengzhen took a sigh of relief and was ready to go back and report to it. The death of a monster general, I don't know what kind of waves would cause it. I am afraid that even Wang Pushi could not afford it. Only let her come. At this time, another monster chi skyrocketed, and Hua Chengzhen's eyes changed. At this time, monster dared to come out, narrow his eyes, and his eyes crossed the smoke cloud cover, but did not see monster. Green Vine Old Man and Solitary Grave Old Man have heard a fierce vibration at the foot. The vibration is not a normal earthquake. It contains a strong force, shocking people, and leaping, only seeing the bottom of the tanking. Large cracks spread on the cliffs. The vines were originally rooted in the land and were shaken, but it was too late. Boom! Golden Rooster fell. A loud noise. Thousands of golden lights shot in the tanking. The collapsed mountain rock rumbled down like a thunder, filled with yellow smoke, mixed with pink gas, illuminated by gold. Tanking like a cauldron, it is being vigorously boiling. Hua Chengzhen, who is jealous of Jin Guanyao, can't see the changes in the tanking, but the monster chi of Monster General has not disappeared. Golden Rooster Old Man did not hit. The smoke is blurry and shows another tall figure. Li Qingshan showed a complete demon form. His body was more than 4 feet, and he was breathing heavily. Millipede lay behind him and finally broke free from the entanglement of the vines and restored his freedom. The original celestial crater was torn out of a big hole. It is conceivable that if this is the trick, what will happen? But the Golden Rooster Old Man can't completely control this trick. When Li Qingshan and Little An arrived at the exit, they felt 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, and they all became the siege of Millipede. They were all stronger than him, but he would never see his friends, and he would immediately take life. And death was out of the way. When he was about to rush out to help Millipede, he was stopped by Little An, so he didn't worry. After Li Qingshan calmed down, he held his breath and watched if he could find a good time to reinvent a Foundation establishment cultivator. But I also know how low the chance of this opportunity. But at the end of life and death, tearing the earth, bottoming out, breaking the foundation of the vine, then grabbing Millipede's tail and pulling hard to avoid Golden Rooster Old Man, that shot is a law. The vaguely visible human form makes the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators all shrinking. Is it another Monster General? Both cautious legs to the other side of the tanking, while recovering spiritual chi, while watching Viking Shan with vigilance. Li Qingshan ignored it and turned a fist on Millipede's head and said, "Idiot, wake me up." Seems to prove the inference of 3 Mountains Old Man. If it is ordinary monster, how can I play Monster General? That monster chi, although huge, does not seem to be the feeling of Monster General. Millipede shook his head and seemed to be awake, humming Li Qingshan, and by monster chi said, "You are coming. Your head hurts." Li Qingshan also responded with monster chi, "The pain is also alive, and it is not going to turn into a human form and follow me." Oh. Millipede turned into a head, and looked like a brain, licking his stomach. "The stomach hurts too." Li Qingshan said nothing. "Grab him and he will plug it into the hole." "No, they have to escape." "Wood is long, endless." Green Vine Old Man said. Li Qingshan was also about to drill into the hole, seeing countless vines penetrating the rock, interweaving, sealing the cave opening, separating him from Millipede, and Millipede roaring and tearing the vines. Li Qingshan sighed and said, "Fast escape." Behind the gust of wind, Jin Guang projected his figure on the rock wall, and the spirit turtle dark armor rose automatically. Dangdan was a few sharp sounds, sharper than the high-grade spirit artifact's chicken feet, clasping the spirit turtle dark armor, Golden Rooster's wings, holding Li Qingshan, and vacating. Golden Rooster bowed his head, filled with angerful golden cockroaches, staring at Li Qingshan. "I still want to run." "Run that, take your top tank." In the vagueness, you can see the Golden Rooster Old Man. The tanking in front of the eyes quickly became smaller at the foot, and the Green Foundation and the Solitary Grave Old Man, the Foundation establishment cultivator, seemed to be dazzling no matter how far apart. Li Qingshan suddenly knew that his situation was sinister. Blood boiling, but his heart became more and more calm. To a deep breath, and one of the tiger demon wild hiss, the wind carried the sound waves. The sound waves filled with the wind, all bombarded on the golden rooster. The golden light shook, the chicken feet were loose, Li Qingshan fell from the sky, not yet landing. Countless large vines, stretching from the tanking, like an arm, wrapped around the spirit turtle dark armor, forming a ball of vines. Under the control of the Foundation Establishment cultivator, the ground suddenly became farther away from the sky, and the deep earth was isolated. Li Qingshan had no way to escape. Although he was very tall, he faced 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators, but it was like the skinny child, facing 3 robot man, is so vulnerable. 3 mountains old man surrounded by the ball of vines. Green vine old man said, well, this is just a normal monster. Although the shape power is very unusual, but from monster chi, this is indeed monster, which is not the same as their original goal. The trio teamed up. There is no need for any preparation. They failed to kill the monster general. Revenge and hate. This face is really lost. The face suddenly ugly. Damn. Solitary grave old man was stunned on the spirit turtle dark armor, and the spirit turtle dark armor trembled without any damage. The 3 mountains old man are all unexpected, but even more angry. Golden rooster old man said, break his turtle shell. I want to peel him, blood, and corpse, to kill my heart. Green vine old man thought in a heart, maybe you can bring that monster general out. Golden rooster old man said, Green vine, you are crazy, monster originally heartless, just knowing how to struggle. Insect race monster is the most stupid, there is nothing to say. Talking, chickens in spirit on the turtle dark armor, ancient bronze corpse general punched. Spirit turtle dark armor trembled, even how indestructible. How long can it last with the joint efforts of the 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators? Monster really has no concept of love. Li Qingshan's words made the old man swear, just do it with your heart. A pink giant worm, struggling to jump out of the earth, like a squid jumping out of the water, biting the spirit turtle dark armor. After returning, in order to catch up with the manuscript, the work schedule is a bit confusing. The body expresses protest, and today, one more adjustment, please forgive me!